I'll be knocking a few down for sure.
Oh, shit. Well, knock a couple back for me.
I will, man. I'm always thinking about you, man, when I'm having a cold, incredibly tasty IPA West Coast or
Yeah,
what I'm drinking right now is closer to you, but it's still far away. But this one's in Iowa. But
you're sweet. You're a sweet guy.
Who was that anyway that said when I mentioned Salt Lake City, I heard in the background somebody says, "Are you a Mormon?"
That was who said that?
I don't know, but you fucking.
I couldn't say. I'm not even gonna guess because I know better.
Mormons believe in the globe,
flat Earth. Like if I guessed, it would be unscientific. If I guessed.
Mormons are globers, bro.
Dude, let's see. Yeah, there was a new wave. So we had new wave, and it started softening like punk rock and making it popular. And that's where I think Tavistock came in. I don't think fucking Tavistock had any influence on this, like just the raw energy of punk rock. Like
hell no, they didn't.
Sex Pistols, X,
The
Ramones. I think it was all naturally grown, and then they just like they always do, they just capture it and turn it into fucking cuck popville. Fuck.
That record I posted there is from '78. Crass.
Yeah.
Band.
I've never heard of anything that's on that cover.
They're from London. Came up around the same time as the Sex Pistols.
See that. That's a depiction of the attitude of what they're seeing through their own eyes, man. And I'm sure that it represents their music too. Is the same thing as they're seeing the destruction, they're seeing the chemtrails, they're seeing this weird shit, Yeah. And they're like, man, we're pissed off that this shit has to be going on, man. But we have to show it to you, otherwise you won't be pissed. And it was a great effort, man. And we were pissed, and we're still pissed. But we don't have the kind of fucking mosh pit energy that it takes to fucking go down there and fucking take care of business, baby.
Yeah, they're taking everybody's adrenaline from them with Monster energy drinks and all kinds of dumb shit. Fucking sports.
I am so Jibby Jedi, man. When he was fucking spot on, man. He's like, you drink those Monster energy drinks and it's full of fucking estrogen. And if you go down and buy the fucking Hello Kitty fucking juice pack and drink those things are all full of testosterone. So you go down there and you buy yourself some fucking Hello Kitty fucking juice packs and you drink those because those are full of fucking testosterone. They flip.
Why does the Hello Kitty, so it's for girls giving them testosterone?
It's the opposite. They put the opposite in everything, man. They love the fucking opposite. I don't have to tell you about that, man. All right. So, yeah, the more you're drinking them energy drinks, you think they're keeping you awake, man. And they're just fucking full.
I heard there's phytoestrogens in like clothes and backpacks and shit. Taxi seats, like everything.
I've heard that. Man.
I don't know. I mean,
I don't know.
At this point, it's like, yeah, okay. It makes fucking sense to me.
This does not reflect any of the owners of this particular station. This is just pure speculation.
Oh, this is speculation. It's adult swim time right now, I'd say.
It's speculation. We should start a show called Speculation Central or something.
It's going to be called Flat Attack, okay?
We could speculate about anything and everything, man, all day.
Well, we kind of do that already here sometimes.
No, Sean.
I know you're talking about Deep End. I know, I understand. We're allowed to say everything.
No. We are in the deep end as far as science and physics and light and propagation.
Oh, we conquered the pool, dude. We don't need to be in the pool anymore. We're doing other things now.
I'm in the rocking chair of Flat Earth, man. I used to.
There you go.
I'm just like, dude, man, what do you got?
You got your corncob pipe. You got a fucking.
I'm like you, man. You know what? You can bitch and complain all you want. If you got a direct measurement of curvature, we're in, man. Where are we meeting?
I'm saying, I'll drop anything. Call me 3 a.m. You got curvature? It's a big deal.
It is a big deal, man. I'm with you, man. I'm 100% saying, man, if you've got it, we are here and we will travel to you because you got it. If you got curvature, we're coming.
Now listen, Flat Earth has brought me some of the most beautiful things I've ever had in my life, and that's real. But, this is a truth that shouldn't have been hidden ever, is I guess what I'm trying to say.
I agree, man. And that's pissed me off, and that's why my name's Flatter Dude, because some of my older circles, they called me Dude, whatever. I had long hair. It's like, what's up, dude?
I feel like that fits.
And it was like, fuck this, man. Flatter Dude. Perfect. I'm pissed. NASA's lying to us, man. Fuck yeah, man. I'm going to just put it out there because once I saw all this fakery and all this shit, I was like, no, man, what an idiot I was buying that.
But I was, what's the word? Refreshed when I found out about it in late 2015.
Right.
And there was already a community, a burgeoning, I think that's the word.
First wave, man. We call them.
What's that?
We call them the first waivers.
First waivers, yeah. I was like, what? This has been going on the whole time? Damn. So it took me like a year and a half to get caught up.
Yeah.
I
was kind of late 2015, probably. Early 2016, mid 2016. I'm diving in deep, man. I'm not really coming out yet. I'm still diving. Every day. I'm diving.
Huge spiritual journey.
But there was a couple of days. It was a spiritual journey, man, no doubt. And it was a couple of days, man. Robert Bassano and QE are talking, and they're pissing all over this globe thing.
Yeah.
And and I'm watching, and then they're presenting pictures and science and this shit, and I'm like, fuck off, man. And I remember I stood up from where I was working on and just walked outside and went, fuck. I'll never
totally, dude. It's one of those moments. I was scared. I was not scared. I was freaked out. I was like, okay. How do I continue to live life amongst these people knowing this?
And I walk into my wife and I'm like, baby, I'm pretty sure the earth is flat and stationary.
Right.
She's like, nice. That's nice, honey.
Exactly. She loves you no matter what you say. Which, there you go. That's beautiful. Congratulations.
Okay, cool. Thanks, man. I go, yep. I'm pretty sure NASA's lying to us. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Damn. And yeah, it's 100% sure now, man. But then I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Well, if your wife's anything like you, she was probably like, huh.
4 months.
I guess that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
I can't imagine you guys are fighting about it.
No. It was never a fight. I mean,
I fought with my best friend about it. He was my roommate, and we were fighting, yelling at each other, because he said these words to me. He said, "I don't know if I can live with a flat earther." That's what he said.
Yeah.
I was like, what kind of place am I living in? What the fuck?
I had it out with my best friend, man. Best man. Fuck, man. I just went full fucking dude. We talk about everything. We've talked about,
sex, everything.
It's his ex-wife and this and that and the kid. I've talked to this guy about, the money and the conspiracies of the Rothschilds and I talked to him about everything, man. I bring up flat Earth, man, and he clams up like a clam.
That's how you know that it's powerful stuff.
So weird, man. I mean, dude, man, we talk about physics, we talk about music, we talk about frequencies. He created software programs. I was there when he was doing all this shit.
It's like when you mention flat Earth, people's cognitive abilities black out for a split second, and you know what I mean? They don't know where they're at. They just know that they have to fight whatever's being said.
They're just fucking pussies. They're scared of the truth.
You guys know me. I don't give up. I don't fucking give up. You're right, God. Rockin'. You're right. It's just so weird, man. I mean, I didn't give up on him, so I'm pounding. I'm dropping him links. I'm like, dude, watch this. And he's like, I sent him the entire balls out physics thing. I'm like, dude, let's chat about this, bro.
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about it. I mean,
I sent that to certain people, and they're like, "Dude, that's way too long." I'm like, "Well,
it's
okay,
30
then
minutes.
fuck off. Never mind."
Episode, man. We can talk about one at a time.
Yeah.
30 fucking minutes, dude. I ain't asking you to spend fucking 3 days to look at something. 30 minutes. Let's talk about it. Man. So I think I sent him where he's explaining the planes on the globe and how they'd have to kind of dip their nose and
Right.
follow the terrain of the flat, stationary, curved globe. And he was like, the only thing he could come back was like Coriolis. He doesn't understand the Coriolis effect. And I never really got to get back into him on that one, man. He died before he didn't. Yeah, I backed off.
Jeez.
Well, he knows now.
But I never really got back to him. But I did hit him with air pressure without a container. I'm like, dude, please. Like, come on, bro. I go, look, dude, it's impossible, bro.
You know what's so funny? I don't understand how people don't get it too. I listen to so many people get schooled on it, and then they don't know what was just said to them.
No.
They, you know.
What's that comedian? He's like, are you hearing the words coming out of my mouth?
Yeah. They just won't listen to it.
They get it. They know.
No, they do. They get it.
Yeah, they block it out, and they
know. They know the consequences of the flat Earth, and it's instantaneous. Whoa, flat Earth is real. My whole life is a lie.
Yeah.
It is the big fucking, people have said, wait.
It's the Big Bang, dude.
It's the Big Bang. It is. And it bangs your
Gravity
head.
holds it together, dude.
Get over it, flatties. Get over it already.
Get over it. The gravity holds your head together and you got to break it loose. That's beautiful, man. Somebody write that down, man. That's a good song, I'm sure. Do you understand the words coming out of my...
Man, ain't nobody understand the words coming out of your mouth.
You
so
are
funny.
Fucking hired, dude. Nap, dude. Fucking, you're on, bro. You're hired.
Napalm.
I just napped him.
His name is Napalm, okay?
I shorten
it right.
I shorten everybody's name, man. Or fuck it up, man, because I'm dyslexic. But
Nape's kind of a
Nape. What's
not
up?
A name.
That's not cool. Napalm. Cool.
Yeah, Napalm. See, just call him Napalm. That's the best way.
What about Palm?
He's also right there. We don't have to talk to him like he's talk about him like he's next door. What were you saying?
Palm, you're killing me, man.
Palm. Okay, fine. I'm with Palm. We can go with that.
We can go shorten it either way. Anyway, anybody else want to chime in, man? I'm gonna grab a cold one.
Actually, yeah.
Chime in. Talk about tying your shoes. Hey, it's easy, by the way. And some days even tying your shoes is a pain in the ass.
Even Albert Einstein couldn't tie his shoes.
Well, that's why Gemsy only wears Velcro shoes.
I fell down like a month ago and fucking fucked up my...
I'm just kidding. Gemsy knows I love him. He's not in here, is he? No, dang.
We can talk about him.
Dude, Jenny's so funny. Him and Helio. I swear, so we should do a show, right? And like personalities, people, the whole panel should like cycle through, and we do 3 or 4 people, different people each week or something to answer questions from people. Like the panel of just like 4 or 5 of us.
That would be ideal. We call it a rotation, and it's kind of have started out with like a lottery, and then whoever ends up first, and then once you get through the rotation, you start.
That's a great idea.
You start backwards, and then you go. So if you're like the last person on the list to do the rotation, you get to do it twice, and then it comes back the other way. Back to the first one.
I got you.
It'd be kind of fun.
You're going to see some dropouts.
And then people drop out. Yes, of course. We know that. It's cool, man, to drop out, man, and tune in. And
turn in. Tune in, turn on, and drop out. That's what he said, right?
Turn on. It's like tune in and drop out, man. Fuck. Come on.
Wait, that last part, man. I don't know. My parents will stop paying for my life. Probably not going to do that. I need to go to college where the weed's better and stuff.
Or the wheat's better. Oh, shit. I don't know if that's true anymore.
I don't know.
Eternity.
Probably. I mean, you're going from high school to college, so.
Coolest beer here, man.
Shit, I don't know.
Open eternity, man. Hey, man, do you guys want a permanent hit of acid? It's called Flat Earth, man. Take it, man. You will be high the rest
Whoa.
and it, you don't need drugs and you don't need anything, man. All you need is Flat Earth, man.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
Dude, I heard it's called a cult today, but I also heard you, Sean, mention the word culture.
Culture. Yeah, cult. CULT and then URE. Cult UR.
How about that for some fucking etymology shit?
Did I? And then you know what? I just came up with it. I didn't read it anywhere. I was just thinking about shit.
I took note in my fucking skull and said, I need to remember culture.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
It's an easy one. It's like fucking plain sight easy one. That's like
Yeah,
fucking,
dude, it's like cultivate.
Fucking English language is a
Cultivate.
disaster.
Sea level.
Hey, do you guys know the comedian Jim Brewer?
Yes.
He might
Underrated, underappreciated.
might be woke, dude.
Yeah, he's great.
Dude, he just did a fucking cast. I just watched it this morning, man. I went, whoa, he's, kind of big.
I guarantee you he's turned down every Illuminati offer, though. And that's why. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
That's why he's not much. That's why nobody here probably has heard of him. There are a couple people.
He's got 100,000 subs on his YouTube channel.
There you go. That's not bad.
He's talking truth over there, and he's not getting fucking taken down, which is amazing. Because if I mention any fucking V word whatsoever on my fucking channel, I get a strike. They got me fucking in their fucking sights or something, man. But he's over there talking about all this and that, and the V and the fucking Coco 19 and the.
The rat right there.
He's going, this is bullshit. This whole thing's bullshit, and he's playing.
Post my song with a couple words and it gets deleted in 45 minutes, yet he's allowed to talk with 100 and some K subs.
100,000 subs. But
there's a reason for that.
But why is ODD can do the same fucking thing? He's got 300,000 subs.
Nothing against ODD, but there's a reason he's so popular. And I don't know what it is, okay? I love the guy. I love his content. So, I just put that's a lot of fucking people.
It's a lot.
Big shout out to Kenny, dude, man. How you doing?
My brother, Jin, brother from Japan. Here in Japan, I'm the only black man in Japan.
CBR.
How you doing, man?
From England. From England, might I add.
Welcome, Jin.
The only
from
black
East
man
London.
in East
London.
No, man, I used to just laugh with you about the most craziest stuff, brother.
Yeah, and we still do, and it shall continue.
It shall continue. The revolution shall continue.
It's coming. It's coming.
Yeah, flat
I
Earth
can feel it.
revolution's coming, baby.
You got it. It hasn't stopped. Jin hasn't stopped. Gem Pandas yesterday, I said to them, they don't have the excellence. Listen, they don't have the excellence of a blade of grass. They don't have the excellence of a sun petal. They don't have the excellence of a rose petal. They don't have the excellence of a tulip petal. You are less than elephant and rhino dung mixed together. You are less than that. You are nothing.
Hey, can you create? Does anybody here create a rose? Anybody?
Can anybody create a rose?
I'm curious.
Cool.
I can grow one, but I don't think about creating.
Somebody already did that, dude.
I know, isn't that cool,
you
man?
can plant the seeds.
Something some amazing fucking incredible thing it created
Creator.
the fucking
Yeah.
rose.
Exactly. And there are people who don't have that integrity and the beauty of that rose, and they're saying that fire can bring down steel stories.
There's
steel skyscrapers by fire. Man, that's just the ultimate insult to humanity. That is, honestly. So I've been screaming down there, down into Jim Pandas, just smashing them to smithereens in there, man.
Well, I expect nothing less from you, Jin.
Yeah.
Me,
I actually got them to say, "Okay, Jin, okay." Fire didn't bring it down. I goes, "Yeah, that's better. That's what I want to fucking hear from you, sleazeballs." Fuck.
well, there's our enemies, man. I'm not shy about our enemies, bro. I do not like our enemies, but there are other regular people out there, man, that need to hear what we have been talking about: science, physics, the scientific method. You know, all the
right.
simple.
Keep repeating yourself.
Keep
with the scientific method. That's what they keep saying. You keep repeating yourself with the scientific method. Repetition breeds excellence. You mugs.
Yeah, right. I want to get to the point where, like, you know, people who are looking into this and they're still Globers, they have that shit come to their mind out of nowhere. Like, no, like they're just on a train or something someday, and they're like thinking about whatever, and then all of a sudden, the three constituent parts of a scientific experiment or scientific hypothesis or what the fuck ever goes into their brain, and they start repeating it, and they're like, "How the fuck do I know this right now? Oh, flat Earth thing, huh? Crazy."
Yeah, that's right.
No, they're like, I love government. Government would never lie. I worship them. I'm an atheist.
I know. I'm talking about the diamonds in the rough.
I love you.
The wheat, not the chaff.
The Earth is flat.
The Earth is flat. We got that. Check it out, man.
If it's not, where's the curve?
Where
is one special
thing I like about Jin is that
think they're special.
Always
we get cool.
We can me and Jin, we can always bash the globe and smash the globe and make fun of it for minutes.
Hey, I'm gonna butt in, man. Shout out the YouTube chat real quick, man. Multi Tom Tom, my brother from fucking killing it out there. Anybody else I cannot vouch for, but I know that Multi Tom Tom is fucking pounding the flatter drum in the chat. Okay. And that guy,
well done, Multi Tom Tom.
He deserves a little shout out, man. That's all. Anybody else out there? I'm not sure. You got Lunar Node, got Dale Bot, got
Dale Glober.
Okay, fuck the Glober. All right.
Yeah, fucking. Yeah.
All right, dude. Him and I have been going. Hey, what's up? Waz is out there.
If you show Dale Glober, he's gonna cry. I got banned. I got muted. I got all the globe proof. I got all the globe proof.
I got all the globe proof.
Meanies. They're meanies. I had the globe proof, but they blocked me.
Proof here. As long as you guys ban me, I'll never be able to present my argument.
Or it's because he was a spazoid who couldn't control himself and wouldn't answer direct questions.
Hey, is a tape measure valid after 1 foot? Anybody have the answer to after 1 foot, a tape measure becomes invalid? Anybody got anything for that? I didn't think so. Please,
it's retarded, or excuse me,
it's scientifically provenly incorrect. I'm pretty sure. A tape measure can be one of the greatest tools in your tool bag. Believe me.
Exactly.
And tape measures measure shit, and measuring shit's pretty damn easy to do.
Yep.
It is
pretty
like
useful.
You can learn this in the 3rd grade, man, how to use a tape measure and measure 2 feet, 10, 12, 2 yards, 3 yards.
3/16 of an inch, if you want.
A meter, 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters. You pretty much, hey, those football fields are all like 100 meters, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yes,
100 yards, but a meter's two
yards
longer than a yard.
100 meters, UK. I think they play in the 100 meters, right?
I don't know, but I know in
That's
football in
Jen.
USA it's 100 yards, and the meter's
Jen-
about 2 inches longer.
Jen is English. He understands meter and kilometer.
Yes, but I didn't check that.
It's 100 meter.
We use miles.
Soccer field.
We use miles. We use miles in England. Miles,
No.
inches, feet.
Soccer. In the soccer field,
Yes.
the football.
We say football. Yes, football.
Football.
That's for the side. That's a scale.
100 meters, right?
That is.
Okay, anyway.
Is the field measured by meters or yards, Jen? In soccer?
It would be yards, I would say, yards more than meters. But although England is moving towards the metric system, much to my disapproval, because I like the imperial.
Fucking English bitch system sucks, dude. Come on.
I love the.
Get that fuck out of it, dude. Every single musical instrument that's ever been built that has a string on it has been measured in millimeters, man. And
metric. That poisonous.
How much is a millimeter?
Remember when it came in?
1,000th of a meter, right?
Yep, 1,000th of a meter, correct. 1,000 millimeters in a meter, right?
Is 1 meter. Yep. That's
it, man. Hey, welcome to math. And using a fucking tape measure, it's a really simple thing to figure out, man. You don't have to question whether the fucking tape measure's lying to you or not. It's guaranteed, man. It is what it is. We've all agreed what a millimeter is. We've all agreed what an inch is. We've all agreed what an inch is, right? An inch is an inch. And it's this much of a quarter of an inch or a half an inch or an inch and a half. It's pretty, it's not
3/4 of an inch. 1/16 of an inch.
Like saying hot is hot and cold is cold. No shit, Sherlock. You're a fucking genius, bro. We've all agreed that if I put my hand on the fire, it's hot. If I stick it in a piece of ice, it's cold. Does anybody have any full of that phenomenon? For fuck's sake. Come on.
So the earth measured flat. So what's their problem?
The British soccer field is 100 to 120 yards. Okay, length.
Well, 120 yards is like 100 meters.
Which is like 100 yards, 90 meters. That's 90 meters to about 110 meters, I think. Could I be wrong there?
Anyway, if anybody has any problem with hot is hot, as cold is cold, and has any scientific evidence to the contrary, let me know. I checked out the science, and hot is hot, and cold is cold,
and flat is flat.
Oh.
Fucking flat is flat, and fucking 2 feet is 2 feet. If you got a problem with any of those scientific fucking things, man, hop on the panel and
you must only have 1 foot.
Set me straight, because apparently I'm a fucking retard.
Ding, 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 ding.
Anyway.
25 millimeters to an inch.
That's correct, Jen. You are correct, Jen. I love millimeters, man. I build guitars with millimeters. I build pianos with millimeters. It's very accurate. A 1,000th of an inch is even more accurate, but that's really hard to calculate that shit, man. A lot of numbers in there.
Yo, G Seeker.
G Seeker, sorry, man. You had a bad mic. Come in strong. Bring it. What do you got?
G the Seeker.
Yes.
We don't have anybody new in here, do we?
Yeah, G the Seeker is
Flat Earthers,
point
man.
verified or 3-point participant, very VC verified.
We got a VC verified. Okay. 3-point position.
Oh, welcome to the server, man.
G man. Yo. You're not seeking. You're de-seeking.
What's up?
Are you seeking or are you de-seeking? My question.
Seeking.
Came to the right place, my friend. Came to the right place.
Welcome. You've landed on your feet.
Landed on 2 solid flat feet, man. Good job.
Yeah, man. On this flat Earth. Excellent.
Why do we know it's flat?
Oh, what's
Because we live on it and we checked it out.
Are you available to speak, God Seeker?
Yeah, but I'm just wolfing down some food right now. So I'm just listening in on you guys.
Oh man, eat up, man. Where are you from, man? Real quick. Where are you from?
From Hawaii.
Aloha, brother.
Oh, aloha, Hawaii.
Aloha.
Yeah, man. Welcome. We know some people in Hawaii. I'll get back to that.
Yeah, I've been there a few times. I've climbed Diamond Head 7 times.
I know somebody in Maui. I know 2 people in Maui that are total flat earthers, man.
Oh, there's
Cool.
the over.
In fact, if
over
you see my avatar, Jin
Big Island.
CBR1, you'll recognize the view.
here is VC
Avatar, Jin
verified.
CBR1.
He's in the corner, man. He living on the big island, man. The
Yo.
big one. No,
Oh,
man.
living on the big island, is he?
Jamaican.
Well, you still recognize my view.
You guys, you gotta make room for the new
Look on my
people.
avatar, you recognize the view. That's
You gotta make room
from
for the new
Diamond Head.
people if there is any in the room. That is the first priority.
Well, G-Man said he was going to eat some food.
The overseer is VC verified.
The overseer. What's he overseeing?
Overlord. An overlord.
There's a chance he cannot speak, but yeah, like I said, I'll interrupt any conversation possibly to try to get a new person.
Me too, man. I'm with you, bro.
Maybe I'll apologize.
I love it, man. I love it.
I like that too, man. No apology necessary, man. We're here for the new people and
It's a flat Earth server after all.
Yeah, put your foot down. That's right.
No, anybody.
If somebody's got some proof of curvature, they get the floor. Period. Anybody.
Yeah, they get priority.
See, the bad thing is, like, I have to interrupt to try to get the new person in. 50%, 70% of the time, they do not open up or answer.
That's right. Yeah, it happens. It happens.
Okay.
It happens, man. It's okay. It's all right.
You know, we're glad they're here. And if they just relax, and if they've got a question, if they've sincerely got a question, ask it, because that's what we're here for. Okay, we're seriously here to help you understand that the Earth is not an oblate spheroid spinning in the vacuum of space. That is purely fantasy, and we're here to help you understand that. And then when you apply the correct techniques and look back in your life, you're going to realize that you've never experienced the globe. You've never seen it for real.
Wait a minute,
Jan,
man.
Hang on a minute. You have noticed level around you. It's there, but you haven't connected the dots. That's all. We're here to help you to do that.
So
when you're ready.
When we don't experience the globe, that means we don't experience the globe, right?
That's right. That means it's not there.
I just want to make that real crystal clear, man. So I'm living on this place and I don't experience a globe. That means I don't experience a globe, right?
The globe. That's right. That is
so
absolutely
what are
correct.
you experiencing?
No human being. human beings experiencing the globe.
Nobody's
realize-
ever in all of human history experienced the globe, right?
You do not see the curvature of the globe.
Right.
I'm just clarifying. I'm being a little ridiculous in my, understanding of this
No, you're not. You're
phenomenon.
confirming the obvious. It's not so obvious to others.
No shit, man. I'm confirming the obvious. No way. Really? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Here in Japan. No, I'm just messing with you, brother. I love you, man. I'm glad you guys put out with me most of the time. You can mute me or, I'm cool, whatever. Like,
What
No,
you guys like?
we gotta
I
have
guess
fun,
like
man. We gotta have
expecting
fun with
us
it,
to
man.
look like a ball or something like that. That's weird.
what the hell's wrong with me, Bong?
Nobody does that.
Nobody does
expects
that.
a ball to look like a ball. Like that's just weird.
It's so weird. It's wrong. It's all wrong. So, thank you for clarifying that, Jen. Just wanted to verify that with.
Yeah, I love it though. I love it you clarifying the obvious because it's not obvious to others though. That's
Right.
the
Well,
thing.
isn't that the great psychology of what we're dealing with, man? Is the fact that they don't even want to come to the realization that my experience is flat and stationary. Oh my God, this is so weird. No.
Yeah.
My experience is I'm on a spinning ball shooting through space around the sun, a million fucking trillion. Fuck off. You ain't spinning around.
My experience. Oh my God, what is
Your
this?
experience is not anything like that, unless it's like a fucking Star Wars or, Battlestar Galactica or the fucking NASA, whatever, man. You
Star Trek.
your cucky fucking space shit in your head. It's not what you experience, man. It's not what you experience, and that's my point, man. That was kind of
You just start by asking the Glober, do you trust your senses? And if they say no, then you say, how are you alive?
Right. Hey, I'm gonna throw a baseball. I'm gonna throw a golf ball. I'm gonna throw a fucking frisbee at your head, man. You're gonna react. I
You
know.
expose them because they
You
say
are
no. You're
very-
like, no, I don't trust my senses. Like, while you're 21, and how are you still alive?
Throw something like whatever you got, man. Throw it at them, right? They'll flinch, and I'll say, "Well, your senses are working pretty good, man."
Yeah, man.
They'll flinch. Right?
How did
They'll
you
flinch.
know it's a frisbee and not a fake one I threw at you?
Right. Yep.
How did you dodge? How did you know?
You flinched. You flinched. I threw a fucking pin at you, and you ducked. Why? Because your senses are working just great, man. That's why.
How did you know it wasn't
ducking? Do you remember George Bush? Do you remember George Bush ducking from those two shoes that were coming at
I do. Fuck yeah, I remember that. He some dude threw shoes at him. Hilarious.
It was probably scripted. But.
It was scripted, but it was hilarious.
Incoming, man, and he ducked just in time.
Fuck yeah, it was probably scripted.
I swear, if he didn't duck, right, when he ducked, it was right where his head was. The shoe was right there where his head was.
He did
not duck, he would have got it.
Anyway,
remember, he had to duck twice, yeah? He had to duck twice, not once, but twice. Both shoes were coming at him. Wow, that was funny.
Anyway,
he wasn't expecting George Bush to be
do that to anybody, man.
like Spider-Man.
We can do this to anybody, man. So you don't trust your senses, really, and just pick up whatever's laying around and just kind of throw it at them. Don't hit them, but throw it over their head or whatever. They will move, man. Watch them move, and then be like, "Hey, man, you trust your senses?" Yeah, no shit.
And the other thing is, you can't know anything. You can't know anything. That's the other thing. You're not allowed to know anything. You got to trust, not know. You mustn't know anything. Oh.
We must believe, Jen. We must believe.
Yes, we must believe. Yes, believe. Even when they're talking about the globe, Earth themselves, they say you have to believe the story, not the imagination. Flat Earth.
So
Flat Earth theory.
Believe the cartoons. Yeah.
So here's a belief thing, man, that hit me a couple days ago. Is that if you lived like in an American Indian tribe and you had a little community of people that we all worked together to try to survive, and they said, "Hey, man, if you go down to the river and you catch the fish, you bring it back here and cook it or whatever. If you plant this seed in the ground and you water it, this beautiful plant's going to grow and it's going to feed you." And you're like, "Okay." And they put the seed in the ground and they water it, and fucking next thing you know, end of summer, they're fucking eating this amazing corn or whatever, right? And you actually got to see that if I do this, this is what I can get. And that's called reality. It's called a reality lifestyle, man. And if you can live in reality, man, you're going to be great. If you think you're shooting through space and going to go to fucking Mars, good luck with all that, man. But I know if somebody teaches me to plant a seed or catch a fish, I'm going to have some super cool skills to survive.
Here's another question, Flat Earth Dude, and I'm pretty sure you'll answer correct. Would you ever force anybody to do anything?
Never.
Exactly.
Close, man.
No, like, you didn't think about it. It was instantaneous answer. If I ask the subjective truth believers, guess what? They'll be like thinking for 10 seconds. Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe I win this. No, you never force anybody to do anything.
Man. If you've never done anything in your life, you're not going to know what it means to like learn from somebody. And to learn from people like you guys, especially around here, man, I'm always learning sailing or music or truth or whatever it is, man. There's so many physics and sciences that we talk about. I'm always learning.
My question is very direct, but it is to separate, to be like I said, you believe in forcing people to do stuff? I don't.
Yeah.
That's
no. But then again, it does depend on the kind of job. I mean, if you're a doorman and you've got to get out a horrible customer that's drunken and it's refusing, you're going to have to force them out in the end, aren't you? You know, with all the politeness that you can use, muster up.
You're not gonna force them. You're gonna like say, "Hey, man, let me pull you aside here and say, hey, man, I think there's a better situation to deal with this right now. I'll tell you what, I'm going to take you up in the service elevator. I'm going to put you in bed, and I'll see you tomorrow. And your friends don't have to see your complete fucking wreckness, drunk fucking ass."
It is a good point.
I'm not forcing him. I'm kind of like saying, "Hey, man, there's a better way to maybe handle the situation."
But that crosses into over.
He's not going to have that. He's not going to be wanting to leave. You know the ones I'm talking about.
But I'm going to do the right thing. I'm not going to embarrass the guy in front of his friends, man. I'm the doorman. Shit, I got to take care of this.
Neither am I. I'm not going to do that. But there are times when you have to do that. I mean, you're under attack. So you're now your own health is in danger now.
Right. Well, it's just,
can you really take the bouncer job as a flat earther and then like try to do the right thing at every time? Maybe you could.
I was doing the right thing every time before I was a flat earther. I was a doorman, so I've done the job. So I know about being kind to customers and being polite. And I'm just talking about the unruly scumbag who's had too much to drink, and you've been as polite as you can be, but now he wants to fisticuffs you. Come on, man. That's happened.
Yeah, that's a different situation.
You took the job, so you should still never really strike him. You took the job. You knew you were going to be
No. Yeah, I get struck first. But usually I'm getting struck. I don't hit anyone.
Yeah, he strikes you. You pin him down. You don't beat him to a pulp.
No, I don't.
You're right. I don't beat him to a pulp. You're right. I use a few karate and jiu-jitsu moves to pin him down, and then you speak to him.
I know.
You speak to him. Yeah. Yeah.
You complicated
It's
my
called-
question. My question was just like a simple: would you force anybody to do anything? And then
no,
you
I
add
wouldn't.
job,
No, I wouldn't.
money, and
No, I
this.
wouldn't.
But
we took it to the weeds a little bit, but
you know,
Yeah, but
I
it
did.
had to go
a little
just
bit,
to be
a little
sure.
bit.
Yeah, it's
I don't know.
called measured. It's called
To the
measured
rough,
force.
the weed.
Measured force is what I call it. Measured force. Measured.
Yeah, like if it was like a neutral situation, you would never force anybody to do anything.
Never.
Never.
No
Exactly.
question. Not
No.
necessary.
And then
Not
you,
necessary.
if I guarantee, bring in the first Glober. You ask them that, they're gonna stutter. They're gonna
Hey,
wait. Say,
there's some-
yeah, sometimes it's okay to force people to do things, and you're like, oh shit, oh, red flag.
Oh, shit, yeah.
shout out to
Like a government official.
Mm-hmm.
Talking like a governmental official. Yes. Ooh, no good. Or a military sergeant. Yeah, military sergeant. They force you to do things you don't want to do.
Yeah, it's a trick question, but sometimes like the Glober is not gonna. He's gonna fight. Sometimes he's here to learn. Sometimes, yeah, it's.
Yeah, it's a good question. That's definitely a good question. You get a gauge of someone's rationale. Yeah, definitely. Pretty good one.
Yeah, that's a good question, man. I love that. Yeah, that's psychology, man.
Well, this is what they're using to control everyone. Look, they're saying flat earthers. Look at what they're saying to us about us this last month. They're saying flat earthers like to think they're special. They like to think they've got a secret that the government doesn't know, you know. That kind of stupid mentality thinking. No, we don't think like that, thank you. An idiot, you know?
Well, we've known that through the I don't know. I've done quite a bit of check-ins over on the VC check-in, and
Yeah.
people come in here, man. People come here with the ideas, man. That you're like, what?
Yeah.
You're like, all you
Flat earthers,
you know, you're all, you know, this or that. And you're like, whoa,
yeah.
time, you know, and it's a massive media campaign that they put on the public, the globe, and you know, flat earthers. They came after all of it. Sorry, I lost you, Jen. You
Well,
robot.
you're roboting. Yeah, you're roboting.
So yeah, you're roboting, Jen. Mr. Roboto, Jin in Japan. Mr. Roboto. Man, the psychology of the entire undertaking of thinking and realization has been quite extensive, man. Like trillions of dollars to make the flat Earth irrelevant, man. Trillions of dollars. They spent trillions of dollars to do that. And it's weird, man, because we live on this.
There's a bunch of
money is mind blowing, isn't it? They spend that kind of money.
Trillions of dollars to make sure that everybody knows they live on a globe. And we're out here like just scuffing it. Just like shit, man. No. We're not spinning around the sun at, whatever speed you tell us. 66,000 fuck off.
How is this for an attack on flat earthers? Okay, this professor is talking about dissecting the 9/11 conspiracy theories, and he begins by saying we've also dissected the flat earth theory and the imagination of the flat earthers and all that, attacking flat earth from the beginning. It hasn't started yet. That's just his opening statements, already attacking flat earth and saying it's a theory, it's not real. They don't want to believe the real story. He didn't say they don't want to believe the truth about the globe. He didn't use the word truth. He said they don't want to believe the story of the globe. No, right. The story is, if it's real, it's going to be the truth, isn't it? Isn't it?
Yep.
The story.
If it's real, it will be the truth.
Real, it's the truth, you see. So he was covering himself, wasn't he, the professor? You see that?
Yep.
Because that's legally liable. You can sue someone for that. If you take him to court and say, and you and he can't prove that the globe is real, you could sue his ass. So he's covering himself by saying the story of the globe. The story. Fuck. They're telling you in your face it's not real.
Flat Earth dude, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Why do you think the conversion rate is so low to flat Earth? Why do you think so many Globers deny it? And why is the server not at 100,000? Just flat Earth dude. I know Jin would agree with me, but
Well, I think we were close to, I don't know, 50,000 at one point, weren't
but like say a Glober,
we? But
like flat, like say a Glober comes in,
why are they?
a Glober comes in here and he's denying and double speak and lying and obfuscating. Why do you think that he is?
He's a paid agent.
What do you
He's
think?
a paid agent.
I know,
That's
Jin.
why.
I want flat Earth dude.
Well, I would agree with Jen. First of all, man. I mean, and there's something in it for them. I don't know if they have a YouTube channel or they monetized, or they got a website. I don't know, man.
So they're denying because they have a web. No, I'm asking you, why do they deny flat Earth truth?
They might have an agenda, financial agenda. They might have a vested interest from their college education.
True.
They might have just a toe in the sand, saying, "I'm gonna stand on the globe side because I went to school and studied and spent $100,000 to get my education, and I'm still paying every month for that." But I don't know, man. It's hard to say what their motivation is, but it could be a multiple of things. Like, if they're like somebody like Mick West or somebody like that, they're gonna
paid agent.
They get paid, man. I know.
Yeah.
I know that motherfucker getting paid, man. I know. So he's gonna make a stand in the sand because he's getting paid. Anybody getting paid, man, you have to question that and say, yeah, that's cool, man. But everybody's got to make a living, man. I've heard that argument too, man. Like, you gotta. If you're on truth and you're really, really spitting truth, man, I love you. If you're getting paid to do it, I might love you too, man. I don't know, man.
I don't love you. If you're getting paid to do it, I don't love you.
One of my greatest influences in life was this cat named Alan Watts.
Yeah, I know him. He's got some.
He kind of like woke me up to like just thinking. Like, dude, think about this. Think about that. I listened to fucking 200-300 hours of this guy, man.
Yeah, he's like a Jordan Peterson without the like high pitch.
But he just made you think about shit, and it was beautiful, man. It was a great awakening, and I'm pretty sure he got paid to do it. But he was like a dropout professor, man, PhD. But he's just the way he talked, and he should have got paid, man, because he was.
I wouldn't consider that a paid shill. He's paid, but he's just speaking like new age or truth or his.
He had like a radio show in the 50s and 60s out here in California, where he got like 100,000 watts, man, back then. Fuck, this radio.
Alan Watts would deny the flat Earth. Why? Because
he would. Fuck yeah, he would.
Because he gets 50,000 subs or 100,000 subs, and he gets money from his broadcast, and he can't go flat Earth because it's going to hit his money.
Exactly. That's another whole fucking
whole time.
I've seen that movie where these guys are like too big. I've seen them in private go, yeah, dude, I can't even touch that shit because.
Usually they write a book.
They're like,
and
dude,
they put a globe on it.
Flat Earth, man, I'm gonna lose fucking half my fucking.
Exactly.
Like,
if they go flat Earth, they lose half or 75% of their income.
A minimum half, might be 2/3, man. Yeah, they're fucked.
Well,
what about when Max Egan? What about Max Egan when he fucking went like full fucking flat tard overnight and then woke up the next day and said, I was attacked by something. not a flat earther. I got attacked by something in the middle of the night. It's like,
I never did like that guy, really.
man.
He always seemed to be way out there for me anyway, you know what I mean?
That one made my head snap back, man.
Yeah, I just said, fuck you, Max, you're a cunt, you know what I mean? His inconsistency drives you mad, doesn't it?
Max
His
Egan,
inconsistency.
perfect example of what we were just talking about, because it's the same situation, man, where he's going to lose fucking half his audience. And he had to come up with some bullshit fucking, I was attacked by some, electronic weapon or some
What a bloody idiot he is, you know what I mean? I've got no time for that guy.
Max Egan said, I'm not a flat earther. I was attacked. You guys remember this? Please tell me.
I remember it. I'm annoyed. It's annoying to remember it, but yeah.
It is. But I had to bring it up, man.
Oh, yeah. I'm glad you did in a way, but
because it kind of fit into like the whole.
The
if I tell everybody I'm a flat earther, man,
the fake flight. He took the fake flight to try to disprove flat Earth. He took the fake flight. He did the fake videos. And a couple years ago.
I lost all respect for Max.
Yeah, he's like,
me too, man.
If you're a truther and you're claiming a globe, you're diet woke. You're fucking lame.
Like I said, you're less than cow dung. Less than.
It's the harsh truth, like.
Yeah,
man. It is a line in the sand, man. When you go, dude, I'm a flat earther. I mean,
but anyway, on an upbeat, more and more people are becoming flat earthers, according to the Japanese English textbooks here at university when they learn English. It states that they've stated it that more and more people are becoming flat earthers across the world.
Thank you, Jen, man. You big ass. You and Flat Earth Banjo, man.
Yeah, that's right. Flat Earth Banjo. He's responsible for releasing three books over here as well now. So we're moving pretty good.
That's an epic flat earther there, man. Epic.
Yeah, and then you got 500 new flat earthers. 900,000 in Brazil. 900,000 new in January.
Damn, that's a huge number, man. That's a huge.
Man.
I wish I spoke Spanish, man. Damn.
Yeah, his two friends put up 2 new channels, and they've got 500 and 400 respectively. 500,000, 400,000. So we're looking good. Flat earthers we're increasing in numbers around the world. It's all different pace, but there you go. To your face, we're coming. Yeah, flat earth revolution. Today, tomorrow, yesterday, infinity. Flat earth.
Yeah, flat Earth will always be growing, but can we calculate the numbers and YouTube views? And
it's coming. Don't worry, it's coming. If they're learning it in a Japanese university, that means a lot. I'll tell you that now. So there you go. They're learning that flat earthers are increasing. It was a bit of a hit job.
I could even ask you a different version of the question. We'd be like, why are these people we're talking to, how come they're not staying on the server and fighting for flat Earth? How come, like, it should be, like, blowing up? Why is it not?
Oh, I think people are going back to their daily duties because they don't feel it's that important in their lives. That's one reason there, quite obviously. But that's a mistake that they're making, because if they're busy taking their stupid flat earth sorry ass and voting for more enslavement, they've got me to reckon with when they come back to this server, because I will put my verbal voice on their throat. Believe you me.
What is better, to spread truth or to make money?
Spread truth.
Boom, exactly.
All right.
That is a lot of people confuse that, where like, you're a loser, you're spending your time spreading truth and you're on this. Well, guess what?
Yeah.
You don't understand.
I've got integrity, mate. I've got integrity.
Like, spreading truth is the best
word
thing
is honor and integrity.
Why you're surviving?
Integrity for the human race, not money. Money was a man-made concept that is devaluing the human race. Now, if you're putting all your eggs into that and devaluing your honor and integrity just so you can buy some food and have a nice fast car and perpetuate war through your stupid taxes that you're paying, then you're just a useless flat earther, man. You're worse. You're less than cow dung as well. You're still a glober. You're another problem. And you're a spanner in my machine. Get out. Telling you now.
You got to spread truth. Well,
spread it.
Like you got to make money and survive also, but without hurting people.
Not to the detriment of
without lying
not
to
telling the truth.
people. So it's a tough balance. Like it's
an easy balance, not a tough balance at all. It's an easy balance. Flat Earth first, money second. That easy. If you're working, you're working. Fine. If you're not working, you can still spread the truth. Flat Earth first. That's definitely a number one on my list.
Yeah, but you have to decide. Like, I work for a missile company. Well, shit. Like, I'm a flat earther. Well, guess what?
Step out of the missile company. Goodbye.
Yeah, I know. But that's the tough decision. You have to decide: money, job, or truth.
It's not tough. You step out, and then the government pays you off because you've got you paid your taxes, so you claim it back. That's why you pay your taxes. So
for me, it's an easy choice. I make the decision all the time. But for some people that come into the server, they have that government job and they have to choose government job or truth. And they're like, oh, I have a wife, I have 3 kids. Oh, I got to do the government job and the bullshit lies. Well, like,
you've got 3 kids, but you've got no integrity, no honor, and you're perpetuating. Hang on, and you're perpetuating the devaluation of a human race. So that's a good position. It's better to reclaim the taxes you paid with honor and dignity, rather than do a job with no honor, no integrity, and you're devaluing the human race whilst you go along and your children together. It's easy, bloody easy, man, bloody easy. You got to be brave. You got to stand up.
But you understand that some people are caught up in the middle of their life decisions that they have that ultimate choice where it's like good or evil, money or good, money or truth. So like for you it's easy, for me it's easy, for certain people but some people are caught in that middle situation where
it's like everyone was talking about the Ukraine thing. I said, I got no time for that crap. As far as I'm concerned, that's all part of their plan of the powers that shouldn't be. And like I said, if you're busy voting for your governments, that's asking you to take an injectable you don't need. And now it's raining bombs on your head. You've only got your fucking selves to blame. Good luck. Don't be voting in your next election, yeah? Okay? Start to stand up and have that revolution that you should have had ages ago. That's all I've got to say to these people. I've got no fucking sympathy. That's all gone out the door. I'm like the Sahara Desert when it comes to sympathy. Okay? Sahara. Very fucking dry.
I personally love justice and accountability. So
yeah, and so do I. But when it ain't forthcoming, then you have to change the game. Definitely. Change the game. Stop running up and putting an X in the box for your enslavement, devaluation, taxation, injection. Sorry, I forgot that word.
But they won't listen. They don't.
But that's all they're going to hear from me. That's all they're going to hear from me. Everyone's to blame for the Ukraine thing. Everyone. So that's it. It's all part of the game that we're playing, and I'm not playing that. I haven't been playing that game for a long time. Once I knew what was going on, I never voted in my life because I knew I was just voting for nothing but my own devaluation. Why would I do that? Why would I do that? Where they can take out their own take out their own president, and then do a 9/11 on you. And now it's the virus you can't see. This is ridiculous, man. Come on, man. Come on.
It doesn't matter. Democrat, Republican, liberal. Doesn't matter who's in charge. It's all going to be the same agenda 2030.
That's right. That's why it's urgent that we have this revolution, as human beings.
Well, it's like the ants movie where if we let one ant stand up to us, they all might stand up to us.
That's
But
right. That's
that's
exactly
that's that's why I ask the questions I do. Is like, why do like these are the beliefs that are separating us from the subjective truth believers, where they believe
yeah.
in forcing people to do things. They don't trust their senses. They
Yeah,
believe
they
in
can't know anything.
cartoons.
You can't make any decisions. You can't know anything. Yeah, you mustn't know anything even. Right.
But yeah,
Yeah.
it's like you can talk to them, you could record it, and like it won't even matter. Like they say crazy things, and like what does it matter? Like
Yeah, that's what they put the children, really. Just think, the next generation of children could be weak with their immune systems. They could be all just weak individuals.
this, yeah, it's not allowed to talk about it.
Sorry, but you know what I mean anyway, yeah.
Yeah. I'd love to.
Yeah, honestly. On this flat earth, it's all going wrong. Well, but the flat earth is nice. You know, the fact that we know it's flat and there's no provable curvature, that's enough to start to wake people up. Yes, it's slowly, but it's going to happen. It's happening. Not going to, it's actually happening. People are beginning to wake up. I got a lot of faith in humanity. Each year, more numbers are coming into the fold. Nice. So let's see where that takes us next couple of years.
No, I talked to VC verified, or even in rarely here where I don't know.
Well, we have to understand that when they come to these servers and they hear us speak, they're probably a little bit nervous, and that's fair enough. We've got to allow them to be nervous, and that we've got to be very welcoming, and just once they begin to listen and start to see that what they're saying is true, because how do I really know it's a globe unless I look at a CGI image? That's not real. That's what they're telling me. A CGI by Robert Simmons. That's not a real thing, right? So that's one. I haven't measured any curvature. So let me see if I can get around to measure the curvature. All right. I've never seen the Earth spin, so how can I prove that? But bloody hell, I've been doing a lot of believing, but not actually doing any factual checking here. Oh, these guys are right. But it's a belief I'm carrying. And then we're supposed to be this naked ball in the vastness of space, where the vacuum is minus 10 to the 17 torr, and wow, that's a powerful vacuum there. And then how comes all the air hasn't gone? Oh, we must be contained, like they said. I better start doing some checking.
See, my issue is like we need more people with like the passion like you have, or that I have, or that other people have. Like, why are there not the VC verified come in here? Why do they not stay around? And do they not have the passion to spread truth?
Yeah, I don't know. If they don't stay around, maybe they're being put off
Yeah.
somehow. Maybe they're being put off somehow. Or they lack, like I said earlier, they don't think it's important. They may also lack the confidence to spread it to other people. They need to acquire more knowledge for themselves. So you've got to allow people time, give them the room to get used to the idea, that get used to the reality. And they're going back to their schools. They don't want to be isolated and be a lot on their own, perhaps. Who knows? But if I'm on my
They
own,
could be
if I'm
younger.
on my own, you're going to have flat Earth. Believe you me, wherever I go.
But that's why I always say, like, I want you to be in here with me, fighting, spreading truth. I want you, like, I want you to have that passion, and
Yeah,
like you don't have to dedicate your life. Like, you could be busy for weeks, but like
yeah,
you gotta come back and like,
yeah. Connect with base, flat Earth base. You got to connect.
oh, there's
Because
a certain more people here, or people that I can identify that I know care about it for different reasons, and they're here for different reasons. But how come it's not uh 5,000 more people? Like,
well, they're
why do
coming. Don't worry. They're coming. So tipping point's going to happen. I'm saying to people, when you're dead, you're a long time dead. What's your legacy going to be, man? What, spinning globe that you never proved?
Yeah,
Really.
I'm asking like a rhetorical question because I know exactly why they don't have the passion, because they love money. Simple as they
Yeah,
love
yeah.
money. They love
That's
the
one
material
reason.
world.
That's one reason amongst other
Yeah.
reasons. That's one, not the only one.
But that's the most common, and that's the most like
I don't know.
predominant.
I don't know. I wouldn't put it as the number one. It's money. They love money. No, there's more psychologies going on. You know,
Well,
I
they're
mean,
they're
it depends on the age of the individual, I have to say,
they're
because if we're talking
atheists
about the
and
students now, they're not
materialists.
worried about money, are they? The young students, they're not worried about money, are they? They're just worried about their
No,
status
they
and what
are.
people think. But
Everybody in lobby
adults,
is like, I don't care about flat Earth. I just want to get good marks.
yeah, that's right.
So yeah, like they care about is getting good marks, get a good job, get good money, get the
Yeah,
white
well,
picket fence. Like it's all the scripted bullshit. Get the white picket fence,
yeah,
then
that, yeah. They're bought into the narrative lifestyle, the American dream, which is actually a nightmare in quicksand. Right,
yeah,
that's the one. Yeah. You know, because you get your cricket fence and all that, and then suddenly the land your house is on is worthless. Now your whole property is worth niche. Economic dive, you know.
it'd be like you have a $200,000 debt, white picket fence, 2 kids, and then you get locked down for 2 years straight, and then you lose
There you
everything.
go. And now the damn thing's become a liability. You know, it's a repossession situation.
That's pretty much what they made it now, where it's like impossible to plan your life because you don't know if you're going to be restricted or not restricted, and do I get
Yeah,
married? Do I not? Can I even have the wedding? Like everything's up in the air.
it's all up in the air now. Exactly.
Yeah, everything. Like if you're 14, 18, and you like college and you get locked down.
Mass confusion. Terrible. It's like the schools of fish in the sea. Yeah, they're all swimming one way. Suddenly, there's a bit of danger. Everyone's gone that way, and they're just reacting at the moment. Yeah, everyone's reacting, running around scared. Uh, let's
And
see what
I guess we were all there once, so you got to be that person to drop the seed and be logical and
Yeah. Mind you, I was always anti-war anyway because I was in the military, so I understood all that psychology of that stuff. Woke up to that in my teenage years. So I woke up to slavery in my elementary school years. So I was one of those that was rudely awakened because of my education from my parents, of course, and the military. The British military woke me up as well. So I woke up, but I still believed in the moon landings, of course, and we're on a globe. That was a given as far as I was concerned. Even though when I heard about the flat Earth in Nigeria, the Earth wasn't flat because the ship would have sailed over the edge, and I thought, yeah, how stupid that was. Thought the Earth was flat, you know. So that was seared. You know, this was in 1970. So they'd just gone to the moon, and Jin left Britain, went to Africa for 2 years. So we had a lot of moon landings there, and you know, by this time, the Earth is definitely a globe.
so you could have been a flat earther in 1970.
I was a flat earther in the 1970s until I went to school and got told that we're on a globe, you see. That's the thing. Because as a child, your experience of your environment is level. No one's ever experienced the curvature Earth or the spin or anything else.
Yeah, from
You know?
0 to 6, it's completely level, and then you go
Yeah.
to school and they teach you the evolution, Big Bang,
There
lies.
you go. And it all begins there. And that's it. And now
Yeah.
you are being brainwashed. And then it's reinforced as you grow up. Music, news, posters, you
And then
know,
your parents
films.
lie about Santa Claus, so then you can't trust your parents, and then you just trust the government, and the government is going to teach you all these bullshit lies.
Yeah.
Trust
You
the
got to
bullshit
believe.
lies.
You got to believe in the story, not believe in the truth. Yeah, you got to believe in the story. But that's what you're living, a story. You're not his story. His story is what you're living. Yeah. See,
No,
terrible.
No, we're on the same page. Like I said, I would say humanity is a story of human slavery.
That's where we're at the moment. We're still there, by the way, folks.
Yeah, I know.
Yes.
Every time I speak, I'm going to bring up that we're slaves.
Yeah, so do I. I bring it up all the time, and people don't realize. I said, "You're a slave. You don't even realize it. Slave, and you're about to be slave once you get your job."
Born into slavery.
Hmm.
But yeah, and then taught lies, and then maybe you'll come of age and try to decide or try to think for yourself and try to imagine what is the purpose in life. Why am I here? And
Be
then you'll
like a blade of grass. I'm doing my Bruce Lee bit there, but my version. Be like a blade of. It has excellence. It's dependable. It's there, and when it groups up, meets up with the other grass, and you see that field, it's welcoming. Be like a bit of grass, young man. Have that excellence. I'm going to start to think about that one, yeah. Because a blade of grass has excellence.
In a way, you can think of it as they try to make us live a synthetic life when you should try to live a natural life, natural foods, natural everything.
That's it. Yeah, natural. That's why I say have the excellence of a blade of grass. You connect with that, you're connected with nature. Grassroots, yeah? That's where we begin. Yeah, man. We can run the psychology back on these idiots.
Lotion for hours and like yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do eat synthetic stuff, unfortunately, sometimes, but
yeah, so do I. When I say synthetic stuff, like a biscuit, a cookie now and again. That's what I mean. That's all I eat when it comes to that, but nothing else. Other than that, it's natural food. But when I go into that Gem Panda server, I remind them of how they don't have that excellence of a blade of grass. They're less than cow dung and rhino dung mixed. And they hate that.
Yeah, it'd be like a dumpster fire. But all like even I was on there on my other account. I haven't been. I never really debated in there ever. Like it's gonna be. I don't even know. Maybe it'd be 6-on-1. Maybe I could get a conversation going. But you're not gonna convince them.
Like no, I punished them. I said, you know what they said? They said yesterday. They said I think I'm better than them, and then today they're saying you think you're God. And I said, you know why you're saying all this stuff? It's because the truth is better than you. That's your problem. Because I never think I'm better than you, and I never think that I'm God, and the Creator knows that. But because of what I say and the way it's been delivered to you, the guilt is getting to you. That's what you're saying that. Because the truth is better than you. That's what it is.
All you're doing is going in there and speaking truth, and then that's their reaction.
Yeah, it hurts them. You see, you can tell. It hurts. It's hurting them.
Yeah, like you're not even doing it for like any other purpose other than
I'm doing it to punish them. I'm doing it to punish them because they think that fire brought down a building where 3,000 people died, 1,000 of which their bodies was never found, pulverized and totally dismembered into dust. And you think fire can do that? That, like I said, it goes against natural law and the laws of physics. And if you can't understand that, I said to them, you're lucky I haven't got a machine gun in here. You're lucky.
You're just
posing them. Truth. And you're all silenced. Yeah, because that's all you deserve.
5:11, where it's like expose the liars or something. Like all you got to do is expose the liars, and you get potential rewards. Like you're just speaking truth.
Yeah, and they just can't hack it.
Oh, yeah.
They start to attack the character. You think you're better than us. You're stupid. Why would I think that? What I'm trying to say to you is that you're missing that you are spreading lies. That's what you're doing. And
Yep.
you know what I said? I did this. I said, you know, when you're in court here, you hear them say, yes, I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But in your case, the lies, the whole lies, and nothing but the lies. So help you, you devils. That's what you are doing every single day of the week. Right, you're on mute. You're muted. Bang.
We all know that all the Globers have is fallacies and bullshit lies and
Yeah.
cartoons.
The thing is, these guys are paid agents.
Some of
They're
them.
not regular guys off the street. I'm sorry. They're not regular guys off the street. They're not. That's why my demeanor now is to address them and their audience. I speak through them to the audience and say, if you're listening to me, pick up on the truth I'm telling you, because this is a very toxic environment. You're not going to get any truth. But when you hear my voice, in CBR1, and you can see how they're acting, but I'm saying to you, go and check what I'm telling you to go and check. Go check it. Then you're going to learn quickly how toxic this place is. You know,
Yeah.
and then you can start to see them screaming and squirming, not speaking so loud on their mics. So can't hear your voice. Speak up. Where's your venom?
Yeah, you'd be like me. Like I would just hit and run, where I would just blast them, drop the info, and leave. I'm not there to debate, and I know I'm not going to.
No, I don't debate them.
I'm just here for the audience. Like, they don't even
Yeah.
understand about the audience. It's like there
Yeah.
may be somebody listening in 5 years who
Yeah.
like hears this, and it's going to be my truth against your lies.
Yeah.
Whether it be,
Yeah.
like, one person is enough to hear.
That's it. That's it. So what they're doing is they're weakening their positioning. I said, you've come unhinged because you're not actually attacking the problem. You're attacking me, and that's not going to help you. You're going to get them to listen even more now to the truth. So then they mute me and try and do damage control because I've really hurt them. You know, I liken it to Mike Tyson uppercut to the jaw and then a right cross to the side of the head. Now they're reeling. Now you got to mute me because they've got to tidy that up. And as soon as they unleash that button, I'm bang on straight in again. I will finish what I was saying. Folks, if you're paying attention, you're not living on a spinning ball, or fire can't do that because fire is organic, you know. I really hit them hard every time.
Yeah,
Every time.
that's what I
Full
try to
blast,
do.
full volume.
Yeah,
Can you talk over everybody? I said, yeah, I have to, because you're not listening. And you will listen. I guarantee you. No, you will not. I'll put you on mute. Mute me. As soon as you unmute, you're going to be listening again. So you're only delaying the inevitable. The inevitable, boys and girls. Yeah, got to hammer them. Got to hammer it hard. Hammer them hard.
Well, they're going to interrupt you and try to derail and try to lie and try to obfuscate. Yeah. So, like, sometimes it's good to keep.
I go through all that. I just drive. I'm like a wrecking ball in a train. I'm through that, man. I'm coming through. You ain't got nothing talking about. They have to fuck.
I would say for me, it's like a runaway train and just like bashing through them.
I'm just bashing them up. I'm that bowling ball. All the pins have gone everywhere. Yeah, they need a new set of pins because those ones are all smashed up. Yeah, and when they start to hurl abuse, I give them abuse back as well.
Yeah, I'll have to ask.
I thoroughly enjoy it. I thoroughly enjoy it.
Scientific
Giving them a
evidence
whipping.
gravity, and it's over.
Yeah, and then when they mute me, I'm in the chat room bombing them with the fucking photographic proofs, irrefutable. You can't argue. This is natural law here. Yeah, and and it's just tsunami them with that. They're drowning. I mean, you need your life jackets because I'm going to tsunami you with the truth now. You know, I am surprised they let me in. Really am. Because I've said to them yesterday, I said, you're lucky I haven't got a machine gun in that room. Because if you think fire brought down these buildings, yeah, you think that, you don't speak again that lie. Easy. It's that easy. Count yourselves lucky, folks. One bomb blow you up because you're just toxic to that level. You're lucky.
I would say I'm non-violent, and I would prefer them to get justice when the time
I
comes.
just want to snap their legs. You know what I mean? Well, I'm from the old school, man. You break legs. You make them tell the truth. You smash one leg and the other leg, and then you ask them, "Is the earth spinning?" No, it's not spinning. Are you sure? Are you sure? Okay, now take yourself out of your right state. Next, come here. Do you know what I mean? You break the arm. Pow. Did the 9/11 go down did the buildings fall by fire? No. The other arm, bang. Are you sure? Why did you lie then? Why did you lie, bro? Bang. Who are you working for? That's
Jin,
what I want to do to him.
what do you think happens when the person lies to you?
Oh, it's when they lie. I mean, they just they're letting the side down. They're letting the
Are
side
they
down.
not punishing themselves in the future?
I don't know. These people don't seem to have any compassion. They don't even know the future, the way they act. Or they're acting like the future is a given. Do you understand? They seem to know the future the way they're acting because they don't have not one shred of remorse. And I'm saying to them, where is your compassion? Because if you see the women and the men talking about their loved ones, you can see on their face the loss. You can see it 20 years. The loss is on their face. They haven't been satisfied. They haven't got closure. The case is wide open. 20
Yeah, but we
years.
know atheists have no morals and they don't care about anything and they care about subjective truth and they don't care about abortions. They don't care about wars and
Yeah, but
murders.
you got to let them hear it, and you give it to
I
them with
know,
the
yeah, you
passion.
got to call them out on their
Yeah, I'm
bullshit,
gonna
but
call
that's the
them right
point is
out.
these atheists don't
I'm calling
care.
them right out, man. Right out.
Oh yeah,
Get
same
in
here.
there.
Yeah, same here. That's what my
Yeah,
questions are designed for.
yeah. I'm
Call
the
out the
same.
atheists.
That's what I do. So how can you sit there? You see, remember this. Those 3,000 people died. Everybody died that day. Everyone, including you scumbags. Don't even realize it. Yeah. Just imagine if it was you that died and your parents are there. This is how you would want them to be, yeah? People are saying the ridiculous things like fire can bring down a building, fireproof steel building. The temperatures never got that high to even begin to warp the steel. It was tickling the steel, tickling. But then you hear bombs. People heard bombs. I heard bombs. You heard bombs in the news report on that day. You heard it. So don't tell me they didn't hear explosions, silly asses. And if you did, and if you didn't hear, you must have been deaf. Go back and review, silly asses. Because when I come back to tomorrow, I don't want to hear any of you say fire brought down a steel building. Because I ain't going to let you go until you say I'm right. Believe you me. Yeah, and that's what I'm doing to them, man. I'm just, Jim, but you said it yesterday. Repetitiveness breeds excellence. Like I said, you don't have the excellence of a blade of grass. You're not even there yet. So I'm coming for you every day. You best ban me. You best ban me because that's the only way you're not going to hear my voice. Because if I'm coming in, this is what you're going to get. I don't care if you ban me. You're just proving your point. Toxicity. That's what you're doing. But you'll never forget what I did. Forget me. Ever. You'll hear 911 and Jin's face will come up. That's what's going to happen. You can't forget. You never will. I've already got into you already. You don't realize it.
The point is the hypocrisy. If somebody cares about 9/11, if somebody cares about Ukraine, but they don't care about the Palestinian Holocaust, they don't care about these other
Yeah.
events. Like, how do you care about one thing but not the other? Oh, this life or abortions. Oh, this is good and this is bad, but
Yeah.
abortion is okay, but war is bad. And it's like, you're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite.
Yeah. I can see where you're coming from there, like that. Yeah, I mean, I'm totally
Not
fed
you,
up with
not you.
Putin and the Ukraine thing. Already, as soon as I heard it was coming, I was already fed up with it because it's more of the same. They've planned this already, and like I've said, if the citizens are going to be running to put their little ticks in the box, they deserve what they get. Sorry, like I said, I'm dried out. I'm like a Sahara Desert where that's concerned. So it's time for them to all learn a lesson. Yeah, what the fuck are you living for? Honestly, sakes, wake up, people. running around putting X's in boxes, and then look at what you get. An unwanted fucking needle, and now bombs. It's raining bombs now. Oh, God. And it's usually the US is raining the bombs, but now it's Russia's turn. Don't be surprised if China kicks in with Taiwan. Telling you, man, you just keep watching.
I've asked multiple normies what's going on in Ukraine, and they're saying that there's civilians being slaughtered.
Yeah, I heard 2,000 odd.
You know what's really going on is the West is backing these neo-Nazis, right, in Western Ukraine.
There you go.
So all these leftists that are like pro-war, they're backing neo-Nazis. And I just, I know that war is bad and everything, but I just can't ignore the irony.
Yeah, you're absolutely right to bring it up. I mean, this is what I'm saying.
So, saying Ashkenazis are defending Nazis.
Real quick, does anyone have any good evidence that there's that much violence happening? How many are supposed to be dead? 2,000.
Everybody has an iPhone. Where's the iPhone videos of Ukraine? Show me some iPhone videos of Ukraine right now. Post them. DM me. You won't find them.
I've got a lot of messages
on Twitter and YouTube and Facebook.
Dude, there's no way 2,000, right? It's been what, 2 weeks?
Yeah, they said 2,000. Yeah, 2,000 deaths.
Oh wow.
That was what I heard 2 hours ago. Let's say right about 2 hours.
But if anyone's got some,
are we even allowed to talk about this fake war?
Probably not.
Probably not. No.
I don't know what we're allowed to talk about.
Next month. Next month we won't be able to talk about that.
But hey, I posted something. It's mass formation psychosis. I don't know if I'm allowed to post it, but I posted it anyway. You guys might want to check it out later. It's really inspiring, right? Because he said that they can only hypnotize 33% of the population. And the other 33% are the people that are going, wait a minute, no, you idiot, it's right in front of you. Open your eyes. And then the other 33% just don't care.
Right.
People are only going to care when their house is in jeopardy, when their relationship or wife is in jeopardy, when their job is in jeopardy, when their life is threatened. That's when they will care. Flat Earth, Ukraine, anything. But then there's the real people who will care even if it doesn't affect them. You will defend people that you don't even know and races that you're not even the race of because you're just a good human.
I received a message with Ronald Reagan's face on it. Ronald Reagan, what's he got to do with this shit?
Dragon?
Yeah, Ronald Reagan.
Ronald?
Yes, Ronald.
Don't know if you guys saw it, but Putin was actually on the Sun, the news station. He released a video basically saying if anyone in the West intervenes with what they're doing in the Ukraine, they're going to go to nuclear.
Yeah, I heard that yesterday. Yeah, I heard that yesterday, but couldn't give a shit. It's all bollocks. Nuclear.
It's really sad. It's sad that they're going through the playbook that Rothschild's, what is it called? Basically, where they said that they're going to do this whole how to suppress the population and get this rising pushback from the citizenry so that they can then impose martial law. And in terms of culling the numbers, they either wanted an epidemic or a war, and they listed 3 or 4 things, and they're literally going down the list. The other one was acts of nature. You see like flooding occurring all over the world at the moment, then wars, then pandemics. It's a multi-pronged approach to population reduction.
Forbidden topic.
Aren't they, to get the population down? They're desperate. They're desperate, man. Humanity needs to wake up because they're moving towards their goal, are they not?
Agenda 2030. Don't ban me.
Yeah, I think we're kind of getting out of the information war right now. And I think it's war on food at this point. And then once the war on food really kicks off, I think it'll be a war on water. And then, after that, it's pretty much the population's wiping themselves out while the government sit back and, anybody who's a hoarder, right, caught doing this wrong thing, right?
Yeah.
I would say they already released Codex Alimentarius 5, 10, 20 years ago.
That's right, yeah.
And malnutrition means death by diseases caused by malnutrition. McDonald's 3 times a week, high carbs, 5 meals a day. The disease increase from 1913 to 2020 is like 50% or insane amounts. The chronic disease due to diet. So we're killing ourselves with our diet and our 5 meal a day, high carb, high snacks, high chips. And then you add in sitting around, propaganda, fear for the dumbos who believe it.
So how do you know if you broke your ankle or if you sprained your ankle?
You're
Do
gonna
you
have
have
to
to get an
X-ray
X-ray?
it if you can't tell. You're
Yeah,
gonna have to X-ray it if you can't tell.
most of the time they're just going to say just rest it, but if you get an x-ray then obviously they can tell if it breaks or if it's broken. But
yeah, if you can't tell, then you're gonna have to have it X-rayed. Is it really badly swollen?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What happened exactly?
Well, I didn't remember for a long time, but then I remembered a week ago I slipped in the shower, and it was one of those slips where I almost did the splits, but the side of the shower wall stopped me.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure I banged my ankle pretty hard against the side of the shower.
Oh yeah, I can imagine that completely. Yeah, wow. Plus, it caught you by surprise as well, so you gave it a full bang there. Yeah, you didn't stop. It was the wall that stopped you. You didn't stop yourself, so you hit that 100%. Oh.
So, how do you know if it's broken or sprained?
Yeah.
If it's broken, you can't wiggle your toes.
No, that's not true.
If the ankle is broken, you will not be able to wiggle your toes. If it's a hairline fracture or a green stick fracture, you will still be able to wiggle your toes. Bruising, bruising like a tendon will typically swell up and go blue-purple very quickly, but you can still move your toes. If you can't wiggle your toes, that's when you know something seriously is broken.
That's good news. I got blue-purple and I can wiggle my toes.
Okay,
so it's tendon.
sprained then. So it's just hot and cold compress with Tiger Balm, and then don't put any weight on it for a while. That's it.
Yeah,
Tiger
I've already
Balm.
missed like a week of work.
Tiger Balm warms up all the ligaments and the at the locale, and you can do gentle rotation, just to see if you've got some movement, and then relax it, and then maybe in a couple of days, give it some more Tiger Balm on that, and start to do some physiotherapy on it. That's what I do anyway, when I sprain my ankle.
Yeah, I'm always doing something, but this is kind of a bad one. I don't think I've ever had this bad of a sprained ankle in my adult life.
Yeah, no, I've done it with just coming down the stairs and that just landed wrong, or playing basketball, jumped up, landed wrong on the ankle.
Or you get hurt sleeping, like once you're over 30, over 40 sometimes. Tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, my wife, she's elbowed me pretty good. I woke up with some, some highlights.
Yeah, there's multiple things. You can spin, and your sheet will catch your toe, or you'll sleep the
You
wrong
can
way.
fall out of bed. You
And
can just
then
fall out of bed even.
it's a crapshoot. After 40, it's a crapshoot.
Yeah. Well, I'm 60 and I'm still climbing on jungle gyms and that just for exercise. So resorting back to a kid again.
There's good days and bad days at 40, at 60. So
yeah, I turned 40 this year, so it's not surprising.
Oh, congratulations, you made it.
Yeah, 40.
4-0. I'm 20 years ahead of you. Wow.
Yeah, I was born in 82.
20 years ahead.
you got 20 more years of regular life than all of us, at least.
Yep, he has.
Because life will never be the same after 2020. But
yeah, as long as you keep your exercise routines going, you'll be nice and healthy. Just keep that exercise going and that. You won't fall ill. Healthy food and that, you'll be okay. Keep active. Usually slows down during winter. That's normal. But as soon as spring kicks in, fire up the engines, you get back out there. All that vitamin D from the sun and that. Before you know where you are, you're back to how you were there last year. Or the season before, autumn. Really nice day today. I only did 3 hours work. It was quiet, but the weather's been nice.
minus 33 Celsius today.
Oh, we've had lovely spring weather. I think it might have been up to perhaps 15 today. Let me check. Or 13 perhaps.
Yeah.
It was nice. There was a little bit of a chill wind though today compared to yesterday.
Everybody who loves winter usually doesn't live in a winter climate.
Oh, I see what you mean. No, I love snowboarding and all that. I'm up there, mate. I love all that. I love the winter.
Could you live in minus 34, minus 35 for
If I had the equipment and my ski-doo and everything else, I'm happy as Larry, mate. You better believe it.
Yeah, if you have money, yeah, for sure. If you have money.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy.
No, I was saying if I had the equipment, that means all the right clothing, which I've got anyway. I just don't have a jet ski or a ski-doo thing. I don't have. If I had one of those, I'd be well away, man.
Have you ever driven in a blizzard?
Oh, I've driven in a blizzard many times. Yeah. Whiteout, we call it.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good.
It's frightening. But, you're squeezing your butt cheeks all the time. Yeah, but love it. I've got studless tires.
Imagine living in a blizzard and minus 30 for 6 months of the year.
Yeah.
Hey, break. I just disproved gravity.
So, Jen.
How'd you do that?
Using sorcery? I don't know if that's kosher.
Sorcery, right? What do you mean?
So, can you be more specific? Did you, what happened?
You summoned a demon.
Yes. I'm not fucking with you.
All right.
Does that count?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
I mean,
You don't want to see a picture?
Demon
Want me to prove it?
McToon.
Want me to
it
prove
sounds
it?
pretty crazy. It sounds
All
pretty
right, I'll
crazy.
prove it. I'll prove it. Let me post it in the chat. Give me a minute.
Jin, I just wanted to give you props for, I think it was yesterday or the day before when you were in Gem Panda's server and you had all those guys scrambling. They were all ripping their hair out.
Thank you.
You were as calm as a cucumber. You were telling your story like you wanted to. You were getting every sentence out. And they were freaking out trying to keep you on point. And you were just meandering through their irrelevant points. I was laughing. I was muted, but I was just laughing at your absolute disregard for their stupidity.
Yeah, that's right. And I said to them, where's your humanity and your compassion? Because that's what you're going to need to live on this flat earth, man. You cannot carry on like this. Blatant lies.
Okay, I went ahead and posted my evidence. Take a look, guys. See what you think.
Evidence.
Okay, so you want to explain what you got there?
You want to read runes?
Yeah.
If you read runes, you can read it, at least some of it.
Well, I can't read runes.
Oh, gosh. Someone in here.
Well, I guess that's the...
Does no one here know runes?
Maths is reality.
Oh, and also there's a kind of a model of the flat Earth down there at the bottom, sort of, but with the moon in there.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? I'm looking at it.
You got the firmament.
All the wrong things on purpose?
The firmament, all that. You got all that in there.
He's saying all the wrong things on purpose.
No, I try to say the right things. The
You know
correct
we
thing.
don't have a model, right?
Well, why not?
Because we're not free enough to know what the entire shape of the Earth, the entire existence of the Earth is, right? We can't model something that is not an object that you can model.
Well, you can do your best.
We don't need to model it. It's already there. We don't need to do that. It's not a requirement.
Well, you guys believe in voodoo, right?
But like Hank said, you can't, if you're standing inside a warehouse, if you're inside the warehouse, you could never model the exterior of the warehouse.
Well, not perfectly.
Inside. No, not at all. How do you know
can
if
model
it's a
the inside of
building?
it? You can model the inside of it.
So we're not modeling the inside of this place. We're saying to create the model of the place. To model the warehouse.
No one knows what the outside looks like.
Outside.
No one knows what the outside looks like, but we can look at the inside.
Therefore, no model could ever be even
An
moderately
inside model.
accurate.
An inside model.
But again, it's not necessary.
Well,
so I want to
if
make
you're
a
doing
model
sorcery. If you're doing sorcery, it is.
A model of a car. You wanted to show me the model of the fuel. The fuel inside the tank is the model of the car. Is that what you're trying to state? We can create a model of what's inside, and it will.
It's not really the
what's
fuel.
outside.
It's not really the fuel, but something like that. It's not the whole thing, but it's a piece.
So if you saw a spark plug, you would know what the exterior of the car looks like from a spark plug.
Well, if you saw all the internal pieces, you could probably piece it together.
Correct. And we can't see all of this place, so therefore we can't piece it together.
Well, you could see all of it, theoretically, given enough time.
Incorrect, no.
Given enough time and resources, you could do it.
Let's talk about this voodoo and sorcery.
Yeah, but we don't really need to make a model, though. That's the thing. I mean, it's not.
Well, maybe you don't, but I do.
Well, then,
I just don't understand how this piece of paper with scribbling on it is some sort of proof for anything.
Well, it's just defying gravity a little bit, that's all.
How's that?
I mean, it's like float up at a... getting higher and higher as I talk. It's like just going vertical up in the sky.
Is it your intention only to make us look bad talking about voodoo and sorcery?
No. This is
Well,
on me.
how does
This is
sorcery
not you guys.
disprove? Yeah, but you know how things are viewed, right?
No, I'm not part of
Some
this.
guy.
I mean, I'm a new guy. You know, I'm not really entrenched
Yeah,
in
I
this
know.
community.
So I'm trying to follow your logic, right?
Mhm.
So you got something on a piece of paper, it's written down, right? And somehow this disproves gravity. How is that?
Well, it's not definite evidence of it, no, but it's anecdotal.
Okay, let's be specific and try and be specific about what specific part of gravity you think you disproved with your scribbles.
What part? What are parts of gravity? Which
You
how
just
do you
said it
divide up
didn't
gravity?
entirely. You said it didn't entirely disprove
Well, you would
it.
need to be peer reviewed and all that shit.
Okay, so when you were scribbling down, what did you think you were disproving about gravity?
Oh, that wasn't the intention.
So it was accidental.
Yes, I was
So
making a love spell for my girlfriend. Yeah,
great. So when you started the sentence by saying, "Here's my evidence that I've disproven gravity," and then you posted your scribble.
Well, I've done this before, like 8 times.
What make no sense, make no assertion.
No,
be very vague in what you're
I've done
talking
this
about,
experiment.
and then avoid the topic, and then double speak when you're asked to substantiate your point.
Okay, well, I've done this experiment about 8 times.
It's not an experiment.
Well, it's my kind of experiment.
Experiment is a cause and effect relationship.
Yeah. Let's listen to the experiment. Go ahead.
All right. So, what is an experiment? A cause and effect.
Natural observed phenomena, please.
Well, what about supernatural observed phenomena?
Natural observed.
Okay, it doesn't count then.
Please.
Doesn't count.
Yeah. Not an experiment. Thank you.
All right.
But carry on anyway. What did you do?
No, don't carry on.
I wrote a bunch of runes on some paper. If you want me to read it to you, I can.
Yeah, go on. Let's have
it's a little. If you're a Christian, you might want to deafen yourself.
I'm not religious. I'm not Christian, and I'm not religious.
Well, any Christians in here might want to deafen themselves. I'm just trying to be nice.
Can I just ask you something before you continue?
Bullshit, or what are you gonna? Why do we need to meet?
Well, it just might offend you.
You can't offend me or trigger me at all.
Oh, good if you have tough skin.
Go on then.
All right.
So
I haven't even finished it yet.
But I just want to ask very vague, quickly, or very vague, whatever.
Just call me Luke. Just call
Luke.
me Luke, man.
So you're very new to Flat Earth, correct?
Well, this community, but not new to the concept.
Okay. So,
and if there is a flat Earth, if there is a flat Earth, do you understand that there is a creator of this realm?
Yes.
Do you think that the creator is the devil?
I think the creator of the physical world is, yes, but not necessarily the spiritual world.
So what I'm trying to understand here is, like, for example, if I wanted to find out why Coca-Cola does something, I would go and speak to the person who runs Coca-Cola and find out why they do something. If I wanted to find out why Coca-Cola does something, would I go to their competition like Pepsi and expect to get the truth from Pepsi? So if
no,
I'm
not expecting to get the truth from Satan. Yeah, I'm not expecting to get I'm expecting to get a half truth,
which could also be considered a lie
or a half lie.
So does it make logical sense to go to
a flat earth society saying you prove science with the help of Satan? No. But do I make sense all the time? No.
Dude, everything you said doesn't make sense. First of all, this ain't the Flat Earth Society. Has no one told you that?
Flat Earth Consortium. What is it called? Flat Earth Club.
Flat Earth Discord. 24/7.
Yeah, okay. The official name, right.
Yeah, that's what it
No,
is.
no, no, no. Wait, come on. This is not
Flat
the
Earth
official name,
Discord 24/7.
implying that. No, come on, bro. When you say it's the official name, implying that one of our other, unknown unofficial names, right, is Flat Earth Society.
Okay, I'm sorry if I offended anyone.
That's
So we're
okay.
not
That's
them.
okay. You're getting there, though.
Yeah, we're not them. They say the wrong things on purpose. A
I
lot
know.
like
I've
you've
heard about
done.
them. I've heard about them, and I know they're bad guys. So,
All right.
Well, your actions have been mirroring theirs so far.
All right.
well, that was unintentional because I never even talked to them.
Okay. Well, that means you're not being serious then. That's the problem, see.
Oh, you want me to be serious?
Oh, I just wanted to be serious. Yeah, because this is a serious topic. It's not a joke.
Well, let me put my ring on my other finger. Hold on.
Yeah.
I don't think you
Flat Earth is
understand
not
gravity.
flat Earth is not a joke. It's
The
the reality
gravity.
we live.
All right, I'm in serious mode now.
Okay.
You're in gravity mode?
Yeah, I'm in right-hand path mode.
All right.
What, white wizard mode?
Yeah. So what do you want?
About demiurge? So what is this demiurge talking about?
The demiurge is, if you read Gnostic texts, you'll learn about him. Not Gnostic, Gnostic.
Yeah, nasty. Where's that
The
from?
Dead Sea Scrolls. Dead Sea Scrolls.
Oh yeah, that's it. Okay.
There's a lot of books in there that aren't in the Bible per se.
And have you considered reading maybe like the book from the person who made the place that you're living in? Or is
In my
only a
house?
cult?
My dad hasn't written a book.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant.
Oh, you mean my other dad? Okay. Of course I've read the Bible. Yeah.
Okay.
Do you want me to read
I
this
think
or
this
not?
guy's problem is he's an asshole.
I'm not. I'm trying to be nice.
I think he's just trolling. He's trying to get a reaction.
No, I'm not trying to get a
I'm
reaction.
sure,
I'm just trying to
Natalie
posit.
loves you.
I just fired society because I knew it would I'd get a kick out of you guys.
I want to finish this spell, so I want to make this quick. I got this spell to finish. I got to make this quick. So it just says, by the power of Nuit, I invoke you.
Your spell
and then
work.
That's up in the top right. That's the invocation. Then there's a signature. And then it says, Hail Lilith, I marry you. Or bind you. You can look at it two different ways. And then the top left,
evil spirit for help. Is that what you're doing?
Well, she's not totally evil.
Yeah, well, why are you doing it here?
Not totally evil, so she's evil then.
Well, a good part of her is, yeah, I won't deny that. But who isn't?
Hey man, you're gonna have to take this down in a religious chat or something because
all right, if anyone wants to come with, I'll be down there.
Yeah, go down there.
Oh. Well, we're getting some right people these days, aren't we? We're getting some
or maybe I'll go to
right
Chill Chat. Chill Chat, they understand me.
Yeah, go to Chill Chat. They might understand you, yeah. We're getting some right mixed bags of flat earthers, if they are. Honestly, what is happening there today?
That's New Agers. Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Yeah, New Age.
If he's a flat earther, I'll eat my hat.
He's a flat earther gonna be anyway. Even if he doesn't realise it.
He's a new troller.
He's a flat earther gonna be.
Gotta say, it's the first time I heard somebody trying to cast a spell.
Yeah, what's going on there? You know what I mean? We're so powerful, they're coming in with voodoo now, honestly.
When was the last time somebody was talking about voodoo?
Flat Earth are so naturally powerful. They want to cast spells to stop us. My word.
Yeah, it's all they can do.
More
My
fantasy.
spell book isn't
Fucking
working.
hell.
It's like, are we doing this in English, like American English? Okay,
Can you
whatever.
still cast a spell if you have a lisp? Does the lisp like keep you from casting a spell correctly?
The what? The lift?
If you have a lisp, can you
Oh,
still
a
cast
lift.
your magical spells?
Can you cast a spell if you have a lisp? How, how are you gonna do that if you can't even pronounce the words properly?
Make sure to throw the dice
When
with your Dungeons and Dragons game.
right, it's Wingardium Leviosa.
That was just disrespectful. Like, hey, what are you doing? What? Get out of here.
I just wouldn't want a newcomer to come in here and hear all that bullshit spewing out of his mouth.
I swear I was thinking about Harry Potter when he said all that shit.
Oh, good imagination.
He's gonna turn himself into a frog.
Dr. Harry. It's reduced.
Did you hear him say he was going to change his ring, put it on the other finger so he could take the right hand path?
That's what he said,
You
yeah.
know, the Hegelian people, they control both sides.
He's
And he
trying to
was,
become some kind of, Gnostic. Kind of Gnostic dude. I practice black arts.
Gnostics only exist on the flat Earth. It's that simple.
All right, Gnostic. What's that mean?
Don't be seduced by the power of the dark side of the Force.
Yep.
Is there hotter women on the dark side?
Nope. Not
no, we got
hot.
flat earth females way hotter. Guarantee it. Wise words from Flat Earth Solar. Seduced with the power.
Seduce with the power of the flat earth. The purity of the flat earth. Yeah. Yeah, man. We're doing them up. This year's been a good year for whipping those globe heads to pieces. Yeah, been a good year so far.
It's fascinating how most of the sins revolve around wanting yourself to be the power. You want to be in the jury. You want to make your own life. Why should you be responsible or accountable to anyone? And it's the same when it comes to this, that you could pray to the creator of this realm, and if it's in his plan, he'll bless you more abundantly than you could even pray for. But yet, especially like that guy was just speaking now, they get seduced by the idea that I can do it myself. I can say this spell. I can write these runes, and then I have the power to do these things. It's the seduction of the ego. Why do I need to?
Yeah.
Why do I need to wait for someone else to make the decision? I just want to be
the instigator. I want to be the one who does it all myself and get all the glory myself. And if you know anything about the spiritual realm, you mean nothing to them. You're just another meat sack to which they can possess and do what they like. So they seduce you with all these promises, and it's kind of like the globe lie. All these promises of gains, and then when they need to, they'll throw you under the bus.
Yeah. They'll never throw me under the bus because I'm not part of their game.
And if you've discovered the truth of this realm, that it's nothing like what you were originally taught, how could you possibly start becoming fascinated in the enemy's working?
Yeah.
White magic. I bet people can come up with something.
We're getting some right weirdos coming in though, man. My word. It really is messed up out there.
Yeah, what's so sad is like this whole Russia-Ukraine thing. I heard a couple of 14-year-olds discussing it, and they were like, go Russia, flatten that stupid country, kill everyone, women, children. It's like they want to try and be as shocking as they possibly can to get a reaction.
Yeah.
And to hear the 14-year-olds siding with Russia.
Did that 14-year-old know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, hello. Yo, can I stream now?
Yeah. Like you said, it's really messed up out there. Really messed up.
Did that individual know that the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Flat or solar?
Nope. All that child knew was indoctrination in video games.
Well, I'm just saying someone needs to set him straight at some level.
Yeah, he needs to come across a flat earther.
Well, that's just it. I thought with the way he said the story, I thought he had. Flat or solar. I thought he was talking about two like teenage boys that were within earshot of him.
I thought it was just a story of some 14-year-olds talking shit that they have no clue about.
I think they were girls, I think he said. Two 14-year-old girls, I think. Didn't realise he
Two
meant boys.
14-year-old girls who never paid a bill in their life and who have no clue about how the world works.
Yeah, shame, isn't it?
I should take my advice from somebody who's never paid a bill in their life. Probably. Who's never been oppressed, who hasn't seen Waco, who hasn't seen 9/11, who hasn't seen the 1993 Oklahoma bombing, who hasn't seen all these other psyops. I should believe a 14-year-old. Oh, there is some educated or smarter 14, 17, 18, 20, but to come in here and be 15 or 13 and think that you know more than people who have been in the system for 20 years or 40 years, Come on.
Well, that's the first thing I say to the youngsters, that you can't know more than me.
Exactly.
Once you realize that, then you're going to learn a lot. So you've got to, and while growing up at your age, what I used to hear was the grown-ups never did anything for the youngsters. That's what I used to hear. That's why the youngsters never used to listen to the grown-ups. So I don't want to be that guy. So I'm going to
But that's
download
also,
it.
that's not strictly true, because everybody has their strengths. So you can meet a 14-year-old who,
You're right.
in their specific thing, they could know a lot more in
Oh,
that specific subject, but not
absolutely
generally.
correct. Absolutely correct. But I said they can't know more. I still stand by those words. They cannot know more than me. I've lived longer. So they cannot know more than me. No, they cannot. They can know something given subject in their age group, but anything in the past, they cannot know more than me. So I give them that because they're young. They know what's going on now. But if I'm keeping up with the youngsters as well and what's hip in their world, then I'll be knowing what they know as well. So at the end of the day, yes, but they cannot know more than me.
Yeah, you can't buy experience.
Exactly. They cannot know more than me. They just cannot. That age they're at. Impossible.
Yeah,
If you haven't
that's
lived
very true.
20, 40, 50, 60 years, then how do you know?
Yeah. How can you know more than a 60-year-old unless you're talking about something that's relevant to their time? And even then, I might even know that anyway.
Yeah, like a 14-year-old might know more about Roblox or Minecraft than you, but the world, no.
No, exactly.
And if you think about the hours that you spent after hours studying this topic,
right.
That's the thing for me, is like I spend much of my evening doing research, usually about say 6 hours a night. And when I start adding it up, that for the last 7 years you've been spending 6 hours a night, effectively you are almost a couple of thousand hours ahead of anybody else entering the topic.
Yeah.
And like you were saying, it's just the time factor, the fact that you've been alive so long,
Yeah.
and hungry for knowledge means that you've definitely acquired more data than the person who's 15.
That's it, you see. Yeah. And then all the life experiences on top of all that as well, how to maintain things, Yeah. As I said, you can't know more than me, so relax and learn, because what I learned when I was a youngster was the youngsters didn't learn anything from their elders. That's what I learned when I was your age, young. Okay? And I never forgot that. The youngsters were always complaining that these old codgers, they're only complaining. Aha! So I thought, okay, when I get older, I don't want to be that old man complaining. I'd rather download the information so they can at least avoid the mistakes I made. Don't you want to learn that? Right, that's the whole point of us being older than you. So now you're going to learn the mistakes that I made, and you're never going to make them. One is the flat earth. I made a mistake. When I was taught it at school about the globe, I never checked it because I trusted the teachers. I never checked. And then as I got older, I should have been checking, but I didn't check. I still trusted. Busy working and everything else and enjoying life, I thought. So, and then I got to 53 and I had that rude awakening. And during that 53 years, I'd already uploaded the information to my brain that the earth is level, but I didn't connect it. In other words, my eyes were wide shut. In other words, they were open, but they were shut. I didn't see anything. I missed it. And nature was screaming out that we're level, we're not moving. It's a level plane, man. We're not a ball. So now you're going to learn all that right now quickly so you don't have to make that mistake. And you can laugh at your teachers when they start telling you the earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space. You can laugh in their face with that one. Literally. Because if I was in your shoes now and I knew that the earth was flat, I would be the loudest kid in that school. That school would know the earth is flat because I'd be slagging off those teachers big time. I'm not going to worry what other people think. When the teachers can't answer the questions, the simple questions, have you measured the curvature, sir? Miss, what about the curvature? Miss, who detected the spin, miss? How did they do that, miss? Can you show us the spin on this earth, miss? Sir, what about the curvature, sir? And then the problem with the vacuum. Yeah, I mean, come on, sir. Yeah, they're going to be embarrassed. So this is the whole point. I want them to challenge their teachers and embarrass them in their classrooms, because that's what I'd love to do if I had that knowledge. Yeah, if I could go back in time with this knowledge, boy, Flat Earth would have been well known soon. I'll probably be in the BBC News. Be on the BBC News. Gin CBR1 proves Flat Earth. Secondary school kid. Genius. So I always start like that to the youngsters. You can't know more than me. All right, so let's not fight and argue that one. Okay. All right. Now here's the benefit of the knowledge that you're going to need to avoid all the potholes that are coming up. I fell in every single one of them. So now I can tell you about them. All right.
Yeah, I would say that the youth do not trust their elders. They would trust the government before their elders.
Yeah. Yeah.
So the government is their god, and that's the end of that.
Yeah, but you know, the thing is, when I'm finished with them and they want to carry on believing the government, I always say to them, don't ever say no one told you the truth, yeah? Okay? You cannot say no one told you. Bye. Good luck.
That's the best part, where at Judgment Day, when they're crying and saying, nobody told me that. Nobody told me. Well, guess what? Jin told you, Northern told you, many people told you. You just denied it because you hate God and you love money. Simple as that.
Yes. Okay, let's see. Where's photograph? What's going on? The hell is this?
Jen. Jen.
Yeah.
What's up?
Am I hot micing? No, is that skeptical?
Yeah.
Yeah. We killed him off yesterday. We killed him off yesterday, didn't we?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. When he
And
started
for
talking about his, do you remember he started talking about his uncle, and I said, I shit on your uncle, and I shit in his mouth and piss on his face. Your uncle. Yeah. You know, that's all they deserve. I shit on your uncle. I don't give a shit
See,
about your uncle.
My uncle measured the distance to the sun. I shit on your uncle.
I said, I shit on your uncle and I piss in his mouth. Fucking lying bastard. You should go into that Gem Panda when I'm in there, man. You crack up the things that I say to him.
You're saying what I feel, but sometimes I don't say.
Yeah, you just got to let him have it. Let him have it. Double barrels, both barrels, man.
What I personally do appreciate about Jim and other ballers is when you present a compelling evidence, proof, right? They would immediately dismiss it. They would really misrepresent, misperceive everything you say. That's actually do, and I don't appreciate. So for me, this is what Jim did yesterday. It's been misrepresenting what he provided actually. Just that infrared whatever video, right? Like, oh, you see, oh, that person is in. It doesn't matter, man. But listen to the content, right?
Yeah. What's the problem, man? You know, the information is there. In order for building number 7 to come down at that rate, I said to them, they had to dismember 400 joints per second per floor. Fire can never do that. You know?
Yeah.
Fire can never, it will never do that. It didn't do it yesterday. It didn't do it today. It will never do it tomorrow. It's never going to do it forever. Fire will never, ever do that. It can't, because that's the law of nature. It will not bring down a well-built, secured steel building, fireproof, to withstand office fires for 2 hours across the beams and the girders, 3 hours. And the industry inside knowledge is this, that buildings, skyscrapers, and the office equipment has to be fire resistant. That's why they know that if it's going to go up, it all goes up within 30 minutes. And then the fire moves on looking for some more combustibles, they said. It's looking, you know, and as soon as it moves away, the steel starts to cool down again.
Yeah.
So, you know, and they're idiots, aren't they? How can they not understand that?
I mean, for me, things are pretty obvious. You don't understand why they can't even think about that. Ridiculous, really.
That's why I said to them, if you're going to stay there and tell me that fire brought it down, you're lucky I haven't got a machine gun in my hands now. That's what I said. Plan of truth. And you're silenced. And I followed it up with, where's your compassion? Because if you see the people who died, the loved ones of the ones who lost their loved ones, their face, it's on their face, the loss, you know, 20 years, right? And you can see that the loss is still there. They're not complete. They are still devastated. They haven't got closure. And if you can't see that and do something to learn about their pain so that you can then see that you're on the wrong side, give me a machine gun, man. Give me a machine gun. Fuck. If I don't kill you, I'll shoot your legs off. So you're still half alive. Cunts.
Yeah.
Old school. That's what you do with these people. Break a few kneecaps to wake them up. Is the earth flat? Smack, smack on both knees. Is it flat? Yeah, yeah. Ah, yeah. Ah. Why did you lie then? Snap the other arm. Sure, okay, I'll give up. Yeah, get it next. It's always, you know. The next one's already, it's flat, mate, it's flat. Yeah, get your knees out. Bang, 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 bang. That's for lying to everyone. Next.
Oh man.
Polymerp. Polymerp, are you there?
Hello.
Or you punish them by
Good.
tying their hands to the desk, right?
Jin, there's a new VC verified Polymerp.
Polymer. Oh, hello. Okay. We've got something to do. Is he ready, VC verified? Really?
Yeah, he spoke.
Okay, well,
Hello.
good evening to you. Where are you on this flat Earth? Where are you? Where are you, sir?
Australia.
Can you hear me? Are you in Australia? Okay, so that means it must be what? Is it 8 o'clock for you there coming up? 20 to 8? 20 to 9?
Yes.
Which one?
8:40.
Okay, so it's 20 to 9. Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Have you had a good day?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so what brings you to the server then, sir?
I believe the Earth is flat.
Oh, you believe that? Really?
Yeah.
And how did you come to discover this?
I've tested with my friend.
Hello.
Okay, can you talk us through your test? Because that's very interesting.
Hello.
So we stood on different sides of a lake, and then
Hello.
tried to see.
Hello. Hello, I can hear you.
Oh yes,
Hang on a
hello.
second.
And then their legs weren't below the water.
Okay.
So yeah, it wasn't really flat. I mean, not round. It was flat.
I mean, hang on a second. Where was this lake that you were at?
Where was the lake? What was the distance?
I was in a different town because he lives very far away.
What was the distance exactly in kilometers or miles?
It was like 2-3 kilometers. Let me find it.
Oh, that's not very long, is it? 2-3 kilometers. So it's like a mile long, a mile and a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. 5 kilometers being a mile and a half. If you half that, so yeah, just over a mile long, a mile and a bit. Okay, so you were there, but what did you actually do to check? I mean, what did you do
You can't even see a guy 2.5 kilometers away.
Yeah, I have binoculars.
Okay.
Tried to see his feet.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
Yeah. What time of the day was it?
Hello.
Morning, afternoon?
I was like,
Hello, I would like to
3.
ask about a question.
Okay, just 1 second, yeah.
Okay, so what is with the ISS?
Yeah, what do you want to know about the ISS? What is it exactly you want to know?
Look, I would like to know about if what did they do with the ISS?
What did who do with the ISS? Are you talking about NASA?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, okay.
They gave you a cartoon, and you believe that there's a cartoon flying space.
Yeah, I'm still not understanding where his question's going. Well, what do you mean? What did they do? What do you want to know about? What is it you want to know about the ISS itself? I mean, do you think it's up there?
No, I think they think it. Look, that's why I ask you. I'm confusion.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit confused. That's all. Do you believe it's up there, or you think it's faked?
Look, I don't know. This is what I'm asked about.
Okay, you don't know. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand. Let me explain now.
If you want to answer my question, would be good.
Yeah, I'm going to answer your question. I had to know what kind of question you were formulating. I did not understand your
can you answer
question.
my question?
I can answer it now. I can answer it now that I know what your question meant. Okay? You want to know if it's up there or not. Well, no, it's not up there. That's the answer to your question.
What is happening with it?
What do you mean? What has happened with it? Is it lost? Is it gone? What do you mean?
Nothing. It's a cartoon. It's a cartoon.
Cartoon. Okay. Now we're talking.
Yeah, you believe in a cartoon that you can never verify. The ISS does not transit the moon. There's no pictures of the ISS. If there is, post one in live stream, please, or DM it.
Yeah. And the other thing about the ISS, that the zone that it's supposed to be in, which is 250 miles up, that zone, according to the astronomers, is highly radiated, 25,000 rems as we speak. So if there's anybody up there, they would be instantaneously radiated to death. Okay? According to the astronomers. I don't believe there's anything up there anyway, but if what they say happened in 1960...
How would they be killed if there's nothing up there?
How would they what?
You said they will die.
Yeah. The reason I say that is because back in I can tell you, back in 1962, the Pentagon, NASA and Russia...
Wait, what? 19 what?
1962.
Oh, 62, okay.
Yeah, 1962, there was an event known as Operation Starfish Prime, aka Dominic, aka Fishbowl of the Lord. Okay.
Oh, fish.
They set off. Yeah, it's just the names they gave this event. Okay, just listen. They set off a nuclear bomb, megaton bomb in the Earth's atmosphere. Okay. What they tried to do, they tried to destroy the Van Allen radiation belts. They wanted to go to the moon, okay? But it resulted in a failure, and it created a radiation belt, supposedly 100 times more lethal than the Van Allen radiation belts. That's why, and that was at 247 miles up. So if the ISS is up there,
how many meters?
247 miles up.
Yes. Well, how long in meter? I don't know.
I can't tell you that in meters. You know, I can't. Google it. Just Google that.
I can't do it.
You can Google it.
This is going into the weeds into Narnia.
Yeah. I'm just trying to give him the overall view on how it's not up there according to NASA's story and the astronomers'
according to NASA's story, everybody would be dead and you can't survive. But
yeah, that's right. So let's just keep it on that. That's the reality of the story.
That's why I asked him for his. If you think there's an ISS up there, post it in live stream, post it in DMs, and I'll post it. Okay, they don't. So why are you talking about their?
It's okay. He's asking a valid question. Let him ask his question. We have to be hospitable all the time. So I'm giving him the benefit of my knowledge on the fact that the ISS can't be up there because if they're up there, they're dead. The radiation would kill them. Okay? Because 25,000 rems would instantaneously kill that individual. Any astronaut up there. No living thing can be in that environment.
If there was 25,000 pounds of unicorn farts, I would die also.
Yeah, that's correct. You would, indeed.
We can make up any stories about what's up there. There's 250 grams. There's 250 unicorn farts up there. There's 250 unicorn.
Yeah, let's not get him confused. Basically,
how big is unicorn?
Well, I think it's the size of a horse, isn't it?
Oh, horse.
Yeah, the horse with the horn. Yeah?
Just ask him this question. Do you have any globe proof? Ant Potato, do you have any globe proof?
No, I'm flat Earth on this server.
Yeah, Yeah, he's a flat earther. You see, he just wants to know about the ISS.
I was just
and
I was looking for information.
yeah. So I'm giving you the information.
Okay,
So
thank you for giving me
let's use
information.
an analogy.
There is no
Ah, it's
picture.
so loud.
Let's use an analogy then. A rifle bullet travels at about 900 to 1,000 miles per hour. The ISS is said to be traveling at 17,500, which is effectively 17
How
times
many
faster,
kilometers per hour?
24,000 kilometers per hour.
24. That's fast.
Yeah, that's 26
No,
times the
ridiculous.
speed of sound. Yeah,
It's not
much
only fast, it's ridiculous because they say that there's human beings in that object that's moving 17 times faster than a rifle bullet. Now, you can't even see a rifle bullet if you shot it from the side. So if you're standing like in a third person's observer point of someone shooting a rifle bullet, you can't even see that rifle bullet. Now, an object that's meant to be the size of a football field is moving 17 times faster than that rifle bullet with human beings inside it. And we can look up at our night sky and see it moving very slowly across the sky. So it's
what a load of bullshit.
correct.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, it's supposed to be moving 26 times faster than the speed of sound.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able
26
to see
times.
that.
Yeah, there you go.
What nonsense.
And for me, I was raising this in Gem the other day saying, what's the air speed record? If you go and look up what's the land speed record, it's about 600-700 miles per hour on land. When you look up the air speed record, it's 3,700 miles per hour.
Wait, how
About
many
5,000
kilometers per hour?
kilometers. 5,000. So now
5
the
or
airspeed
5,000?
record, 5,000.
Oh.
Now, remember that they say that thing's doing 24,000. So why is the airspeed record only 3,000 if we have an object in the air doing 24,000?
Yeah.
Why you ask me?
No. He's just getting you to think.
I'm trying to learn. I don't know.
Oh, that's okay. Good. That's okay. We're just trying to ask you to think about it. That's all. Just think, because, like you said, it's BS. Like you said.
Yeah, these are questions that don't have answers.
Yeah.
And that's why when you ask it like rhetorically, because there isn't an answer, that's why I'm sort of saying it. I don't mean it at you personally. Just sort of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm go get water.
Okay, yeah, go on. When we talk to you, we mean we're talking to you, not at you. But yeah, 26 times the speed of sound is ludicrous speeds, and things don't break off. Those solar panels are solid, man.
And they say that those rockets that they're sending up to the ISS are traveling with human beings inside of it. Yeah. So why doesn't the rocket then have the airspeed record of 17,000 miles per hour to break the gravitational attraction of this ball Earth? Why isn't it recorded? Why isn't it an actual measurement that sits in the Guinness Book of Records as the fastest speed we can travel through the air? When we're busy traveling through the air at that speed, but the record is 1/7 of that speed, 1/8. Yeah. It makes no sense. If it was real, it would hold the record for the airspeed record.
Exactly. That's right. Exactly. It's the same thing with the. Do you remember when they put the actual Hubble telescope up into space? Okay, that was the heaviest payload that was ever taken to space. Okay, and it should have been in the Guinness Book of Records. It's not there. Okay, so it's not even in the Guinness Book of Records. The heaviest payload ever taken up to space was the Hubble telescope, and I'm sure this recent one, the James Webb. Yeah. Okay. If you look in the Guinness Book of Records, it won't be there. Because it should be. That should be the heaviest one.
Correct.
There you go. So you can tell that they shoot themselves in the foot every day of the week, these people. Idiots.
Then Gemside just argued that maybe the Guinness Book of Records has very strict requirements to be listed in the book. And therefore, maybe the rocket with the humans didn't quite meet every strict requirement that Guinness had set for them. And that's probably the logical reason why an object that's in the air traveling 8 times faster than the current record is not recorded as such. It's retarded.
Hello, I'm back.
We know they all have a retarded excuse
Hello.
for every single thing.
Hello. Welcome back.
Hello, I'm back.
Yeah.
Hey,
Is that
so
Masato?
Thank you.
I checked where I did the test. It's 3.5 kilometers. Is that not enough?
Enough for
Does it
what?
need
Oh,
to be
yeah,
longer?
that's enough. No, that's
Oh,
all right.
well, yeah,
That's all right.
exactly. I couldn't see his feet.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, that's all right. I mean, it's a good test anyway.
It was at what's it? Smith's Lake.
Okay, it was at Smith's Lake, yeah.
Yeah.
And so is there have you got any other reason why the Earth? You believe the Earth is flat? Should I say?
As far as I
Yeah.
can, I've been on this server for a bit now. Looked at quite a bit of stuff. Seems pretty.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as I can
How
tell.
long? How long is a bit?
Like maybe a year.
Oh, that's good. That's
I mean,
good.
I haven't talked as much. I've been on the chill chat from time to time. But yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. I understand they're not talking a lot because I was the same. I wanted to be able to articulate it, so I did some studying first. Didn't take me a year though. I mean, just a couple of weeks really. Well, I should be a bit more honest now. A couple of months at least. I should have to say 3 to 4 months before I could begin to talk the basics. Okay, it's taken years to get to where I am now, but just to talk the basics with the horizon and the lack of the spin, the lack of curvature thing.
You've been
the
on this
basics.
server for a year?
I don't know. I think.
You think?
Let me check. I've been on here for a while.
Wednesday, December 19th or 29th, 2021.
December.
Okay.
So not that
December.
long. So never mind.
So like 2 months.
Okay. Yeah, 2 months. My bad.
2 months is not a year, is it?
Feels like, although it does feel
My
like a
bad.
year, I could say that sometimes.
Yeah, I've just been reading a lot, to be honest. Haven't really done much.
Okay, well that's good anyway.
Feels
Well,
like
I'm
it's been a long time.
all I can say is welcome aboard.
Thank
at
you.
least,
Thank you.
because if you are really a flat earther and that, that's cool.
Why do you not have an Earth roll yet?
What's your greatest piece of evidence that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, as I said, the test. That's honestly like all the evidence I've got, but.
Okay, so what piece of evidence got you to go out and do the test?
I mean, I joined first when I joined the server, I got VC checked and I was told about like some basic stuff, and then I joined the chill voice chat. And then
Okay, so I'm asking about that basic stuff. What was said to you that made you want to go out and test it? The reason I ask this is that we're interested in what leads people to start the journey.
When I was joining the chill chat, there was one guy. No. The monkey, something monkey. I can't remember, but he told me about like how
Evil monkey.
I don't remember. Evo?
Monkey IPO or something.
Evo the mod monkey. Evo the emerald monkey.
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. He
Yeah,
had
go
his
on.
camera on and he told me, hey, like you should go test it out for yourself. And like, you know what? Yeah, I have a free weekend. So I went to go test it out. And
So can you describe your test that you conducted?
yeah, I went up to the Smith's Lake. And then
Australia?
Yeah, in Australia. And then I tested if I could see his feet or not. And I mean,
over a distance of 3 kilometers,
3.5.
wasn't it?
3.5.
3.5 kilometers. So it's just short of just over a mile and a bit, mile and a half, let's say.
Yeah.
So what's challenging, why I'm asking about all these details, is that generally a 6-foot observer is said to have a horizon at about 3.5 miles, which is about 5 kilometers.
Yeah, 6 kilometers.
So,
roughly.
So you want to try and find an observation that is exceeding 5 to 6 kilometers, just generally speaking,
I don't think I can see that far.
because then you'll instantly see that you can see the entire shoreline on the opposite side. Whereas when you go to the curvature calculator, the Earth curvature calculator, and you type in those known distances and the observer height, then you have something. Isn't that too much what?
Fog.
Oh no.
I don't understand your question.
Fog.
He's talking about like
Fog.
refraction and fog, you know, the mist, the dew in the morning.
I don't know if I'll be able to see the other side because 3 miles is quite a bit. Especially here in Australia, it's quite hot. There's always like water evaporating.
So you just debunked yourself by saying you did not. What is your 3.5 mile test prove? You said you didn't see his feet.
No, 3.5 kilometers.
Yeah.
1 mile.
It doesn't matter whether the dog is a male or female, and I call it a male. It's like this.
Yeah, but
3
he said he's
miles
only done a
and 3
mile.
kilometers is quite a distance. A difference.
Yeah, there's a difference in distance there. Yes, there is.
Yeah.
So he's
Well,
done a
3
mile and
kilometers,
something.
This is a lake. This is a lake as well. Like.
Wait, how many kilometers is a mile?
1.6.
You let them go into the weeds, and they just go and go and go.
Yeah, so the purpose of a test is to establish something that gives you a definitive answer at the end. So like the guy just said now about a dog being male or female, you can call it male or female. Now you have to go and design a test to determine that it is male or it is female, and that it cannot be the other one. So the same thing with these long distance observations. The best thing you can do is get close to the water surface. So I don't know if you could actually get into the dam or into the river, but if you could get your eye to like a centimeter above the water level, and then you look at that level all the way to the other side, you will see that that water remains level. And on the other side, you see the shoreline with your eye just above the water level. Then it means that any deceptible curvature would have been seen the same way that if you were playing pool or snooker, that when you look down the pool cue, when you look down the stick that you use, you can then see the differences very precisely because your eye is close to the surface. It's the same thing with the water observations. If you're going to be standing at your normal 6-foot observer height, then you need longer distances. The distances that have been recorded from the flat, as close as you can get it, buddy. With the flat Earth observations, we've got 34. I'm just mid-sentence. Hold on a sec. You can ask your question once I'm finished. Hold on a sec. That means hold on. I'm mid-sentence. You're interrupting my flow. Okay, well, I've lost it now. Go ahead.
Yo, and let the man speak and finish his sentence before you interrupt. Thank you.
Okay,
well,
show respect.
Yeah. Okay, answer your question now because you had to stop. What's your question? You may ask your question now.
Me?
Yes. My word. So you're not going to ask it?
To me, it sounds like a LARP. He said he did a 3.5 kilometer, 1.5 kilometer. He didn't see the guy's feet. What does this prove? Like, what is he talking about?
No, I saw
this
his
is
feet.
where... Yeah, there you go.
I probably misspoke. My bad.
So what did you do? What did you see? You didn't see his feet. So what is this? You did see his feet.
I did. I misspoke.
He said he did.
Yeah.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, man.
This is what we were trying to get to, you see, and he was already there. We're just fine-tuning your story, making sure that you're legit.
Okay, so my question was, how close my eye have to be to a lake?
Well, 6 inches, 5 inches, as close as you can get it.
How many centimeters inch?
Okay, 2.5 centimeters.
Okay, so how many
Trolling. This is
have
trolling. This is obvious.
How about 0 centimeters? Put your eye in the water, moron.
What?
When I said to you, get your eye as close to the water as possible. Does as close as possible mean half a kilometer? Does as close as possible mean 10 inches? Those are questions
yes,
that you can
yes.
answer.
Yes, it does.
Yes,
That
as
is
close as
closest.
possible means 10 inches. That's as close as you can get your eye to the water, 10 inches.
Okay, well, I will
25
I go to
centimeters.
lake. I bring a swim goggle. Okay, for you.
Yeah, then put your goggles
and then I
in
show
the
picture
water
of my eye on water.
so
Okay,
that your
and then I
goggles
prove
are.
to you that you are not the smart one.
Okay. You're a flat earther, yes?
No, he's not.
I thought he was.
He doesn't get that. If you're in the water and you submerge yourself to eye level with the water, you can see miles and miles and miles and miles.
So I did that exact experiment where I put myself in a lagoon. The lagoon spans the whole eastern coast of Mozambique, which is on the east coast of Africa. The lagoon was 8 kilometers long. Then there was a sand belt, and then it went off into the ocean. And by putting my eye literally that the seawater was touching my eyeball. So at the point that I just almost start to lose focus because my pupil is now being dissected by the waterline,
Yeah.
I could see the entire 8 kilometer lagoon. I could see the sandbank, and then I could see the water behind was at the same level as my eye level in the lagoon.
That's 5 miles. That is 5 miles.
That to me was the definitive moment when I stood up out that lagoon and said, "Holy shit! Water is flat. Water is level."
If you can see 5 miles, that is level.
Wait, how many kilometers is 5 miles?
8 kilometers. 8 kilometers.
Do you have a listening issue? Because I said 8 kilometers, and then Jin added 5 miles, so that the people in the room that deal in miles.
Hey, why?
Then
Why
I
you so
repeated
mean
8
to me?
kilometers. I repeated 8 kilometers more than once.
Yeah.
And then your question is, so what's that in kilometers? So either you're not listening, and that everyone in the room is wasting their time talking to you.
I have autism. Okay,
Okay.
And
Fine.
you bullying me. Okay, I don't like this.
No. I apologize. We apologize. Okay.
Man,
Okay.
I
We
try to
apologize if
learn,
you're
and
feeling bullied. We apologize. That's not the
You
object.
keep doing this to me. I just want to know in kilometer, and you keep telling me that I'm moron and I'm this stupid, this and that.
Well,
and this.
I've never said that. I never said that, did I? Not me.
Okay, you are good guy. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, because I haven't called you
You
any names.
sound either Russian or Eastern European, and there could be a
Where are you from? Let's get. Where are you from?
Me?
Yes. Yeah. What's your name? Give me your name first, please. Your username. What is it?
My username is Ant Potato.
Ant Potato. Okay, so Ant Potato. Which country are you in, please?
I have Russian blood, but I live in Australia.
Okay, so you live in Australia, but you're Russian heritage, yes?
No, Russian blood.
Prussia, German, Austrian.
No, Russia.
Yeah, I said that, Russian, and you said no.
No, I have Russian blood, not yes.
Okay, let me get this correct. You have the same blood as Vladimir Putin, yes?
He's saying that he's Russian blood, but not Russian heritage.
Okay.
Or whatever that means. Whatever that.
Yeah.
What is going on?
If you've got Russian blood, that means you're Russian. Do you have another blood mix? Do you have a mixed blood, Russian and something else? Or are you 100% Russian blood?
Look, this is a question that I'm confused about.
Yeah.
I have English parent and yes.
Okay. Okay, so wait a minute.
I
Is your
said I
dad,
have
let me
English
just hang
parent.
on. Hold on. Is your father Russian?
Look, no, but I have Russian blood.
Okay, I'm just trying to find out whether. So is your mother Russian? Are your
No.
parents Russian?
No, I'm not. No, my parent is not Russian. But
Okay, so then how? Okay, so what are your parents? Foster parents, step parents?
Yes, I adopt my my
Okay,
parent.
so I understand now. So you're Russian, really, but you were brought up by foster parents in Australia, I think, if I'm right.
Yes, and Spanish.
And Spanish. Okay, great. Hola, cómo está? Okay, very good. So, how did you get into the flat Earth now?
Was a long time ago, but I looked. My friend on the line, he said, "Look, you would like to find this server interesting on Discord."
How long ago did you get into the flat Earth? 1 year, 2 years, 3 years?
It was 2 months ago. They checked his joining date was December 21.
Yeah,
yes.
I just meant.
He's
2
journey.
months. That's all. 2 months.
Yes, around there. Yes. Look. Yes.
Yeah, but you said flat Earth long ago, not the Discord. Before the Discord, were you a flat Earther before coming to the Discord?
Yeah, I have a Discord account.
For how long? 2 months or longer?
No, my Discord account I have a long time, but I never use.
Okay, so when you said you had for a long time, how long have you had it? How long?
Maybe 2 year, maybe
Okay, so
3.
2 years. So can I say you've been a flat earther for 2 years? Yeah.
Well, I think when I was a little boy, I think that the Earth is not a globe. So
really,
yes, and people say, "Oh, you are not smart," right? But I continues to think that it is not a globe, and people say you are not smart, and I say that you are not smart.
So here we have a genius here, because if he's saying, how young were you? How young?
Post your flat Earth video from 2008.
Maybe look 7.
So you were 7 years old, and you were saying to everybody the Earth is not a globe, yeah?
Yes, I don't go tell everyone because they might make fun of me, but
okay.
I said to my friend.
Okay, so you said to your friend that the Earth was flat. Okay, good. And then you lived your life.
My teacher said I was stupid. How you say in English?
Well, I don't know. You tell me.
He said I was stupid and retard. Look like idiot guy.
Yeah, teachers aren't supposed to talk to students that way. I mean,
yeah.
Maybe you should find another job, that teacher.
Yes, maybe I should go to him and tell him how stupid he is.
Did you ask him about the curvature?
You should. You
Can
should.
you
Yes.
come with me?
Did you ask him about the curvature?
Tell him to join this
No,
Discord.
I was 7
Join the
years
live
old.
stream.
He was 7 years old. He said, "You know what you want to do? Go to your teacher and bring him on the Discord. We will come with you." Yeah.
Bring your phone and tell your teacher, join this talk on my account. Join the server.
Okay, so
24/7.
can you help me beat the fuck out of him
Yes, definitely.
and kill him?
We will kill
See,
him intellectually.
I told you this guy
Yes.
was
We'll
LARPing
destroy
the whole
him
time.
intellectually. Yes, we will.
Okay, and can you tell him that he's not smart?
We will tell him that he's a retard of the highest kind.
Look, I love you.
You bring him into the server. We will make mince. Yes, we will make mincemeat of him. Mincemeat. Bring him in.
No, I don't want to eat him.
No, I know, but just figure. Of course, it's a joke, but we're saying that we will destroy him. He will not want to speak to you again.
Oh, okay.
Well, because you've embarrassed him, yeah. Because
yes.
he now knows that he's not teaching the truth. If he comes in, he will learn that he's not teaching the truth.
Yes.
He's misleading the young generation. And that is a crime.
The teacher will be curled up in a ball wearing 6 masks, crying in shame.
Yeah, 6 masks. Making
Sorry,
sure.
And Potato, do you still speak Russian? Or do you like? Can you still speak the Russian language and Potato?
I knew a bit before, but not much. As I said before, I was I adopted my parent was English.
Yeah, it sounds like you've had a hard life.
Yes.
But you're smart because you're a flat earther now. So that's good.
Oh,
your hard life has
friend.
Yes, your hard life has paid a dividend because you knew something more than the other people who believe what they hear, like sheep. Ba 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 ba. You were not a sheep. Eh?
No, I'm not sheep.
Yeah.
Who said
good.
I was sheep?
No one. No
you
one.
won't beef
one.
with me.
No one said you were sheep. I said you are not sheep, but your friends were sheep.
Okay.
Yeah, but your friends were sheep because they believed the earth is a globe, but you didn't. Yeah?
Yes.
So they are sheeps, you are not.
I'm not sheep because sheep always do what the other sheep do.
Yes, exactly that. Ba ba ba.
Blah blah blah. They always talk.
Yes. Well, what they're saying is yes, 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 I will follow. Yes, I will follow.
Yes, I will be the leader.
Yes, I will obey. I will obey. They don't ask any questions. Okay, and then your friend introduced you to the server. I got that bit. You said that earlier. Okay. So, do you have any questions? You asked about the ISS. Yeah, the ISS cannot be up in space because space is highly radiated. And then there's cosmic particles. Do you know what they are? Cosmic particles?
What's that about unicorn?
I'm not talking about unicorn. I'm talking about cosmic particles.
Or cosmic, like space.
Yes.
Yeah,
We're talking about
I don't
cosmic.
know.
You don't know. Well, when they say when a star dies, it explodes. When it dies, it goes supernova. It's dead, but it shoots out particles into space at the speed, almost at the speed of light. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now these particles are very dangerous to astronauts and spacecrafts because they can go through the material at such a velocity that you know if you want to protect yourself, you need 2 meters thick of shielding. 2 meters thick.
Oh, okay. So that is a lot of shield.
That's a lot of shield, exactly, because the velocity of the particle, the cosmic ray particle, is so fast that if it was just 1 millimeter through, it's like nothing. It's like just going through air. You know, it just goes straight through, and then everyone would be dead. Really.
Look, what I find confused is the moon. The moon.
Yeah.
How does it work? It keeps disappear.
Yeah, actually, I was also confused about how that works.
What do you mean by disappear? Are you talking about eclipse? Or are you talking about when you can't see it in the
We're
daytime?
talking about the moon phases and the new moon, how
Yeah.
the new moon disappears for 2 to 3 days. No one on
How does
Earth
the
sees the
moon?
new moon. There's zero real pictures of the new moon. If you can post a picture of the new moon in live stream or DM it, it'd be much appreciated. You'll never have. It'll never.
Yeah.
Hmm.
The moon lights up itself. That's what I think. Okay, it's a speculation. I've never been to the moon, but from what I see the moon. It's its own light. It is not the sun reflecting on it or the reflection of Earth's light onto the moon. No, the moon is a light of its own. Okay, that's what I think. It's a light of its own. It's a self-luminary, and it goes through its phases as it was intended by the Creator. That's all I know.
Sun and moon are independent lights in the sky. Independent
Yep.
lights act independently.
Yeah, beautiful. That's what they are. They're never late. They are always on time. Perfect in every way. Okay, do you understand? I've never been to the moon. You've never been to the moon, and no human being has ever been to the moon. So nobody knows really. We can only speculate from what we observe only.
Observe the moon as a light in the sky. If you
Yep.
have any evidence proving or validating that the moon is a physical object, please present it.
Okay.
That would be magnificent if you could.
So
Anyone.
either we can all agree that the moon is a light in the sky.
Yep.
And that's all we know.
Yeah. But to be more precise, it's its own light in the sky because people seem to think the sun is reflecting on it. That's why we can see it so bright. No, the sun is not lighting up the moon. The moon is lighting up itself. Okay?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's its own boss. It doesn't need the sun to help it to shine. Although there are some people that think that the sun's energy rays are charging up the moon. Some people have that idea. Again, it's another speculation, and it is, of course, a possibility that we cannot disregard. As we said, we don't know. We haven't been up there. So it's always a possibility. Because it's luminous. Now, my experience of luminous is that if you shine light on it, it lights up. Like, who remembers the watches, okay, that when you shine your torch on it and then you put it under the blanket, it lights up, doesn't it? Yeah? Okay? Right. So the moon could be the same thing. So the sun could be shining its rays to help it light up. It's a possibility.
I would say the only thing that disagrees with that is the new moon and how nobody on Earth sees the new moon for 2 to 3 days every month.
Well, that's because it's fully charged up and it's getting ready to make an appearance, obviously.
Yeah, but if it was reflecting the sun's rays, then you would see it. Or if it was a physical object, you would see it because no physical object can disappear or become invisible.
Yeah, but don't get me wrong. You know, when it's fully charged, when it's disappeared for the 3 days, it's fully charged now. So the sun's done its job. So it can still be, that could still happen, can't it? It can still receive a charge when it's visible. Yeah.
I'd say it's like advanced speculation or whatever, but
yeah.
I can understand how it could work speculation wise or whatever. But
yeah,
but my main point is that, like I said, the moon is invisible for 2 to 3 days. Can you demonstrate any physical object becoming invisible in the daylight? No, you can't. So they say the new moon is invisible in the daylight while the sun is behind the new moon, yet we can't see it in the daylight. Demonstrate a physical object becoming invisible, please.
Well,
Impossible.
there are times when you can see, like at here in Japan, for example, in the summertime, round about 6 8:30 in the morning, you can see the moon up there, but you can only see like half of it. It's slightly lit up, and then the rest of it's like it's blended into a blue. It's gone invisible, partially visible only. So there you go. You can see bits of it, but not all of it.
Yeah, but it's new moon right now for the next 2 to 3 days. I can guarantee that no human on Earth can give me a picture of the new moon in any location right now other than photoshopped or CGI.
What about at night? Not even at night?
No, never. There's 0 pictures of a new moon on Earth ever in history.
Huh.
It's called new moon is called the invisible phase on date and timeanddate.com.
So the moon that we see going around every day, and then and then you're saying suddenly we don't see it for 3 days. It stops coming around to us.
Yeah, it's called like I said, it's called the invisible phase on timeanddate.com.
Well, then maybe it stops moving somehow. I don't know. What's happening? That's a strange one.
Hello?
Yeah.
Maybe it stops moving
Hello?
to calibrate itself with the sun, and then reappear. And here I am. I'm still here, fully charged, ready to go.
Wait, what is full charge?
The moon.
Yes, but how long does it take to charge?
Well, I think maybe it's taking the 3 days. Maybe.
That's slow charging.
Not really. Not when it lasts 1 month. Because when you see the phase, when you see the phases of the moon, when you see the phases of the moon, you see the full moon, and then it starts to lose its shape. Yeah, it starts to quarter moon, half moon, quarter. Yeah, so it's discharging. So 3 days is pretty quick. It takes a month to do that, to discharge. When you look at the moon going through all its phases, it's doing that by the days. And then when you don't see it for 3 days, it's recharging somehow. Possibly.
Sorry.
Yeah, whatever it's doing, it's invisible. Like I posted in Livestream voice chat, says new moon, the invisible phase, kind of like the impossible eclipse, the Silurian eclipse, the impossible eclipse, the invisible phase. They tell you. They'll have excuses, but words have meanings.
Yeah. So the sun is visible all the time, yeah, whilst the moon isn't for those 3 days. Interesting that.
Yeah, and then I always get globers by saying, show me a physical object that disappears in the daylight that becomes invisible. And obviously they cannot. They pull the McToon style of obfuscation, lies, and bullshit.
Yeah.
Because if the moon is physical, how does it disappear for 3 days? Impossible.
Exactly. That's why we know it's not terra firma, that you can go and land on it, play golf, drive your $63 million rover on it, yeah, and then land a rocket there. No, it's not. We can't do that. It's not a place that you can go to. And if you were to go there, you'd be blinded because the brightness would be so bright the closer you get to it. Yeah? The ferocity of that bright light would be overpowering. It would melt your gold shield on your helmet and your gold visor.
Yeah, all you have to do is ask a glober, do you have any evidence of a physical moon? And you'll get crickets.
Yeah. Rightly so.
Won't they show the moon landing?
Yeah, they do show it. but at least we know that that was a hoax. That was Stanley Kubrick production. Yeah, we know that.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw the chat for it. I was looking at a bit of it.
Yeah, I did post it up a few days back. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, we all know that Stanley Kubrick did that. We don't have the technology to go there. We never will. And that's not what we're supposed to be doing on this earth. That's not our purpose for living. To be able to go to the moon. Ridiculous.
What do you think's the reason of the? One second.
Well, I think every man has to come to that conclusion himself, man and woman. But I think we are supposed to be looking after this earth for the generations yet to come. Basically, because the place is not. We didn't make it, so we don't have any right to destroy it. So you should be working in earnest to try and protect it and be sure it's working and functioning well for the children yet to be born. That means there's no wars should be happening on it. It's not what the Creator intended this this flat Earth to be. Having wars and then lying that you can go to the planets in rockets, that's all crap.
Sorry, Jin, if you don't... Jin, can I quickly... I apologize for interrupting you.
No problem. Go ahead, man.
No, I just want to ask, and Potato, are you still there? And Potato, are you AFK?
Hello?
Hi, and Potato. Yeah, sorry. I'm just curious if you. I hope you don't mind me asking you. You said, were you adopted at 7 years old? And were you from East or West Russia, like Vladivostok or like St. Petersburg and Moscow?
No, I said I was. My parent was adopted at age 3.
Oh, so you were adopted at 3 years old?
Yes.
I see. So how's your Russian now? Do you still remember anything from back then?
Yes, some basic thing like yes, some basic thing.
Okay, just for fun, right? Поэтому, может быть, я могу сказать тебе кое-что. Сколько вам лет сейчас?
Wait, could you
Сколько вам лет? Сколько вам лет?
How are you?
Cool. Right, yeah. No, I'm just kidding, man. Yeah, so I'm just trying to engage, because I took Russian a while back while growing up in England. So yeah. Anyway, nice to see you and nice to hear from you. All right.
What is your name? You're my friend.
Okay, never mind. Let's. I'll hand it back to Jin because I like hearing him speak. Okay, Jin, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, no problem, man. So basically, you've learnt a lot so far. You're becoming a good flat earther gradually. You're getting there.
Wait, will I get more role like what you have? Like
that happens
like
when
the
that happens when the moderators and those who make the decision are ready to give you that role. You know, there's no control on it. And I'm meant to be a gold plus, by the way, but I've given up asking for it for now, because at the end of the day, I don't really use it anyway, so I don't care.
They think that I'm not good enough.
No, you haven't been in the server long enough, you see. It takes time to do that. They decide. You shouldn't worry about it. Don't concern yourself about that. Just concern yourself with learning about the flat Earth and helping others to learn. Okay?
This make me feel sad.
Well, no, you shouldn't be sad about it. Shouldn't be sad about it at all. Remember, you've joined the server, and whatever perks and gifts they're going to shower you with, they'll do it in their own good time. It's for you to show your mettle and your desire to learn the flat Earth and then to help others learn. It's all you've got to do, nothing else. Okay? At the end of the day.
Okay, so I'm not.
You're no less a flat earther than I am at this point. Okay? Just
I'm
because
not-
I'm silver doesn't make it any better than you, okay? Don't look at it like that. Although I've been in here quite longer than you have, so. But, don't worry about the silver thing. Just, what you need to concern yourself with is actually learning more and more about how to articulate and explain the flat earth and why the globe earth model is wrong. And that takes time, so don't rush. Take your time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't rush it. Russians always rushing around, eh? Joke. It's a joke.
Oh, I find that funny. That's a good one.
So if you've got any questions you want to ask away. So it's not possible for us to go to the moon anyway. Okay. The environment is too dangerous. Those cosmic ray particles, if you have 1 square centimeter square, if you can imagine that size, you get 4 cosmic ray particles hitting that every second. Oh, so it's like being in the rain. But these particles are traveling at almost the speed of light, over 6 million miles per hour. That's why you need shielding of 2 meters thick all the way around the whole spacecraft so that these particles can't penetrate and get in and cause havoc in your spaceship. Okay? Very dangerous indeed.
Yeah, let me spin you on a merry-go-round for an hour straight and see how you do. Let me spin you at 500 miles an hour for like an hour, and let me see if you survive.
Yeah, that's dangerous.
Like you won't.
Wait, how many kilometers per hour?
800 kilometers an hour.
1,600 kilometers an hour.
What? Which one do I listen to?
Yeah. Do you think you would survive spinning at 1,600 kilometers an hour?
Yeah, that's fast.
Look, I'm confused. Which is 8,000 or 16?
Well, he said 500 miles per hour, which is 800 kilometers an hour.
1,080 miles per hour at the equator, or what is it?
1,000.
14 or 1,600 kilometers at the equator.
Yeah, you did say 500 at first. You said 500 at first, which is why I said 800. If you're at the equator, it's 1,036 miles per hour. Which is what you said, 1,600 kilometers an hour.
Let me get you in a chair, and I'm going to spin you in a chair for 3 hours at 3 kilometers or whatever it is in a chair, and let me see if you puke. Like you, what happens to you after 3 hours of spinning?
Which chair? It's my chair does not spin, but where I work at the office, that one spin.
Yeah, the point is that if you were spinning, you'd be sick or you'd be dead, or you'd fly off the ball.
Yeah, exactly. You'd be thrown off. Yeah.
So yeah, like
yeah, you'd be dead because you'd be thrown off the earth anyway.
If you spin an object, the objects fly off that spinning object. You can never demonstrate something spinning and something sticking to that object ever.
Not unless you fasten it, and then when you do that, then the spin becomes elliptical because the balance would be off.
It's not sticking if you fastened it, though. Or I guess
No,
it is.
no. I'm just saying. But if you fasten, the thing is, if you take that spinning object and you fastened something to it, then the spin would be off balance slightly, wouldn't it? But what you said is perfectly correct. We'd be thrown off. The only way you wouldn't be thrown off is if you were fastened to it proper. And then there would be a little bit of an elliptical spin, because that weight would, the weight would be off balance, wouldn't it? Because it's on a tilt as well. Yes. Yeah.
My parent always say to me, the knowledge is held in the future, and I cannot agree. I cannot agree more.
Yeah. Yeah.
You said knowledge is held in the future? Is that what you said?
I think that's what he said, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's held in the future.
Yeah, because, after a number of years, you acquire some knowledge. After a number of years, you acquire some knowledge.
Yeah,
So
or
more will be known later.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you can also learn. By the time you get to the future, you would have acquired some knowledge.
Yeah.
So, like from 2022 to 2024, you're going to acquire knowledge along the way. Are you not?
Yes, I will.
And that is the future. Another meaning of the same thing.
Is your teacher think you are stupid?
Oh well, I don't go to school, but no teacher thinks I'm stupid. No.
Well, you lucky.
Some of my children's teachers think I'm different. Well, I am because I'm an African anyway, but because I wear the flat earth t-shirts to the school, parents' observation day, and and they know that I'm showing the flat earth, and they know that my children know the earth is flat, not spinning. So they obviously know that I am different all the time, and they find that a little bit challenging, but that's their problem, not mine. I couldn't care less about that. Couldn't give a shit.
Gin, have you not seen the cartoons though?
I wish I could.
They're like,
my friend is African.
Oh right, good. So the teachers at my children's school, they find me challenging, and I'm glad that they do because I keep them on their toes. That's the whole point of it.
You keep them on their toes.
Yeah, I keep them on the toes. It means I keep them. They have to realize that when they start to teach the globe as the truth, and I walk in, they know that it's not the truth. I'm a reminder for them that they're not teaching the truth if they're teaching the earth as a globe. They're not. And I am I am totally destroying their lie with the globe when I walk in with my flat earth t-shirt. I've got two types. I've got the...
Yes, me and the boys.
Oh yeah, I've got the azimuthal equidistant map with the geology one with the blue sea and the landmass, and then I've got the one which is the same as the WHO logo, or who's the other one? The other organisations that have it.
United Nations.
UN. I was going to say that. Yeah, the UN one. Right. That's it. So I've got that. So I've got two types, and I wear them both alternatively when I go. Yeah. And it's quite loud because it's military olive green. Okay, it's a military olive green t-shirts, both of them. I wear black lycra underneath that, and then camouflage military trousers. So, I'm ready for a revolution all the bloody time when I walk in. Don't wear a suit. Everyone else got a suit on, but I don't have one. So I'm definitely standing out. Deliberately. That's how I roll. I've got suits, but I choose not to wear it because I want to teach the children a message. I want them to ask, what's that? And then I can tell them.
Yeah, if I did that here, my house would probably burn down and I'd probably get attacked. So,
really?
Oh yeah, for sure. They would be. I'd be labeled, targeted for sure, 100%.
Wow. Yeah. Well, I mean, I'd like to see the people who'd want to target you.
But you live in Japan. I'm living in Babylon, so.
Yeah, if I was in Babylon, they wouldn't be attacking me. They'd be very sorry. They'd be very sorry if they even think of the very idea of someone would be attacking me for my message. No,
the Japanese are way less violent than American, Canadians, and natives.
Yeah, but I'm talking about being in your country. That they would think twice if they met me. They would think twice. I guarantee you that, because that's not the reason for your life. Your scumbag life is not to be perpetuating life.
Yeah. Here they'll jump you with 5 guys, and then
yeah. That's what it's going to take. That's what it's going to take.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Here they jump you with 5 or 8 guys.
Yeah, look, man.
I can hack it.
Look, man. It's late in Australian, and I would like to sleep. And
there is no human being on this earth that's going to stop me from what I'm going to do. No one. 5, 10, 200. You'd have to kill me.
Oh, and are you going?
See it. That's why I said to my children, whenever I leave Japan, you will notice that Daddy is going to change. Because where we're going now, their mentality is different.
Oh, look, okay,
I
think I should go now because I'm tired, and in Australia.
Okay, yeah, it's bedtime, isn't it, for you?
Bedtime, and I would like to have a good night.
Get some good Zeds.
Z, yes, that's how you say in English. Yes, yeah, okay. Well, I will. Yes, happy to meet you, and
I think I'll just go too then.
Yes,
yeah, happy to meet you too.
Time.
Have a nice, relaxing time. But remember, that if you cannot measure the curvature to this ball that everyone's supposed to be spinning on, that's a big problem. Yeah, don't be believing the Earth is a ball, and without having any evidence for it. Wait, that's not sanity,
is it? The Earth is a globe?
No, I'm just reminding you.
It's okay. I'm just asking about it.
No, hang on. You're not listening. I'm reminding you so that you can remind others. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so you get it in your head, and then when you wake up in the morning, you say, "Yes, the Earth is not spinning." Good. Then you can tell others. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes, I will tell them that they not spin.
Okay. Thank you. Right. Good luck. Good night. Safe journey.
Too.
Thank you.
With your teacher.
Thank you. Oh, Mum, I've got no worries at all. Zero.
I think I'll go now.
Zero problems there. They're the ones with the problem. And they know it. Yeah. Sound like trolls to me, they do, but you got to play along with them.
The Russian guy had the flat earther role, so I think it might be a language barrier and an age barrier.
Who's that guy?
You've got to keep them on their toes. That's what I said to him. Don't be believing it's a spinning ball when you can't prove it. Yeah, that's insane. He goes, "What do you mean I'm a player?" Okay, then you tell others that message I told you. Yeah. Okay. Good luck. Go to bed now. So there's logic in my method. There's logic there. Can't have everyone under contempt, but it's borderline with this one. Borderline. They could be trolls. They're biding their time. Do you understand? Gathering intel.
Well, I've seen Ann Potato for a couple weeks, and like I said, he had the flat earther role, so he went through the interview. But like I said, the ISS question.
Sorry, my question would be: did he get that flat earther role too quickly? Maybe got it too quick. Who knows? Was that a rush to give him that role? I don't know.
No, like I said, I'm the meanie where I'm gonna ask even a flat earther or like a new flat earther, like
Yeah, you got to. You've got to.
Yeah, you got to be able to defend your You got to be
You
able
got
to
to be able to
defend the
defend
flat.
the flat Earth.
Yeah,
Period.
yeah.
You
You
know what I mean?
can
The
like
flat Earth, I will defend it.
if
It's
anybody
just
asked
like
me to
yeah.
give
Sorry.
their flat Earth proofs, I could name like 5 or 8. Like I wouldn't be offended. Be like,
No. It's the same when you're in karate school or judo, or whatever. You know, the sensei's going to put you through the paces. You've got to start to defend yourself. Otherwise, what are you doing here?
Northern is was that a new account he made or the guy I was talking to? And
well, apparently he's been in the server only a couple of months, but he's been looking at the flat Earth 2 years ago. He had the account for 2 years.
but I never seen him before.
No, never have I.
He's just been lurking. Now received the flat earther.
no, I've seen him around for like a month or two, just in different chat.
Yeah, I met him once. I do believe, and it was.
But imagine if he's like a Russian and he's like 15 and the language and like it's so.
Did he say he's Russian?
Russian blood. Yeah, he's Russian. He's Russian.
Okay.
Did he say he lived in Australia since he was 3, though?
Yeah, adopted parents. Yeah.
I find that strange with the accent that strong, living in Australia.
Yeah, his accent is really weird for an Australian.
Yeah, it sounds like he's putting it on to me though. That's the thing. I'm getting the feeling that he's putting the accent on. You see.
My spidey sense was tingling with him from the start.
That's why we got to watch him.
Yeah, keep our eyes on
him. Got to, because he did that very short test. Most people do long distance, not 1.1.5 miles, although it's good enough, but you know.
I mean, kudos if he did it, on his own, whatever. Try to do anything, whatever. But yeah, if he proved anything, I don't know.
Well, we've got to give him the benefit of the doubt at the moment. That's all we can do.
Yep.
Yes, he wants to know more about the ISS. Yeah, there's a troll, I'm telling you. He's probably heard us arguing about the ISS and how it's not up there. I mean, look at this Earth. If it were a stupid ball spinning, yeah. Now the weight of the ocean on that spin, man, that the gravity has to be so strong to keep that water on its surface whilst it's on a spin. Yeah, things wouldn't grow. You wouldn't have trees. They'd all be going horizontally, or they'd go across the ball, wouldn't they? Following the curvature of the Earth. Wouldn't they? Because of the power of the gravity.
No, yeah.
You wouldn't be able to raise your arm up. Everybody would be walking around flat. Or following the curvature of the Earth anyway. Yeah, stupid, isn't it, that gravity thing when you think about it?
Yeah, falls apart.
It does. Because water's heavy, man. Water's heavy. Can you imagine the ocean on a spin? People don't think, do they? They really don't connect.
So, yeah, it's just funny that the way some of them think this way. Like gravity, they say pulls. I don't know which one they invoke. There's 2 different ones. The one with the space time and the one with the mass to mass, whatever. I don't know. But I assume most of the globers go by the mass to mass Newtonian.
Yeah, mass attracting mass. Yeah.
Yeah. So they invoke gravity when things go down. But when we say, okay, so why does helium go up? It's like, is gravity selective at this point? Like, what do you mean? I can choose when to use gravity? What's going on?
Yeah, exactly. Gravity makes its own mind up.
Yeah. I mean, I don't understand the reasoning, like the logical reasoning there behind that. Like, you have something pulling down, fine, and then what goes up? Is gravity pulling it up again? What's going on? It's only one way. It's one vector down.
It's just not quite strong enough to handle that helium. It's just too powerful, that helium balloon, you know? So I asked my students, okay, so let's say gravity wasn't in the room. We've locked the door now, okay, and now we remove gravity out of the room, okay? Now, all the while, there's a helium balloon already up, okay? It's got sun and fun, okay? Massive thing with the dark shades, okay? Wicked little nice helium balloon, okay? And then I asked them, now, if we remove the gravity from the room, what's going to happen to us and the stuff in the room? And every single person and adults, they all said would be floating. My next question is, how do you know that? Where did you get that idea from? That was the first thing I said, yeah, you know? And then they went quiet. And then whilst they were thinking, I said, well, what about this helium balloon that's floating now with the gravity in the room now? Look at that thing there. Can you see that? So is it gravity, really? Is it? Yeah. I lost one or two adults over that point, actually, as students. 4 years ago.
That's totally fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't care, because at the end of the day, well, I'm dealing with troops. So if you want to get conked this and not come back, good luck. You know, fuck that shit. I was not lying to you. I honored you by telling you the truth. So you came to Gin's English School. I honored you to the highest level. And if you think that you're smarter than me or I'm talking shit, then that's your problem. Good luck. They never came back. I lost 2 that way because they were embarrassed, weren't they? I think.
Yeah,
or not only that, they just can't hack it. It was called this, obviously. You know,
yeah, for sure.
Too much, yeah. But most of them said, TV, it's school. I said, yeah, but it's not real, is it? Because look, the helium balloon is up now with all the gravity in the room. What's going on? And I pulled a balloon down and let it go. You know, I kept pulling it and letting it go. Look, where's gravity? And I dropped my pencil and then the ruler. I mean, where's gravity here? Okay, so you understand? Gravity is not real. Okay, and then I wrote down Isaac Newton for them in katakana Japanese writing. And I said, he did not believe in mass attracting mass. He never believed it, okay? That's something you're not learning yet, but you will learn it later. Okay? He did not believe that. Okay. And Einstein's gravity is the bending and warping of space-time fabric. I can teach you that another time. But the adult students were like, yeah, exactly. Like you said, is gravity selective? That's what I said to them. So gravity chooses when it wants to pick and what it doesn't want to pick, eh?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like to me. I'm like, that can't be it. That doesn't make any sense, you know?
Yeah, it does not. Yeah, because I said to them, when I was at school, I learned that gravity was a constant force right across the earth. That's what I learned. It was a constant force. So, but if it's selective, then I might go to another country and it might be lighter for me over there to move around. You know? So, yeah. Interesting that. Everyone said all the objects would just be floating around in the room. Really? And where did you get that idea from?
Oh, so did you bring up the buoyancy and density part with them? Like, did they go through that part?
Well, yeah, they got it because I said to them, look, whilst the gravity is here, that balloon is up. How can it go up? Oh, and guess what they said? Oh, well, it's lighter than air. I goes, okay, that's fantastic.
Okay. That's
great answer.
Medium change.
Yes. I said, that's perfect. So that means the bicycle in my classroom here and my shoes are heavier than air. Is that not? You're heavier than air then, yeah? That's why you're down. Again, nothing to do with gravity. You see? Mm-hmm. And then they went quiet again whilst they mulled it over and thought about it, and then they had to agree, yeah. Okay. So gravity is a theory. In Japanese, it's called kasetsu. So, Juryoku wa kasetsu desu ne. Hai, kasetsu desu. Right. It's a theory that's not been proven. It's not a law. Right. And they said they didn't know that. I said, yes, everybody on the earth doesn't know this because the television is talking like gravity is real. You know, we use gravity to do this, yes, and the G-force, and So, but it's not a real thing. That's why I don't even use G-force. I use acceleration force or lateral force. I don't want to use the word gravity if I can help it. You know that? So when we talk about G forces, I say L forces, lateral force, because you move laterally, don't you? Yeah, yeah. And acceleration force. Yeah. That's what you got to do. You got to drop the G, get rid of it, drop it like a bad habit.
What do you mean you move laterally?
You know when you got like in a car, okay, you've got these G-force meters that when you take the corner, it tells you how much G's you're taking in your car. Yeah. So, and that's lateral, isn't it? Is it not?
Yeah, in those specific instances when you're
that's
basically like, spinning or something.
Yeah. So if you're in that, what's that? The G. You know what they use? The pilots use to take on that G-force. What's it called? That bloody thing. I've forgotten now. Where they go around and they go up to like 5 Gs, 6 Gs, and then they go into G-lock and they're knocked out. And then
but
they
you
wake
realize
up
that's in any vector, you realize, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So it's not just lateral. You could be like, being raised up with that amount at 1 G and you'd be basically weightless. It just means that it's a acceleration of what we feel when we're falling, basically.
That's why I say
9.6 or
acceleration
whatever.
force rather than gravity force or G
Yeah.
force. So I'm trying to get rid of that word.
I got you, but it's not. My point is, it's not strictly lateral, and I don't think we should get rid of gravity, the word. I think it's been hijacked, and we need to kind of get it back, because it literally just means something falling. It's more heavy, more grave, so it's falling.
Yeah.
So it fits with relative density because it's more dense, it's more grave than the medium, and archaically, historically, they had a different word for the inverse. Instead of buoyancy, they said levity. What's light?
Yeah, levity.
And we need to bring that back as well, I feel. Levity and gravity. That which is light in the medium and that which is heavy in the medium.
Yeah, well, I'd just say heavy in the medium. That's good enough for me, you know what I mean? And if I'm...
No, levity is a nice word too.
Upward acceleration force. Downward acceleration force. Lateral acceleration force. The only reason why I don't want to use gravity, I'll use it when it's grave and danger. Apart from that, I'm just trying to disassociate it with the Isaac Newton and all that nonsense. All that pseudoscience shit. So I'd rather...
I feel you, but we always have gravity. As humans, as long as we're in air, we always have gravity. Even if we're not moving, we have gravity. Because we're just being physically impeded, right? We're constantly falling, but we're just being physically impeded.
The Earth is in the way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let's make up a different word. Gravity's been muddied. Let's make up a new word.
Fine, let's go with levity and density.
Yeah.
That's nice. So, yes, levity, density.
So the acceleration of density is 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yes.
Well, probably like 9.6 or something in air.
Levity and density.
But it's not a constant.
Of course it's not a constant.
What is levity?
It's only a constant when you achieve terminal velocity within the same density. Actually,
levity to the levity.
Density is an issue because you have to when you say within the same density, you're referring to the medium. So it's going to be conflationary in terms of if you're talking about the object or the medium. So I think we need a different word for the object.
Can you see this problem? What the gravity's gone and done?
I think we just need to take back gravity, man. It's a nice word, right? They're trying to attach the cause to it. So whenever they use it with that cause, be like, don't presuppose the cause. Gravity is the effect, the downward acceleration, Can't let them just steal our words. Come on, man.
Yeah, they're stealing words.
Yeah.
Taking it lying down.
Hijacking everything.
Oh, they've been hijacking everything, yeah, for sure. Not just this part.
And then they say the heliocentric model has got mountains of evidence and the consensus of all the scientists. Fucking hell, you know? Not one shred. Not one shred, and they got mountains.
How can you have consensus within science? That's not possible, is it?
Yeah, pseudoscience is possible. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sure.
Yes, in the pseudo world, yeah, it rains sideways.
When someone said consensus in science, I said to a Glober, I said, well, "How's that possible?" I was like, "Okay, what is 1 + 1 then? Is that not consensus?" What the fuck?
Could be too.
Well, you talk about abstract stuff now, man. Come on, math. You can create anything with math. You can make math is a language, you know. You can create anything out of math with models. Yeah. Like it speaks a different language, you know.
All kinds of models.
Yeah. But it's not based on reality. It's just, you know, you can create anything out of math.
Yeah.
As a language, you know. The models.
Just think, right? Just think, right? When that event happened, 9/11, okay, and the NIST, the National Institute of Technology, Standards and Technology, okay, when they put their computer simulation on how the building came down, which was totally opposite to what we saw, you could obviously see that they'd used maps to create that, and it was just not the reality, proving what you just said, that you can use maps to make up anything, you know, computer simulation, and it was all just maps.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, fraudulent use of a good piece of equipment, that was. Anyway, they're being sued anyway. They're being sued because their report violates the laws of physics. Yeah, they are. They're being sued because they didn't follow protocols. They didn't do the proper testing and test for explosives or everything. So they're being sued. Yeah. Four lawsuits. FEMA as well. It's taken 20 years so far, you know, because it took 4 years for the Freedom of Information Act to take its act for them to release and submit some of their reports, because they've been very shady keeping it a secret how they actually did the maps and everything else.
Did they destroy the evidence from the
They did. That's why they're getting sued. That's another reason for this lawsuit, because they got rid of evidence, you know, by 400 truckloads by the day, and it went to China. And then when they were asked, did they check for explosives? They said no. There was no. They said there was no evidence for any explosive. Then they asked, but did you check? No, we didn't check. So if you didn't check, how would you know there was any? And by rights, their codes state that they must check. Okay, they must check for explosives when towers have collapsed. Okay, and it's in there in their 2001 protocol, you know, handbook. There it states it that they got to check for explosives, and they never did. So they're being sued for that as well.
So from the videos I can see the planes, I mean the airplanes and whatnot. Were there even one real airplane that hit at all, or was it all explosives only?
Well, I mean, definitely explosives, but as far as I'm concerned, I saw a plane go into the building, so I'm going to go with what I saw here. The plane go in, you know. I saw the plane go in, big, massive plume, and they said that was 90% of the fuel burnt up in that explosion. So there's no way fuel went cascading down the central, barreling down the cores to cause fire, because we had the firefighters were running up anyway. So that was the case. They wouldn't be able to go up to the 78th floor. Silly bastards like guns. So,
I mean, it would have, from that impact, probably would have weakened the structure from that area alone, but everything else shouldn't be.
The thing is, right, the structural integrity of that building is that it could withstand 140-mile-an-hour winds. So that plane wasn't strong enough to do any damage to that building. I think the plane would have broken up in there.
Yeah,
You understand?
let alone with the jet fuel as well.
Yeah, the jet fuel was already lost in the explosion, okay? And then the physical plane would have been broken up because the girders would not have moved, because not only were they welded, okay, to the beams, there were also 30 shear studs. You know, not 5 or 6, 30. Yeah? So, and a plane is aluminium, it's forgiving, isn't it? It's going to give way to that kind of impact. Those girders are going to be like knife through butter on that plane. You know?
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been dismembered. They wouldn't have broken off. Couldn't. Listen to what they said, yeah? They said, for one floor, this is building number 7, by the way, if one girder was to give way, right, in order for it to land and break the next floor, right, and, you know, dismantle the next floor and pancake, it would need 630,000 pounds of dynamic force, okay? And they said if that one girder gave way, you've only got a tenth of that, because all the other girders are still in place. So it's impossible that one girder would initiate this progressive fall. In order for the progressive simultaneous fall that we saw, simultaneously, symmetrically coming down, you'd have to remove 400 girders per second per floor. 400 simultaneously, bang, 400, 800, 1200, like that.
Yeah.
Wow, that's just amazing. That's what happened. Okay? So fire can never do that, you see. Right? So NIST are in big trouble. So much so that there's been some last year, October, there was a lecture put out by the powers that shouldn't be, okay? It was called Dissecting the 9/11 Conspiracy Theories, all right? And at the very beginning, they're slagging off flat earthers at the beginning. At the very beginning, they're attacking the flat earthers, saying that yeah, I can post you the link. I watched it today. Yeah. I can post you the link.
That's the first time I hear that.
Yeah.
Linking.
Yeah, let me post you the link, right? I'll tell you what, you're going to be very frustrated with this guy. I said, if I was in that crowd, I probably would have rugby tackled him, because he was just, I couldn't take what he was saying. He was really winding me up. Stupid asshole. Let me get this thing up. Yeah, man.
Jenny, you don't strike me as the type that gets wound up.
Oh, really? Right, I'll tell you, man. I'll give him a rugby tackle. I said, listen, you're lying, man. Fire? Come on. You know. And he attacked the flat earthers right off the bat. In his opening words. Fucking hell. I just said, there you go.
So that was his intro? Opening up of flat earthers.
Yeah. He was slagging flat earthers because it's a theory.
Yeah.
Flat earth is a theory. We use our imagination. We don't want to accept the truth and blah, blah, blah. He didn't say the truth. We don't want to accept the story. And I thought, well, if the globe is the truth, you would say the heliocentric truth, you would say. You wouldn't say story. So they're still insulting you when they're telling you it. Because it is a story, isn't it? It's not the truth. Wow. Man, it was lucky I wasn't in that crowd. He really was. Well, because I would have highlighted.
Let's see that.
So it's not true then. It's a
put him on the spot.
Yeah. So you can't say the globe is the truth because you lose your job.
Yeah, you're cutting out, I think.
Yeah? Plausible looking.
Right. You're back now.
Yeah, I said that he's covering himself with the plausible deniability, okay? Because he's not saying it's true, he's saying it's a story. So if we took him to court now, he'd be okay, because he said, I didn't say it was real, I said it was a story. That's why they say that. They can't say it's the truth, these professors. They have to say story. I posted it anyway. You should have got it, but oh, hang on, let me double check.
Yeah, I see
I
it.
have posted it. Yeah, great. That would wind you up. You might have to scroll it right back because I'm nearly finished. You got to scroll it right. Start it from the very beginning, and then a little introduction and introducing the professor, and then he's attacking flat earthers immediately. I thought, you lying bastard. And this was last year, August of last year. That's when this was done. Okay? Because they know they're in trouble. The 9/11 thing's not going away, you see. 4 lawsuits are pending. One also in Britain. So that makes 5.
Why from Britain?
There was an Englishman who died in the on the 106th floor. You see, okay, and the parent of this guy, his name is Jeffrey Campbell. So they what's the word I'm looking for? They've re-established their petition in an English court of law. Yeah, because they want the case to be reopened.
Name sound familiar?
Yeah, that's his name. Jeffrey Campbell.
Famous guy.
I never really heard of him until the incident. So if he's famous, maybe I don't really know. But maybe he's famous in England because they've repetitioned the case to be reopened and lawsuits because they didn't get the right information as to how their son died.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Because you've got to know how. Then there's another guy. His name is Bobby McAveen Jr., right? The junior is not really written there because his dad's name's Bob, but his son's name's Bobby. So there's a little difference there, okay? Almost the same name, right? But he died in the lobby, okay? And his injuries were face gone, chest totally destroyed, right? Obliterated, and his right arm. Obviously, he's put his right arm up to protect himself, yeah? So that suffered injuries. And when they did the autopsy and the forensics science on him, they said this could only have happened through explosives. It's the only way he could have sustained his injury. And then Jeffrey Campbell, who died on the 106th floor, he was totally dismembered, mashed to pieces. Only explosives could have done this kind of injury, could have sustained this kind of injury to the man. So, yeah, and that's evidence for explosives, okay? And NIST is saying that there's no evidence for explosions at all, okay? And then when they were asked, did you check for explosives? They said no. Okay, so then they're in trouble there. They're going to get sued for that. Then there's 518 testimonies of bombs going off. And amongst that group, you've got firefighters, police, news reporters, and onlookers and, eyewitnesses. Okay? So that's 518. And then you've got the audio, the sound of the bombs going off. So NIST is in big trouble. This 9/11 thing isn't going away.
Yeah, especially from the basement. You could hear the explosion go off before the, allegedly plane hit the tower itself.
I'm glad you said that because there's seismic registration of that very thing you said. The seismic graphs show the bomb going off and then the plane hit, both events. Okay? And they've got the architects and engineers for 9/11 truth. They've got all that information to bring to the courts. They're in trouble. The 9/11 thing is not over yet. Why do you think my car is 911? I don't want to forget it. Because that was outrageous. When the Twin Towers were murdered, they murdered the Twin Towers, and then they destroyed building number 7. 3,000 people have died there. 1,000 of them, their bodies were never found, obliterated in the dust. And then the actual first responders and emergency service personnel, most of them have died, if not all of them, because of the toxic air they were breathing over the days. Okay, they've died. So my car registration is 911 because I don't want to forget it, and I'm honouring those who died. Yeah, that's me. That's how I roll, man. Yeah, I had a chance to choose the number. I said, yeah, I'll have 911. Because what they did in America was fucking that affected me anyway. As far as I'm concerned, a piece of me died that day. As far as I'm concerned, so I know how those people are feeling.
It just shows the level of evilness they can go to.
Yeah, and then do you know what's more evil? When people are trying to tell you fire brought the building down in a progressive collapse at free fall speeds, when it's never happened in the history of skyscraper building that a fireproof steel structure collapses due to fire. It's never happened. In 1995, a British steel Cardington, they built an 8-story high steel structure. Okay, they fireproofed some of the steel, and then they left some bare naked steel. Okay, raw metal, and then they subjected it to the highest intensive fuel burn that you could give a steel structure, and it withstood it all. Even the unprotected steel, only slightly deformed, slightly. After so many hours, it did not collapse. There was no chance of a collapse. The structural integrity was still there. You could build floors and start walking on it. It was that solid. Okay? So the only way they could have taken those girders out at 400 per second per floor, only explosions could have done that. Nothing else. And if you've got explosions, you've got a conspiracy, someone's in trouble. Some groups, someone's got to be accountable. That's what I like about this. It's not going away, man. And I'm glad it's not going away. Glad. They want us to stop talking about it. I'm never going to stop talking about 9/11. Never. Not until I'm dead. Until then, 9/11 is on the menu. If you can listen to your favorite music, eat your favorite meal, watch your favorite movie, we can talk about 9/11 as many times as we like. If they can rerun fucking Spartacus, well, I'm going to rerun 9/11. Because lots of people... Yeah, you know? Because lots of people don't even know what happened properly. Yeah, but I'm making a nice, interesting conversation. Let me introduce you to the 9/11 truth that you think it was Muslim people that did it. Not one Muslim was involved in that event. Not one.
Yeah, box cutters, hijacking box cutters.
Yeah, box cutters. And then they said, and then in Flight 93, when they reckon they took over the Muslims on the plane, guess what the go for it word was? Let's roll. Really? Let's rock and roll. Who do you think we are? Let's roll. And then they went on and took on the terrorists, and then they crashed the plane. Who they fucking kidding? And then when you look at the impact site, there isn't an aircraft part in sight. Guess what they said? The plane evaporated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The plane evaporated into a hole in the ground. And then when the reporter who was checking the scene and the pathologist was asked, is there anything you can see that resembles a plane parts or anything? He says, I've stopped being the pathologist after I couldn't find a single drop of blood. Wow, that tells you. Couldn't find a single drop of blood, but he found this bandana.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go, you know. No blood. The same with the Pentagon as well, you know. There were no dead bodies, no luggage, right? No luggage, no wing parts, no body parts of this aircraft to be found. Only a small hole. Nothing to the size of an aeroplane could have got in there. No wings, no engine. The parts that they did find was not parts for the 747 or the 757, whatever it was, but it wasn't any of those plane parts. And the lawn outside the Pentagon was so clean Tiger Woods could have been playing golf on it. It was that clean. Yeah, man. No, that 9/11 thing's not going away. Court cases are pending. Yes, NIST and FEMA are in trouble. Yeah, they got rid of the material. They sent the steel, 400 trucks a day. That's fast, man.
right? They sent it to China, and China bought it for 15 cents a pound. Dirt cheap.
Oh, did they recycle the stuff?
Yeah, they sent it to China. Yeah, China bought it off of the Americans because it was right when they were having their economic rise when this happened. You see, so obviously they could use as much steel as they could get their hands on. Yeah, China was rising economically, and they needed steel.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know. Possibly.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they were having, because China had just joined the world. You know, the main market of the world now properly, and now they were rising. They became the world's factory properly. So obviously they were building factories and the like, and they needed the steel. So obviously they took it. But obviously the powers that shouldn't be wanted to get rid of the material as quick as possible. But it was a crime scene. They should not have moved anything until it was properly tested and found out how the buildings came down. But they wanted to open Wall Street, if you remember rightly. They wanted to get Wall Street up and running.
I mean, if they could demonstrate somehow, like that type of free falling with what the official narrative compared to a demolition.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll see the difference. Which one fits?
Oh yeah. So if I asked you now, if it was a fire, how would the building collapse? How would you expect the building to collapse if it was fire induced?
If it weakened the structure, I would say it was, deform, bend, and possibly, it depends how much the amount of damage it has done might make it tilt over maybe a little bit, lean.
Yeah.
I would say that part of the floor or whatever, but free falling that fast at the same time. Yeah. The free falling part just gave away, I would say.
Yeah.
It'd be left wouldn't it? Or it'd be left with a skeleton first before it fell.
Yeah,
that's
I mean,
you know
I
what I
would
mean?
assume if first floor hit the one below, it will take time for it to break, or if even there was enough mass for it to even bend the next structure below it, and then continue onward like that. It will take time. You know what I mean? But that free falling, that didn't make any sense whatsoever.
Okay. So what you're describing, what you're trying to describe, and you did
within
it well.
10 seconds, the whole thing went down. It's insane.
Yeah, that's right. It was for building
below
number
10 seconds?
7. It was 6.8 seconds.
Yeah.
For the North Tower, it was 9 seconds, and for the South Tower, it was like 11 seconds. Okay, strange numbers there.
Yeah. So.
Right. But they call it an asymmetric collapse, which that's what would have happened had it had been due to fire. And with the floors pancaking, as they called it, pancaking one another, really, in the Twin Towers, they said that each floor was only supporting 30% of its maximum. Do you understand that? So they were well and truly safe. They were not under any stress at all, those girders, because they could hold much more. Yeah? Do you understand what I mean?
It would have bought more time than, compared to what we see on the free fall.
With the free fall thing, that had to be explosives. There was no way. There was no way they could fall at free fall. Like you said, if it was pancaking down, when it lands on the next floor, there's going to be a pause. A judder, because you got to stop. But you know what? They said if it were to happen, it would only last 2 floors and stop. Couldn't go any further than that. 2 floors max. 2 stories down, and it stops dead. That would be if the top piece, the top part that was hit by the plane, the topper portion was to pole drive its way down. It would only last 2 floors and stop. It would push it all the way down to the ground floor. Impossible. It would topple over anyway fall off the side. Impossible. But each floor was only supporting the floor above at 30% of its maximum strength. Those girders were well and truly solid. Safe building, very safe. No chance of a collapse in there. Zero. Not due to fire. Impossible. So the structural integrity of those buildings were very sound indeed. Don't build them like that anymore. But yeah, it came down symmetrically, man. Yes, 400. Can you imagine that? 400 girder beams per second per floor. Bang, bang. That's outrageous. That would be building number 7, by the way. I'm talking about.
But that building never got hit by a plane officially, yeah?
That's correct. It didn't get hit by a plane, no, right?
Not officially.
And the debris that fell from the Twin Towers didn't damage. I'd like to know how it initiated fires, because how does a building from the outside get hit and then you have a fire on the inside? I'd love to know that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't know.
Yeah. And guess what? All the sprinkler systems were immobile, totally.
Oh, they were? Oh, wow. What a coincidence.
Inoperable at the time of impact. Really.
Yeah.
And then the experts again said that there must have been some foreknowledge, because when you listen to the footage, the news report footage on the day, you hear the police and the firefighters saying, "Keep an eye on that building, it's going to come down soon." And then you pass by, "Was it coming down?" "Yes." "Can you move? Can you clear the area now? Move back, please. The building's coming down soon. It's about to blow up." Okay? And then you hear 3, 2, 1, blah, 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 and then it comes down. Then the experts are saying, "When do you know fire is that precise?" Fire is that precise that it can initiate a countdown and bring the building right down symmetrically. Symmetrically into its own footprint. To a countdown. Fire. Yeah.
Did they use some kind of nanothermite with explosions, like to burn through the or burn or melt, whatever, through the?
Well, this is the stuff. That's correct.
Yeah.
You got it right, because in 90 tons of the dust that they found residue of thermite, nanothermite, and thermate. Okay, and other toxic chemicals. What was it? Iron oxide, aluminium, calcium, manganese, potassium permanganate, so many other, these all to do with the thermite. Okay, and Professor Stephen Jones, it is, from the Brigham Young University, received some of this, 4 samples of this dust. Okay, and one came from a woman by the name of Janet McKinley, whose apartment block where she lived in was behind the South Tower. So when the South Tower began to collapse, it shattered all the windows, so they all had to evacuate. When she returned, she scraped up the dust and sent it to Dr. Stephen Jones to analyze it, and that's how they knew that there was thermite in there. They reckoned, right, that the 4-ton girders at the side of the building, they were being hurled vertically at like 70, 80 miles an hour. They said if that was a cannonball, it would have gone 3 miles. A 200-pound cannonball would have gone 3 miles at that velocity. Fire cannot do that. Yeah. So it really pisses me off when you hear people say fire brought down the buildings. Plane crash and then fire. No, it can never happen. And if it was a pancake, theory, if it was the pancake, then you'd see all the floors piled up at the bottom, but we didn't see a single floor. One floor in the Twin Towers was an acre square, an acre in size, and it was pummeled to dust, pulverized to dust. Didn't see a single floor pancaked at the bottom, if that was the case. Because if it was pancaking, knocking down each floor at the bottom, all the way down to 110 floors to the ground floor, you'd have a pile of floors, would you not?
Yeah, logically, yeah.
Yeah. But there was not one single floor at ground zero. It was just dust.
Very interesting.
So you were right to mention the thermite thing, because that's what they found. Yeah, they did. They found it there. And NIST and FEMA never tested for it. Also, the FBI are being sued, by the way. The FBI are being sued because at the very beginning, they said the reason the buildings came down, they're looking into explosions, okay? They're looking into explosions because that's what they think. That's their main chain of investigation. That's their lead investigation was going to be explosions, okay? But then they did a 180. So the architects for 9/11 Truth, architects and engineers for 9/11 Truth are suing the FBI because they didn't follow through on testing for their explosives. So they're being sued. Why didn't they follow through? Why did you do an about turn and not check for explosives? That's the law. It's in the protocol. When a tower block is collapsed, you are to check for explosives. And they didn't check. And they got rid of all the steel. That's a crime. They're being sued for doing that, by the way, because you mentioned it. So it's quite. I'm 20 years have gone by, still fresh. The pilot who supposedly died in that airplane that evaporated, I've forgotten his name now, Jason something or other. His wife died in 2012 from a drug and alcohol overdose.
Right.
Now that's a strange death, because that we know that the plane didn't crash into that ground. So what happened to the pilot of that plane? Didn't crash in no hole. Okay, there was no plane parts. So already he was killed somewhere else, and maybe she knew that. And 12 years was enough, and she overdosed on antidepressants, painkillers, and alcohol at her friend's house. Very strange death indeed. Yeah, her name is Sandy. Sandy, what is it? Not coming up. Hang on. Yeah, I'm not finding it. Hang on. Oh, here it is. Yeah, Sandy Dahl. Dahl. Sandy Dahl. Her husband's name, I think, was Jason Dahl, I think. The pilot of Flight 93. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Jason Dahl. He died at the age of 44, I think it was. Looks like a right donut. A right wally in his uniform. Did he really die? Who knows? But she died 11 years to the day almost. 11 years later, she dies from a drug overdose with alcohol at her friend's house.
Yeah, it sounds way too long, though, for someone to kill someone. I don't know, 11 years.
Well, it's the 9/11 thing. You see what I mean? You know, 11 years later, she dies.
I mean, if she were like under heavy depression and whatnot, it would have been out sooner. I don't think after 11 years you're gonna go suicide yourself. It doesn't
That's
make
what
any
I
sense.
thought as well.
Because you're way past beyond the stage of mourning and the
Yeah,
the beginning.
Yeah, it didn't make sense, the death. I read about it, and that she had established a fund and an organisation, a pilot academy, so that anyone who wants to be a pilot, but it's on behalf of her husband's name, yeah, Jason Dole Pilot Academy or whatever. It was doing okay. She was all right, Obviously, getting the money. I mean, what's going on there? Why would you end it at the age of 53? I don't know. They just seem. I don't know. When you look at them, they looked weird. Weird couple. When you look at them, stumbled on that bit of information accidentally yesterday. Because Flight 93 did not hit the ground, and then Flight 77 that hit the Pentagon. What happened to that plane as well, and all its passengers? Yeah, there was a lot of confusion going on, man. So yeah, it's still alive, still trucking. Hasn't gone away, and we got the guy, the engineers, all the engineers and architects to thank for that, and Richard Gage from the Richard Gage AIA, and David Ray Griffin, another champion, keeping the whole thing alive. David Gray Griffin wrote 10 books on the subject matter. 10 books published, because he's just totally not satisfied with what happened, and he's telling it as it is. It was an inside job, and the government knew about it. That's what he says. I'm surprised he's still alive.
Yeah.
Because he says it as it is. He's not. Doesn't mince his words. This guy, David Gray Griffin. Said America's acting like it's an empire kind of thing. He's done a lot of lectures and speeches and everything. A real man with integrity there. And then Richard Gage, 20 years on, still pushing for the court cases and everything. Hasn't missed a beat, asking for donations, help, volunteers. He's done a grand job. There's people who lost their families. They got a lot of thank yous to give to that man, because he's kept it alive. He's totally pissed off because it's engineering. You're saying that the buildings, that you're attacking my profession, because we build buildings so that people will live and survive them. We don't build them to collapse at 3-4 speeds. So you're attacking my job, the integrity of the work we do. You know what I mean? I mean, that's worth 20 years. More than that. You don't give up, do you? Yeah. For a lot of scumbags, when you line them up, those that are involved, pitiful human beings, out of shape, unfit, more money than sense, scum. That's what they are. If you were to line them up in front of you. Sorry excuses for human beings. And they wiped out 3,000. plus all the emergency workers have died over the 20 years from the 9/11 cough, they call it, or whatever. Respiratory problems.
Ultimate sellout.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. What's his name? Michael Moore did that 9/11. No, sorry, yeah, Fahrenheit 9/11. And in that documentary, the Cubans fire service invited the emergency fighters from America to come and get medical help because the government of America wasn't giving help to those people. They said, you're not covered with insurance. We didn't ask you to go to Ground Zero and clean up and help out. You volunteered your service, but we can't aid your medical health. We've got no insurance for you. You ain't got no insurance. So they were struggling. So they were invited over to Cuba, and when they arrived, the fire service saluted them. The Cubans were lined up in their uniforms, standing to attention, saluting the American responders. They said they were heroes. They said, now come over to us. We're going to fix you medically, all for free. One woman broke down because she had the the inhaler. When you suffer from asthma, you put it in your mouth and it shoots and expands your lungs. You know the thing I'm talking about? Does anybody know what I'm talking about? It's not
nebulizer.
Yeah, nebulizer. Thank you. That's the one. The nebulizer inhaler. Yeah, right. Now, in the US, it was costing $130 a pop. Cuba, $5. She just broke down and cried. She couldn't believe how her country was ripping her off. She just broke down and cried. Yeah, that was good. That was a great touch by the Cubans to do that. Great touch to invite them over for medical health care. They said we're going to get you better before you go back to the US. You're going to be 100%. Yeah, that's great.
Real humans.
Yeah,
Real
yeah,
people.
yeah. Because he took the boat over to Guantanamo Bay, okay, where they had these so-called suspected terrorists, okay, and Michael Moore made a point in saying that they're getting better treatment than the Americans on Medicare in America. They don't get that kind of care. So let's go over to Guantanamo Bay and see if we can get you some medical care. Okay, and he's got his lad head. He goes, yeah, can you look after these guys like you're looking after the baddie? He said, you're looking at these do-gooders here. Can you look after the bad? Look after them like you're looking after the bad guys. Can you? With the loudspeaker, I was cracking up when he was doing it. I thought, yeah, that's right, but that's what needs to be done here. Well, of course, they didn't answer, but they were on their way to Cuba anyway. They just stopped off along the way. And yeah, I think Guantanamo Bay is part of Cuba, isn't it? I'm not sure. Oh, it's on the way to Cuba anyway. But yeah, they got to Cuba, received a salute, warm welcome, and they got Medicare to the highest level.
I think it's on the mainland.
Say that again?
I think Guantanamo Bay is on the mainland of Cuba.
Yeah, I think it's on the west coast, isn't it? Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So I'm just going back into my memories. I'm going right back to Fahrenheit 9/11. I'm trying to recall it. So, but yeah, it's quite interesting that documentary. I watched that in 2004 on my way to England with my family, with the kids. That was the first time I've gone back to England since I left in 1999. So it had been 5 years. So I was watching that on the plane because I wanted to watch it. I thought, yeah, I haven't seen that 9/11. Let me watch this now. I already knew it was a inside job. I just wanted to know what Michael Moore was bringing to the mix. So, I'm on Virgin Airlines and I was watching. I thought, yes, this is interesting, man. But they got Medicare. I might be wrong. I think the film I'm talking about is actually Sicko. Yeah, I think I made a misquote there. I think it's Sicko where they get Medicare. Sicko. That's the one. Sicko. Okay. Michael Moore's documentary Sicko, where Michael Moore compares the American medical system to Europe, because a lot of Americans were leaving the US to go and work in England and in Europe, in particular France, because the Medicare and healthcare is much better in England and France than the US. Okay? And then they showed the Guantanamo Bay bit. And also, Michael Moore's parents was going to have a visit to the US to see their son, and they were taking out medical insurance because if they had an accident, it would be like hundreds of thousands of dollars to get Medicare if you haven't got insurance on your holiday. They said, oh, we can't afford your Medicare in your country, so we're getting an insurance policy now, he said. The parents were saying, cracking up. Good documentary if you've never seen it, Sicko. Insight into how shit US medical care is. Even today, look, back then it was ranking 30-something. Even today it's still in 30-something. Can you believe that? Fuck. Your country, the US. Oh, it's like just... I look at America, it's like a film set. Things that go on it. It's not really a country or a business. It's a bloody film set. Or it's a business and a film set. The US. Wow. That's why they say only in America. Still, the geology is beautiful, though. Beautiful part of the world, no doubt about that. Got hot, mad people living on it. By the way, the powers that shouldn't be is what I mean. And then everyone else is like psychologically, mentally affected. Even I am, no doubt about it. Because whatever happens in America spreads around the world, it affects everyone. To put a positive twist on it. And that's what I do. So if I chose 911 for my number plate of my car, it's not because it's a traumatic, I can't forget it. I don't want to forget it. That was out of order what happened there. And no one's had been held accountable for that yet, even though we know who's done it. We know the culprits. And you know, even the architects, right? When they're describing that it came down at 3-4 speeds. Speak up, man, you're wankers. You can't even stand up and say that could never happen properly. Oh, meek, they are really meek. You know, yes, you're good at your job. Now they're lying it was fire. Now stand up and band together and say that could never happen. What's the matter with you people? You're not even doing that to stand up properly. Honestly, pisses me off. No power in their voices. Nothing. No backbone almost. It's like they're scared to say something in case they're losing their job. Look, you're not going to lose your job. You're the boss of your own company, aren't you? Well, then stand up. What's wrong with you? Because you know it was your inside job, wasn't it? When you know it's an inside job, say it was an inside job. The sooner everybody knows, the sooner we can sort this shit out. Tell it as it is. Can you imagine? Oh, you're in the building and you're going down. Oh, gone. Shameful. Now, to reverse engineer it's difficult, you know. But we know that the Bush family, that would be George Bush's cousin and brother, were in charge of the security for those twin towers and the building number 7, that whole complex, Securicom. So there's a surprise for you, eh? How did the 19 terrorists get access to put the bombs in into each floor and set it all up? They could never have done that with their box cutters. Box cutters and plastic knives that you get on a plane for your meal. How would they have gained access to plant the thermite and thermate and the incendiary devices on the floors all the way around symmetrically? How would they be able to do that? 400 girders. That's an operation. Back in the day, I heard that it was a 10-year plan. Bush Senior started it off, you see. So they were doing it slowly. They planned it 10 years before.
Yeah, you could disguise yourself as any kind of maintenance, upgrade to the LAN networks, the internet, go around. It could be anything, couldn't it?
Yeah, glad you said that, because that's what was said. What you just said there is exactly what they said. Mirror image. Exactly. Could easily disguise yourself. And they were coming in after working hours. So the security just let them in, go ahead and do what you're going to do. Plus there was elevator work being done as well, because with the Twin Towers, you'd need to get into the elevator section and then get into the infrastructure. And you could do that through the elevator shafts, apparently. So there you go. And then the workers coming in, I think just a few weeks before the grand event, they were coming in having to clean dust off the air ducts and that every day, they said. Workers who worked in the building. Every morning there'd be dust that they'd have to clean up. And they could hear the movement of heavy equipment. And let's not forget that the Twin Towers were of low occupancy. Larry Silverstein was losing money, hemorrhaging cash. Like a fireman's hose.
Needed that insurance payout, didn't he?
He needed it badly. That's why he reapplied for a brand new one for 6 weeks before the event. And then you hear him say, well, I had a conversation with the fire chief and they said, I don't think we can contain the fire. Well, I said, well, I think we've had so much loss of life. I think the smartest thing is to pull it. So we decided to pull it and watch it collapse. I mean, come on. He should be in jail by now, the cunt. Should he not? And if I was the insurance company, I wouldn't pay a single penny, single dollar. But of course, the insurance company's all part of the game. They're part of it. They don't mind paying out because it's going to come back again anyway. Yeah? That's why they paid up. Because I'm sure you wouldn't pay up. 6 weeks later, you're going to start losing billions of dollars for this event. You're going to think he knew something. Are you not? Yeah? Are you not? If you're an insurance company, you're going to think he knew something. And then you hear what he said about the bullet. You think, well, definitely, we're not paying out. That's exactly what I said. You ain't getting a penny. You had foreknowledge. How can you pull a building? How can you pull a 47-story building in a couple of minutes? Tell me that, Larry. How did you manage that, Larry? How did that happen? So the fire chief tells you they can't contain a fire. You then said, oh, we've had so much loss of life. The best thing to do is to pull it. And that's a technical term to pull down the building. And then you watch the building collapse. So Larry, you're in trouble, mate. We're not giving you a penny. In fact, you're going to jail. And your feet are not going to be touching the ground. Clearly obvious, isn't it? I mean, come on, what insurance company is going to pay out like that? Unless they're involved as well. Not to mention the insider trading. Put up stock options as well, bets went through the roof. Even Japanese companies made money, by the way, on that 9/11. I checked it. I watched the documentary 9/11, Who Benefited? Yes, and Japanese companies, all manner of companies were making money on that event. And that would have been back in 2003, 4 when I watched that. 9/11, who benefited? Yeah. Yeah, I know it's a 20-year-old story, but it hasn't gone away yet, you know. Lawsuits are afoot at last, properly now. They're not letting go. They're like bulldogs. They're not letting go. Someone's got to pay. Someone's have got to pay. And that all happened on a flat earth that I didn't realise. That's the funny thing. All that time the earth was flat and I didn't realise it. Yes, when you look back at what you missed. Yeah, man. I remember channel hopping and I thought, oh, I haven't seen this movie before. You know, when the plane went into the building, you recognise the scene when you know you've seen it, but when this one went into the building, I thought, I haven't seen this movie before. As I'm channel hopping, let's watch this thing. And then within like a minute or so, what's this, a real news? Real event? Hang on a second, this is real, isn't it? Let me check CNN, because that was BBC, you see. CNN. Fucking hell. The towers have been, what? What am I, what? Let me put it down. Put the remote control down. I thought, fucking hell, plane's gone into the building. And then a few minutes later, another one. Bang, fucking hell, what is going on? And then you're hearing, plane's gone down in Shanksville. What? Evaporated. The Pentagon's been hit. What? God, it was just non-stop.
Yeah, I was working for a company, and we had colleagues working in Maryland, or Virginia. So when we heard the Pentagon getting hit, the company I was working for, everyone just started panicking. The fear in there, man. I just went home. I just couldn't handle everyone freaking out. It was just the worst.
Wow, yeah, thanks for that insight, yeah, because I wasn't there. I was watching it here from Japan on the TV, you know, and I thought, fucking hell, what is going on?
Yeah, I was in Cardiff, but we had 2 or 3 colleagues, in Virginia working. It was like, oh shit, are they all right?
Right. Did they die in Pentagon then, did they?
No, they were in the Pentagon. They were near. They were near, like in that area. So at first, when the news was, we thought there was just a massive world war going on. To me, it was like all chaos, and no, they were fine. They came back pretty soon as well. As soon as the flights could go, it was all good. There was nothing there.
So what was you thinking then when you saw that? What did you think?
I don't know, man, because I was always distrustful of mainstream news back then. I've always been very conspiracy kind of minded.
Yeah,
and
me too.
I could see all my colleagues freaking out, in the office and that, and I was just like, man, something didn't sit right. I had to go and process it on my own in the house, and then bought into all of it. Then, it was just we were bombarded with that news, weren't we? And for a while, and then when the conspiracies started coming out, it was like, oh yeah, I can see, I was on board with the conspiracies then,
Yeah. Now, I had the same thing. It didn't sit well with me for a year because I said to myself, there is no way the Muslims did this. They can't organise a piss up in a brewery. So there's no way they could have hijacked 4 planes and did what they said. That didn't sit with me at all. What? And they're going to end their lives, right? And they're going to be sitting down with lap dancers, spending, what was it? They spent, what did they spend in an hour and a half? They spent $10,000 on champagne and all this with lap dancers in a bar.
Do you remember the news? Like, obviously, you've seen the BBC news reporter in the UK saying, "We've just heard that Building 7 has come down," and it was still standing behind her as she was reading that news. Yeah, I remember when people coming out saying about that not long after, and I was like, "Yeah, that makes no sense. What's going on?" And the passport's being found in perfect condition, like a block away or something, but nothing else from the planes, was around.
Yeah, that's right. That was Jane Stanley, the reporter. Jane
No, it
Stanley.
was. Yeah, sorry, I haven't seen it for a long time, so I got look at my memories changed into a woman.
Yeah, that name, I will never forget that name because my friend Alan Stanley's sister's name is Jane Stanley. You see what I mean? That's why I can remember it, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, that's why that name was easy to remember. But, that's her name, Jane Stanley. And, she was reporting the Solomon Building. We've just got reports that the Solomon Building has just collapsed. You know what I mean? And we're waiting for some more reports on that. And the building standing boulders brass behind her head. Do you know what I mean?
I know. Yeah.
Shining in the sun, glistening in the sunlight now. As she's reporting it. Really funny. But I remember I was thinking, the Muslims can't do that. They cannot organize themselves to do that. And it's haram, which means it's illegal in the religion to kill people who are not endangering the religion itself. So it can, that's called, what's the word I'm looking for? Come on. The legal way of killing. Come on. I've forgotten the terminology now.
Murder?
No. In Islam, there's a legal way of killing. Can't remember the bloody terminology now.
Illegal killing?
You know when it's a jihad. That's it, jihad. That's the one I'm looking for. Okay, if it's jihad,
Okay, that's not really killing, but okay.
Well, yeah, but you know what I mean. Well, it could be killing. It could go that far, but it's not a jihad war. Okay, unless it's jihad. If they're just flying planes into, but that's illegal. That's haram. They can't do that, and Muslims wouldn't do that. They wouldn't be hijacking planes to kill. That's not that. It's not the Muslim way. Okay, so I couldn't. So for a year, I just kept thinking that they couldn't do that. That was me thinking for 1 year. I couldn't believe they did that. I mean, when they have this Mecca thing, okay, when they go to Mecca, Hajj, the amount of people die there when they want to cast the stone at the evil spirit. Many people are dying underfoot, and I'm thinking, why can't they organize that so no one dies? How can you go to Mecca and end up dead because you want to cast a stone at the evil thing? Who are the organizers that are allowing this to happen? I mean, it's embarrassing, okay? That happens almost year on year prior to this 9/11 thing, okay? So it's an embarrassment already. I'm thinking, if they can't organize a casting of the stone of the evil spirit stoning, and they're trampling underfoot, how can they organize 4 hijacked planes? You'd have to sit there and learn all about the security and everything. That requires a lot of logistics, I'm afraid. They can't do that. And then a year later, I'm speaking to my Greek friend in London. I asked him, what do you think about this 9/11 thing, man? A year later, yeah? You reckon these Muslims could have done it? He says, what, you think the Muslims done that? And he sent me a link. Right? And I looked at this link and I kind of had gogged this. It wasn't going in what I was watching. Wasn't making any sense. Maybe the beginning was wrong or something. But it didn't get into my brain, yeah? I just couldn't accept what was being said here. So I thought, this link is shit, man. Get it? I typed in myself, 911, just like that. And a load of Porsche Turbos models come up. Oh, no, I don't mean the car. Okay, let me see now. Hang on. 9/11, who benefited? And suddenly the computer's spewing out a tsunami of information. And the first one I clicked on was loose ends. And there I was down the rabbit hole. I thought, fuck, this is what's going on. Wow. Well, there you go. So it's like a Kennedy thing. They took out Kennedy. This is the new Pearl Harbor now. Fuck. You see what I mean? Yeah. So I knew there was something up. and I haven't stopped looking into it ever since then. I was totally disgusted by the event. When I found out who the characters were, and they'd gone to war in Iraq, killing babies. You've got babies, trucks load of babies being buried in massive graves. You know, you just get more angry and angry. Then I watched the documentary, Iraq for Sale, The War Profiteers. That's dealing with Halliburton and that. Dick Cheney's company, how they're making money off the war. Cost plus. So, you know, they're driving Ford Escalades with all the bling bling in a war zone. The secretaries, yeah? You know, they're charging the soldiers like $60 for a 6-pack of Coke. And it was made in Iraq. It wasn't made in America. And the American soldiers were being charged $99. Well, not the American soldiers, but the American taxpayer were being charged $99 to have the uniforms of the military soldier personnel in Iraq cleaned up, $99 each, when it was only $3 in the US in the laundry. But it, you know, and it was coming back grimier than it went out. The soldiers were saying when they were washing it themselves, they said, "No, you cannot do that. Give that to the laundry man, and they're going to clean it for you." And coming back grimier, but $99 a pop. So yeah, they were just wasting money, and I just thought, bloody hell, all this is going on, making money from all this. Blackwatch, you know, Blackwatch security going in there. They were making money until 2 of their men got hacked to death. Yes, and that made negative news. Can you explain what happened to your 2 men? No comment, and he drove off. The CEO of Blackwatch, or is it Blackwatch? Blackwater, that's it, Blackwater, the security. That also happened, didn't it? What was it? They called those the private security firms, yeah, in Iraq. They were making money. So, yeah, I was totally, thoroughly disgusted with all that as the years were going by. Because I was doing the research, you know. And then, I went to Hawaii, you got the chemtrails, 2010. Talking to some of these police officers about the 9/11 thing. In 2010, I was talking about it. And he says, well, you know, those terrorists. I said, are you sure it was the terrorists? Well, we have to believe what we're told. Really? You can't think for yourself? I said. So what use are you to the public if you can't think for yourself then? So you put your uniform on and you're living a lie. Is that what you're doing? You know, I laughed at him. 2 police officers. He says, well, you're entitled to your opinion. I goes, excuse me? It's not a fucking opinion, it's fact. Fact that it was an inside job. Yeah? Fire doesn't bring down buildings. That was 2010 in Hawaii. My first time to Hawaii. I'm at the laundrette and I'm talking to these 2 police officers about the 9/11 and how their colleagues died. They should be ashamed of themselves. Yeah. I said, me and my mates, we used to think America was a cool place, but now we don't. Not with that kind of event going on. Not an ideal place to go, yeah? Even though I'm here in Hawaii, it's an island, miles away. But yeah, you know, I was really sticking it to them. Because you got to think for yourself, man. What's going on here? We got to believe what we're told, he said. It's an inside job, and you know it. Yeah. That was 2010, and that's when I learned about the chemtrails in 2010. And then 5 years later, Jin's a flat earther. Still doing all the research all the way through. Moon landings. Moon landings discovery was in 2002. So they didn't fucking go. Look at that. Heartbroken.
Were you a NASA fanboy back then?
Yeah, because I had all the toys. I had all the toys, didn't I? When I was a kid.
Yeah.
See, my childhood memories. Because they went to the moon when I was 7 years old. So I had the lunar module and the lunar command module in a box, and I never took it out. I left it in the box, so I never touched it with my hands. It was like a shrine on my windowsill. And then during the 70s, mid-70s, my youngest brother, whilst I was at school, he opened the box and took it out, and I went loopy. Well, what the fuck are you? And then I stopped. I said, "I'll tell you what, no, you can have it." I gave it to him because he wanted to play with it in the end. I had to let him have it, really. Because I realised that I really wasn't using it. It was just sitting there and it was going to give him joy. So I let him have it. So I said, sorry, I was shouting. Yeah, you can have it. Yeah, I'll give it to you. You can play with it now. Because I had no further use for it, really. But I still believed in the NASA thing. But 2002, yeah, that was a heartbreak. So they didn't go. So my friend, the friend of a friend who was trying to tell me that they didn't go to the moon was correct, because I counted him off. I said to him, fuck off, you're out your head, your mum doesn't know shit. Get out of here and fucking walk in the door, will you? Fuck off, And then so I had to phone him up and apologise. I said, I've just discovered that the moon landings were a hoax. You were trying to tell me, but you didn't give me any information as to what your mother knew. That's why I lost my temper. Because I saw it on TV, you see, but you said your mother just knew. I mean, how can you just know that without any information? Come on, man. And he didn't tell me, that's why I cut him off. But I stand corrected, I apologise to you, and I've just discovered he'd forgotten about it. That was the thing. He'd actually forgotten about that. That was a surprise. But I apologised to him. His name was Dave. And I thought, great. So they didn't go to the moon. Lying bastards. I said, right. Still not connecting that they couldn't have taken any pictures of the Earth. Do you know what I mean? Right? They just didn't go to the moon, and I'm glad on that. And I continued to do the research right up to when I was a flat earther, being told by Mark Sargent, that image is a CG blood. I said, fucking hell, how didn't I connect that? Because I didn't go to the moon, of course. So how could they have taken that picture? Man, am I inadequate at researching? Fuck, am I shit at it, I said to myself, but I didn't connect the dots. I was feeling really stupid. Yeah. Absolutely inadequate. All that military training as well. It all just come flashing back. All of it. Flooding back, all of it. Yeah. And then I watched 5 more videos on this stuff, on this flat earth thing. I already knew within 5 minutes that it was flat, because as I was watching, I clicked on the video to watch it for entertainment, because I've been ignoring it for half a year of 2014, you see. So I thought, let me just watch this now and see let's have a laugh, eh? Come on. And I was not laughing at all. In fact, I felt like a donkey. When you see the Tom and Jerry where the donkey's face comes up, that was me. That was me. As I'm listening to Mark Sargent on my iPad, feeling, shrinking in size. Yeah, I felt a right Burke. I thought, yeah, that's right. That makes sense. And then I smacked my head, because I got that epiphany where all your life flashes back at you at once. Boom, it's flat. Fuck, how did I miss that? And I was banging my head walking up and down this room. Banging my head. Fuck, how did I miss that? Ow, bloody hell, what an idiot I've been. Fucking hell. Giving it the large one. I can live in the forest any day of the week, but you missed the flat earth, you Burke. Fuck. So then I watched 4 other... Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, it's funny how, when you think about it, all the other conspiracies, once you go through them, everything leads back to flat earth, basically.
It does. Yeah. That's why when we hear people asking, what's the importance of flat earth? It's very important. That's why everybody has to learn, because once they realize that the earth is indeed a flat plate, not spinning, they're going to wake up from their trance now. And then they're going to realize that all the other wars and everything else was just fantasy for your control of your mind. Fear-mongering. There will be a revolution that day, and governments will fall. Yeah. In fact, they will run out before they fall. That's what will happen. They'll vacate it. No one's going to be voting then. That's for sure. They shouldn't be voting now today. That should have stopped by now after trying to force you with a needle. Double up on a nappy on your face. And you want to go and run up, and in Australia they're getting battered on the head. Women are getting slammed to the ground. And you want to go and vote? Fucking if you vote, you're a dumb cunt. I'm telling you now, I don't care what. Don't vote to be governed by any government that is devaluing your very existence. Your very flesh is being devalued. You are nothing. You are a slave.
Yeah, I feel like these kind of people, like I can't really help them. You know what I feel like? You know what I mean? Like once I hear the stuff they're doing, like to themselves without thinking, it's like I can't do anything. I just.
You got to say something.
I might say my piece, you know,
yes,
but
good.
if they feel that something is wrong, I will tell that person, yeah, okay, you need to really think about it, look into this and this.
Yeah.
Give
You're
some information.
fucking up everyone's life, is what
but
I say.
But I will do that to that person who's genuinely concerned, like something is off, like, but the person itself can't really tell what it is. Then I might step in and give my 2 cents about it and see if that changes anything. But then on the other side, you have people like another guy I was talking to. He full on believes in the the whole thing, whatever. So
the narrative.
The whole narrative, and took the whatever.
Yeah.
Juices.
The unmentionable.
And then I'm asking him, how can you, considering the bill protection they got and everything of the track records and such in the past, these companies have in combined, like in comparison. I don't understand. Like, how can you compare? And then he comes and says, "Oh, but this one is better than the other company, according to the data here." I'm like, "What?" I don't give a flying fuck about the data. Like, that's not what I'm looking at. Like, it doesn't fall into line with the reality as we see like what's happening with people now. You know? Yeah. I don't give a flying 2 cents about the data you talking about. It's like he's comparing different brands, like, oh, this brand has better quality, like this shoe brand, whatever, like branding.
Exactly.
It felt like that to me. I'm like,
well, that's their mentality. That's their mentality. Consumerism. He's a consumer, isn't he?
Yeah, that's what it felt like. So this guy, I tried to go through his mind, like with some, like, I'm like, how do you reason with that? Like, how you compare these companies with each other, and you say this one is better than the other one, but they're all in the same boat. They're all covered by the same bill.
Evil, man.
Yeah.
Oh, they're repeat offenders. That's what they are.
This guy just didn't get it. I was like, he's hopeless. I'm like, I left it at that. I was like, for me, what I'm gonna do? It's not proving anything. He doesn't like want to think about it at all. He's like, oh, I have a friend who works in this industry and he's presented this data, gave me a link to this and that. I'm like, okay. And I gave him another link to, what's it called? Mikey Eden. What's it called?
Okay. Oh, right.
Yeah. Say, posing the narrative. So I gave him that. I told him, look him up. He says completely different things against the narrative. So... And that's it. I left it at that. So if he's really genuinely interested in, researching that and whatever, then that's good. Good for him.
Well done. Yeah. So you have some compassion. What you're telling me is you've got compassion with people if they're genuinely trying to. They know something's amiss and they can't quite get their finger on it. Yeah, I understand. Put their finger on it.
Because it's kind of hard, straight on just say no. Don't do that or this. And they were like, what's wrong with you? What do you mean? Like, everybody's doing it. It's going to come off wrong at the beginning. So you have to
you've got to show them
slowly, materials and maybe some titles that's opposing the narrative, if that's what they, appeal to, whatever.
Yeah, no, I just want to give him the data. I'll give him the data. This is what you need to look. Look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. And it might be 5 videos and it might be like 8 hours there. But that's how you're going to learn. When you look at all this, you're going to come to a real understanding as to why you're not going to do it. And you're not going to get this on their TV. It's not coming from the main media because this is the truth here. What you're doing is you're following something with no data, no scientific evidence for what they claim it can do. It's a brand new nonsense. And there you are going to go try it out. But these are experts in the field. You know, hundreds of years if you combine them together. okay, and they're telling you, look out. They haven't got an axe to grind with anyone. They've got your welfare in their hearts and humanity. Look out. Don't do it. You know, I mean, look at the material first, yeah, before you start making those wild decisions. You know.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, and those companies you were talking about, yeah. Do you know that they've been repeat offenders? In 2009, 160,000 times going to court. 160,000 times.
It's insane.
Ah! And that was when they settled in courts. Out of court settlements, times that by 3. Out of court settlements.
Yeah, and these people are still walking on the streets. It's very same people.
Still, yeah. I said to them, if I was a company and I did what they did, and I did that. 2 times, third time I'm in jail. I've been in jail first time, I'm sure.
Yeah, a lifetime. You'd be in lifetime.
Yeah.
These people are just walking on the streets doing their thing over and over. Doesn't just pay out some some sum of money to the
money
families
they're making. You know?
Yes, billions, if not more.
550 billion in 1 year just in the US alone. Some of the drugs they makes more money. The top 3 drugs that's being sold grosses more money than half the world's GDP. You know, countries of around the world. So if you look at half of the world country and you go to each one, these 3 drugs are making more money than these countries' GDP. Can you imagine that? Fuck. That's nuts.
It's what I call it, a lucrative business model.
Yeah, that's what's his name? Gary Noll called it obscene amounts of money. Yeah, it is obscene, definitely. And they know it's damaging people, and they said, well, if we look at the lawsuit, now we can still make money, get on with it. Go with it. Knowing they're going to kill people. Knowing. Wow.
I think that's the most stupidest thing the government did ever, I think, in human history. Give them the fucking bill of protection.
Yeah, that was Ronald Reagan.
And every other company can be sued and prosecuted, people thrown in jail, whatever, if they would harm the public.
You can be sued, yeah.
But these fucking companies, are you kidding me?
You're selling bread and zucchini, so you can get sued, you know what I mean? But this poison, killing, you can walk free.
Yeah.
Nuts.
It is.
Yes, the unmentionables.
Yeah, and even like with the whole thing, the so-called pandemic, it made me look into the the things within it as well. Like about the claims they made, like they isolated some sort the genome, whatever they were talking about.
Yeah.
I was interested. I came in completely unaware of anything of that sort. I'm like, full blank sheet, going in, researching, listening to different types of titled people, experts, basically. Yeah, both sides. I was trying to compare what they say, what the other side is saying, like what's what and what's not.
I entered that in 2006 was when I decided to research that, because somebody I liked in Britain, his name was Brian Hoare, ex-military. He spent 10 years right by Winston Churchill's statue in England, Parliament, protesting against the war in Afghanistan and Iraq. And he had all these posters up of children being deformed by the depleted uranium that's being used in the weapons. He had all that on there for 10 years. He never went home. His family would bring the meals to him at his tent. 10 years, and he died of cancer, But he was a heavy smoker, mind you, but he was ex-military, so he was in the Second World War, this guy,
Yeah.
Right. So he was a man of impeccable integrity. In fact, he won Channel 4's most inspiring individual, person, and they put a security guard on his tent when they invited him to the Channel 4 studios in Horseferry Road, London, to receive that award live. Do you know that? And the candidates were like Tony Blair, right? The head of the military in the army, some priest, and some other Wally, and then this Brian Hoare character, okay? And the guy that's announcing it, right? The guy that's announcing the winner goes, well, I'll tell you off the bat, it ain't Tony Blair and that military Wally. We know they're not going to get it. But you'd be glad you know who it is. It's Brian Hoare. And then everyone clapped, you know, because he'd been there for 10 years protesting the Iraqi war and the Afghanistani war, that it was illegal, you see.
I never heard that, Jin. That's crazy.
Yeah. And Alex Jones went there. Alex Jones actually went there to meet him. Alex Jones. He was loud hailer. And he was saying to people as they were driving by, do you think some ragheads in a cave can bring NORAD to stand still? Do you believe that? You know, some Arabs in a cave can bring down NORAD. He was shouting it out, man. Yeah, it was good. If I was there, I would have gone there myself, believe you me. I would have gone there myself. I wouldn't be able to go every day. I would have gone weekends because I work weekdays. You know, night time I would have been there with Brian. He did an honourable thing. 10 years. His family used to come down and give him all his food and everything else. He got arrested several times, but at that time, everybody had the right to protest, so they had to let him go. He wasn't breaking the law. And he was always calling for support, and he got support from time to time. People would be protesting with him. And all you're getting is silly idiots who are ignorant, bibbing and that. Even some military men tried to move him on, and he had to remind him that he was in the military himself. Look him up, Brian Hoare. All right, okay, protester Brian Hoare, Parliament Square. He's there. You'll see him 10 years non-stop. He died of cancer, and then I thought, what is this cancer thing? Bloody hell, everyone's died of cancer. There must be a cure. So I typed in on the computer, cancer cures, and it just all came up, tsunami. I thought, bloody hell, really? It's there all the time. I'm never going to do another charity ride again, because I used to do the London to Brighton charity ride on behalf of the cancer research in Britain. London to Brighton every year, raising money. And it turns out that they weren't even using it for research. It's a scam. Fucking scam, man. And I did it 3 times and twice for the youth club that I was working for, to raise money for the youth club, because Margaret Thatcher had got rid of the Inner London Education Authority. So it meant that the funding for youth clubs had to be found from the town halls now. And you had to become a business, a viable business. You had to have your business plan and all that to get funding, okay, in Westminster. So we were lucky. We got only a little bit of funding, and then we had to somehow raise money ourselves. So my way of raising money was to do the London to Brighton charity ride, you know, every year. Okay? So, but when I found out in Japan here that when you look at the industries out there, the car industry improvements. If you look at the radio cassettes and that, they're improving. Ships, planes, everything improves and advancements are being made. The only thing that's not advancing is cancer research. And I just went, what? Sorry? Say that again? Cancer research is not advancing. The cures have been known for all this time. Anyone thinking they're raising money for the research, they're not spending it on research. I said, I'm never going to do that again. So I learned my lesson, you see. Now, I learned that there's cures for cancers are out there, natural cures that have been forbidden, being hidden from us, and that the cancer research companies are not really doing the research. That's why it's taking so long. We're on the cusp. We're on the cusp of we're on the verge of finding a cure. And they're not. They're not even looking for a fucking cure. That's what I learned, 2006. And that's when I learned about autism and everything else. Yeah, that's when I went down that rabbit hole. Learning about, you know, the unmentionables are just not working. They've never been proven to work. Yeah. Okay, so I've been at it for some time. Razor sharp at this thing now. So yeah, Brian Hoare, great guy. Passed away cancer. Did they take him out, I wonder? The hospital wasn't a million miles away from Parliament.
Isn't cancer like a systematic poisoning thing to the body?
Yeah, I think what they say is that we produce cancer cells in our bodies on a daily basis, kind of thing. And if your body pH level is correct, those cells cannot live in your body; they die off. But if you start to poison your body and make it toxic, and you don't detox, then the cancer cells will thrive.
Yeah, they thrive in acidic environments.
Environment,
like the pH, within your body.
Yeah.
Yeah, that made me look into the the germ theory versus the terrain theory. I don't know if you.
Yeah. Well done.
Says a lot of things about
Yeah.
what we know and don't know.
Yeah, I got into that.
I went into that as well.
2 years ago. 2 years ago, I got into that one. Okay, because of what's going on now, and it was called the guy's channel is called Rockets Push Off of Air, and the documentary is called The History of Germ Theory. Wow, when he first produced that documentary, it was 3 hours long, and I loved it. I watched I was just like bristling with knowledge after that. I was thinking, well, there's no need to be scared. There's no need to be scared at all. I mean, bloody hell, it's just all lasted like I thought in the first place. Yeah. It doesn't spread in the air like they're telling us, and you can't just touch something and get it. Even if it's dried on the surface of the table, you can still get it. Or if you touch money, all that stupidness. I just said, it's just all been one lie from 300 years ago. Yeah.
That initial story of how they worked out that bees were around, they kind of forced like monkey brains into another monkey or something because they couldn't get it to spread.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Isn't that terrible what they do? Can you imagine the human being doing that in earnest? For whose benefit, man? Who do you think, who's benefiting from this? Fuck.
And then because those experts did it, then the next experts believe them, and they believe them, they believe them, they believe them, and it becomes like proof or reality or something. I don't know.
But the thing is, you would never do that because you're checking everything, you see? You'd never be that person, would you?
No.
Oh, no, you wouldn't because you're checking. How can you put animal DNA in things and think it's going to work for a human? Fuck. I don't get it.
No, I would reject that, the body.
Yeah, exactly. It would. You go into autoimmune mode. That's what happened there. Yes. That's why I say, when you think about your life, you've got to think about ancient man. You've got to. He's not an idiot. Ancient man's going to save your lives. You've got to think, did he have these medicines? No, they didn't have the ailments, did they? No, they didn't. So what's different? Start thinking about reducing your contact to chemicals wherever you can. First off, start eating natural, at least, on this flat earth. Flat earth related, yeah? On this flat earth, eat healthy. Good advice. Reduce your contact with chemicals in the house, in the kitchen, in the garage, whatever. Reduce it.
That's the problem. We are getting, poisoned basically from every possible way.
Yeah.
Through air, food, water. Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. You got it.
People are not aware of it. That's the problem. And they just get sick and they think they're transmitting the sickness between us, between them, I mean. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to take a follicle of my hair and put it under an electron micron. What do you call it? The electromicron probe or data, and to see what chemicals are in my body. You only got to take a follicle off your hair and you'll know instantly. Do you know that?
I've heard of it, yeah. I don't know.
Yeah,
how much does it cost?
yeah.
Is it expensive?
They test for drugs, and every drug you've ever taken stays in your hair.
Everything that's in your body will come up on the graph. Every toxic chemical and drug, it'll all come up.
All right.
Yeah, I want to know what's in my body. Actually, I'd like to know. That was something I would like to know.
Mm.
You know, can you tell me what's in my body? It's a polygon of my hair. Let me see what chemicals are in my body. Because when I'm going out cycling, and now I'm cycling with the traffic, so I'm breathing in. Even though I've got my mask on, still gets in a little bit. You know, I'm talking about my Respro mask that I use on my motorbike. Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. I'm not talking about this stupid thing that I've never worn that in my life. But when I go cycling now, when I go motorcycling, I've been for 40 years, more than 40 years, I've been using the Respro mask system. Because in London, they said that if you're a taxi driver in London, the black taxi cab, and you do that all day, that's like smoking 60 to 80 cigarettes a day.
Damn.
Yeah, right. That's what they said. Like, well,
yeah, people have been passing out using those masks inside vehicles, like, you know.
Yeah.
They are driving cars. I don't know. It's quite dangerous to me.
Yeah, I think with the Respro system, the airflow is much better because it's especially made to filter clean air through a valve system. So it's blocking the pollutants as you breathe in, and then it's a two-way valve, so it blows out, and then when you breathe in, it locks, so no pollutants getting in. You're breathing through the filter. It's really good, Respro. Been using it for years, so you could use it and drive and be comfortable. You would not be choking at all. I mean, I used to wear it with my helmet on, and I'm running up and down stairs with the helmet and the mask. No problem, man.
Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, going up 4, 5 flights, 5th floor, no problem. Coming back down, it's quicker than the lifts. That's why. Because those lifts take forever, and I'm up and down. I'm done. I'm out the door. I'm on the bike. Gone to the next delivery point. Yeah, well, yeah, it's Mr. Blah Blah. You know, can you sign here, please? Yeah, thanks. Bye. Heathrow Airport. Yes, and if it's in a rainy day, I'd be on my off-road bike. Yeah, love that job, man. I used to wear the Respro all the time. I had no problems, man. So when I go cycling here in Japan, I wear the Respro mask on my motorbike with my son. Yeah, nice. But yeah, I got into that germ theory thing, and I thought, fucking hell, so they've been lying for 300 years. Now the lies just got sophisticated as the years have gone by. Wow.
Yeah, they well, as it seems, they adopted the germ theory model since it was supposed to give them, you know, profit, basically revenues out of it. It made more sense to them as to make money. The germ theory.
That's right, and they always use
the other one.
Military approach. Is what I learned from this documentary. So it's the military approach, yeah, a war on germs, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But really, germs are our best friends. That's the thing.
Yeah. That's the thing. We have tons and tons of germs inside our body, coexisting with our, you know, systems or whatever.
That's why I went to the supermarket after watching this documentary. Okay, a few weeks later, I had to go to the supermarket, and I got this lovely. It's called chicken cutlets, where it's chicken in breadcrumbs, and it's sliced diagonally, and it's, you know, really nice. You get the small packet or the jumbo. So I bought 2 jumbos because the family likes it as well. Okay, and we used the bulldog sauce and a little bit of black pepper and some herbs. Fantastic, succulent, lovely. Okay? So now the woman at the shop now, right, and at the cash register, she's put both of them into this plastic bag. But you know, sometimes the plastic, the container can have a little sharp edge, and it can slice through the plastic without you noticing, okay? So she's put it in. She's being kind. She's helping me. She's loaded it in. I didn't know that she'd sliced the bag with it, so I paid for it. I'm walking out, okay? Right? And then now, as I got out, just as I get out of the supermarket, one of them drops out on the bag and hits the floor, opens up, and now the chicken's on the ground. Do you understand, yeah? Yeah? So what do? I put it all back in, and I'll take it home. And the woman goes, "Are you going to eat that?" I said, "Yeah." That's going to have the best nutrition there is, with all that stuff on the floor as well with it. She looked at me and she thought, man, you guys can eat anything kind of thing, kind of look. She looked at me to say, wow, you can eat anything. I said, that's right. You better be, yes, I can, honestly. I'm not going to die. So I ate that packet and I gave the other packet to my children and my wife to eat. I said, no, don't eat that one. It landed on the floor. So you probably don't want to eat it. But Daddy, you going to eat that? Yeah, of course. I can't afford, I'm not going to throw it away. Yeah, and that's fine. I wasn't ill or anything. There you go. A little bit gritty here and there, but that's fine. Yeah, the immune system is boosted. Germs are our friends. That's all I'm saying. Germs are our friends.
Jane, brother.
How you doing, Skeptical, my man?
Hey, man. I'm alright.
Yeah, great to hear your voice. Yeah, I'm all right as well, man. But
Cool.
yesterday, I'll tell you that Gem Panda, they died, didn't they, man? They died. They died, yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
So, I mean, the debate is over, so...
Yeah.
The debate is utterly and completely over, so there's no debate anymore.
We beat them with Jay Tolman Media 1, didn't we? Yeah?
And even there is no debate to begin with when we speak about objective reality, flat earth reality. It's objective truth, so simple. It's reality we experience every day. We're stationary, we're not moving.
That's right.
We stand on a level plane.
Yep.
I'm not sure if it's an extended plane or not.
Yeah,
And
that's me too. I don't know how far
all
it goes.
observe is the stars above me, right? I know clearly, not the sun, is the celestial body that is moving clearly,
Yeah.
right? Along with the moon and other wandering stars.
Yeah.
So it's simple, right?
Simple. Yeah, it is. It really is. Therefore, decoration.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't get it. Why? Yeah, go ahead, Jed. Sorry.
I was just going to say, thanks. I was just going to say that when we said that Jay Tolman Media, he shows us the area he's about to look at through his camera via the Google Earth first. So he plots the route he's going to take by plane, and he shows you everything, and then he goes by plane to that location, and he takes his Canon camera out without the infrared lens, shows you what it looks like, and then he pops the lens on, and suddenly that flat Earth just appears for miles, doesn't it? Huh?
Seen it. I've seen it.
Yeah, that's beautiful, isn't it?
Absolutely beautiful.
Stunning is the words you have to use. Stunning, breathtaking, amazing. Fuck.
Shocking, like to see infrared camera can catch long distance mountains. Oh God, it's unbelievable. How can you see a full mountain from
1,200 miles?
Yeah, from 100 miles, distance.
Yeah, 1,200, 1,200 miles.
What?
Yeah, he's got images where you can see 1,200 miles away mountains. That's another video.
Oh.
The Hudson Bay one is 500 miles. You're looking at 500 miles there with the Hudson Bay one that I posted today. 500 miles of flat expanse through an infrared lens cuts all the glare and you don't see a single degree of curvature. When I first saw that, and I think it was in like maybe 2017 or probably was 2017.
Yeah.
I was moved totally. Yeah. I was moved, man. It was like, wow, that was fantastic to see. I couldn't believe Because when he showed, when I was looking at the Google Earth, I thought, okay, you know, and you don't know what to expect, you know what I mean? You know, but I'm looking at Google Earth, I thought, yeah, okay, regular map, you know. And then he gets in the plane, he takes off, and you know how he laughs. You people, you know, all that anticipation, man. And then he gets the camera out, and he shows you Hudson Bay. I went that was the first time I've ever seen Hudson Bay, the whole expanse, and it was flat. And I went, blood, that's Hudson Bay. Look at it. Wow. It's flat. Yeah. Oh, brilliant. It's
really shocking, I mean. Like,
it's a flat earth, without a doubt.
Wow.
Yeah. He was using a Canon camera at that time. It does make a difference with the infrared, though, because when he took it up and he showed you it, it was there, flat, but not noticeably flat enough until he put that lens on, because there was too much glare. Yeah. Don't know if you saw that, but then when he put that lens on, clicked it on, and then
I mean, see, Jen, right? See, I still can't believe till today that how the trick was being taught to us. We didn't really notice. I personally didn't notice how the trick was spelled on it. Like,
yeah. None of us did, because you know, you take it on trust. You see?
Yeah.
So your skeptical alarm is not on. You're not thinking you're being deceived. So you have no reason to be suspicious. You see? And then you live your life with the globe Earth being reinforced as you move through your life, you see? Because you're not checking it. When you should be checking it, you don't, because you've already trusted them as a childhood. So you're not gonna check, are you? Are you?
oh, obviously you wouldn't check. You wouldn't do any personal research or verification of what they taught you, like in class or school, university. So trust, because especially they were too much clever. They clearly target us. We were targeted from birth, right?
Yep. Childhood days.
Yeah, from childhood, basically, right? So.
Yeah, from the age of 6, really, that's when you really.
From the age, not even 6, but even from the age of, like, say 2, like when you're watching space cartoons and you watch like the ball and spinning, all that, right?
Yeah, if you're lucky in your, because I was born in the 60s, so we didn't. I remember watching TV from the age of 3 years old. I don't 2 years now. That I can't remember 2. I can remember 3. 3 years old, I can remember watching certain programs, and I could name them, like the New Avengers.
Oh yeah,
I remember watching that.
Yeah.
And other cartoons as well.
I'm pretty younger. I'm pretty younger than you, obviously. So
Yeah,
I
I'm going back
wasn't
to the
exposed to more space cartoons. Yeah,
Yeah, when I was growing up, there weren't that many space cartoons to watch, but there was the Jetsons. Though I loved the Jetsons. Couldn't get enough of the Jetsons, and BBC wasn't showing it enough. You know, you'd have to wait a week before you could see it again. Once a week, that's all you got. You know, of the Jetsons, once a week. And that would have been like the 70s, really. Great cartoon that was. But yeah, then you go to school, and then you learn all about the Earth being a globe, and you think, wow, the globe, yeah. Right, and I remember I used to play with the globe a lot. The reason why I used to play with the globe is because we had the globe, okay? Then we had a map of the world on the wall in my classroom. In my classroom, there was the globe on the teacher's desk, or on another desk next to the teacher's desk. Okay. Then there was a map behind the teacher's desk of the world, and then there was another map of the world with the geology on it, and it showed everywhere was all skyscrapers, okay, except for Africa. Africa was all jungle, right? And I knew I'd come from Africa, so I was thinking, why are there no skyscrapers in Africa? So I asked my teacher, goes, Miss, how comes there aren't any skyscrapers in Africa? And she says, well, the animals have got to have somewhere to live. So I thought, yeah, that's right. And then I started thinking, are you taking a piss? Animals, you know? Was she taking a mickey at me? But I thought, yeah, animals, Africa have to, Africa's the zoo of the world. I thought, okay, well, thank you very much, you know, nice. That made sense, you know? And then I kept on playing with the globe every other day, play with the globe, you know, playing with the globe, spinning it and that, looking at it, looking at the maps, enjoying it. And in the end, I ended up thinking, oh, hang on a second, if this is, what about Australia then? I mean, are they falling off the edge? You know, falling off the planet sort of thing? That's when I asked my teacher. But that took about 6 months though. That didn't happen in a week or two. That took months of me playing with that globe before I got that question out. You understand? I didn't have the critical thinking skills at the time, so it just somehow it dawned on me that Australia would be upside down from England.
Yeah.
You know,
No, I no doubt about that. No, really glad that about having or not being in position opposite, like, you know, having not been able to critically scrutinize what you told, because we're gullible, right? Children, like into 4 years, like, we're all really gullible and naive. Just trust whatever they say, whatever they show us on TV, on news, and it's just.
Been 7 years old, going to be 8 that year that I asked that question. Okay. We just moved into the Camden Town area, and I was going to St Mary Magdalene's school, and so we'd moved from East London. So I was playing with the globe, and I thought, yeah, you know, interesting. NASA's getting ready to go to the moon. You see, July. Right. So you could see that I was asking the questions at the right time. You know, just in time. I started playing with the globe 6 months later, thereabouts. I asked my teacher, how comes they don't fall off of Australia? And I mean, if it's spinning, what's happening to the people? I said to her. And then she said gravity. And she said,
really? Did you say that?
You. What? My teacher said that, yeah. She said gravity is keeping you on the ground. Because I said, what's gravity? She said, gravity is keeping you on the ground. I said, really? And I said, but I can't feel it. I said, I can't feel it on me. And I jumped up and I came back down. She goes, that's why you've come back down, you see, look. But I said to her again, but I can't feel it, miss. I cannot feel the gravity on me. She said, but that's what's keeping you on the ground. Then I said, okay, miss, all right. And then I started asking the kids in the classroom if they knew what gravity was, right? Because, you know, it kind of thing. And they didn't know. So I used to call them dumb because they didn't know, and I did. You know? I used to take the piss out of them.
Magic. Gravity.
Yeah, I used to say, you mug, you don't know what gravity is. Yeah. And we were learning about space as well. You see, there was a program that we'd be watching. The program was called For Schools and Colleges. That's the program.
Why is it called a program?
Yeah, because they're programming us, aren't they? You see?
Yeah.
Right. And I used to love watching the programs though, because in our classroom, okay, we had this massive TV. Okay, when you opened the doors, it was like looking through. It was like a camera lens. You know, when the old-fashioned cameras, where you had the doors would open up and that'd be blocking the light from the side. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so and it was a brilliant looking TV. It was on a massive black pole and a big wooden box, and then the teacher would open it up. They'd lock it under key so no one would muck about with it. So you put the key and open it up, and then open it up like that, and it was like looking into a camera lens. But that was the TV, you see, right? And it was for schools and colleges program, and it was called Space Boy. This one, it was the first program I watched at the school. Space Boy. Remember, it's 1969. And NASA's about to go to the moon, yeah? And we were watching this program called Space Boy. This boy came from space, maybe Mars, perhaps. And he spoke backwards and wrote backwards. So everything he said was backwards. When he wrote backwards.
Did he have blue or green skin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Seeing that in school, it would have been late 70s, early 80s for me, but probably the same thing.
Yeah, for me it was late. It was late 60s, 68, 69.
Yeah. Imagine there wasn't a lot of stuff for kids. Like, so they probably showed the same shit. Sorry for interrupting, dude. Carry on.
No. I'm glad you did, because it means that you're acknowledging what I'm saying is truth, and you relate to it. You remember it. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
Yeah. So the program was still there. Yeah. Do you know that? I think a couple of years back, I actually went back into the Google it, and I could only find one or two little short episodes, and I watched them, and I remembered. I thought, I remember this.
No way. Yeah.
And I
might have to have a look
bookmarked it. Yeah, and I bookmarked it, and the boy himself, and his dad came. His dad was scary. Space Boy's dad was a scary man. He didn't look happy. He looked angry.
So it reminded me of remember the adverts for "Don't go near electrical pylons." No, John.
That's right. Yeah.
It's that same style.
Same style. Yeah. Public warning.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's right. So you remember? You remember the school TV box then, perhaps? Maybe.
Yeah, man. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. You see, back then Britain had some standards. I have to say, there were some good standards back then. Do you know that?
I agree.
Yeah, seems to be a lot watered down these days. It's all shit now, I reckon, compared. We had some really good standards back then. But I thoroughly enjoyed watching the Space Boy, and we had the workbook where you had to work out what he was writing. He kept saying danger, but he was writing it backwards, you see. Then they showed you the mirror, and then the word came out the right way. I thought, wow. I was mesmerized by that. I learned something. I thought, wow. So he was saying danger all the time. Yeah.
Red rum.
Yeah, red rum. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, red rum. Red rum, and then but it turned out he said danger. He was warning them. And he took them to the spaceship. The spaceship was there all the time, apparently. In this dump site, if I remember vaguely.
It had quite a dark kind of, not dark, but there was an eerie kind of feel to it.
Yes, it was scary. You're right. It was scary.
Yeah.
As a kid, it was scary, man. Space Boy, that was scary, really.
Watching that in the afternoon in school with the blinds closed and the curtains closed, whatever. And
That's right. Yeah.
Sitting on the floor with your legs crossed.
That's right. Sitting on the floor with legs crossed, looking up. You're cocking your neck back to watch the damn thing, and the TV was so high up.
Teacher nips out for a fag and a coffee. Look.
Yeah, I used to watch that, man. Yeah. And then we also had the maths as well, with schools and colleges, maths with the music behind it. That was good, and all the shapes and that. That was pretty good as well. Watching that, going back in time now. But yeah, and then shortly after that, NASA went to the moon.
No, they didn't.
Well, yeah, so they say, yeah. But for me, I thought they did go because I believed it as a kid. I thought they went, I watched it live.
So I was talking to my mother-in-law about this, and she's like, from what she remembers, she said all her friends, like her age at the time, none of them believed it. They all thought that was just nonsense, which I found interesting. Never heard that point of view before from someone who was around,
Yeah. Yeah, because by the time I'd gone to Nigeria and back, because I went to Nigeria shortly after NASA goes to the moon, you know, right? My dad, who owned a Volkswagen and Opel car showroom in Nigeria, okay, my dad and his brother, my uncle, so he kept going to Germany a lot whilst we were at school, you see. So he'd be gone to Germany for a month or so. So left me with my mum and my brothers, you know. So when he came back, he took us all to Nigeria because he had to stay there for a while to run the business so it could be successful. I think my brother wasn't doing it. My uncle wasn't doing it properly or something anyway. So he had to stay in Nigeria. So we had to go. So we went. I think that would have been 1970. Went to Nigeria for a year and a half. That was an experience. Yeah.
Yeah.
We went by plane. BOAC, British Overseas Airways Corporation. I can still remember going through the scanners and everything, sitting on the plane, eating the meal, looking out the window.
I remember that logo, but I never put it to connected it to airplanes. I just remember seeing that logo around.
BOAC, yeah, that's British Overseas Airways Corporation. And I actually, that was the first time I flew. So you can see that a lot of things were happening to me that are unforgettable. That was an unforgettable moment. You're flying in the plane for the first time. Again, I didn't see any curvature. Not that I was looking, but I can remember what I saw. That's the thing, yeah? Wasn't looking for curvature, just looking out the window. Everything just looked flat, leveled, but I didn't even connect to that. It's only when I look back that I can remember that. And yeah, it was. There was no curvature seen back then. I wasn't looking for curvature. I was just looking at the view, you know. And that feeling of not looking for curvature was right up until I was 53 and I'm learning about the flat earth. That's when like I said, all your life experiences come flooding back in one big warp speed. It's flat.
But you got to revisit all your memories to kind of.
Well, I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it.
It's amazing.
Yeah, that's it, you see. That's what I'm saying. When people think, yeah, but Jim, you're repeating yourself. Yeah, repetition breeds excellence, okay? If you can enjoy your favourite movie, your favourite song, and your favourite meal with your favourite drink, well, I can enjoy my favourite memories. Thank you. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, man, 100%.
Yeah, don't let anyone tell you about going back in the past. It's not worth it. You've got to be kidding me, aren't you? That's your history, that is.
And you got new information to analyze your history with now, so.
That's right. You can analyze your history. You can download it to your kids and download it to other people's kids and download it to anyone, to people. They can learn. That's why I like talking to the oldies. The oldies, you've got to talk to them as well.
Yeah,
they feel good. They feel good because no one's asked them a question for ages. So I'm very good at talking to the Japanese old people. I wasn't in the country.
My elderly next door neighbour remembers being taught flat Earth in school.
Amazing! Look at that, flat Earth in Britain.
In my stag in Wales. In my stag in Wales, and she's in her 90s, so.
That makes sense.
Whatever the math.
What year was that? She got taught.
The
US.
Well, she's in her mid-90s now. She's pretty old, so.
So that would have been in the 1900s or 1910 or something.
Yeah.
1900s, 1920, 1930, something like that.
What did she say about the current model and whatever?
I didn't want to press her too much about kind of things, so I just asked her.
She's been through a lot. I'm pretty sure that question will make a difference.
I know. I'll next time I sit in with her, I'll bring it up again.
Yeah, take the opportunity. Actually, that's golden. You know what I mean? Like the valuable information and yeah.
Yeah. Because someone tell me, find the oldest person you know and ask them their opinion on what happened, and yeah. she said, you know, she's seen history changing, them altering the books. You know, amazing.
Yeah, you see, that it's evil, isn't it? This system, what it's done, it's evil. It's evil. If she can see that they're changing their history books, you know it's evil.
And her opinion was just, well, I'm just this little old lady. There's nothing I can do to change it. So all I could do is just, if someone brings it up in conversation, I'll let them know about it. Like, she's taught her kids about it and things like that, grandkids. But yeah. But she's like, no, she's like, I know the evil is happening around me, but what am I going to do?
Well, I'm going to change something, she says. You know.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, it wasn't even that long time ago since they hijacked the, you know,
that's right.
The Earth model, basically, or the Earth itself. Yet people don't know. Like, that should be, you know, spread around the elderly, like, you know, to their grandchildren, you know, children, whatever. So I don't understand.
Yeah, I was going to say it's 476 years old, the globe, if you take it from Copernicus, okay?
Well, allegedly, we don't know.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not there, is it? It's not there, it's just a hoax, but that's where we take it back from there.
Yeah, for sure.
What I find about a few old people, though, is in the UK, I suppose, is the only frame of reference I can go on, going from my family and things, is they're very, like, you know, my family are quite low income or whatever, commoners. So their kind of thing is, oh, if there's clever people are saying that, then that must be right. They're kind of, you know, in this day and age, you know, I'm like, I can learn whatever I want. They can't be, but they're very put in their place. You know, they know their lane to stay in, kind of thing.
Right,
that generation or those older generations.
Exactly. Now I was annoying because I'd always be asking the questions, and I was said to be very self-opinionated. Opinionated, they said. Okay, of me, my character, as I was growing up. You know.
Yeah.
Because I'd always be questioning things, and if it didn't make sense, then I wouldn't believe it. I'd try and work it out for myself.
If you're asking questions, then you're willing to change your opinion. So you're not opinionated, so to speak. You know what I mean? You're not some pedantic, all-knowing arsehole.
No, that's right. So, I mean, I still believe the Earth was a globe and that, but I'd ask questions on other things and that, you know, and debate and argue like religion and things like that, you know. You're very argumentative, you know, because I'd be giving out, asking the right questions, the difficult ones, to try and get a fuller understanding and that. And I used to say, I believe in the science of things anyway. I don't believe in the religion, you know. Science has given us the light bulb, I said, and cars and planes and all that. There's evidence for this stuff, but what you say, there's no evidence for. This would be at the 3Cs Youth Club.
But it's science!
Yeah, I never liked the elementary school stage or high school. Like at that age, I was already against the system itself. You know what I mean? Like for me, it didn't just resonate like the way they present, you know, whatever facts, or it felt like more of an indoctrination of some sort. My mind just rejected. Like for me, school at that young age, it wasn't fun, to be honest. If I'm going to say,
I totally enjoyed it. I totally enjoyed my school.
Yeah.
I didn't notice the brainwashing going on. I just took it all in. I soaked it up like a sponge, basically.
Yeah. For me, it was opposite. So the way with the education system model, whatever you want to call it, that was presented to us at a young age. It didn't go alongside with me. So.
I've been around the world as well. You see, when I say around the world, I've been to Nigeria, and that was traumatic, going to a Nigerian elementary school.
Really?
Yeah, because next door to the school we went, the next door to the Nigerian school, international school, right? And me and my brothers, me and my two younger brothers, we'd always be at the international school fence looking and go, now that's where we should be. We're in a zoo here. To see. I said, this school is like, because I'm forever fighting just to get ahead, you know. in the queue or whatever. Someone's trying to nick my brother's money, beating that cunt up and beating this one up, fighting all the time. And then all the time, you're hearing all this scream of laughter, happiness, and like playing tag and all that on the other side. I thought, look, that's where we should be. There, not here. And I said to my dad, Dad, can't we go to that school? He said, no, that's too much money. I said, oh, fuck. I was totally disappointed. Hell. You know, the teacher couldn't speak English properly, right? And I was actually correcting her pronunciation. And she hated that. She whacked me on the wrist. So I smashed her in the face. I smashed her in the face and ran out of the classroom. She calls me dad. So my dad angry because he had to come home from work. He had to come from work to the school. And guess what he said to the teacher? Give him the cane. I went, what? I got the cane. I got the cane for hitting the teacher. Yeah, nightmare. I was glad to get back to England. Believe you me, that school was a nightmare.
Wow.
That was rough. I had to
Well,
fight all the time.
For whatever reason that, remained with you so that you could save your children of that.
Oh, yeah. I've saved my children of that nonsense. Yeah, man, that was terrible experience.
But not everybody does that, though.
Yeah,
and not everybody does what you.
Yeah. No, I'm not like that with my kids, man. I had to actually get my teacher. He used to ask me to get him his lunch, okay? And getting lunch meant taking his money and his bowl, okay, and then lining up because the dinner lady would come outside the school. It's homemade food, and she's carrying it on the top of her head. You know, these massive
That
pots,
sounds amazing.
right? Okay, and she's outside the school. The children line up. So I've got my bowl and my teacher's bowl, okay, and can I have that as well? Pay for it, bring it back to the classroom. Here's yours, sir. And I'm eating my dinner. And then one day, I'd gone there late, okay, and you know what happens when the food starts to get smaller? The portions begin to get smaller, don't they? So just trying to maximise on the money, right? So when I got to the classroom, guess what he said? He accused me of nicking his dinner, his lunch. So I said to him, I'm not your slave. Don't ever ask me to get your lunch again, right? Don't ever ask me to get your lunch like that.
Good for you.
Yeah. So I told him
There's
that
a
because I'm not your slave.
There's a difference between, somebody expecting something,
Yeah.
like they're entitled to it versus you wanting to do that for that person.
Right.
Totally different thing.
Yeah.
And people can tell in an instant, or at least I can. It's like, whoa. Slow your roll, bro.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So I just said to him, don't ever ask me to get you your lunch again, okay? Then one day, me and my cousin, okay, because what happened when I finished school, we had to go to extra lessons because my dad didn't. School finished at around 2:30, right? But my dad's still at work. So he's going to pick us up at 4:00. So we had to do extra lessons, okay? And one day, me and my cousin decided to bunk off lessons, okay? Skip lessons and go home. So he said, no, my dad's not. I said to the teacher that my dad's not going to pick us up today. We're going to walk home, okay? So we went and we just went off and played football and had fun. And when we got home early, my auntie said, you're home early already? I said, yeah. There was no lesson today. Really? Yeah. Can you phone my dad and let him know not to go? Yeah, okay. So I'm forgetting that the next day now, my auntie's going to take me to school and she's going to talk to the teachers anyway. I forgot about that. So now my teacher's asking my auntie, they didn't do lesson yesterday. Is everything fine? All that. She says, no, there was lesson, wasn't there? No. Well, so they lied. So we got the cane at home, but we got the cane in the classroom first. The teacher came to me and my cousin, okay, for lying and bunking off the lesson. And he lined us up in front of the classroom, okay. He first whacked my cousin to pieces, right, with a branch from the tree. And the way he was acting, I couldn't stop laughing. So when he whacked me now, I didn't feel anything because I was doubled up with laughter at my cousin, okay? And he's whacking my back and it didn't hurt. So I sat down on the chair and I looked at him and I was rubbing my back because it did hurt a little bit. I was getting a bit of sting, and I was looking at him, and I think when we had the eye contact, after that day, he never whacked me again. I don't know what he saw in me, but he never whacked me again because I didn't show any fear or any pain. But he never whacked me again after that day. Yeah.
I was born in 1971.
Right.
And I remember when I was in kindergarten, it was still a thing that you could be sent to the principal's office to get your ass paddled.
There you go.
I remember being in the hallway in one particular instance, being in the hallway and hearing a kid getting their ass spanked in school. Like a nightmare, like surreal. It's like, ooh.
That was still going on in the 90s. I got paddled by the principal in the 90s.
What?
That kind of ended it around the 2000s.
No, it was abolished. Wow. It was abolished in England. I think mid-80s, late 80s. It was all over. Corporal punishment.
Hey, Ghost. I was thinking of you this morning. So, you know how yesterday I did a ditto on you? I was like thinking, I don't know how I thought of it in my head, but I was just thinking of boop. So I might do that next time to you.
Yeah, I apologize as well from the voice, not just from my thoughts.
Hey, I wasn't meaning for you to say that, but thank you.
You're welcome.
It's all good. No problem. No prob, Rob.
At our school, every morning, the teachers would go across the road from the school to the trees and cut the branches for whips for the kids who are going to be disciplined. They're cutting them. They might bring in like 20 in a bunch.
What?
Tied up, yeah, and they bring them in, and they put it in. They put it.
Tickets are going to.
Yeah. And they put them in the cabinet. There's a cabinet specially designed for them. And they put them in and they locked the door. And they said, when I first got into the classroom, the teacher said this. He says, if you're a good student, a good boy, I'm your friend. But if you're a bad student and you open the cabinet, this will be your friend.
Jesus. No wonder why everybody's an alcoholic. Oh my God. They're traumatizing children.
Yeah, it was one of those, that school, yeah, man. So if the class was too noisy, after 3 tellings, everybody put your hand out, get whacked. Whack.
What the fuck? That's crazy, man.
Right. But the day I bunked off lessons and then I got whipped with my cousin that day, the next day, yeah. And I was sitting on my chair, rubbing my back, looking at him, rubbing my back. He never gave me the cane again, even when the class was in trouble. I never got the cane. And everyone goes, how come you're not getting the cane? I goes, I don't know. I don't know. I wasn't getting the cane. I was like, well, over the moon, man.
Well, I guess maybe your teacher thought that it would be better if you suffered at the hands of your friends giving you the guilt trip, like you gave him the guilt trip by the look in your eye. That's my guess.
Yeah, probably, yeah. But the kids knew that I wasn't a weakling, you know what I mean? Because no one could fight me there. Remember, I was a good footballer. I was good at football, and I had physical prowess, so there was no way no Nigerian boy was taking me down. None. You know, someone stole my Matchbox car, okay? And I couldn't find out who it was. Stole it from inside my desk. A couple of weeks later, I see the boy playing with a Matchbox car. Now, these cars are designed to run on plastic tracks, okay? Not in sand and dirt. Yeah. I blew my top. I goes, that's my car, you get it, give me that car. And I took his head and smashed it into the wall of the classroom. Smashed it.
Good
Lord. Said, well, don't mess with Jin, he's too powerful. That's what they said in Nigerian language. In Yoruba. They said, nah, Jin wa unagbara goni. He goes, that Jin is too powerful. Don't fight, don't mess with him. Give him back.
It sounds like I'm not saying you're not giving your true accounts of what you experienced, but it just sounds like a wonderful epic tale, like a journey that that began when you were a child. I mean,
yeah, oh yeah,
that could have gone one of two ways in your life. You know what I'm saying? What happened?
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. I when I look back on it, even though it was a horrible school, we still had some great times. Me and my brother and my cousins. Yeah, we had a great time at that school. You know, you had to iron your own uniform. School uniform had to be ironed. You had to iron it yourself. My auntie wasn't ironing my uniform. Yeah.
I guess what I was saying is that you were having that experience for a reason.
Yeah. I loved it, to be quite honest.
Well, you taught yourself things when you were there. You know, you stood up for what you believed in.
Yeah, and that was because of my education in Britain, you see. I could see that
Thank
the
goodness.
education that I had in Britain stood me ahead of everybody else in the classroom. I stood out. They used to call me a Londoner. All the black guys and all the black kids in there, shut up, you Londoner, they used to say. Because I was always trying to correct everyone.
That's too bad.
Yeah, but no, I didn't mind it because they'd get a smack in the chop for it. Call me a Londoner when I'm an African, you fool. Some of that.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm an African like you, I said to them. You know, don't be silly. Call me a Londoner. I said, am I white? Am I white?
Right.
Because I thought I'd come back home. This is what I mean. I thought I'd left racism behind because I'm back home now. I'm now being called a Londoner. But I'm in Africa. I'm an African. So I gave him a smack. Yeah. Honestly.
You know, I was listening to a video before I popped in here, and it's by this YouTube channel called 434. And he said this short definition of ignorance. And I don't recall this being said. I think we've always said ignorance is that you just don't know the information. But he said it. He said it as like it was a choice, like an unwillingness to learn. I'm like, oh. So that's kind of like, I don't know. Thought I'd put that out there.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah. Well, yeah, I had to remind them that they didn't know. You know, I mean, they're just reacting because their kids react as they would. Yeah. But I just reminded them because look, am I white? Okay, so I was born in London, but I'm an African. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Right.
Thank you very much.
I was always picked for the football team anyway. I was a great football player. That's because in England it's the number one sport, isn't it? Football. So I was always picked.
Wait, are you talking about soccer?
Soccer, that's correct. Yeah, soccer.
Well, you know, here in these here parts in this country, that's what we
I
call
like
it.
the American football. Yeah, but we're talking about the British football, the soccer game. Yeah, I was good at that. Loved it. So, you know, regularly playing football, 11-a-side, 5-a-side. So I had an easy time with it.
To be honest with you, I'd be more inclined to watch soccer than American football.
Yeah. Unfortunately, some of the kids didn't have shoes, you see, so they're playing football bare feet.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah, I tried it as well and I enjoyed it. You know? And the reason why I did it was because I was trashing my sandals, which I knew if I trashed them, I wasn't going to get a new pair anytime soon. So I took them off because I loved them as well. They really were nice. So I took them off and played football with my feet. And it was, I just found it
As you
natural.
should. As the creator intended us to be, like, right?
Yeah.
I'm being weird, you guys. Don't mind me.
No, but that's true, though. But that's what you said is true, you see. So that's what I learned. You see, I learned all that. I learned to play the Congo drums from the African boys in the classroom because every lunchtime they'd get their little geometry sets out and they'd all be tapping a nice little rhythm with their pencils. And I used to think, fucking hell, this is brilliant. They're like real drummers here. And they looked at me, they're looking at me like, why can't you do this? I said, I never learned, man. So I had to learn from the boys in the classroom how to get that rhythm, get the African rhythm that I never had before. When I went back to London, I was doing this all on people's cars, showing them what I could do, you know. I'd be tapping on someone's car, you know what I mean? Look, I can do this. And I'd be like tapping like Congo. And then people would be laughing their heads off. What's all that? They were saying, that's the Congo drum, the African beat. You know? Yeah. And my friends would be laughing at me.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
why not?
Well, yeah, it was a skill that I brought back from Africa, which has stayed with me till today. So there you go.
Oh, Big Dumps just put a interesting video.
What's it called?
Something would be close to a hot ticket topic, in my opinion. People get all like rah rah over this one, but I don't know. And I'm not meaning anyone in particular, for the record. Just saying. But I love that topic. Thanks for posting it.
So when you were born in 71, NASA was on the way to the moon, weren't they, at that time?
You know,
Yeah, 19.
You know, I can pretty much almost quote my mother and said, I saw the moon landing on TV live.
Animation.
Well, I mean, we're talking in this day and age how we can't tell the difference between CGI images and reality, so we have a really big problem on our hands. Because this has been culminating
it's getting
for a
worse,
long time. It's been culminating for a long time.
Yeah. They're getting very, very skillful at deceiving us with the CGI and the real thing now. It's getting more and more difficult to discern. It's real.
Yep.
Terrible.
It's serious.
Yeah, surely they're getting better, but I feel like the CGI quality Hollywood stays on top of NASA.
Yeah.
Oh, you know,
Still making mistakes.
Speaking of that, okay, I'm really being sincere when I tell you that this is an actual regret in my life. Okay, so probably like more so like 2 decades ago, I was really into movies and everything. And this is so strange because I never could put my finger on it, but I never really did like Sandra Bullock. Which we can't talk behind you. I'm just going to say that right off the bat. But that's not my point. My point is, biggest regret in my life that I did not go see the movie Gravity at the theater. Oh my God, I wish I could have done that. But I didn't.
Yeah.
I didn't. My instinct was to go, and I don't know what happened. It was so long ago. I would give anything to see that movie in the theater, you know, to get the surround sound to make it seem like I was there and everything. And, you know.
You're talking about Gravity, are you?
Huh?
Are you talking about Gravity, the movie Gravity, are you?
Yes, sir. Yes, I am.
Okay, yeah.
Huge regret in life. I'm not exaggerating at all. Maybe a little, but I mean, I'm serious. I wish I could have.
Yeah, I saw that movie. Yeah, Gravity. But I saw it on video, on DVD.
Maybe I could put a bug in somebody's ear in this town and think, I don't know. We don't, movie theaters aren't a thing really anymore. I don't know, especially drive-ins.
Do you know what I used to think was really cool though in America? The drive-in movies. I thought they were brilliant. You know, you drive your car up to the cinema and you sit there and watch the movie in your car. That was fantastic, isn't it? I think that was that in the 50s.
Well, that's more like the nuclear family age. You know,
Do you know what? I went to one not long ago because of what was going on the last 2 years. They started opening them around the UK, so I went to my first. Yeah, it was really cool. We watched Beetlejuice.
Really? That's so fun.
Yeah, the kids loved it. Kids absolutely loved it.
Oh, so. That's such a classic. I mean,
Yeah, I always thought that was cool. That was, they'd hook the speaker for you on both sides, so you get your stereo sound and that. And then you're watching the movie, man, and you got your chick there beside you, you got your popcorn and that. And yeah, watching a movie, man.
In your head.
And then once the movie's over, you just drive off. I mean, that's just amazing. I don't know what. I'm surprised they're not doing that now. Still, that's cool. That is. That's.
Well, Jen, I don't know the dates or anything, but in the last with few exceptions, there have been a lot of drive-in movie theaters that have, due to lack of, I guess, patronage or something, a lot of places closed down across the whole country. Kind of like part of culture dying or something,
Yeah.
But yeah, there are still some.
What about 10-pin? 10-pin bowling, is that a thing?
I didn't hear the last thing.
Sorry, what about 10-pin bowling? 10-pin bowling.
Yeah, that's still a thing. But I've seen a lot of those under the same umbrella, kinda. Everybody wants.
Yeah, I used to go to the Mega Bowl in Streatham. In England, there was three that I knew of. One was in the Heathrow area. There's one in Streatham Bowl, and Rowan's in Finsbury Park. I used to go to these three. Lovely on a Friday with my mates after work.
For us, I guess it depends on where you are, because I just don't think it's as much of a thing as what it was probably 20, 30 years ago. Everybody wants what's new and shiny.
Yeah. What about in the UK?
Yeah,
Is 10-pin bowling still a thing, or is it dead?
They're everywhere, man. Next to cinemas, next to arcades, everywhere you go, there's a 10-pin bowling place. Shopping centres. It's a pretty big thing now. Yeah, we don't have any.
Really? See, it's a pretty big thing. Look at that. I used to go in the 80s. It was pretty big in the 80s as well. It was, just starting off, I think, in the 80s. It was nice. When I say 80s, 1988 was when I really started. The Streatham Bowl, I think, opened maybe 86, maybe. But I used to go there in 88. Streatham, Southwest 16. Southwest London. Yeah, I used to go there, man.
I don't know. Maybe I said it all wrong. Maybe I said it all wrong, you guys. It just doesn't seem to be as big of a thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it used to be I don't know what it seemed like to me. You'd have that's how people would be social with one another. Is to be on.
It's a great game. It's a nice pastime.
Yeah. Well, now we have the internet. We can talk to everybody. Now we have the internet. We can talk to everybody. So that really, I mean, we got a good thing going here, but it's kind of squashing in real life things for people, and kind of what it seems like to me. In some ways.
I used to enjoy the meals. You could have onion rings, on a plate with nice beer, or calamari, which is Spanish for squid in batter. They were really nice. Then they did the hamburgers, chips, the lot. It was nice food, good drink.
Well, maybe all of us as individuals, we should pay more attention to stuff like that in our local area or something, because, you got to be able to meet with people in real life. And I personally don't care to do that, in a bar type setting where everybody's in there who could potentially at any given moment start to act a fool. No thanks.
Yeah, you do get it. Yeah, you do get them.
No thanks.
No, in London, no smoking. There was no smoking in the bowling alley, which I thought was good. Here in Japan, man, they smoke like chimney pots. It's terrible.
Really?
Yeah, even though there's a law that's been passed where no smoking in public places, but certain places allow the smoking to go on. You know why? Because they're not getting the customers, you see. That's why. All right, they're not getting the clientele, so they got to allow the smokers to come in, and it spoils it for me. You're walking out stinking like an ashtray. You know.
That's something that I need to do less of, is smoking.
Yeah,
I don't even smoke a half pack a day or anything, but still, it's horrible.
I mean, if you're smoking weed and that's fine, but tobacco, I mean, 2,000
I know.
chemicals.
You know what?
Ugh.
My new friend
Go on.
gave me a nice local green present, so I'm pretty excited.
Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Yes. Yo,
Pretty nice.
weed.
Oh, yeah. So anyway, you guys, I think I'm gonna head out for now because I'm trying. I need to do some laundry and then I gotta work. But
Okay. Enjoy the day.
Have a good day for you guys too.
Thanks.
TTFN.
Yeah. So, did you enjoy it? Did you take your kids 10-pin bowling?
Yeah, man, we go fairly often. They must have become a thing when you moved away, I suppose. They're
It was
everywhere.
becoming, it was a thing when I left. It was a thing. I'm surprised it still is. That's what I'm
Yeah,
surprised.
yeah. We just haven't got like the league version of it, have we? It's not like a competitive sport. It's just a pastime, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not. That's right. Britain hasn't gone all the way with it, and organised leagues and that, but it's still a great pastime, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoy going bowling. I used to take the kids from the youth club, all the youth club kids. We used to once a month. You'd accumulate all the subs and that, and give them a treat. So they get the minibus out and take them down to the bowling alley in Finsbury Park. Get them bowling, man. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, it's fun. You get to put those silly shoes on, and
That's right, with the black and the red and the white stripe in the middle.
Yes, yeah, man.
Yeah, but they were nice and comfortable. They were really comfortable, actually. They look pretty similar to the shoes that the mods used to wear back in the 60s.
I just want to say it's like that Who album cover, the Target, like the RAF Target.
Yeah, the Target, Quadrophenia. Yeah, man. Yeah, you know what I mean. Yeah, they were all right. I used to like them. Yeah, man. But I could never get the throwing style with the leg over to one side, and I could never get that right. I always ended up on the floor.
I just power it down the middle and hope for the best.
Yeah, I bowl it like regular British bowl.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Grass bowls.
That's it. Like the grass bowl. That's how I bowl it. But when it comes to that single pin, I used to get them. I used to get the single pins and that. I used to really, concentrate and yes, spear, nice.
Yeah, I got to jump off now, but great talking to you, everyone. Jim.
It was great talking to you as well, pal, man.
Yeah.
Nice one. Enjoy your day.
Take care, man. I'll see you later.
Take care, boy. Yeah. Appreciate that, man. And I think I shall vacate. Catch you guys up later. Enjoy yourselves. It's been nice chatting. Hope you've enjoyed it. A little bit of the old Jin's history, a little bit mixed in with Flat Earth. I shall be back. Keep it flat, everybody. Yeah. I'm looking at who's that? Who's posted that? Bowling. Yeah, it does happen. And your fingers get stuck in the ball. You can't release the ball either.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east. And we're poor and rich and hold all that class. Don't wanna know any signs, don't wanna know where you are. Mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just don't wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna, how is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son, stick to your songs. I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt. And then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out. When we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians. Different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred. That old chestnut, that vocation. Do anything to truth, but face it. I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. How is it real if it's not what I felt? Does it filter it out? Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe, or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I don't even wanna walk in your shoes, what about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Admiral Richard Byrd explored more uncharted land than any other man in history. He was a man of action, but he was a man of thought as well, an explorer and a scientist, an adventurer and a philosopher, a complete man, one of the men in history who had to lead the way.
On this expedition, we hope to fly across the South Pole into the mysterious land beyond to see what is there. To the cameramen who made this picture, I want to give full credit. They did not hesitate to risk their lives at their job. Now, the North Pole is the center of a deep ocean, whereas the South Pole is a high plateau which averages 7,000 or 8,000 feet in altitude. There is no life whatever beyond the edge of the world. There are no Eskimo. It is too cold for human beings to live there permanently. When we left on this expedition, we were, to put it very mildly, extremely anxious to find out if it existed. Would we be able to find it? And that was the great question. We left on this expedition from the Navy Yard at Boston. Here is our supply ship, the Rupert, just a big unprotected iron ship of 8,000 tons. And here is our icebreaker, the Bear, which we took as a protection for the personnel of the Rupert, and also to use exploring in dangerous ice areas. We took with us this time 150 Eskimo dogs, and more than 14,000 different kinds of items for 2 years away from civilization, where there were no supply depots around the corner. Day followed day, week followed week, as we penetrated the great Pacific. We headed straight south, and here we have an ordinary unprotected iron ship, sailing in seas no ship had ever been in before since the world began. It wasn't that we were any better than our predecessors. We simply had a more open ice here. We bucked the ice till we were finally stopped by an impossible pack. Impossible, at least, for the Rupert. But we wanted to see what was beyond the horizon. That's what we came for. And for that purpose, we had another string to our bow, aviation. We retreated a few miles and managed to find an open lake in the ice field. So we proceeded to put the plane overboard. We had to execute this maneuver as rapidly as possible, because we knew that under the influence of the wind and the tide, the fields would soon close in around the ship again. In fact, the ice is already beginning to close in. Our plan was to go south with our steamer until we were stopped by ice, and to take up the attack on the unknown with aviation. And now at last we are going to find out what was in the southern part of this mysterious part of the world. We came to this strange phenomenon, ice islands. Steaming through these ice islands was an eerie sensation. Here was the twilight of the gods, and we were curious to know what these somber giants were guarding. At long last the dice fell our way, for the elements acted in our favor The wind and the tide which had closed the ice in around us finally opened the pack so that we could break our way into more open sea. We had added nearly 500,000 square miles to the Pacific Ocean. And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier. I knew it would be taking a big chance, but it seemed the only way. As we started alongside the barrier with our ships, suddenly the edge enough of ice falling to sink a fleet of ships. It seemed like a warning from Providence not to go alongside the barrier. We therefore had to unload from the bay ice. We had to put our tractors overboard with the engines running to safeguard the lives of the drivers as the ice was constantly breaking off. We had to get the tractors quickly away from the edge of the crumbling ice. We came within an ace of losing overboard our principal plane of exploration, the William Hawley. It was a critical moment. At times, as the ice broke, then all supplies would fall into the water. We kept a man on watch with a life preserver on line as a safeguard for the men working on the edge of the ice. We were working against time to finish unloading before the fall freeze-up, when the ships would have to return to civilization. You can see what a tough job we had to transport 400 tons of material through this area. The bay ice was constantly shifting and cracking. We call this period the White Nightmare, and a nightmare it was. The hardest work of all was this man-hauling of sleds into Eskimo Huskies, still the backbone of polar exploration. They can go where no tractor could ever go. You can't do without them. The Rupert must go back to civilization because the bay would soon freeze and she couldn't stand the ice. Now, the only person out of 150 men to get sick and who would have to go back on the Rupert was the doctor. Suddenly, without warning, a storm hit us before we could get all of our food and other vital supplies stored away. And all hands had to work frantically throughout the storm to prevent the loss of food boxes under deep snowdrifts. The storm lasted for many hours. We found it chilly, working in the wind. And when it was over, there was a bit of digging to do. And here is the original commando.
The honor of leading this expedition belongs to Admiral Richard Byrd. It is a gratifying 80-year-old explorer who in the past had to raise his own funds for exploration and who now has the resources of the United States Navy at his command. In 1955, 2 years before his death, Admiral Richard Byrd departs on his 5th and last expedition. But it's not simply an unknown continent or a distant ocean that lures adventurers like Richard Byrd. As he put it, Here is a door ajar, through which one may escape from the noise and chaos of civilization into the solace and harmony of the cosmos, and for a moment be part of it.
And here is our journey's end. At length we sighted that great natural phenomenon, the ice barrier.
Well now, isn't that special? Wake up, wake up, wake up. Quiet in here. Anybody home?
Yes,
to
let's
ask
move on.
quickly,
I
Matthew.
wanted to
Matthew
point out
Ryan.
the flawed part of his logic, though, is that
I know, but we're doing that anyway. We're doing that anyway by talking about the Earth because
Well, I
I just
was
want
going
to
to
check
take it
with
back to the
Matthew.
Earth, but yeah.
Well, let me just ask Matthew. So, Matthew, would you say that you know that the Earth is a globe, or would you say that you believe that the Earth is a globe?
I actually think those words are overlapping, and I know that the Earth is globe, and I believe it, but I can't prove it.
Wait. Could you say that? Could you say that again, please?
Sure. I know the Earth is a globe. I believe the Earth is a globe, but I cannot prove it
Right.
logically.
So, is it I know the Earth is a globe, or I believe the Earth is a globe?
Those are not contradictory.
What is knowing something?
Wait, so what's the
Matthew?
difference between belief and knowing?
He believes that he knows that the Earth is a globe.
Wait, guys, let me get an answer. Right, what
Okay,
does
Wolf take it.
knowing mean? What does knowing mean to you, Matthew?
Well, there's a whole field of philosophy called epistemology that sort of talks about that, and it'd be hard for me to summarize it all in one
But
sentence.
just like colloquially, if I'm asking you,
Sure.
what does knowing mean? Or
Yeah,
knowledge?
having a justified true belief, like thinking something that is actually true, is knowing something. Believing something is a lot more tenuous. You might believe something that's false, also believe something that's true.
Would you not say that knowledge would require some kind of experience?
I think experience is a big part of knowledge. I think that you can know some things without experiencing them, possibly.
What can you know without experiencing it?
Logical truths, mathematical truths.
And you know fire is hot without experiencing it?
Well,
No.
Give me an example. Give me an example of something that isn't just like a mathematical concept. We're talking about like reality. Tell me something you know about reality that you've never experienced.
I guess I would say that I know that the Eiffel Tower exists.
Curvature.
Mm-hmm.
I've never experienced it.
How do you know
that? Based
Well, no, you don't.
a whole bunch of other people saying it. My brother's been there.
Okay.
I believe him. Like a bunch of.
I liked it better
So
with
you
the Canada example.
you could experience that.
I could, but until then, do I say that I don't know it until I've gone there?
Yeah, my dad fought a sea monster when he went fishing the other day.
Yeah, then you just say that you believe.
What is something that you can't experience? What is something that you can't experience that you have knowledge of?
What it's like to be a woman? I don't know.
Are you serious?
Wait.
Serious?
You saying you know what it's like to be a woman, Matthew?
I don't know what it's like, and I can never experience it.
Okay, so in that example, then knowledge requires experience. So, is it true to say that you know you live on a globe when you have no experience of living on a globe?
What do you mean by no experience? I think that I think the things that I have experienced do lead to that conclusion.
Well, like
right,
the
but you
flat
don't
horizon?
experience living on a spinning ball. What you experience is just a flat and motionless Earth, right?
Oh, you're talking about my senses, like what I sense.
I'm talking
what you
about
experience, right?
Oh my god.
I think that the things I experience lead me to believe that the Earth is a globe. That's what you mean.
Like what?
Okay.
Oh, the constant size of the sun all day, the constant size of the full moon all night.
Also has nothing to do with the actual Earth, right?
But we're talking about the Earth, though.
No, talking about all of reality, the whole realm of reality.
No, but we're talking about what you stand on.
Huh?
What you stand on. You know, it's
the
below
ground.
your feet.
Like I go to the ocean.
Yeah. We're talking about the ground.
Yeah, I go to the ocean. It looks flat. If that's what you want me to say, it
Yeah.
definitely looks flat.
So you don't experience the Earth to be a ball, then? That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
One second, I just want to say, so you don't know that the water in the ocean is made of salt water, yet you know that the actual ability to see the sun tells you enough about your reality to tell you that the thing you are stood on, in fact, has bending oceans on it. Yet you know not what the bending oceans are made of. Okay, thank you very much.
Crack.
Let me respond to what Crack said. That's a good point, right?
Let me respond to what he said.
Exactly. You're saying you don't know it's salt water, but you know that you live on a spinning ball of water in a vacuum, and that the sun is 93 million miles away, and the moon is 250. You know all that, but you don't really know if seawater is salty.
You're misquoting
this is kind of what we're seeing.
Know that the sun is I do think that the ocean is made of salt water. I do think that. I do know that. Just said that I can't.
But you just said you don't know that the sun, for example, is X amount of miles away. You don't know that.
I wasn't talking about the sun. I don't remember talking about that.
Oh, I thought you just said
You said the sun in your experience. That you actually leveled the sun as being part of the sum of your experience as to how you know that you live on a globe.
Oh,
because
yes.
we asked you about what your experiences made it thus that you know that you live on a globe, because apparently knowing that you live on a globe overlaps also with believing the fact that you live on a globe, and that's based on your experiences. So we thus asked you to label them. One of the first things you spoke about was something in the sky called the sun. However, the sun itself, ambiguous as it is comparatively to the salt water in the sea, clearly know it's salt water, that you admit is salt water, it's just that you cannot prove so. How would it be in relation to the fact that what can you prove about the sun in relation to the earth that would tell you any inference whatsoever about the shape of the earth that we're stood on in relation, when you have those two paradoxical situations that clearly show a statistical sort of, statistically speaking, almost like this, thinking about the odds there, right? That you can know so little about one that is so knowable, but you can know so much about the other that's so unknowable, and have such high yielding results from one and such low yielding results from the other. Ridiculous.
Yeah, I hear what
Flawed.
you're saying. I would also say that I can't prove anything about the sun, just like I can't prove that the ocean is saltwater. So I was just saying I don't like the word.
So then you can't prove the globe in that, right?
No, that's right.
We're back to this. We said we can't prove the globe, and then now
I
you say you
think
can prove the globe, and now you're saying you can't prove the globe again. So
I think that's
okay.
the whole point. It's like it's hard to fucking prove something that crazy, right?
Well,
No,
like
but this is it, yeah.
anything in the physical world.
Not large.
Sorry, that was the best
Honestly,
one, man.
this is it.
You
This
can
is
go
it.
to
This
the
is the
ocean,
logic we're talking about, right?
Salt, there's salt in it, but you can't go to the sun and try to do anything with it. You can only look at it. So you can know a lot about the ocean and salt, but not much about the sun. You can just look at it.
You just barked like a radioactive dog. That was funny. Just to lighten the mood. But yeah, so I'm just saying it's funny how you list as your as one of your experiences that allows you to know that you live on a globe is the sun, but yet you admit that you know not enough about the sun to effectively prove anything with it, thus admitting that what your claim was false already.
Well, more than that as well. We just spoke a few minutes ago, and you agreed with me that the teachers shouldn't be telling the kids we know we live on a ball, because you're saying they don't really know they live on a ball. That's just their belief. I mean, that's basically what you just said a few minutes ago.
No, I said they shouldn't use the word prove. I would be more comfortable with them saying we know we live on a globe, but not we can prove that we can live.
No, you kind of said it was like their best guess.
As a ball. What do you think NASA should do? Or do you think NASA shouldn't use those words too? Maybe you should go and talk to them. Because that's what NASA
I don't think they use the word proof that much.
Well, NASA uses 3 proofs to show you that one of those proofs is that Bosco
Matthew, you're confusing me with the proof. You know, I'm from Croatia. I also speak Italian. Can you tell me, translate me that I understand in Croatia what proof could mean? Then that my brain then can later figure out what is proof and what is whatever.
Sure, I use the word proof as a logical inference, a logical deduction based on mathematical or logical deduction.
Okay, if I say 1, do you use number 1 like a 1, or you use number 1? You writing number 1. You go to diagonal line and then go down, and you write again. You draw again line down.
As if you were making like a row of ones into a hash of five.
Is it your number? Is it your number 1 different from my number 1 when I'm writing, or our number 1 is the same number 1?
When I say China number 1, what does that mean to you?
When I say 1 and when you say 1, we mean the same thing, and we're using it the same.
Yeah. Oh, great!
But Matthew, you're saying that NASA haven't proved.
Can we do the same thing for like with 1 now? We did the same thing with the word proof. Let's say that your proof it's like my proof. It's the same, like a number 1. Can we do that?
Yeah, so I would just maybe we should just not use that word.
Okay. Because I'm normal human being. I'm not a scientist. Let's do like this. Let's say that if we boil the water because we add the heat, because of that water is boiling.
if you just want to use it colloquially,
Is that a proof? Is that a proof that water is boiling?
If you just want to use it colloquially, I guess people could say that that's proof that the water is boiling. I'm just uncomfortable with that. It was kind of wishy-washy.
Again, I don't want to speak colloquially. I want to speak like a number one and number one. You know, we are speaking now about number one. That means that proof in this moment means number one for us, for me and you. Can we agree on proof that it's the same thing like a number one?
He wants to be specific, not colloquial.
One apple. Okay, so we put one apple in front of us. Okay, can we prove that there is one apple in front of us?
No,
I want to no. I want from him that prove is the same like a number one. You know that I thinking what he is thinking, what proof it is. You know, but I want
let them set a bar.
Yeah, so I would say proof. The word proof and prove only should exist in the realm of mathematics and logic, and not when we're talking about apples sitting in front of us. And to illustrate how much I dislike that word, I would even say I can't prove that there's an apple sitting in front of me, even if I'm looking at it. Maybe it's an illusion.
So what can you prove? Yeah. Okay, great. But I ask you one specific question: Is it a proof? Is it a proof if we add the heat to the water, that water will boil? Is that a proof?
That too could be an hallucination or an emulation.
No, that's not.
That's
what he's saying. Wait, Sasha. He's saying he doesn't use the word that way. That's what he's saying.
Yeah, and I'll just avoid using that word. That's all.
Yeah, but here's 3 proofs that NASA teaches. See, these things are taught in school. Okay, and you said they shouldn't be teaching these things in school. They shouldn't be saying proof. This is what NASA is saying. This is why the teachers are teaching it. So what you need to do is go tell NASA. They need to stop using the word proof. Right, Matthew?
I would agree with that.
Yeah,
right, and Matthew, I want to draw a baseline with you. So how many senses do we have to use before we start to... How many senses are impacted before we start to say that those senses indicate that we have experienced something in reality? Would that be sight mixed with touch, mixed with, let's say... and touch, for instance, could also go into the parameter of pain. For instance, all at the same time as also smelling, all at the same time as also, let's say, like feeling almost like an energy field or a frequency, which we can feel. So what we do this time is we boil water in front of your you see with your eyes. You're downwind from it, so you smell the boiling from the gas, right? At the same time, this is in a progenerated field of electricity, right? Because the heating element that's heating it as well. Also, we also use an electronic that's overly charged, right? And just for some reason has an electronic field. So you're feeling an electronic charge, like your hairs are standing up on end. There's electrostatic in the air. You're feeling the heat from this touching your face to the point of almost like pain. You're seeing the water boil. You're breathing in the moisture of the water that's boiling into your mouth. And you're also seeing it with your eyes, all at the same time. So what would constitute a form of proof in the sense that what is it that defines things that can be conceivably true in reality if it is not, in fact, the apparatus in which we basically observe reality with?
That's a great question, and I like the way that you put it. I would say the more senses we experience something in, the more and more sure we can be about something. I would just say that...
Would the water be boiling then?
But I don't think any of them ever reaches the... with our physical senses, I don't think any of them ever reach the threshold of proof, the same way that mathematics...
Okay, could you then explain to me how we could create the exact same situation that I did with the impact that I explained upon the senses of the eyes, heat feeling on the skin, almost hair standing up because of electromagnetic field, breathing in of the warm steam coming off of the pot and the smell of the gas all at the same time? How could you experience all of those experiences all at the same time with it being outside of reality? Please go ahead.
Oh, sure. So yeah, I don't think it would be outside of reality. I think those would be great evidences. It's just that I'm saying that I would use words like, "Oh, that's strong evidence that the pot is boiling." I don't think, no matter how many physical senses, you would ever be able to prove that the water is boiling, because I reserve proof for something stronger.
So that means you just deny reality altogether. So
no, I'm saying that I use the word proof for a different realm, not the physical realm.
But you're saying that your reality that you experience isn't necessarily, proven. That's not necessarily true. Everything
it's not provable. Yeah.
Sure. I just make a difference between 99.999 and 100. I think that there's a fundamental.
But you're at the point where you don't believe anything is technically real. Then,
no, I'm not a skeptic at all. I'm not a radical skeptic.
You sound like the most radical skeptic I've ever heard of.
Radical. Oh,
listen,
damn.
No. Wait, Matthew. You just said you're skeptical of reality.
No,
because reality is
Let me
what we
explain the
experience. Reality is what we experience, and you've just said that can't be relied upon.
No, you can rely on all that type of stuff. You can rely on it. You can think it's true. You can believe it. The difference between me and a skeptic is that I say it's not proven, and skeptic says it's not known. And I'm just making a difference between the word known and proven. That's all.
But early.
Right, so what about this? What about this? That super spinning monkey ball posted proof. Evidence or argument establishing a fact or the truth of a statement. Example, you'll be asked to give proof of your identity. What do you think of that definition?
That is a great colloquial definition of proof and how it's used in everyday life. Usually, in the realm of mathematics, you couldn't prove your identity in the same way that
No,
mathematics isn't a realm. By the way, can we just state this as well? Definitionally, though, mathematics isn't a realm. Let's just get that clear. It's not a realm.
So we're talking. So it's when it's talking about the truth of a statement. What do you take the word true to mean?
Matches reality.
Oh,
right. So then the flat Earth is true.
Wow. I cannot believe the one match.
Wait. Reality is what we observe and experience. So we observe a flat and motionless Earth. So by that definition, then flat Earth is true. If true is reality, right?
Sometimes we perceive things that aren't real.
Wait. So what does true mean then? If it's not reality, because reality is.
True is what is actually true in the real reality. Maybe I would say what Descartes said, as God knows it to be.
The
true.
real reality. Do you know that?
So do you know that it's true that the Earth is a globe?
I would say there's strong evidence for that, and that's what I believe. Yes.
I think the military calls it real world.
You don't know it then. So you definitely don't know it then.
You don't know that it's true. You believe that it's true.
I would say that I know it.
You can't say that you know it.
How would you know it?
You can't know that there's a boiling pot in front of your face where you can smell of the gas, feel the heat in your face, breathing in the moisture that comes off of the steam pot. All the while,
you can't know salt water. You can't know pot. You can't know apples.
You cannot know the Earth ball while not knowing that, Matthew. You have got something called a bias of your levels of what you would establish as what would be true or what you would call real reality. Again, the oxymoronic statement of real reality. Again, you said real reality. Did you know that? You said real reality.
Yes.
That's an oxymoronic statement.
No. See. Like, listen. Let me just address says who in the chat, right? Matthew doesn't have us in the weeds here. He's showing himself to be flip-flopping so hard between what he can prove and what he can know. And, well, he can't know that the seawater is salty. He can't know about the boiling pan.
I know. I said I could know those, not prove them.
A pot of water, an apple. But he knows that he
I said I could know all of those things. It's just that I didn't like the word
No,
proof.
because we found out your burden of proof for knowing, and your burden of proof for knowing is not able to be met out to know those things, because that's why we asked you those other questions about logical frameworks around how you know something and what makes up the body of knowledge of knowing something. And
you can't know something and say it's not proven at the same time. You already said it's not proven. You can't then say I know it. It's not proven.
No, there's a difference between knowledge and proof. That's all. That's what I'm trying to point out here, that I can know things that I can't prove.
Yeah, but you can't know something that you've never experienced or observed. Can you?
Crack your example of the boiling pot is a perfect. I know the pot is boiling. I just say that I would reserve the word proof for something else.
I get what you're saying, that like you can know that Canada exists, for instance, without going there, right?
Right.
Like you
Yeah,
know
hell
that
yeah,
Canada exists.
Canada.
You know
Canada.
for a fact that Canada exists. How can you accept something like that as part of real reality? But like, for instance, you know, you do not see where your logic seems like double speak almost.
Yeah.
Where
So you're not sure about salt water, but you know Canada
No, I'm
exists.
sure about saltwater.
Okay, does Canada exist?
Canada exists, and saltwater is in the ocean.
Hey, man, if I ever hear you misuse the word proof again, I'm going to mute your ass.
So, Matthew, when you said at the beginning then that the globe isn't proven, what did you mean?
What I meant is that,
Now
like
show the
all...
strong evidence for the curvature of the Earth.
Well, is that proven? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No.
Okay.
Wait. What did you say, Matthew? Is curvature of the Earth proven?
No, I would say that I don't use the word proven for anything physical.
So then the globe can't be proven because
That's
there's no
right.
curvature to prove that it's a globe.
Exactly
to begin
right.
with. So then you can't know that it's a globe, since you've just
Now, knowledge
said
is a
the
separate
globe can't be
question than
proven.
proof.
So how can you just said you don't know that there's curve though? You just said
No,
you
I
don't
said
know
I
that there's
can't prove it.
curvature. Yeah, so you don't know it.
No, you
how-
asked me about proof, and I said
okay, let's then ask, how is it that you know that there is curvature then?
all
Since you
kinds,
can't prove it, let's at least know how you do know it. Like that would
Maybe
be
I can try and bridge the gap here a little bit. He was talking about.
Sorry, I don't want to get in the weeds.
So-
Sorry about that.
Yeah, maybe I can.
Question, please.
Are you saying? Yes. No. Hello.
Yes, please.
Can I get a mic check?
Go.
Go
for it.
Quick question. One question for Matthew.
Crypto, go.
One question. So you're saying you can
I'll just
prove
wait
the
then.
curvature
No worries.
mathematically, right? But there is no strong evidence for it in the real world. Is that what you're saying? Or are you
So
saying
you're just asking the same question that 5 other people have asked. I'm trying to bridge the gap here.
Thank you.
So, what Matthew was talking about earlier was epistemology, and he used the phrase "justified true belief." Okay. Now, this is I'm trying to think who came up with this definition.
It's like 2,000 years old.
Yeah, it's generally accepted, I would say. So you've got three elements of that. You've got the justified part, the true part, and the belief part, right? I would say that you have a belief that the Earth's a globe. I would say that it's justified. I would challenge the true part, because at that point, then you actually have to present very strong evidence for it. So I think where you and I would differ on your opinion of the globe is the true part. I think you have a justified belief, but I don't think it's true, and I don't think it's definitionally true.
Yeah, fair enough. No, that's a good summary. I appreciate that.
This is the Gettier problem for you, right? So, obviously, you speak of epistemology, but there are even problems with epistemology, and you know that yourself. Like,
yes, of
so, yeah, exactly. So, like, you use that, but you also understand that there are, right? Yeah. So again, that's what we spoke. There are truths, there's knowledge, and there are beliefs, right? But knowledge actually lies in between truth and belief, right?
Right.
And poorly justified true beliefs as well will also lie in between the middle of those two, also, correct?
Right. And where would you put proof, by the way?
But the point is that truth has to overlap, right?
Right.
Truth would be right. So if we drew this, and we can use a very simple diagram, right, for this, okay? And you can type this in. Anyone can type this in. Just type in epistemology type in the Gettier problem. That would be the best way to do it. Right. So you'd have a circle and another circle drawn with the vagina in the middle of the circle, right? Knowledge would be the vaginal hole. That's just the best way I can describe it easily, right? Okay. So truth would be the right leg, okay? It doesn't matter which leg it is, but it's the right leg. Belief would be the left leg, okay? In the middle, where the vagina is, yeah, there is a field where they overlap. Knowledge is in the middle, right in that vaginal hole, okay? Fully justified belief is roughly up where the clitoris and that is, okay? But the issue is that you say you can know things, first you have to have beliefs that overlap with truths, right? Your problem is that you segment off all of these portions while you purport to talk about epistemology. And this is the main problem with epistemology, is the Gettier problem, is that these things in fact are fundamental, and fundamentally that they actually need to be like counterexamples of one another anyway, in order for you to have true belief or an account of true knowledge or belief. And this is in epistemology, so why are you even citing it?
No, you're right. That's a good summary. I appreciate that. I think you gave a good summary. And I think the whole thing started because of the word proof. Where would you?
I don't appreciate the fact that I just lost like 10 brain cells in the last hour.
Let's move on from epistemology. I feel like we're in the.
Yeah, I would. Just go wrecked.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know of any arguments. Students, Matthew.
Am I gonna what?
Are you going to use the vagina example with your students?
I will not. No.
What was that?
Good one.
Don't want to know.
I mean, wouldn't Matthew have had some experience first?
No, he just learned it all.
It's a justified true belief. He's got a Pornhub subscription and everything.
Oh, you guys crack me up.
All right.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, it's fine.
Sorry, Matthew.
No, you know what?
No, you're
I
right,
know
Matthew,
that there are problems with this justified true belief. I know that
Even though
it's
you're
a whole
kind of
thing and there's problems and contradictions to it, but I still like it.
I'm not even going to apologize. I'm just pissed.
Can you one question? One question. Can you mathematically prove, right, that the Earth is a ball? Like, is there proof for it? Go ahead.
No.
Okay, cool. Why do you say no?
Why no now?
Because you're mixed.
Can you explain?
No. Were you expecting a yes there for some reason?
Yeah.
Like, yes.
Some credit.
After everything you just said, you expect them to say yeah?
He said the math is reality. That means yes.
Well, no, he has to say no because of his definition of proof, right? Right, Matthew?
Exactly.
Yeah, but you're mixing the physicality with mathematicals. He's talking about mathematics only in the sense of the mathematical realm, which is a paradigm in which is non-physical, fully conceptual, abstract, has nothing to do with actual physicality or reality in any way, sense, or form. So when you ask him to prove things in the physical with maths, which is the only place maths would really be useful per se, for instance, like counting an apple in front of your face, you've sort of got him in a bind. He can't do that. But like in a theoretical sense, where we talk about numbers like prime numbers that would be infinite, like, yeah, all day you can be pretty sure about that shit.
Well, this is why I was being pretty clear when I was discussing, right? I'm not talking about mathematical proofs, right? We're talking about what 99.99999% of people would understand from that question, not this 0.00001% who all of a sudden don't know the meaning of proof, proven, level.
Maybe we should ask there, man.
I think the main point that we need to point out here, I think the main point that we need to point out here is that this is actually the place in which, due to the lack of proof, empirical proof, physical proof, measurement, tests, experiment, and all of the above and the scientific method running through, this is the place in which most individuals that believe in the heliocentric model, and this is the position psychologically they've had to hold in order to be able to continue to hold the idea of the globe true. Because if you hold any other form of knowledge or proof in any higher regard, with any further form to it, that even on an epistemological level, actually it would start to become again improbable, completely ridiculous. And so this is the position and the logical position they have to hold, and this is, I believe, what Wolfgang is trying to show everyone, is that this is the position they have to hold in order for them to say that the Earth is a globe.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Just sure
she couldn't possibly have survived if the cat got her. And so it's just kind of preparing the boys, and then for that possibility. And then a whole 24 hours later, we kind of looked around, we didn't hear anything. 24 hours later, the cats are digging under the couch, making a bunch of noise, and she starts squawking like crazy. Like she'd been hiding under the couch, totally silent the whole time. And then, so we got her out and put her back in, and she's perfectly fine. Then we put a bread tie on the door.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, when had to get Henry out of his cage before to give him little drops when he had some mites, and he got out of my hands. I had him locked in the bathroom, and when he was free, he panicked and just got on the floor in the shower and just wouldn't move, and he was sort of almost limp. He panicked for some reason. He didn't even like being out of his cage, so maybe the little one panicked and she was sort of just frozen under the couch or the lounge for that time.
I think so. Yeah, panicking. Yeah, because I was surprised that she could survive without water, unless there was some kind of puddle. Maybe there's some kind of puddle under there. I don't know, but maybe they can survive for a while. I don't know. Oh, and Sasha has shown us her budgie.
Oh, beautiful.
Angela, nice.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I like her markings on the front there.
Yeah, so Henry's been quiet for a good month or two now, so hopefully soon enough he'll be back into song because I miss his singing.
Me too, yeah, I know. I like his singing.
He's a cutie. So it's a quiet little ladies' night. Have we started? Has Helio started rolling?
When I looked, he hadn't. I'll look again. Not yet. Doesn't look like it's there yet. I think he'll oftentimes. Oh wait, he sent me something. Let me look. Ready to start when you're ready. Oh, started it. Okay, he has started it. So
awesome.
All right, yeah. So so the thing is, Becky, that Jen is coming at 6 because she has to work. So we know she's going to be here for sure. We've got Lulu and Sasha. I don't know where Bambi is. I thought she was coming, but hopefully she'll show up. Believer's here. Seed's here. Yeah, we got lots of people here. Okay, so welcome to Ladies' Night on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live server. Helios put the link to the YouTube channel there in the chat. So we had a meeting of the minds of the ladies a couple of days ago to talk about visions we have for Ladies' Night, which we might not fully implement all of them tonight because a lot of them were Jen's ideas. So maybe she's going to come in here in an hour and just implement everything. And that will be amazing if she does. I am personally don't remember what they were, and I'm not going to implement them. So we're just going to chat here for the first hour. But if anyone on the YouTube live stream or listening in any way who would like to come in and ask a Flat Earth lady your question, come right into the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. If you're on YouTube, the bot keeps putting the link in the chat so you can come in, and it's very easy to join. And it looks like there's people right now in the VC check-in. Crack Villain and Tetragraviton are there at your service if you would like to get the VC verified role so that you can talk to the ladies of the Flat Earth. So, Becky?
Hello.
Yeah. I got something special just for you.
Oh, thank you.
Hold on. Oh, more bird pictures. Look. Oh,
I was just about to say, they're so cute.
That must be Tom. Tom was blue. Yeah, mine were both the yellow and green color. Sonny and Cher were both like that, but Cher was lighter.
It's amazing how attached we get to our pets, isn't it?
Yeah. But they never had kids. I thought, well, maybe they would. I even got a little tent. There's a little tent you can get. Did you ever try that? They didn't go for it. Probably because they're right in the middle of the living room. That was, probably intimidating. Anyway, okay, here we go. This is dedicated to Becky from Australia. Though the cities start to crumble and the towers fall around us, The sun is slowly fading, and it's colder than the sea. It is written from the desert to the mountains, they shall lead us by the hand and by the heart. They will comfort you and me. In their innocence and trusting, they will teach us to be free. For the children and the flowers are our sisters and our brothers. Their laughter and their loveliness will clear a cloudy day. And the song that I am singing is a prayer for non-believers. Come and stand beside us. We can find a better way. That's the end. Just for
I've
you.
got goosebumps. Thank you so much. That was just beautiful. Really beautiful. You've got a gorgeous voice, Mary Mum. That was such a treat.
Beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah, unbelievable. Feels so
Thank you.
special when people sing to us.
Yes, because you deserve it, because you are a person, and I don't know if you want to talk about it, if you feel like, if you don't feel like it, by all means do not. But just my perspective on Becky as a friend and person. When I first came to this server in July of 2019, Becky was here, and I think you'd been here for a while. Did you join in January of 2019?
I think I joined around December 2018. So yeah, around the start of that year. From memory.
Okay, yeah. So anyway, so when I came, you'd already been here a while, and actually I was here, or not here, but it's pretty much here. It's the old server that really just became here, right? I was in the server when you became a mod, and I remember, Battlema came in, and he was like ahead of time. He's like, "She's gonna come on. She always comes on this time. We're gonna tell her and surprise her." It was like heartwarming and all that, because you were just such a cheerful, source of inspiration for me, and I feel like for many people, just to hear your cheerful voice, brought a lot of happiness to people, and to hear Henry. And that's why when you were not here for a while, I sent you a message when a young man came in and said, "Where's Becky?" Like, she was so nice to me.
That was beautiful.
Yeah, because
I really appreciate that. I appreciate it. It's so beautiful. You're just you're an inspiration to me, Mary Mum. I'm so glad that we've met.
Me too. Yeah, because we have to stick together. And, even though it can be looked upon as a dark time in the world, it's also an opportunity for us to grasp the light more firmly and completely.
Yep.
Yeah,
absolutely. That's right. We're the light of the world. We've got to shine bright no matter what happens. Stick together.
That's right.
It's easy, isn't it, when you've got friends? You can do anything when you've got friends by your side.
For sure. Yes, absolutely. Yes, to know that there's people you can trust and that believe in you.
Yep,
And
absolutely.
you believe in them. Yeah. So, I don't know. What are they doing up there in the Cogdis? I don't know if we have any Globers down here. Maybe they're just doing their thing with some of those people up there.
I think they're They're just there was a guy in Cogdis before, like he was just a Cogdis guy. I think they're just chatting in there now. Oh yeah, there's one Cogdis person. They're just chilling, chatting.
Yeah. That's cool. Yeah, Royal's got somebody in there. Pig of Death up in the.
Oh, good.
Yeah. So
some of the names they have cracked me up.
I know. I love the names. People have very creative names. Yeah, like Quacker Oats. Quacker Oats has a great name. I haven't talked to Quacker Oats before, but I saw you were a lassie, and I saw that you posted something in the ladies' chat, and I see that your status says, "Music is life. That's why our hearts have beats." That's great. I love that. Is that your own original statement?
No, unfortunately. I found it on Pinterest, but I don't know. I thought it was clever.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, I don't care if you said it or somebody else did, because it's a great thing. Like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So can you tell, would you, no, I don't want to put you on the spot. You were completely free to say no, but at other ladies' nights when we have new people, especially I see, so yeah, I don't, like you aren't necessarily a flat earther. I thought maybe what you said is that you were just starting to become one or looking into it, but if you would be willing, if you'd be willing to share anything about your journey to truth, and regarding the flat earth in particular, we would love to hear about it, wouldn't we, Becky?
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Actually, I do consider myself a flat earther now. About a week ago, my brother convinced me to join in this server, and at first I thought that all flat earthers were just a bunch of whack, that they had no common sense. But then I realized that was literally me. I just believed what I was told, even though there was zero evidence. And then I started seeing all these videos. You guys really were helpful and started sending me all these videos and evidence proving there's no curvature. The over the horizon thing has been debunked. You guys were explaining to me how you literally can't have an atmosphere by a vacuum without a container. So, and also that water is flat. So water lays flat, I mean. So I don't know. All this stuff made sense to me. So yeah, I guess I consider myself a flat earther. And I've been listening in a few times this past week on debates, and no globers? Globers? Is that what you call them? I don't even know. But no one
that's what most of us call them, yeah. Yeah, that's a good term. I think that term's fine.
No one has had a good argument. So, yeah. And actually, my mom is here, too. I think she had a few questions. We watched a lot of documentaries, like by ODD TV or Odd TV. And, we just all came to the conclusion that we've been lied to our whole lives. But I guess it was also easier for us to realize this is because we already knew that the moon landing was fake. So we already knew that people lie to us. So
geocentrists.
Yeah, my mom is saying we were already geocentrists at the time, but we believed Earth was a globe because we weren't told otherwise. But yeah. So I guess that's kind of how I got here and became a flat earther, thanks to you guys.
And what made you a geocentrist?
Oh, hi. This is what is your name here? Quaker Oats.
Quaker Oats.
Quaker Oats. Hi, this is Quaker Oats' mom.
Hi. Good to meet you.
Hi, ladies. I didn't know I'd be speaking. I'm a 54-year-old mother who has just become a flat earther because of my children.
Wow. Love it.
Welcome.
Yeah, well, thank you. It's nice to be around other truth seekers. But to answer your question, are you familiar with the work of Robertson Jennis?
I don't think so. Are you, Becky? Robert, what's the last name?
No, not at all.
Robertson Jennis, Sungenis. He's a Catholic apologist who wrote a book called The Church Was Right and Galileo Was Wrong. And he has a PhD in physics, and I don't understand 95% of what they're talking about. My husband read the book, but the church, all the early church fathers were unanimous. They never really specifically stated whether or not the earth was round or flat, but they definitely dogmatically stated that the earth is fixed.
The Catholic Church,
and that we do not revolve around the sun. And so I have a very good friend who's not Catholic, who is a flat earther for about maybe a year or two. And I thought she was nuts. I'm sorry to say. I was red pilled, but I loved her. I loved her. And whenever, I'm not sure how this started, but like my daughter said, we already realized that the moon landing was fake. And I don't remember if I told Anna about that or whatever. I can't remember. But then she started talking about flat Earth stuff, and she'd send me stuff, and I just would be like, that's interesting. But I'd never really look into it because I literally thought she was nuts. And then just the other day, my son told my daughter about these videos, and she came down the stairs and she goes, "Mom, you've got to look at these videos." And when I saw the videos of those experiments done with lasers across lakes, I mean, I just said, well, if we believe science is real, everybody around our neighborhood has these signs that says science is real. And I have a BS in natural science, and I realize how stupid science can be because it's always changing the rules, right? If you're really a scientist, then observe, do the experiment, and it should be repeatable and it should be observable. And these guys, there were all these videos that showed these experiments over long distances, like over Lake Titicaca in Peru. And there was a Brazilian team that did all this research. And then they were showing images of from not outer space, but really high up altitudes, how the horizon always met your eye level, lower orbit, and it was always flat. And my son was saying, "Well, Mom, all those curves that you'd see from NASA, those were all like fish islands. And then I started to see all the fakery, like last night, the supposed time lapse of the Earth's rotation, and then they pointed out, and the clouds have never moved. They were like pasted on, and I thought, we were so tricked.
And I mean, NASA even admits for the Mr. Blue Marble, Simon, I think his name is Simon.
Robert Simon, one of my favorite people. To demonstrate why the globe is a lie, comes right out on NASA.gov and tells us. I mean, what more can we ask for?
He literally admits it's all photoshopped, and he photoshopped it to meet the expectations of what people think Earth looks like. Like, come on, people. First of all, if you think we went to the moon, you can't tell me we don't have real photos of Earth.
To the moon in a tin cup.
Yeah, through these supposed Van Allen belts that we can't go through. It's just so stupid.
Yeah, well said. It's refreshing meeting people that can, that's what happened to me too. Before I found out about this flat Earth situation, a really close friend of mine says, "Becky, the moon landings were faked," and she gave me all this stuff, and we went through it all. And when she showed me the pictures of the supposed thing that landed on the moon, I laughed because it looked so fake. It looked like cellophane and poly piping, and it just looked so fake.
And what's funny is I don't even know if I would have questioned if it was legit. But once you see it, it's like you can't unsee how fake it is. It's like you're in a trance if no one else tells you that this is obviously fakery. You don't think of it.
We've all been under a spell, and once the spell is broken, you can't unsee
the red
it.
Pill, yeah.
That's right. That's exactly right. And the thing is, now that you guys are here, like at this point, the next thing that will happen, it'll be like it'll be like the Matrix, all these agents will like cross your path, and heaven forbid someone asks you online if you're a flat earther, look out, because that's what I found. If I went anywhere but somewhere like here and someone like knew my name or knew that I was on this server, they'd be like, "Are you a flat earther?" And then bam, I'd be getting attacked for it. Like, people really
I know.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. It's like they automatically assume that you're crazy, and
thought police.
And I mean, it's kind of hypocritical because I at one point thought that flat earthers were crazy, but
we wouldn't attack. I mean, we would ignore them.
Right. Well, we wouldn't attack them. But yeah, people actually have a hatred for us. Like, they hate us. Like, they're afraid of the truth or something. I don't know.
I think they're also trying to keep their programming intact, and when they're faced with a flat earther, it's very uncomfortable for them. And if they want to protect their beliefs, they have to attack us. Say, she's crazy, she's nuts. We're not living in the Stone Ages anymore. Whatever they use, which you just got to online. If you're going to talk about the topic, just you got to grow a thick skin and just keep going.
Right. You know what I think was an obstacle for me too is I always visualized the flat Earth, whereas the ocean would just end and you would fall off the edge. And then my son, my 16 or 17-year-old son now, he showed me the map that actually the UN uses, which we just ordered off of Amazon to get the real map with the North Pole at the center of the Earth. That's much easier to visualize if you're trying to red pill people to say, well, you're not going to just sail off onto this, cliff and just end up in some who knows where. I mean, who knows where that leads to that.
I've been looking into this for I think I've been in this server for a long time now, and I got really into the topic and looked into it, and I come to it from a biblical perspective because I'm a Christian, and what I can gather from all the research I've done into the Bible, which is describing the earth, is that we are literally surrounded by water, and it can be very well infinite waters.
That's just one.
Oceans and oceans and oceans,
Yes. Waters above the firmament. Exactly.
Thank you. Yeah. So when they talk about space up there, what I say is up there is waters. If they could break through the barrier, which I don't know if they can or not, they'd be in literal, they'd be going into water.
Well, you know what?
They train in swimming pools. NASA trains in swimming pools.
Wow, that's so interesting.
Wow.
My son mentioned, and I don't know how he could verify this, but apparently they're trying to, or there's some rocket that tried to break through the firmament, and it has a self-healing property. I don't know if ladies heard about that, or some people say CERN is trying to do that, and it reminded me of Babel.
Yes. Well, what I've looked into too, there was the United States government they did an Operation Fishbowl, and when I looked it up on the internet the other day, the thumbnail pictures on the Google were flat Earth. It's got Operation Fishbowl, and above it is the famous flat Earth logo. I couldn't believe it in a Google
search.
Yep, hidden in plain sight.
It's bizarre. It spun me right out because I mean I don't know how that happened, but that's not something that the general narrative wants to see. Like on top of Operation Fishbowl, pictures of a flat Earth. But I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, that is just so amazing. What do you, my daughter said that I could ask you ladies some questions.
Sure.
I was just curious, has anyone ever calculated what the height of the dome might be, considering, that Polaris you're in Australia, right? Is that correct? Yeah, I love your accent. Of course, I have an accent too, to you. It's all relative, right? But the Polaris star must not be as high, because if you're down under and you can't see Polaris, or you see it on the horizon, wouldn't that imply that the dome's height is actually pretty low? I mean, I'm wondering if anyone ever calculated that.
Well, not that I know of.
Do you know what I'm saying, though? Because it's in the center of the dome, but if you're down there and you cannot see it, or you see it on the horizon, you just kind of visualize it, the dome must be pretty darn low. I mean, relatively low, like I don't know what low means, like thousands of miles or 1,000 miles or whatever.
Yeah, that's what Royal's typing there. Because people have, came up with some hypotheses and ideas about them. I don't know them off the top of my head, but Royal says plus or minus 80 kilometers to the apparent barrier. Can't fully confirm that, and it seems to differ slightly from a location to location, but it's a good thing to investigate.
And that also has to it also has to tie in with the sun and moon. You know how they say they're millions of miles away?
Yeah.
But you can see the sun rays, they aren't parallel.
Mm-hmm. And
so
more of a small localized light. If they were that far away, I think it'd light up a lot more of the surface of the Earth. So I think it's a lot lower and in a local area.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And before we get too far into this next topic, I just wanted to mention, because I don't know if Quack Roads and your mother, if you saw that Elijah for Truth put a YouTube video in the voice text of Rob Skiba versus Robert Sungenis, you said his name was? Right. So apparently, but he doesn't, so you're saying he's geocentric but not flat Earth.
Correct. And I started to watch his video, and I just stopped because they were talking about like the biblical definitions of certain things. And I, at that point, I'm not ready to go into that. I just looked at the evidence of what these people with laser. I mean, I'm a Christian and so is Robertson Jennis and all that, but it was like a side issue.
Go.
I mean, they're not, he's not addressing, it's just so simple. It's just a very simple experiment that everyone can do. And if they do, what is that? What do they say? 8 inches per
8 inch per
mile squared.
Yep.
It just doesn't work. It doesn't work. So even just that, I mean, let's just talk about that. And I didn't want to listen to the whole thing because my heart was just like, no, this is the truth. And I don't think Robert's a bad guy at all. I've spoken to him and he took a lot of flack and people were just, you know, he took a lot of flack to just be a geocentrist. I mean, you can imagine. And then he had all these computer models that show how that you could have either the Earth at the center or the sun at the center, and it all works out the same because of the, you know, the motions of the sun and all that, and the planets, excuse me.
Oh,
but I can't believe how fast I have accepted this. I mean, it just all fit into place. Everything made more sense.
I mean,
everything makes more sense.
Everything from what I've heard, listening to you guys debating other people, everything you said just makes sense.
Yeah,
so it's
agree.
simple. It's very simple.
Oh, we also have an answer for you from our peanut gallery regarding your sky question. So none of the ladies have a answer for you. So in those cases, we do call on the men on ladies' night if they have information that we need. So Jedi, what do you have to say about this topic?
It was just regards to the height of the dome. You'd already mentioned things like Operation Fishbowl, where they were shooting, you know, rockets up to the sky and this, that, and the other. There are other actual natural phenomena that we can possibly point to. These would be electrical phenomena known as sprites and elves. Now, we know that lightning comes down from the cloud layer and hits the floor, but when we have lightning and thunderstorms, there's also lightning above. Some of these electrical phenomena, like I mentioned, are called sprites and elves. Now, if I could give you a kind of a thought in your head, get a packet of sugar and throw it up against your ceiling, and it crashes out across your ceiling in kind of a flat way. Now, this is the way that this electrical phenomena, when it shoots up, it seems to get to a limit of around about 70 miles and then pan across the sky, as in it can't go any further. And the other one comes down from that area like rain. So the only thing that I wanted to point out is with the correlation with the Operation Fishbowl and the sprites and elf phenomena, this seems to be happening, like Royal said, around about 70 to 80 miles up in the air. So if you want a height for the sky, that possibly could be it, because of the barrier of the electrical phenomena, that discharge can't get any further and seems to come down from that area. So around about 70 to 80 miles, that's thing.
80 miles, not kilometers. You said 80 miles? Miles?
Yes, 70 to 80 miles, yeah.
Thank you very much.
What was that called again? Sorry.
They were called sprites and elves.
Sprites and elves.
I can find you something. Give me a couple of moments and I'll post it in the live stream for you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that's interesting. So you were saying the lightning, it shoots upwards. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Or, wow.
Yeah, pretty much. It's not the same as, say, we have the fault lightning that comes down from the sky. It's not that type of display. There are just other electrical phenomena that go upwards around this kind of 60, 70, 80 mile kind of mark. Like I said, I'll go and find you something and it'll help you visualize it more.
Thank you. And I don't know that much about Fishbowl, Operation Fishbowl. Was this done by NASA or by CERN, or who did this?
I think it was the U.S. military.
Oh gosh!
And it was some kind of surprising. It was something to do with they were testing nuclear weapons, I think. Is that right? Is this the general narrative? Does anybody know? Help me.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, nuclear tests up in the sky. So they were shooting rockets up. They got to about 70 miles and then they never got any further. Again, it's like throwing a packet of sugar up against your ceiling and watching it pan out. This was the observation of the explosion. The explosion couldn't get any further past this point.
Interesting.
Oh, wow. So I wonder, I mean, these evil people know that there's a firmament and they're keeping it from us. Do they, I mean, do they believe in I mean, you wouldn't know, but I mean, it's interesting to speculate. Do they believe in a God or do they worship Satan or what are they trying to do? It's like bizarre.
They do. I think they worship Lucifer, which is Satan. And I think that they believe that he is, well, the scriptures say he is the God of this world. So I think that they believe he is God. They're God.
Oh, and just so you know, if there are any other Catholics here, I just want you to know we also don't believe there's been a valid pope since Pius XII.
Yeah, I'm currently, practicing at home. Yes.
Vatican II is not the Catholic Church,
Mason,
guys.
And
I understand that.
100%. So we don't want to.
We're all together.
Yeah, you're familiar with the liberation theology that the ex-KGB agent came out and said that they acknowledged the KGB sent the Communist Party into South America to begin the liberation theology movement in the Catholic Church, which is what this current Pope comes out of. I mean, you cannot listen to this man speak and say, or watch him in his actions and say this is a godly man of the Abraham in any way. And I believe within the Catholic Church it's spreading that people are confused, like how do we practice our faith under this person. And I personally decided it, since a recent statement he made regarding this supposed virus being caused by his punishment for supposed global warming, that was the last straw for me. I'm like, I cannot possibly go in there and put one penny in that might make the way to the pockets of that satanic man who I watched yank his hand away from little old ladies who wanted to kiss him. The most angry satanic man I've ever seen.
Did you see that they just issued
I just tell you one more thing about these people. I don't know if you guys know who Cardinal George Pell is, but he's an Australian. He was the Secretary of the Vatican. Okay, so he was brought back to our country last year. He was convicted of pedophilia, and then this year they rose a what do they call when they go back? They made an appeal. They got him out, and he's already flown back to the Vatican now.
Yes, I know. It's a mess. It's absolutely horrible. And they just issued, the Vatican, which is satanic, just issued a Pachamama coin. I don't know if you're aware of that. And I know we're getting off topic here, but I think everything is related. And, Satan is pulling out all the stops right now because we're getting close to the end, I think. Sorry, just go ahead.
Just to go back to the point when, you question why people would lie to us that the earth is round. Like, why? But I definitely think it is because, first of all, they're worshiping Satan. And second of all, it really makes it, okay. The heliocentrists believe that we're just a speck in this vast universe. We're not special whatsoever. There could be living life forms out there. Whereas with the flat Earth model, which is true, we're the only living things. We're special. You somewhat have to believe that there is a higher being. So they want you to believe that there's no God. That's what I think. Yeah,
they have more control then because you look to them. You look to that authority because you are frightened. Because if you believe you're insignificant and nothing, who are you going to rely on? You're going to rely on those world leaders that are saying that they're going to help you.
And the government is their God, as witnessed by this religious fervor over voting. We have to go perform the religious ritual of voting, and if you don't do it, you are a bad person. If you don't vote, did you know that? Because our God is the government. Yeah, you better go to the church, which is the voting booth, or else we're gonna have time for you.
Right.
Hi. I'm just doing some research for a paper, and I just want to ask you guys a question. Just
for sure.
I need a conclusion.
Can you hold it for 1 minute? Because Jedi had something to say, which might have been back on the firmament, and then we'll kind of close that off, and then we'll take your question, Andre. We're glad that you're here. What did you want to add, Jedi?
Yeah, I wanted to be very quick. Regarding the sprites and elves, if you scroll up, old dude has posted something for you. I found something else as well, which would be from the Russian and from NASA space agencies documentation with regards to the firmament. If you want to check the video that I posted from Flat Earth Brothers, this is the Russians trying to figure out what the firmament is. You know, this is just before the space race, so the late 50s, early 60s. They are talking about the firmament and what it is, and documentation regarding that. So, I wanted to be very quick. Just wanted to make sure you caught those videos and you didn't miss them. That was all.
Thank you. We'll check that out.
Thank you very much.
The Vatican is the extension of the Roman Empire. Just so you know, the Roman Empire is still here, and they are trying to enslave humanity.
Cool. Okay. I mean, not cool, but bad. Okay, so here we are, Ladies' Night, Flat Earth, and we've got Andre doing a paper, needs a conclusion, and has a question for the Flat Earth ladies here.
So, my question is, what would you say to someone who is on the fence about believing the Earth is flat or a sphere?
Okay, well, I'll go first, and then maybe Becky, and maybe Blaze is here now, or if anyone else wants to join in, I'll answer. But yeah, you know, hopefully we'll get some other input. So, you know, what I would say to a person who's on the fence is, what I think the most important thing, or like powerful thing to do, is to do some kind of observation or measurement or test for yourself. You know, not everyone's able to do that, but a lot of people do live near large bodies of water where you can make an observation, because we can easily see, you know, like I've personally seen the skyline of Chicago with my own eyes at 52 miles across Lake Michigan. To me, I mean, I was sure before that, because I already knew I'd seen things at 25 miles, you know, and on the Great Lakes, like I'd seen other things that already made me sure. But, you know, once you see those just undeniable, we aren't seeing this if we're on the globe. But to do that, you have to look at the math. It's not that hard. People get scared of math, you know, the 8 inches per mile squared. But it really isn't that difficult to explain it. And so, and even, you know what, you don't even have, if you don't want to do the math equations yourself, you don't even have to, because you can just Google what's the curvature of the Earth. It says it's approximately 8 inches per mile squared. That's their story, which should result in the entire city skyline of Chicago being hidden, and yet the entire thing is there. So all you're doing is testing their story. It's not like 8 inches per mile squared is an accurate number. It's an inaccurate number. So you're taking a wrong number, you're testing it in reality, and hopefully, and Jedi's put the curve calculator in there so you can see the different distances that you should be able to see things. You should be able to, not see things. You should be able to see things disappear at these rates there in the chart. And it's just a matter of fact. I mean, that's all I can say. It's a measurement. People deny it. They obfuscate. They try to come up with some convoluted explanation that's not rooted in reality or scientific thought. And so, you know, most of the reason why people stay on the fence, I think, is largely psychological, you know, that to come up with a worldview that is, you know, contrary to what is being pushed in the mass media. But what I'm seeing is a tsunami of change right now, which Quacker Oats and her mother also kind of represent here, is people are seeing this world government is not helping us. So, you know, what else are they lying about? You know, and so I think that if your reason for thinking you live on a globe is because the TV told you, you got to look harder, because there's some things being hidden there that could help you and your family to understand truth and reality about where you live. What would you say, Becky?
I would say, well, for a start, you could direct them to some direct observations, because if you speak to somebody that's trying to prove the globe to you, they will bring all their science from up in the sky. So they have indirect measurements to prove a globe, whereas we have direct measurements to prove that the globe math is incorrect and that it doesn't exist. The other thing is what Mary said. If you can get out, recommend that they go out there and make some long distance observations. And we do see too far. We've got the world record photo in the Guinness Book of Records too. Can't remember, is it Canagoo or something like that? But anyway, there's so many. Thank you. Yeah, there's so many long distance observations. There's many laser observations out there, direct measurements of the surface of the Earth from all different people. So I would direct them there.
All right. This is very useful. Thank you, guys.
Oh, Andre, don't you want somebody else? I guess there's got to be at least one other lady that wants to answer, right? Does anybody else want to answer?
Yeah, if anyone else wants to go, that'd be good.
How about Blaze?
Hey. Hi, how you guys
Hi,
doing?
Blaze. Good.
So I would say that most people, we think that this is the stupidest thing. We set out to disprove it, and then at some point we are confronted, and we're like, and this is exactly. I know this is what Mary Mom and Becky and the other people as well have done. You stop and you go, okay, wait a second. Who really pretty much taught me that I lived on a spinning ball? And you're like, oh, what? NASA? Wait, I didn't believe that we went to the moon because I did that research. I would say NASA, there's so many things that you could look into and delve into as far as NASA, how much they get and per day, and it's just a fakery, and then we can't go back, and who benefits it, who and what stemmed out of the NASA. There's Antarctica. There's just so many things, and I think NASA is a really good place to start. As well as, let me just chime in really quickly about the Catholic Church. They own the most telescopes, and they share a telescope with NASA named Lucifer, and they don't share their information.
Very good point. Thanks, Blaze.
All right.
Very good point.
Well, I have to go, but this was very useful. Thank you guys so much. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, great question. Let us know if you get an A+.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Yeah, I hope she does.
Okay, great. I think was going to say something, but you could go ahead and answer anyway. I'd like to hear your answer to what would you say to on the fence person? Because I saw you unmuted. If you feel like saying it, okay, great.
Thanks. Yeah, I hope she does well on her paper. I was just going to second what Blaze just said, because I was also going to bring up NASA and how they just miraculously lost the technology to go back to the moon. How convenient for them, right? And yeah, and also I was going to say the Lucifer thing. So I'm a second witness to Blaze.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, for bringing that up. Okay, so I don't know if we have, I know we got some people just VC verified. So if there's anyone in here who is here to ask a question about Flat Earth to the Flat Earth ladies, feel free to speak up, or you can also type your question in the voice text if you don't feel comfortable or can't speak. But if there's anyone here who has a question, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Just quickly to finish off on that NASA comments too. They in 2020 their budget is 22.6 billion. So the 22.6 billion the government will give them for this year. So it's a lot of money. I believe that NASA and the other space agencies, including the Australian one, are propaganda agencies. That's what I believe they are. It's a propaganda program.
Yep.
$22.6 billion, yet they say they don't have enough funding to go back to the moon.
Technology. They don't have the technology to go back to the moon, I believe they say.
Yeah, what a joke.
They destroyed it? Like, what?
Yeah, it is just all so suspect. And when, you just let yourself see the reality and the truth for what it is, it's very clear. And I think the important thing is just to be able to be willing to share that with others, when
Apparently they're going back to the moon, or they're going to space or something.
Well, they keep saying that, don't they?
Tickets. Yeah. Well, that's what I asked, because I hang out with some friendly Globers, and we were joking. One of them said to me, like, when it's time to travel, I want to take a flat earther, so I'll take you. I said, all right, then. I'll go. I used to say that I wouldn't go, but I'll go. I'll go and have an experience. I mean, to me, all it will be is, a combination of virtual reality and maybe some really cool drugs, but sounds fun.
Can I have a question that is sort of like non-related?
All right, let's hear it.
Finally, hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up? I forgot the term for. It just split out of my mind. The term for this the effect of gas layering, like lighter gas on top, heavier gas below, and Globers use it to like claim,
Gradient? The gas pressure
gas.
gradient?
Yes, gradient. Yes, thank you, thank you so much. I was in a debate with someone and I just forgot the term.
Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, I appreciated what Quacker Oats, when you were telling your original story, I appreciated what you said about how you were, I think that was you that said you've been in here listening to the debates and you're shocked that like they just don't have good arguments. And believe me, like I've been listening to them here for over a year and they don't. We keep waiting and they don't. They got nothing. And to the point where a lot of them don't even try anymore.
Yeah, I was in here earlier today and some of you guys were saying how there's a Glober server and how they're just trash talking us, but like none of them are coming over here. And then you guys had
I do not recommend you go there. Do not go there. I used to be there. I left there and my life is vastly improved. So years ago, you just never go there at all. Yeah, not a good place. Scary, scary, scary. I mean, I'm not telling you what to do. If you like feel very brave,
I know.
By all means. But yeah, I wanted to ask you one more thing. Or you have a question?
Oh, I was just gonna ask, like, have you guys had any scientists on here? Because I would love to hear them get disproved. That would be hilarious.
Well, we have this guy, Prof. Phil, who claims to be some kind of science professor, although I find it hard to believe with the low quality stuff he comes up with. But I shouldn't find it hard to believe because I know a lot of these guys are just faking it. That's what they're doing. And obviously they're just making stuff up. And, so there's Prof. Phil. There's been others. I can't think of them off the top of my head. I don't know. Does anybody else remember other scientists? Because I know there was some guy I heard about. It's kind of legendary that some guy came in here and then Cyrus was beating him down with math. Physicist.
The guy who came up with the Earth curve calculator came in here.
Oh yeah, that's right. Actually, Midwest, right?
Came up with the calculator, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so they've been in here, but and it doesn't go well for them. Most of them won't come. I mean, I know for a fact, like pseudoscientific entertainers, such as Neil deGrasse Tyson, has made a statement that he won't debate flat earthers for obvious reasons. I mean, that in and of itself should set off alarm bells for anyone who's thinking, who's willing to, use their logical mind.
So what did that guy do? Did he just rage quit? Did he just leave, or did he just? I don't know.
Were you here for that, Becky? Or Blaze? Were you guys here when Mick West was here? I wasn't here.
I don't remember. I've heard.
I mean, I know it was in Nova.
There was another one. I think he's called Bob the Science Guy or something. He comes in here too, or did come in.
Oh, and that reminds me, my brother, who's also in the server, Sarcastic Dream, he was telling me how one of the guys, I think he had one of the fact checker websites, he came on here and he got demolished. Apparently, is that also true?
I'm sure it probably is. I don't know personally, but yeah, I was going to ask you who your brother is because at the beginning you said that your brother was in here. So
yeah.
No, cool. I mean, this is great. You've got family, 3 from your family. Your mom should get her own. Your mom should get her own account.
Well, our dad is too, and I can tell you guys a funny story. So, one of you guys, I think it was. Let me see who it was who sent me a link to Odd TV's Northern Rebellion. Sent me a video from Odd TV, the Planet Flat Earth 2020 documentary. I'm sure you've seen it. And my brother and I wanted our parents to watch it. So we all stayed up till 3 a.m. in the morning because we were shocked. We were literally so shocked that the Earth is flat.
The day that my husband and I were red-pilled was on Columbus Day.
Yes.
Isn't that funny?
Wow.
On Columbus
that is
Day,
great.
on Monday.
Yeah, great story.
Anyway, yeah.
That's great. I love it.
Mhm.
Yeah. So what I was going to ask you, just for your perspective, because once you've been doing this for a while, I'm sure Blaze and Becky and the other ladies can attest to this. It's like you forget what it's like to think you live on a globe. Like I remember back, when I was first like really realizing it, because I kind of just messed around with it intellectually for a while. But when I like really started to realize like I gotta accept this is true, like it took a while of me just kind of envisioning everything differently. You know what I mean? Because we're just so used to this.
Yeah.
Our mind is always on that globe. And so I just like, what is your advice at this stage where you are, which I think is a important place to be, like in terms of just kind of really understanding, and before you're kind of making fun of it, like what do you think is the best way to get through to people to really see, like, you got to take a look at this. This is serious.
But I'm not sure why we were so ready. I guess it's because we've realized so many of the lies that we were just receptive from our kids. And it was that.
Can I just
video. Oh, sure.
Can I just butt in? I guess a way that I would do it is I would first, how people tend to go to NASA for their proof of space. I would probably first start out by showing them the CGI. We have CGI that shows NASA is faking everything, how they're using CGI to do all this stuff. And first proving that the moon landing is fake. And then you have to say, then if you think that NASA lied about the moon, then why do you think that all this other stuff that they're spewing out is legit? And then I guess just do the experiment, like the curvature thing. I think that's the easiest thing to understand, is there's no curvature. Or otherwise the Earth is way bigger than they've been telling us, because these measurements aren't lining up with experiments.
Right. Yeah. And so then, like, as you are here longer, and then people come back at you with, could be bigger, then you can respond, well, no, it can't, because all of their all their pseudoscientific science fiction so-called astrophysics is based on the radius of 3,959 miles. You can't take that supposed constant away and have any of their math still work. So they don't get to say it's bigger. They also don't get to say it's bigger because there's no way, the concept of gravity, as a bending and warping of space-time, which is how they create this ball in the first place, is out the window. Gas pressure without a container is out the window. I mean, that's the thing. Like you said, they have not a leg to stand on.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. When you guys proved to me that the measurements that they were giving us don't line up, they're false. There are only two options. Either the Earth is much bigger, and like you said, it can't be because they've mapped everything else out. Or the other option is the Earth is flat. So it's like,
I would ask them, I would say, has the government ever lied to you or lied to us? I mean, if they've lied to us in the past, which most people know that they have, then you just slowly, incrementally say, well, they lied to us about this. They lied to us about 9/11. They're lying, the moon landing. I think COVID is way overblown, whatever. It's like there's precedent for lying. So right there, they should be willing to entertain the possibility that they've been lied to about this as well.
And I guess another reason why it was easier for us too is we're believers in the Bible. And I mean, just reading Genesis 1, it makes sense. It makes much more sense if Earth was flat. With the whole firmament and everything. So I think that's another thing. Like it just made sense, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, and Bambi just joined us. Bambi,
yes, Bambi. I can think
of Bambi before.
Yeah, Bambi exactly. Or no, it wasn't a week ago. It was 6 days ago, I think. She verified me on here.
Oh, great. So wow.
Yeah, thanks, cool. Bambi, again. I think I must have stayed up till 2 a.m. that night, just looking at all the the channels in here.
She's got a 4-for-1. 4 people have been red pilled because of that.
Yeah.
Oh, and her mother's here, babe. Did you know her mother was here?
Oh,
your mother's here as well?
Our ladies' night.
We've all been
yeah,
we're all awake now.
Except our
wow.
Just our intermediate
well, we
family.
haven't told our family.
Yeah.
They already think we're nuts.
They think we're nuts. They believe in the moon landing and everything.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, we've already tried to tell them about so many other things, the Federal Reserve, the moon landing. But this would just be like, I mean, I can't even go there right now.
Yeah, it's the same for me.
But I'll tell you, today we took our standard poodle for a walk, and we let him run in this field. And I looked at the sun, and I'll just tell you, the other lady was saying how you just process everything differently. It's already happening. I'm like, I wonder how far away that sun is. It's not as far away as you think. And it makes me happy because everything is like, I don't know a better word, but it's like cozier.
We're so
it's
special.
Like we're very special. God is in control. And in the Bible, how they, the 3 days of darkness when God turned off the light, for that battle of, was it Gideon? I can't remember. But I mean, now it makes sense. It's like, you just turn the light switch off and it's over, It's so beautiful, and it's already happening to me. I'm looking at everything differently, even though I was a believer before. But it's very special because cozier, or like we're so special, and it's. I can't explain. I guess you've all been through this too.
Oh, do you guys? Oh, sorry. Jedi said that it was background noise, but
he just doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't know that you were talking. Go ahead, Jedi. Explain.
Just ignore me,
I know
my friend. It was somebody else. It wasn't you. So I do apologise. I didn't recognise the voice. So please do carry on talking. Ignore me, by all means. Just ignore me.
I need you guys hear when you're talking, because the sound is coming through my monitor, not the headphones, so my mom can also hear. So I'm not sure if my mic is picking up on you guys talking. So if it is, just let me know and I'll mute.
Okay, we'll let you know.
No, it's not a problem for you. Carry on.
Okay.
But I'm so glad that you guys have you got your family into it, because I know your brother, sarcastic. He when he first told me you were here, he was like, I think he was still on the fence at that point, and now I can see him in text chat talking as a flat earther and stuff like that, and correcting people and kind of flat smacking very quietly. And I really like that, because he was on the fence at one point, and I think he wanted a globe roll, and now he's like flat smacking people.
Well, it's hilarious because he was telling me, like, I think he was in here at least a week before he told me about this, and he had mentioned flat earth a few times to me, but I could tell he was really thinking about it, and he would bring it up.
I think he was afraid to tell mom and dad about it, so he told my daughter about it, and then she told me, and then we were all just like, oh yeah, this makes sense.
Just look at the evidence. It's that funny.
That is amazing, and I'm so glad that your parents have been like that, because my dad especially, I obviously I know your mum's here speaking with us, but my dad, he took it on like the nose, as it was pride for him. Like, he doesn't think it's flat because he doesn't want to admit that he's lied to his kids. Like, I'm the youngest of 4. So it's a sort of pride thing. Like, he doesn't like, I've tried to put the evidence in front of him. Like, he was in the Navy a while back, and I was like, okay, well, how did you guys have contact with the other ships, line of sight? And I'm like, okay, well, how far away could you contact? And he was like, so many miles. And I'm like, how is that possible if you need a line of sight? Which it's like, it's right there in front of him, and obviously he's been a part of that, and he still doesn't get it. But I think he takes it on pride.
Or he's just maybe, I don't know what your father's thinking, but it's like it's so incomprehensible that people could be so evil to lie to us. If you're a good person, you're like, they can't be lying to us, even if you see things in plain sight, because since your father was a little boy, he's probably been told about a globe by people he trusted.
Yeah. And he watched the moon landings as well. So when you mention that to him, it's like, that was a big part. He was only a wee lad at the time of the moon landings.
Yeah. That's how I think of it. It's like we're under a spell, and then the spell is broken, and then you can't unsee it again.
It's like a magic trick. Once you see how it's done, you can't unsee it.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, but you've got to be willing to look for how it's done. You know, I know, like, if you're looking at a magic trick, some people think, wow, how's he doing that? And others just think, wow, that's amazing, and they don't want to look into it.
Right.
So,
well, and then there's some people that just simply don't care. That's what I don't understand. They just simply don't care if the earth is round or flat, and they ask, why would it matter? What do you mean, why would it matter? Do you not care if you're being lied to? Like, I just don't understand that.
Yeah, I was a bit like that when I first started, until, like, I even said, even when I became a flat earther, I'm like, this isn't going to change me, dude. Like, I'm not going to change if the earth is flat. It's not going to affect me in my life. But it has. It's affected me to the point I literally question everything. I second guess anything that's told to me by people or government officials, and it makes you question everything.
Yes. Yes. Well, it's so nice to talk to people like nice.
We don't know any other.
Well, we don't even know geocentrists. I mean, we've been alone for a long time. I don't know if you heard this, Bambi, but we were already geocentrists and believed the Earth was stationary. But the flat Earth thing was the last hurdle for us.
Right. I remember your daughter saying she was a geocentrist when she first came in.
Yeah.
But that's amazing.
For telling her whatever you sent to her. I don't know what you sent, but whatever it did the trick.
You guys were just so nice. I was questioning. I think I asked some really dumb questions in here, but you guys, a lot of you just started sending me these videos. And yeah, that's really all it takes is just, if people are looking for the truth, they should watch these videos. I know some of them are very long, but I don't know. I think you should want to know. At least try to understand what the other side is saying.
Oh, it's a funny one.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and Jenny's here. Hey, Quackroats, have you met Jenny before? Hi, Jenny.
I don't think so. No. Hi, Jenny.
Oh no, you're a robot.
Oh no, she's roboting.
Jenny, I hope that if you disconnect and reconnect, you could not be a robot, because a lot of times that helps. Yeah, there she goes. Good.
She a robot? What does that mean?
Like robotic voice. Did you hear her like echoing? Like not a good connection.
Maybe Wi-Fi.
Oh,
issues,
okay. But she's a real person.
She's human. Yeah, Jenny's a human.
I don't touch anything anymore.
Exactly. Question everything.
Is Jenny real? Jenny, we're gonna need some verification.
Citation. Oh, bless her.
Are you back? I don't know what's going on. Hopefully she'll join us at some point.
Oh, there is a Glober mod. Glober, that sounds.
Globe Earther.
Globe Earther. I know, but Glober, why not?
I don't think so. Gosh, yeah, they must have really slipped through the cracks if there is.
That's
sorry,
thing.
yes, there was one. Sorry, guys, there was one Globe Earther mod, but that person hasn't been around for an awful long time. But yeah, we did have one once.
Oh, I didn't even know that. Wow, interesting.
Clue who it is. I think we pushed them off the edge anyway. At the end of the day, trying to be a Globe Earther and a flat Earth, they just got destroyed every single day. So that's probably why they didn't come back. But yeah, we did have one once.
Oh, there now I hear Jenny. Are you there? Jenny? Sounds like she's putting away the silverware.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, you guys. I'm kind of tied up because hopefully somebody's going to be here momentarily to give me internet.
Oh, okay. Oh, you got a service person coming?
Hopefully, yes.
Oh, great. Great. Okay, well, we can hear you speak now, but when you first came in, we couldn't understand you, so do you want to repeat what you were saying?
Give me a few minutes, you guys, and I'll join in just a minute.
Okay, no pressure. We're happy. No pressure. Yeah, so does anybody else that's new here have a question? Like Pig of Death? I don't know who else here. Let's see. I saw somebody else. Cotton Eye Joe. Circle. Oh, Circle has the Lassie's role. Do we know Circle? Are you there, Circle?
Crystal knows Circle, I'm sure.
Oh,
She
okay.
was
Oh, great.
introducing everyone to Circle.
Oh, because Crystal said I think she said she might come in later. Yeah, she might come in. So hopefully she will. Oh, and Bambi,
guys.
I was going to. Oh, hi. She said hello. Hi, Circle.
Hello, Circle. Nice of you to join us.
I like your cat picture with the clover on it. It's really cute.
Thank you.
Is that your cat?
No, it's a random cat.
Random cat.
Oh, it's really cute, though.
I don't like cats.
Oh, that's too bad.
Well, that deserves a server ban. No.
Oh, please don't.
Oh, so Bambi, I was going to say, like, before, right when you came in, we were actually doing a round table, kind of like how Jen envisioned, because we had a person in here, their name started with an A, maybe Andre or something like that, who was asking questions and then typing furiously because they were writing a paper about flat Earth. And her question, which everyone answered, and the answers were great. So if you would be willing to give your answer, even though she's not here anymore, it's a nice roundtable question that is a good general question for people to consider is, what would you say to a person who was on the fence about flat Earth?
Someone that was on the fence. Well, we've had on the fence people in here. And what I tend to do is ask them, put it into like perspective, like what are the pros and cons for each side? What are the proofs for the ball that you think, and what are the proofs for the flat Earth that you think? And sometimes, well, because obviously flat Earth has the most proof, sometimes that can sway them one way, because then they look at it and they're like, well, damn, I can't prove half the stuff. I can't go and verify. I can't do anything to prove we're on a ball. But everything that flat Earth side, I can go and verify it for myself. I can go and prove it for myself, and it just makes more sense. Oh, is Andrea in here? I see. Sorry, I just saw the text chat.
Yeah, she might be listening. He or she. Oh, Andre is in here. Yes, I can't remember if Andre is male or female.
Oh, okay.
Now Andre's back. Oh yeah, Bambi just answered you, Andre. Did you hear it?
So yeah,
yeah, Lulu actually answered
perfect.
too. Lulu answered in the text chat. Don't be lukewarm. Pick a side. I think that's good. That could be a T-shirt with a nice flat Earth
Don't be lukewarm. Pick a side.
graphic on it.
Yeah. What I like to do is I like to, tell people to say it out loud, to even take notes on the proofs for each side, and once you weigh them up, majority of people will weigh up that there's more truth on the flat Earth side than there is verifiable truth on the ball, and that can sway people. So that's how I would reply to that.
That's a good answer.
Getting the check-in for me for sarcastic.
Yeah, and again to just continue on that, I think, like Bambi said, you have to look at the evidence and just go in with an open mind. You really shouldn't have sides when we're going into things, because sometimes that can, like, whether it's pride or you're just not willing to accept that you are wrong, that can like definitely skew your thoughts. I don't know if I said that properly, but again, just going in with an open mind. Like, why should we believe that the Earth is round just because we were told? I mean, yeah, just look at the evidence.
Yeah, that's what scares me the most about some of these so-called scientific people, or who claim. I'm just laughing at Witsit's comment. She's describing my last relationship. That's funny. Anyway, the people who claim that they have, scientific or mathematical degrees, and yet, and actually even demonstrate that they can use logic and reason in other areas. But then they come in here and demonstrate they can't use it to examine the flat Earth question, because, anyone who has been educated, should realize you can't properly debate a position if you don't fully understand the other side. And if you don't, and you need to come into any situation, any situation you want to examine, you have to come into it, like you said, with an open mind, where you're not having that presupposition of a globe model, because that model is so ingrained, and sometimes it almost seems like the more educated they are, the more ingrained it is, that they aren't even capable of seeing that they are using this presupposition of a globe in everything they say. And so their logic is already just gone out the window from minute one. Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah.
Oh, and Highlander's here. Either Highlander or where was the other one? Oh, One Spooky Ghost. I saw One Spooky Ghost put a picture of a spinning fantasy globe model there in the voice text. So One Spooky Ghost, is that where you live? Is on that spinning fantasy globe hurtling through space at a high rate of speed despite no verifiable evidence of either curvature or motion of any kind?
They said yes. They said yes.
Okay, thanks for acknowledging you're living in a fantasy. Enjoy your fantasy, One Spooky Ghost. Have a great time. We've got a new person here that just said hello to us, Microsoft Disk Operating System. What's up?
That is Sarcastic's friend.
Hi.
Jedi just checked him in and he wants to debate some
Hi.
ladies. Hello, Nicholas.
Hey, how are you doing?
I am doing swell. How are you doing?
Good.
That is good to hear. Do you have a question you want to ask?
Why do you think that Ernesto's evidence, or like any evidence anyone gives you, is fake about the globe Earth?
Well, for example, if you wanna take the fact that they're saying they're going into this vacuum, which breaks the second law of thermodynamics, makes everything they say irrelevant, because the place that they're going is impossible. But if we're just talking, like if you want to speak about the things that they're saying, then I guess we'll ignore the fact about the medium they're in, us existing next to a vacuum without a container for our gas that we're, the oxygen that we're breathing. If you want to ignore that, then I guess I like to verify things, and I can't go verify anything that they're saying because we can't see curvature from Earth according to them. So we have to take their word from it.
I see.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't know. Do you get what I was? Should we break? Sorry, Joe.
And I don't know if you knew. I don't know if you know this or not, to the person who was asking a question, but people have taken the official image of the photos from the moon, the image of Earth from the moon. Rob Skiba did this live on his channel. He took the image and then he put it into Photoshop and changed the settings to where you could see the contrast. Lo and behold, it was Photoshopped. Not to mention Robert Simmons, directly hired by NASA to create the blue marble, and it's all CGI.
Yeah.
I mean, just think for a moment the state of technology that we're in today. If they went to the moon, like they said, a lot of different things, like possibly like the moon, or we'd be able to see the Earth. I could go outside and wave and you guys would be able to see me on Google Earth. That was 50 years ago they went to the moon.
Yeah,
But I forgot. They lost that technology and it's a painful process to build it back again. That's what they tell us.
Right.
Well, what happens is, back in like the 60s, technology wasn't where it was at all today.
Yeah, you're right. And I'm sorry to interrupt you. Did you know that President Nixon called the moon? He placed a phone call to the moon. Come on, man.
We can't even get one connection on Earth.
I know.
To be fair,
I go out
place
to
a
the
phone call to
countryside.
the moon every night, just no one ever picks up. He's a president, so I guess he would get first serve, right? Like, I don't know.
Oh my god.
It's ironic. I live in Scotland. I go out to the countryside and I can't get a signal. But this man can call the frickin' moon.
You know what? Verizon Wireless needs to step up their game if Nixon was able to call the moon.
Come on, Verizon.
So there just seems to be a lot of...
Oh, Jenny, when you get a chance, Andre has a question in the chat.
Just to wrap it up. So there seems to be a lot of coincidences, things that they give us about the moon.
Oh, did Jen cut out?
Cutting out. Yeah.
Yeah, I missed all of that.
Yeah, she's cutting out.
I just
We
wanna
lost
mention
you. We lost you,
ISIS
Jen.
really quick too. Don't you think we'd be able to see way more images from ISIS, and then just like all of a sudden, they just cut out for like an hour, and we're like, why can't we see this side of the Earth? There's never a continuous stream from the IS. Right?
Yep, that's right.
Am I saying that right? ISIS? Yeah.
ISS. Yeah.
The international.
ISIS, thank you.
No, don't say
Something
ISIS.
completely different.
A continuous stream from the terrorist control group.
I know,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
God damn it! They're travesties of mankind. I can't watch them all day.
But yeah, no, you're right. They conveniently cut out. And they're repeated as well. Some of the live streams from the ISS, you can see they're repeated by the cloud patterns, by everything that's there. Like, you can see that they're repeated. You could overlay them and they're the exact same. And it's quote unquote live streamed. So, I don't know. Should we move on to... Oh, sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna butt in about that. I've also heard, I don't know if this is true or not because I haven't looked this up, but my brother was telling me how Antarctica, you know how they say that they get full sun sometimes? The videos, they're literally looped. Like the clouds don't change. They're just looping the parts where they can see
sunlight.
Yeah, sunlight.
Hey, hold on. I'm going to have to chime in here real quick. I had to work in Churchill to repave the airport, and I witnessed with myself 24-hour sun. And
The gypsy! The gypsy, you're telling us you've witnessed 24-hour sun. Where?
Yes, in Churchill, Manitoba. Google it. Polar bear capital of the world. It took me a month and a half to finally see a polar bear.
It's in the north, not
Well, yeah, the north. Yeah, I don't think that's a problem. I don't think anybody worries about that. Yeah, go ahead, Jetty.
No, the polar bear. You're talking about the Arctic. We're talking about the Antarctic. So wrong place, mate.
It's still similar. You still can see the sun.
Yeah, so that's a great point. So yeah, the fact that you can see it up there is not a problem, and in no way is any kind of verification for the globe model whatsoever. In fact, if you look at the differences between the flora and fauna in the North and South Pole, that actually lends more credence to the idea that the globe model is a complete failure. As we already know, it is mathematically and logically, but you can also continue to find evidence biologically. For example, if we were on a globe that did have two poles that mirrored each other and were symmetrical in the way they show, you should see a similar climate in terms of temperature and amount of and diversity of flora and fauna in the north as in the south. In fact, that is not what we see. In the south is much colder, much less flora and fauna, and much more desolate and area that is not getting the same amount of solar energy as the area in the north, and that does match what we observe to the actual pattern of the sun, which appears to be moving in tighter circles when it's closer to the North Pole, in which case you'd have summer in the northern regions, and then as the circles go out wider and are going down to the south where Becky lives, then they end up having summer. And in the case of Antarctica, it appears that that it's just not getting very much sun at all there, whereas the north would be getting more sun than the south.
Mm-hmm.
If it was directional and if the sun shone on half the Earth all the time, if the sun is 24 hours northern hemisphere, let's say Canada, that type of the world, then Brazil wouldn't have any sunlight.
I'm not following that at all. But why would Brazil not have any sunlight? I'll have to put a model up for you, the gypsy. I'm glad you're back here. It's good. I haven't talked to you for a long time. You've been around the server for a long time, though. So, I can put up a image of the model of how, the sun as we actually observe it in the actual sky works. And then you can show me, and then you can look at that and tell me why you're saying you don't think there would be sunlight in Brazil. unless you want to expand on that more. Can you repeat just what you just said? Because that didn't make any sense to me whatsoever.
Okay, if I'm getting looked at, I'm so worried. Oh no, I'm good. Okay, I'm good. If the sun gives sunlight to half the Earth at a time,
and wait, hold on, right there. Oh, hold on, you got a comma there, but you got an if. So this is a proposition you're making, which is a straw man. That's I didn't hear anyone here say anything about half. So what are you talking about? Where's this half coming from?
Mm-hmm.
Keep going. We'll let you finish your then statement. Go ahead. If the sunlight is blah, 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 this straw man that you've created that no one here said, then what?
Well, the time zones, right? You go by time zones. You go by when the sun rises, when it sets.
Okay, do you see the possible model that XKGB mod Justin has put at 23 minutes after the hour in the voice text? So, and before we start to explore these are not models of the Earth. These are models of different functioning of different things upon the Earth and the way that we observe they actually happen. So, for example, Justin's possible model there, because the purpose of a model in science is to predict what a phenomenon that you might observe in reality. The purpose is not to explain every single thing about everything and be set in stone forevermore, and you better not challenge it. That's not the purpose of the model. So we do use models in Flat Earth for certain phenomena, but we do not have a Flat Earth model because it's impossible because of the fact that we are not allowed to freely explore our realm. So getting that out of the way, and do you see Justin's model at 23 minutes after the hour, Gypsy?
Let me scroll up here.
Several concepts of the models. Okay, these are all concepts.
Concepts.
The fact that we don't know what it is.
No, I know what a
Yeah, we don't
concept is,
actually
and
claim a model.
I just heard my name.
I know you would have. I would have wanted to get the word concept out there too. No, Becky. Sorry, I was just scrolling up and I seen. Is that the picture you're talking about? The Becky's one at 23 past the hour?
No, they're not.
Above that.
Yeah, see, these are all concepts, and I've got a completely different concept now than this, what you guys are looking at.
Well, why don't you go ahead and say your concept, Becky?
Of something to
Well, it
understand
sounds friggin' nutty, but I'll say it.
Oh, why not? What's ladies' night for if we can't sound a little nutty once in a while? Go for it, Becky.
Right, so
Here,
for
gotta
example,
roll.
like,
I'm
there's a
listening, but I'll
concept
be
there
back.
of an ice wall, right? But in my concept, what I've looked into and I know people don't like me saying this, but on a biblical Earth, the biblical Earth is surrounded by the waters and above, and it also describes in graphic detail in the book of Enoch, there's a whole chapter dedicated to it, that the sun and moon are moving through portals. So, I mean, nobody wants to say this because it does sound
I've
really
heard that, though,
wild.
and a figure eight. It usually does it like in a figure eight through those portals.
So, yeah, I can't ignore that now because I've read the Book of Enoch and it sounds, there's a lot of stuff in the Book of Enoch that actually matches up in the Bible. So I think that there's something to this biblical cosmology and to these portals that the sun and the moon are traversing through. They might be explaining things that we're not actually getting, because I find a lot of globers are always picking apart the flat Earth, what they call a flat Earth model for the sun and moon, but they don't look into all these other concepts that are out there. You know, a lot of people think that there's an ice wall, but I believe there's just waters. There's infinite oceans past our circular lands. And then other people believe that it's the lands after that. So there's so many different concepts.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Again, we don't abide by a model, so I mean, each of us individually will have our own views on what it is and stuff like that. But we are intelligent enough to say the words "I don't know" or "I assume," rather than just making up some bullshit without evidence or proof.
Yes, so we all agree that direct observations of the Earth we're finding there is no curvature that is expected on that heliocentric model. And all flat earthers will say, for all intents and purposes, what we see and what we experience is a flat plane that's stationary. So for us to think otherwise, we would need some kind of proof. So if you go and do the direct observations of the Earth, you're not coming back with the expected curvature. So they all want us to go straight to photographs from space, but are they even verifiable? No. How do we know that they're not faked? How do we know that these space agencies aren't propaganda?
Especially when they give us stuff like what Justin's put in the chat, where it like concaves and.
I'm just trying to blow people's minds.
It's
That's all I'm
bullshit.
doing.
But yeah, but I personally like things that I can go and verify, and I can't go up and see the shit that they're providing us. But the only way you're going to get to see it is, well, going somewhere I can't go. It's not. We can't prove it unless we go to this place that doesn't, exist. Sorry to throw some random questions into the conversation. But do you, Shona's girl online are accurate? Andre, what was your first question? Mary Mom's just popped out for a second. So what was your first one? It was something about I can't remember. She took a screenshot of it. Hold on. Do you remember what it was? No, he had it on they had it on the fence one. Then they had one more, Lilica, and I can't remember what it was. Mary Mom took a screenshot and then posted it back in so we could remember, but I forgot it.
We've got another lady in the room. Circle, if you'd like to ask any questions, we'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, whenever you're comfortable, Circle.
Well, I have a question.
Is it?
So would you say like Mars or Jupiter are flat?
All right, can I jump on this one first and then we can go through everyone else? I don't like those questions because I can only tell you what I observe. So I can only tell you what I look up to the sky and see. That's about it. So I can describe to you what I see if you like, but that doesn't tell you what it is. It just tells you what I see. I am standing on this thing, this flat plane, and I can do observations and experiments here, but I can't do them up there. So I can only tell you what I observe when I look to the sky. And that's about it. That's why I don't really like those questions, because again, I just don't know. If anyone else wants to answer that, go ahead.
Yeah, also this was kind of a concept that I had trouble at first, but just because something is circular in the sky doesn't mean that it is a sphere. It's just that we can't imagine it otherwise because it's been so ingrained into us that everything in the sky is spherical, basically. I think that might also be why. But just because it's circular doesn't mean that it's a sphere. And like Bambi said, we're only observing. This is what we see, and it's not really the same as the NASA CGI. So I'll just say that.
Well, what really gets me is when they say that. Okay.
Oh, Jen. You're cutting out there. Try again. Try again, love.
I think there might be a Discord or something.
Oh no. It's as soon as you get to like a little bit through the sentence, it cuts.
Oh yeah, also Microsoft, if you see what old dude posted, those are real pictures. That's all we see.
Mm-hmm.
So science isn't assuming. So how can they say that these are shaped a certain way when we can only see that? That's not very scientific.
We send stuff to these different planets, like probes to these different planets and taking them. So we've gotten much closer pictures in those, and you can quite clearly see the photos.
Amateurs have not.
Yeah, you're just taking what I mean. You got to go to what are those observatories? Is that what those are called? The like R2D2 looking things? An observatory. Yeah, you got to go to one of them for a lot of the stuff. And I mean, you're having to go to the people who are lying to you directly just to see what they're talking about.
Yeah, some of these people don't even know they're lying. I mean, they just are told and they're indoctrinated and conditioned for generation after generation. And, maybe one of their grandfathers worked at the laboratory or they worked at the observatory. And so they want to do it. And so it's just, they're just lustful in this spell that, it's an unfortunate spell that now is becoming broken because people are seeing past it. And, we have so much, we have to trust authority on 90% of what everyone tells us to do. And they're in it for their own benefits to lie if they wanted to as well. Power of leverage of knowledge, the ego, monetary value, you name it.
I'd just like to welcome everybody to the Flat Earth Ladies Night. Just a little message here. If you're Flat Earth and you're a male, whatever. This is Ladies Night, so we allow them to have their show. And it's like 2 or 3 hours. So I'd ask that all the guys in here from Flat Earth, if you could just refrain from hopping on the mic. Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Forgive me.
Thanks, Mickey.
Time. That was the last time. Forgive me.
That's okay.
Thank you
We'll
for
start
that
handing out mutes.
Thank you for that public service announcement, Oz.
Now back to your regular broadcasting.
Ha.
All right, so we have another question from Andre. Sorry, whoever asked that question, did you think the answer was good about the other planets being? Did
Yeah,
we cover it for you?
What did you think of that?
That I can't really say it was bad or good. I didn't get an answer, really. It was just
your answer is I don't know, because I can tell you what I see. I can tell you I look up and I see twinkly lights, and I mean I have a telescopic lens, so I can tell you I see the moon up really close, but that's about it. That's all I can tell you. I don't know.
What was the original question?
What are the other planets? Are Jupiter and Mars flat, etc.?
Yeah, from what my understanding is, and this may have already been said, but the etymology, wandering star.
You're breaking up again.
Are you kidding?
Where is that serviceman? Did that
The
serviceman
president can talk to astronauts.
We're gonna kick his ass.
Get him on the mic. We need to talk to that internet serviceman.
He's not doing a good job. But yeah, we can. Again, you observe the same thing I observe. So what makes you think that they're a ball? Microsoft?
Coming from like these proved laws of physics, a flat body the size of Earth would be impossible because everything wants to. Everything.
Hold on, I asked you about the other planets. Like, how do you know? Like, I'm telling you what I observe is what I see. So, I mean, I can't go off anything else. How do you know that they're flat? Because you're observing the same that I am. Are you not?
I'm going off of laws of the universe. So the stuff that everything abides by. Like gravity. Would things just mass wants to be close to like a center of mass or like a center of gravity? That would mean that anything that was flat would turn into a sphere quickly, solely because of gravity.
But we don't claim gravity, you do. So in claiming gravity, can you scientifically prove that it exists? Because it's a theory. All right, what's your scientific experiment?
Pick up a pen and drop it.
All right, first of all, what gravity are we talking about?
The thing that keeps you and me on Earth.
No. There's two. Which gravity? Newtonian, Einsteinian? Which are you going for?
Einstein, the curvature, the bending of space-time.
Okay, so not mass attracting mass. You're going to the more pick up a pen and drop it. I know, Justin. I can feel the frustration through your messages.
Yeah,
So you're
I'm
talking.
a Glover, and I'm just letting you know, buddy, you already lost. The girls are winning. The girls are winning. You lost. I'm sorry. And I'm a Glover.
That's coming from a staunch Glover. But yeah. So what's your experiment for bendy space-time existing? What's your to prove that it exists? What are you doing? What's your experiment? Your hypothesis? Independent variable. What are you doing?
If I can get to it or find the article.
Article? So you can't tell me? You're gonna have to Google it and get the answer? It's okay to say you don't know. It's the most intellectual thing you can say.
I don't
because
have...
I mean,
I'm going to admit I haven't done these stuff. These are experiments that have been done that prove, like gravitational waves. I
can tell you that I did an experiment on a unicorn and I found out that their intestines are pink. But does that mean that it's verifiable and repeatable? Can you go and verify that experiment? Can you go do that experiment to find out that a unicorn's intestines are pink? You get what I'm saying? What are these?
If you want me to go to a science or to the labs where they found gravitational waves and have me find them, then okay, I'll do that.
No, I'd like you to prove your claim, is what I'm asking you. Again, it's okay to say I don't know. It is the most intellectual thing you can say rather than tiptoeing and stumbling.
True that.
He can't remember because he's
fine.
off.
I'll concede on this one. I'm having trouble finding the source correctly.
All right. Well, do you just want to describe to me these gravitational waves? How did they find them? What did they do? How do you know they exist?
So gravitational waves, and is put it simply, if you take like two really massive things with like a lot of gravity, like
hold on a minute. I think she was asking proof, not for you to explain.
Well, you can explain it if he likes, and then follow it up with proof if that's what he wants to do.
What's the? Is there?
The time delay on Discord is a killer right now. All right, let Jen finish what she was saying, and then you can continue with your explanation.
Okay, I just have a question before I hear an explanation. Sorry. So why are we talking gravitational?
She wants
She's cutting out again.
Okay.
Is she still cutting it for anyone else, or is it me that's cutting now?
She muted herself.
Oh, she's... If you want to type it, Jen.
Oh, poor Jen. Next week's gonna be better.
Listen.
We need to get that serviceman back. We'll do a media campaign. Internet for Jen. Free Jen's voice.
All right. So, do you want to go on with your explanation?
Yeah. So gravitational waves are, in simple terms, if you take two large bodies, like two with a lot of gravity, it's like two black holes, and if you close enough, they'll eventually go into a death spiral, where they really quickly just spiral around each other until one engulfs the other. And in that process, you'll get these waves in space-time. I mean, that's detectable from here, and we have detected them.
What do they use to detect them?
If you have two holes, black holes.
Yes.
And if you have three,
what do they use?
What will happen if you have three?
Sorry, Sasha. Bear in mind it's ladies' night, my love.
Sorry, we have two now. I'm wondering what will it be with three.
So what are they using to find this? Because it really just sounds like you've googled a definition and you're just repeating it. Or
they're using, so they had just several, like a couple of facilities floating around, or not floating around, on Earth. One was in like Texas or something. I'm having it here, up here, and like trying to really quickly but like they have these facilities and they have like mile long tubes that are vacuums and they send light through it and they're measuring how light or the phase shift of light, because like
would you rather just say the words I don't know? Because I'm not getting what you're putting down right now.
Okay.
I don't think a lot of
you can say I don't know, because to be honest, I'm not all too shabby on that side of things, and it is the most intellectual thing you can say. It's all right. We've all been there. I've been in your position trying to fight something and speak about something that I'm not too sure about, and you do it out of the confidence of what you've been taught.
Yeah,
and it's getting over that.
Yeah, it's
sorry,
you need to just. Oh no, I'm interrupting you. I just going to chime in there with agreeing with what you're saying. I think you sound kind of stressed, Microsoft Disk operating system. I'm not sure exactly why, but you're coming to the realization, or you're in real time realizing it's not too easy to prove this globe model. And the reason why it's not too easy to prove it is because there is no proof and evidence in the terms of actual scientific verifiable proof. You have a lot of stories. They're fairy tales. That's why Bambi was trying to use the unicorn analogy for you. Exactly. And I understand and maybe if you take a step back, like we were saying earlier, you have to come in here. I understand. It's like you think we're on a globe. There's got to be some proof for it. I'm going to come up with it. Okay, how about thinking, because it doesn't matter to you one way or the other, how you leave here today. I don't expect you to leave here as a flat earther, but it would be nice if you would at least come to it and consider, is there something to what they're saying? And I think maybe we should go back to basics with this guy. Like, for example, I was wondering if Quacker Oats and her mother had seen anything of the Dr. John D. YouTube channel in terms of some of these long distance observations. Like, you're getting really far into the weeds, Microsoft Disk operating system.
Yeah.
If you just take a look at the measurements and the observations, and you realize that the globe has so many failures, then you don't have to worry about messing around with all that nonsense fairy tale stuff.
Yeah, I think that was the easiest thing for me, because we can't really explain gravity. No one can explain gravity or like what it is. So just look at what you can understand, like the measurement, 8 inch per mile square curvature, and just see if that is true. That's the easiest thing to do. At least that was for me. And if that's been disproven, then why wouldn't you question other things, That's what I would do.
The problem is that I've never claimed I was a professional, so I'm not able to explain this easily. Like, there's other people.
But this is what I'm saying. Again, rather than trying to explain something you don't know, it's okay to say I don't know.
It doesn't have to be complicated either, just so you.
I mean, there's times people throw questions at me and I'm like, I'll pass that to someone else because I don't know. And that makes me look extremely smart compared to me going, well, you take A and you take B and you figure it out what it is together. And then confusing people, it's just more intellectual to pass it on. Also, mute yourself if you're going to bark, be polite.
Yeah, who's doing that?
Well, it also just goes to show we will just blindly believe anything in the name of science. Even if we can't explain it ourselves, we have to believe it's true. So, if you're going to make these claims that stuff is real, you should be able to back it up. Otherwise, like Bambi said, just say you don't know. Because, yeah, gravity is kind of a controversial thing.
Exactly. So I don't want to push you more on the subject. Sorry, Mary, were you gonna?
Oh no, I want you to finish up with him however you want. But you started this whole latest exchange with him saying like somebody else had a question. I don't know who that was or if you remember what it was, but
Yeah, it was the one that you screenshotted. I've got it copy and pasted.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, I just didn't want to forget about it. Yeah, finish up with our friend Microsoft there.
Yeah, I'll not put you through any more of it because I've been in your position where you know what you're talking about, but you're trying, but you don't know. But it's really confusing and you're trying to fight it, and you're in a room with a lot of people who are not against you, but are going against the things that you're saying. It can be tough. Again, I just advise you to say the words, "I don't know." And that's all really. I won't push you on it anymore. But if you have any more questions, we'll take one from Andrew just now, which I'll copy and paste back in chat. And then if you have any more after his question, we can jump back to you. But here's Andrew's. Why do you think people don't believe the Earth is flat? That was what he initially asked. And I guess I want to jump on that one.
Yeah, I'll quickly answer what I believe because I've heard people in here now for a very long time and they've listened to the argument. It makes sense to them. But at the end of the day, they say to us, I'm sorry, I just cannot believe that the whole world, governments are lying to us. And I believe that's a response, a trauma response. And that's what keeps people believing that we live on a globe.
Mm-hmm. It's also got a lot to do with the controlled oppositions, the people who are put in place to deter people from flat Earth. Your flat Earth society that are basically saying ludicrous things like, we have members all around the globe and we are accelerating upwards through space and time, which there's no proof of. That's got a lot to do with the controlled oppositions as well. Go on.
Oh, and I was just going to add on to that and say it's also because you're afraid of being called crazy for even questioning, but that's real science. It's just questioning. It's okay to say, why do we believe this? Yet they'll call you crazy if you even ask that question. So I think, again, like besides people thinking that flat earthers are crazy, they're afraid of being called crazy for like even questioning. So that's also why.
Yeah, exactly. That goes along in the same lines as what I was thinking. It's, why don't people believe it? For one thing, I mean, first of all, you can intellectually and logically come to the conclusion you don't have to believe it. I mean, that's the thing about it, is it's one of the few truth topics on the face of the flat earth that you can, as we explained earlier, demonstrate, measure, and determine for yourself through actual scientific experiment, meaning make a natural observation hypothesis and then test the hypothesis. So because of that, it actually is that's why it's the most volatile, censored, and opposed truth topic. And so then you see that propaganda campaign to make people, to say flat earthers are retards, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
Most people cannot stand, they would prefer to fit in with the crowd, to not cause controversy, just go along, not have anybody calling there any names. They would choose that over truth. And that's not even me just saying that. I mean, that's just our observation, but it's also been proven, for example, in the Stanford smoke-filled room study, and other psychological studies have shown that, a majority of human beings, sadly, and this, I don't know if this is the natural state of human beings or human beings after they have undergone the clear trauma-based mind control program that has been rolled out since the CIA, after the Korean War, began studying how the Koreans were so successful in changing the point of view of the American soldiers under their control and turning them into anti-Americans. When they studied those techniques, as well as techniques used in China, so-called brainwashing techniques, they came up with very specific techniques of how to do that. And then they rolled out that program in the mainstream, and we're now seeing the culmination of all of their efforts. So therefore, even before that program came to its full culmination, back when they did the Stanford smoke-filled room study, they found that 9 out of 10 of the people, when they were the target of the study, thought they were just going for an interview, like a job interview, I can't remember what they thought they were doing. They might have just been thinking, they thought they were like filling out a questionnaire for whatever reason. So they're sitting in the room. They're the target of the experiment. All the other people in the room are actors. As they're sitting there, even if you don't watch the video, you can see the thumbnail there. So this lady you see in the middle who's looking up, she's looking up because smoke starts pouring out from under the closed door in this room where all these people are. So there's about 10 other people in there. The other people are completely ignoring it. You can see them. They just keep filling out their questionnaire. And then the different subjects act differently, but the majority of them, 9 out of 10, some of them will not even say a word. So you're sitting in a room and you think there might be a fire out there because smoke's pouring in, but because all the other people aren't saying anything, you're going to risk your life to fit in with that crowd. That's what they've shown that people do. And you know people do it because you see it right now in the world. And so a few of them will, like, they might ask someone around them, and those people will say, oh, yeah, it's no big deal. That occasionally the actors will say something like that if the people even dare to ask, which most of them don't even. They just sit down and keep doing their work. And then one person will stand up and say, there's smoke coming under that door. There might be fire there. We got to do something. I'm going to go get help. Only 1 out of 10, when there's an actual physical threat to their life, will stand up and do something if the other people in the room are doing nothing. And there's many tests like this. So that's my answer to your question.
All right. Mute if you're not talking, please. Sorry, Mary.
Oh, no, that was it. No, I'm just saying, because people are afraid to stand up against the crowd, because they're afraid to, because they've been, programmed largely to, as we've just discussed, not believe their own senses. Oh, must be something wrong with me. I guess smoke doesn't mean fire. I'll just sit here and fry with these people then. Sounds good. I mean.
Amen. Preach it, sister.
Thank you.
And just to add on to what you were saying, it's definitely the herd mentality. And what are we taught? When are we taught that? As soon as we start going to school,
Yep.
And another thing, it's kind of an intimidating topic because that's what's kept me away from it for a while, because I was like, what the heck do I know about science? I never took an interest. So it's a bit intimidating. This topic is a bit intimidating. But the good news is you really don't need, just need your common sense.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. People are afraid to trust their own common sense, but you see it. I mean, I'm sure all of you have had experiences like that where you when you actually talk one-on-one with a person and no one else is looking, you'll find people agree with you more often than that. And some people have said that. So yeah, and we do have AA in here. That's new, just VC verified. Hi, AA. Are you there?
Sorry, just before we move on, I just wanted to add, we had that actually the other day with a group of young lads that were at school, and they were all screaming and they were shouting at each other, and they were just lobby roles that I unmuted, and they were just being really they were just being rude. They were asking silly questions. They were trying to mock us. And I basically muted them all. And I was like, you guys can come back when you're alone at home and not in front of your friends trying to show up. And two of them, Max was one of them, came back and after school when they were away from their friends, and they were actually asking decent questions, and they were starting to listen and be polite and stuff. And it's like, as soon as you're away from your friends, like what Blaze was saying, that herd mentality, it's like a different person you're speaking to, and you can get through to people like that. They just try to show up and be a tough guy in front of their friends. It's what we're taught in school. That's why we're growing up. That's how it's supposed to be.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And another thing on the whole science thing too, Blaze, I was like, man, I'm not going to be able to understand like anything, all this science stuff, and then come to realize all this stuff I was taught in school or anything, a lot of it isn't even science. It's just experiments, like made up experiments to get results that they wanted. So that I actually learned what real science was. It's observable and verifiable. I can't talk.
You got it. That's right. Yeah, observable, verifiable, and repeatable.
Yep. So we want to see Double A. If you have any questions. Sorry, I interrupted you before you got to reply to Mary. Double A?
I don't know. Double A's typing in the chat, but I don't know if they can talk. I don't know.
Thank
Do you
you.
want to talk, Double A?
Yeah, I'll just say something. I've known Double A for a little while, and my brother and I also showed him like some documentaries and just some videos talking about flat Earth, and I think he also is leaning more on the flat Earth side now. Just to let you guys know for some background. Yeah. He said he's thinking right now. Sometimes like when someone asks you a question, you're kind of off guard. I don't know. See what he says.
Yeah. There's probably like 20 questions running through his head, and it's just trying to pick out which one. Plus there's quite a lot of people in here, so it can be difficult.
Yeah, did you guys talk to Circle again? Because Circle, are you a friend of Crystal's? Is that what we found out? You know Crystal, Circle? If you're still there with the pretty kitty.
The pretty kitty.
I just love that kitty. It's a 4-leaf clover, isn't it, on there? Yeah. I didn't see that before. I thought it was 3 leaves.
Oh, she unmuted.
Oh, okay, sorry. I'm going to shut up now. Yes, Circle, hello.
I joined on my own, but I've met a lot of people in the server.
Oh, okay, good. Okay, so
I think it was Crystal that VC verified her and gave her the last 0.
Nice.
And what are your thoughts about? Yeah, welcome. What are your thoughts about flat Earth in general, Circle? If you don't mind sharing with us.
I guess I'm leaning towards it. Oh, sorry.
Oh, cool. Leaning toward it. Okay. Well, now Double A's got a question. Double A says, "How do you know that the ice wall border is in Antarctica and not the North Pole?"
Like, I guess you might want to understand how
they're two different places. They're two different places. I guess that's the easiest way to put it. Probably the only way to put it, actually.
It's you want to look at it, what we would, I don't know, I'm not going to call it a map, but like a diagram of what we assume it to be. And North Pole would be center, like the palm of your hand in the center, and the outskirt of the palm of your hand would be Antarctica. Yeah.
Oh, also Tasmania. Down in Tasmania, it's always cold, even in the summer. It's down south, and it's always a cold place down in Tasmania. Then the further you travel up to the tippy top of Australia, the north, up in the Northern Territory, it's always warm up there. Even in the winter, it's around 30 degrees Celsius every day. So it's definitely cold down south all the time. Hence the ice.
Yeah, and he's also saying, since they're both poles, how do you know which one is in the center? Like Jedi says, compasses. So we circumnavigation around north. So if north is in the center and you're pulling to north, then you're going to circumnavigate round about. So north would be in the center. So yeah, north points to the center. It's like setting an object in your room and walking around about it. If that helps, can I put it into perspective? What else we got? He's typing, we'll just give him a wee second.
Yes, Tassie is cold. Tasmania is the cold place, even in the winter. I looked it up. Today's about 10 degrees Celsius down there. That's the top.
I also heard from some people in the server that Richard Bird was saying how he saw more land. Is that true?
Well, yeah, that is true.
Admiral
But
Bird.
can I just say, I don't know how correct that is because he was a Freemason. So I don't know if that's some kind of disinformation or if it's actual information. I don't know either way.
Again, we can't verify it. We can just go off what someone says.
Okay.
So this man, he said he saw land bigger than America. So yeah, that was all. Again, we can't verify what he says. That's just one person's claim.
We're in right in the middle of summer today. It's beautiful warm weather spring in New South Wales, up in the east coast, and down in Tasmania today, it's 8 degrees Celsius, and that's really cold. I've been there a few times. I've been down there in the summer in the spring, and it's been snowing.
You got any more questions you'd like to ask? We've just got a lobby row who's joined us.
Oh yeah, Gil Hermiorag. Are you going to unmute him, Abby?
Yeah, sure. Unless Double A has got anything else he'd like to ask.
It's got an interesting flag. I don't know what that flag is. Pretty.
Yeah, it is. I'm not sure. All right, I'm gonna unmute him. Hello. Oh, goodbye.
Andre's got another question. Yes, because I was thinking earlier that we didn't really address the disc flying through space, fantasy, draw me out of it, so on. So Andre says, if the Earth was a flat plane, would there be a top and bottom side, or is the Earth possibly more of a cube shape in your opinions?
I mean, again, there's different. Every one of us will believe different. There's some people who would believe that it is an infinite plane. This kind of answers both not doubles, but some people believe it's like the floor of the universe, if you want to call it that. So there might not be a bottom. There might be a bottom, but that's still kind of thinking that we are just a flat plane in amongst another ball planets, that there has to be a bottom to it. There might not be. But again, the most intellectual thing we can say is I don't know.
Yeah, and I think just to add on to that, you're still looking at it from kind of like a heliocentric point of view. Like, you still believe in space. Like Bambi said, we don't know if there's anything below us. I mean, you can't observe that. So we don't simply know. But from what we do know is it's just us. So again, go ahead.
I was just going to add on, what we do know is that we've dug down 7.8 miles, but that's about it. Even on the heliocentric model, what you believe, the furthest that we've dug down is 7.8 miles. And they would have gone further, but there was liquid, muddy mush, whatever it was, clogging up the machines. They couldn't go any further if they wanted to. So, I mean, even on your own model, we've not dug down very far.
Yeah. And also with the edge thing, everyone, the first question usually is, well, why haven't we fallen off the edge? How do we know? Why would we assume that there is an edge if you can't really even say that there's space? I'm not saying that properly, but you're still looking at it as if we're in outer space, basically.
And just a flat plane amongst a bunch of balls. Like I said, it could be the floor of the universe. I mean, I'm using their word, universe, but we could be the floor, and it could just go on forever. Maybe there's other life forms out there. Maybe there is land bigger than America. We just don't know. And again, like Jedi was saying to you, we can't visit Antarctica due to the Antarctic Treaty and it being a really treacherous plane. It is really dangerous. even people who have tried to go and explore it without the permissions needed, boats end up sinking, and it's fishy. But we can't go there. There is a treaty of, I don't know how many countries. It's like I don't know, and it's one of the longest going treaties. And yeah, they claim it's for scientific purposes.
Over 40 countries, I think, Bambi.
Yeah, over 40 countries. Do you not think, like, they tell us it's for oils, scientific research? We're humans. We're fucking selfish. Do you not think, I mean, looking at everything else throughout history, do you not think one of us would have slipped and broke that treaty and just been the selfish humans that we are and collected all the minerals and all the science and everything that they could gather and just, you know, be a human, which is what we do? We're selfish. It's just odd that something like that has been so well protected. You know, and we're not saying you just can't visit. You can visit. You're accompanied by someone and you're only allowed to see certain parts, go for a certain amount of time. It's not as if you can just swim on over there, hop on an ice cap and wander around. You know?
Yeah, can I interject here?
I guess it. Oh, yeah, go ahead. I just wanted to, just a point of clarification. I actually found this thing that says it's 53 countries, so I assume that's the case. I know we can actually look at the actual treaty and find out, but it's a whole big bunch of countries, and the biggest cooperation around, as far as I can tell, that everybody agrees, keep everybody out of there. That's pretty suspicious. Yeah, go ahead. Was that Quacker Oats? Who was starting? Oh, okay, great. Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. Yeah, I totally agree. It's super suspicious. And I tried to talk about that to my family, and my sister-in-law actually said, well, that's not true because I have a science friend, a scientist, who went down there. And I was like, well, okay, they went down there, but were they accompanied? What were they doing there? You know, like, I'm pretty sure they just got there. And she had no idea. She couldn't tell me any other details. And so I was just like, okay, well, you don't actually know what they did then. You know, it's like, okay, they went there, but they probably were there because they were employed and told to go there, you know?
Yeah, and no one here is questioning. No one's saying that, you know, that no one ever goes there. Yeah, we know people go there in highly controlled, you know, and regulated situations where they're only allowed to be in a certain area. They're there for a certain task. They have to get a huge amount of approval before they go. It's not like they're just going there and wandering around. Yeah.
I know. Wouldn't that be great, though? If we were free. Yay!
It would be. Oh, we've got Double A's got another question. If climate change continues and glaciers and ice caps in Antarctica melt, will the seas fall off the end with no barrier to stop them pouring over the edge? Oh my goodness!
Oh my God!
Trying to raise my blood pressure, but I'll give a short answer. Yes, and then Bambi will take 5 deep breaths and add something as she wishes. You're not getting what we said. We are not on a disc flying through space. We have not seen any edge. Yeah, not to be rude. We know, like, everybody's indoctrinated into this idea. Not only are you first indoctrinated into the fantasy globe model, but if you get any notion that there might be another story out there, what you're given is the straw man put out by the propaganda organization known as Flat Earth Society, who will tell you, oh, flat earthers believe we're on a flat disc flying through space being pushed up by 9.8 meters per second squared. No flat earther thinks that. That is a complete lie. We're not in space. We completely reject the existence of the medium of outer space as even being possible to exist, since it violates the second law of thermodynamics. So there's no edge, so we're not worried about it. Climate change in itself has no verification and is a lie to start with. Go ahead, Becky.
Yeah, exactly. And also, more than likely, if we look at the nature of what the Earth is, we're surrounded by a lot of water. Again, so if we were the floor and the floor was just this big infinite space of water, the Earth is up out of that, however, whatever height that is, that water would just disperse into the floor, into the infinite water. I don't think that anything's going to flood us out like that. See, they want us to believe that we're on that ball, so we've only got so much space. So if those continents that are ice do melt, then the ball's going to be even more covered than 75% or 72% or whatever it is. So that's the mindset of these people, and I get where they're coming from.
It would be so much easier if we could talk to AA. Maybe AA has a lot of background stuff going on. AA now says, no, you claim.
No, I don't claim. That's untrue again. I do not claim that there is an ice wall holding everything. I will claim that there's ice shelves or ice walls surrounding the Antarctica, the continent, but not this Earth. This Earth is surrounded by water. A lot of water, and it's the floor. It's down. We're here. We're on the base, so we can't fall off. We can't go over an edge. If the water spills over, it just flows out infinitely.
Pretty much.
Well, that's my point of view on that, because we are all speculating when it comes to that, aren't we?
Well, yeah.
But it makes sense
again.
to me.
Sorry. Again, like the edge thing, you're still assuming that we're in a vacuum and stuff like that. There doesn't have to sound like you believe in the donut-shaped Earth, Becky. What is this guy's issue?
I don't know.
I'm concerned.
I don't believe in Donut Earth, but I believe in Donut King, and they make some of the best donuts around.
I heard somebody talking about pumpkin donuts today. Pumpkin donuts sound really good. Maybe I should try to make some pumpkin donuts. That would be even better.
Hey, Becky.
I think he's just trolling.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, go Jen.
Okay, so Becky, you mentioned earlier something about portals with the sun. I've always heard it being made fun of, but I don't think I've ever heard anything really explained.
Yeah, well, you could call them portals, you could call them gates, you could say that they're on tracks, and that's what's going on. So it's quite similar to what a lot of people describe the flat Earth sun movements to be. But there's actually quite, and I'm going to look at them later, there's some descriptive videos that people have made describing exactly the nature of how the sun and moon travels and travels through. I think there's 6 of them. And I don't think anyone's really looked into, not anyone, but the people I've spoken to, I never hear anyone discuss it. But I got to reading the Book of Enoch, and when I discovered the chapter on how the heavenly luminaries work, I was blown away.
Wow. Okay. That's awesome, Becky. High five. I am absolutely loving that. So let me ask you, and I giggled a moment ago, because isn't this what you're describing, what's called the Pac-Man theory?
The what, sorry?
Isn't that what they referred to as the Pac-Man Earth? Because of that? Does anybody else know? I'll have to come back to that. I
don't want to talk about it because it sounds so way out.
Well, a lot of people mention in the Book of Enoch, really super briefly when they talk about something in flat Earth, but you don't hear enough people talking about what is in, maybe you should, that should be your specialty that you talk upon. I would love.
Yeah, I need to get into that further. And it also describes how the moon works, the nature of the moon, and that it is its own light. And as it traverses and passes past the sunlight, it literally is like a solar power panel. It takes that, draws that energy in, stores it, and uses it.
That's how I see it when I look at them. And I love looking at.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ladies,
so I'm fascinated.
What'd you say, Jen?
I said I'm fascinated by what.
Oh, yes. I am too. I just got to say, this is very exciting to me. So at 7:30, I have an announcement of this event. I don't know if you other ladies saw this, that Meme just made this announcement about a meme competition, and there's going to be a voice discussion at 7:30 for anyone interested.
Woo-woo.
But I'll just go ahead and read what he just posted. Meme competition rules. 1. All submissions must be entered before midnight, October 30th. 2. Memes must be in meme format and not be an infographic. 3. Memes will be selected for a general vote. 4. All members of the 24/7 Flat Earth 2.0 Discord are welcome to make submissions. Format. Memes should be short, witty, and to the point. Cringe, boomer, tear humor, lefty meme lengths, and snark will be disqualified. Be funny and have fun. The winner will have their meme pinned and be given a special role. Oh, that sounds exciting. For inquiries on what memes are, you shouldn't be making memes if you don't know. Contact Crypto or Meme. Miss Tollins. Miss Tollins.
Mary Mom.
There
I have
will
an
be a
addition.
voice discussion at 7:30 for anyone interested.
I'll be there.
All right, we got another question.
Mary Mom.
Oh, Roy wants to add something about that.
Yeah, so I want the memes to be anonymous, so we don't know who made them until the winner is announced.
That's a good suggestion. I don't know how it's all going to work. Maybe, hopefully they'll explain all that. What's the other question, BMB? That's a good suggestion.
It's from AA, and I'll retype it. He basically asked, how do we achieve nighttime on a flat Earth if light is one of the most fastest waves there is? Light doesn't just stop for half the day for one half of the Earth. All right, well, AA, you do know light doesn't travel forever. You know that, right? So, for example, I can do my little experiment, Mary. I love this. You can do this yourself. So, for example, your floor is the Earth, and your phone, which will have its torch on, is right, but doesn't make sense for a complete darkness on a globe. All right, okay, well, listen to this. The floor is the flat Earth, and you put the torch on your phone, and that's the sun. So if you stand up on your bed and you hold it as high up as you can, and that's the distance that they tell us the sun is away, everything will be lit up and it doesn't make sense. But we say the sun is localized. It's closer than they say. So if you jump off the bed and maybe sit on the floor and hold it maybe 8 inches off the ground, you will notice that the area beneath your phone and a little bit round about it is lit up. But the corner of your room will be in darkness because the light isn't traveling forever because it's a localized light source. So then if you roll on over to the corner and you shine a light there, back where you initially were will be in darkness. So the light doesn't travel forever. Yeah, he's typing.
That was great explanation. Okay, good. AA is going to respond. Good. I hope he actually does it. Does the experiment for himself.
Great.
Yeah, it'd be nice to have a bunch of these. What?
He said, I just did it, and you're right. It's a radio localized light, which I'm guessing at its most intense midday. Okay, yeah. So the light doesn't travel forever. It's a localized light source. So it being closer, more localized, it doesn't light up the whole entire thing. And if you want to picture it like the yin yang symbol, sort of chasing each other's tail, that's how that goes. And a lot of people then ask, how do seasons work? Well, we just say the sun moves, let me get this the right way around, out to the Tropic of Capricorn and into the Tropic of Cancer. That is right, I'm sure. And that's how we get the seasons.
That's impressive that he did it. I'm impressed. You impressed me, AA.
I'm guessing sunset is that the phone light move around, therefore, yeah, the intensity of the light. So when you're holding it, it's not just everywhere's lit up to the same extent, the light dissipates. So, I mean, there you go. The sun is moving away, and that's it getting, it's dissipating the right word? I think it is. And yeah, that's how you would get your sunset. Well, it's not really setting, it's just moving away somewhere else. But if you want to call it that, yeah, that's how you get the orange lights in the sky, or, at a certain time of days. You guys physicists by any chance? No, I'm just a crazy owl lady from Scotland. That's about it. It's not about knowing your stuff. It's actually really simple. It's just once somebody tells it to you, you sit there like, well, fuck. This makes sense. So you don't have to be smart. I mean, I dropped out of school early and I didn't go to university or anything like that. I'm not the smartest person. But what shape is the Earth in? I mean, it's observably and measurably flat. I'm sorry, did anyone else want to jump on the whole sun thing? Or did I kill the subject? I get excited about the day-night thing.
You just explained it so well that nothing else needs to be said. So yeah, they're going to do this announcement in eight minutes about the meme contest. So we just have to keep that in mind. With they're going to do it here on the main live stream, the discussion about the meme contest. So and we can always continue on after that with whatever we want to know. But meme just told me they're going to do that because we usually end at 7. I don't think we ever told anybody that we were thinking about going longer, but then we've just been having such a great time. We just kept going, didn't we? Usually, a lot of times we end at the top of the last hour here, but here we are and we're having a great time. So let's keep going until they're ready to talk about this this meme contest, which sounds very exciting to me. I'm excited about it. So I don't know. Did we have any other new people in here that we didn't talk to yet? Like Jake's Hales is here. I know we have them. I just don't know if they're willing to speak. So you guys should speak up. If you have a question, Ladies' Night is a good time, especially for new people to talk. We've got Gigi56 Florida. If that's actually your picture, if you are a female, this would be a great time for you to speak since it's Ladies' Nights. And even though you just have the lobby role, I'll just go ahead and unmute you, Gigi56, in case you feel like talking. Hello, Gigi.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you just fine. Welcome to the server.
Thank you. I am brand new, just really hearing things from other people. This is the first time I've actually had the courage to step in, but I have a lot of brain issues, so it's difficult for me to comprehend a lot of things. And so I've kind of been waiting to tackle this one a little bit, but I'm just here to kind of listen and learn.
And am I correct in assuming that you are of the female persuasion?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Yeah, so that's great. Yeah, we're glad you're here. Glad you joined us. And don't worry about, I mean, I know like people have anxieties and insecurities about talking. All of us have those. And so don't ever feel pressured or anything. We just like to talk to people that are new. And, if there's ever, and this goes for all the ladies in here, like anybody asks you a question that you don't want to answer, no one is ever required to answer any question here or to answer any DM they might get. In fact, there's a nice little thing when people DM you. If you don't want to talk to them, you just press X and it goes away and you don't even have to answer them at all, and then you can forget that ever happened. So anyway, Gigi, how did you end up finding the server?
Actually, several of people on another server that I belong to come here and invited me, I think, a while ago. I've just
Hey, Gigi.
And who's know?
Gigi, are you from James Munders?
Yes.
Yes, I've met you there.
Yes, Becky. Yes, I've seen you there recently. Yes.
Yeah. Hello. Lovely to see you here.
Hi. I figured this was a safe time where it said ladies, so I thought, well, this should, not that it wouldn't be safe with men, but I'm just saying that I might be more. I don't know. Just felt more comfortable.
Yeah, that's part of the whole point of Ladies' Night, is to make ladies feel more comfortable to speak. So I appreciate you saying that was the reason why you felt comfortable joining, and we are really happy that you're here. So are you already a flat earther, or what are your thoughts about that?
I don't really know. I'm like everything else. I got red pilled about 6 months ago, and my life has turned upside down. I mean, upside down. So I'm open to everything because I've been lied to about the whole world and everything that I've learned in these almost 57 years. So, yeah, I'm definitely open. I don't understand it well enough yet, and to say I'm a flat earther, but I'm definitely open to learning everything I can about every subject I can. So, and to be open-minded, which I always have been.
Yeah, well, that's a great start, is just to be open-minded and to say, that you want to find the truth. And I once had the pleasure of talking on the telephone for a podcast many years ago to the mistress of Lee Harvey Oswald, Judith Very Baker, who wrote several books about how she was certain that Lee Harvey Oswald was innocent, and her experiences and why she was even there in the first place, involved with cancer research and the whole kind of saga of the JFK coup. But when I asked her, my question for her was, what do you suggest that we do as people who are here seeing all these horrible things created on innocent people here on this earth? And she's, I don't know, she's probably in like her 70s by now. I think she was like maybe 20. She's probably, yeah, because she's probably born in like 43. Cause she was like a young person in 63. She said, it was very inspiring to me the way she said it. Just keep searching for truth. Just keep speaking truth. And she didn't say this, but I personally pray for truth. And many of you have probably experienced when you pray for truth, like, it can be very painful when it comes, but if you're sincere in wanting to find it, you will find it. You just have to be willing to face it when you do find it. And so I totally know where you're coming from. And no one here, and just so you know about our server, even though we're a Flat Earth server, Gigi, no one here will pressure you to become a flat earther. We want you to go through your own journey and take your time. And if you want information, we're here to help you find it. But yeah, we're just thrilled that you're here. And Meme is going, I guess Meme's gonna, oh, you're welcome. Yeah.
It is very painful, I have to tell you. It is extremely painful to go through all of it.
I totally understand. Keep going.
Just to have this information, to know that other people don't know or understand your own family. And I'm not even talking about Flat Earth yet. Just talking about all the other stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, I think a lot of us have been through that. I realized that years ago. It wasn't a flat earth topic. It was another topic I tried to reach my mother with, and she got so traumatized by it. She just shut me down, and she turned around and she told me to never speak about that again, ever. And I was so frustrated and so upset, but I realized I can't keep trying to reach her with something that's actually causing her distress. I think everybody does it in their own time if they're going to wake up out of this situation.
Absolutely. For me, it's a matter of just it causing kind of a rift in a way between my mother and I. And she's my only support. I'm alone. So it's, like you said, I just have to let it go. It's just going through. It's just
the most
a lot
important
to
thing.
take in.
It is, isn't it? And it's really hard when you're doing it alone too. But hopefully you will find lots of friends online that you can talk with these great channels. And then I was going to tell you something else and I totally forgot. Oh, yeah, it's all about a relationship. And once you've spoken with them, it's about loving them and respecting them. And you don't want to break up family relationships over, this kind of thing, because that's the agenda, guys. This is what they want. They want to divide us. And they want to break up families. They want to break up friendships. And they want us all squabbling amongst each other because we're totally ineffective if we're not together on the subjects.
Absolutely. And that's what hurts the most, is that I know that's their agenda. And so it's up to me to not let that happen.
Yes, for us to be wiser than that. And it's very emotional and it's very frustrating. And we've all been there. We've all been there not all of us, but a lot have been there with our families and had these kind of blow-ups over these topics. And now I'm like quite few years down the track, I've realized what's important, and that's to keep us together. And some people, I think they're just too traumatized, Gigi, they're too traumatized by what we're trying to tell them, and it just closes them and shuts them straight down.
I think it takes a lot too to even have an open mind to anything outside of what we've been literally raised to believe. And when you start looking at all of these topics in flat earth, it's really overwhelming, So I just have to keep it to myself. But you're right. So many people have been wonderful. I have 1,000 questions people answer every day, and all the other topics that I've been looking at. So I appreciate all of you for being here for others. And
yeah, Gigi, can you come a little closer to your mic, please, sweetie?
Oh, sorry.
That's
Is
better.
that any better?
Yeah, coming in closer. Yep.
I think I have a new headset and it doesn't work the best. I forgot. But I appreciate everyone and all that you give in helping other people out. And I have one I've met who have been answering questions, and I found great support and better than I have. And I've been chronically and very ill for many years, and even in that world, I didn't have the support I found in this kind of new endeavor of mine. So I'm very, very grateful. I'm very grateful.
You'll find a lot of support in this community. Absolutely.
Yeah, and I'm pinging you in our ladies chat room. So yeah, I encourage you to stick around. You know, a lot of us have gone through the same kind of issues that you're talking about, and there is a lot of support here. You know, we stick together, and we kind of, you know, this ladies chat is a place, you know, where we can share with each other, and then sometimes we have separate ladies meetings hopefully you can come to, and and hopefully you'll stick around tonight, because I know Meme is going to give us some more details hopefully about this meme contest, and then we'll probably go back to the regularly scheduled ladies night if people are still into it. So Meme, I read off just what you had written in the announcement there before, so I don't know if you wanted to give some more details about that.
Oh, yeah. I was just going to say, if anyone has any questions about it, feel free to DM me or DM Crypto. If you have to ask what a meme is or how to make a meme, you probably shouldn't do it, but anyone on the server can do it. And you'll get a special role, and your meme will get pinned to the front of the server, to the front of the wiki, to Instagram and to Facebook, with credit to you, whoever wins. And that's pretty much going to be it. And
I think that sounds great. I hope we better see some good memes coming in here. I think that's great. Yeah.
Where Double A, you can make whatever meme you want, because we're going to judge the top 10 and then have a vote with those top 10 to see which ones are the best.
What room are we posting the memes in?
Yes, I have an important idea to add.
What's that?
It's basically making all the memes at the beginning before revealing, making them anonymous.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have a meme room. Everything's gonna, and I mean, you can share them. You can share them however you want to. That's the thing. But we're probably gonna make a meme room. Everyone post them in there, and
meme room.
Yeah, and that's just gonna be where we post all of them, and we'll get the winners out of there.
Well, and I think we should also send links to where they can create memes. You know, if somebody wants to create a meme, you know, we should have some, a good website where you can go create a meme and.
Yeah, like a website.
You know, yeah. If however y'all want to signal boost this, however y'all want to get this out there, if y'all want to tag people and say use this, go for it. This is completely free to however anyone wants to make their meme. I don't care if they make it on an online meme generator or in Photoshop, however they want to make it. As long as it's meme format. We're not looking for infographics.
Yeah, no GIFs.
Yeah. That would be a separate competition. We are probably going to have an infographic competition, because a lot of Flat Earth, and I'm going to say this in big giant air quotes, memes are not actually memes. They're bad infographics, because they're trying to find a space between meme and infographic, and there just isn't one. You either need a meme or you need an infographic. And your memes should be short, to the point, and it should speak itself. Your meme doesn't need a lot of words. The picture with top text, bottom text format should be able to say 1,000 things. So
in the future, we're going to have a room where you can post those memes, and then it's going to be there's
right
voting for the memes.
On October 30th, midnight October 30th, we're going to lock the room. No more memes are going to be posted in there, and we're just going to scroll through them, pick out the best ones, and then those best ones we're going to vote on.
Excellent.
And what are the rewards?
And the reward is you will get a special role, but your meme will be pinned on the front page on the top of the Discord. with credit to you, on Instagram with credit to you, and on Facebook with credit to you. Oh, and on the wiki page with credit to you.
Well, I can put it up on the YouTube channel. And
you can put it on the YouTube channel too.
Yep.
And we'll credit the creator of the meme. And that's going to be what it is, because we are seriously lacking on good memes.
Cool. I just want to say quick thank you to Quacker Oats and her mum. They're leaving now. Thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Leluca, I think we're probably going to have, it's going to be the server voting. We're going to pick the top 10, or we're going to pick 10 out of it, and then the server can vote on them. It's going to be everyone. It's going to be completely open.
I love it. You're right, because we need fresh memes. We got the same old stuff. This is a great way to get some new stuff out there. We know we have a lot of creative minds in here, so I know people can do this. It's a great idea. You know what, meme? I'm just going to up your reward. I will give a month of Nitro to the winner as well.
Oh, wow. Hey, there you go.
Add that in there. I already gave that as a reward for when we did trivia on Ladies' Night one time. So I've already remember who won, but that person can testify that I followed through with the reward. So put it in.
Now for future competitions, we're planning an infographic competition.
Well, if I steal a meme from Facebook that's really good and it's selected,
it's disqualified. It has to be OC.
Well, how do you know?
Original, because I know. I can stick it into Photoshop and check the EXIF data.
All right, cool. I'm down. I'm down. All right.
Yeah, it's all got to be OC, obviously. That's what we're looking for. We're looking for fresh content.
Can you clarify the difference between infographic and meme specifically?
An infographic is you have a picture and you have information on it that's telling you what's in the picture, maybe why something works, how something works. That's an infographic. A meme is a picture that conveys a message with very little text. And that is it's easy to retain mentally and visually so that you can pass it on. And when you pass it on, it's easy to retain visually and mentally so that it can keep being passed on. That's why memes work better than infographics. So our first competition is going to be a meme competition. Right. But we are going to have an infographic competition after that.
Right. So a GIF is not submissible in this part of it.
Well, no. A GIF is a GIF. A meme is a meme.
Exactly.
Right. So like you'll see on there, no boomer tier memes, no lefty text length memes, which means if you're having to read it for more than 10 seconds, you're done. If you can't read your meme in 5 seconds, it's too long. A meme should be short, hopefully funny, witty, not negative. You try and want to be positive. Positive mention what you're talking about. It can be cutting and offensive because the best memes are cutting and offensive, but in a positive way.
So there's going to be a special room where we're posting these. Is this created yet, or
it's not created yet because nobody's made any memes yet. We're gonna get that created tonight, though.
Cool, awesome. So once that comes up, we'll announce it on the live stream and for everyone in the channel too.
Yep, and the competition starts tomorrow. It ends on October 30th.
All right,
but
cool.
memes about flat Earth or whatever.
They're flat Earth memes.
Can be also globe Earth, like a part or like a.
Look, you submit whatever meme you want to.
Okay.
For the competition.
It's for all members in the Discord, right?
Yeah, it's for 13,800 people can submit memes if they want to. And they can submit them about globe Earth, flat Earth. I don't care. We're going to pick from the top, the 10 that we pick are all going to be flat Earth memes. But if you want to submit globe Earth memes, I don't care.
In a
it's
sense,
really fun to look through, like scroll through that meme room and just look at all the different memes that people submit. It'll still be fun for everyone.
Yeah.
I'm saying if he's sarcastic on the globe, it's still flat, let's say.
Yeah, if you want to do memes like that, you don't have to ask me for advice for memes specifically.
Okay.
But all right, I said you ought to. But because I'm going to tell you that if you have to think too much then your meme is not good.
Wow, look at all.
If you have to apply too much brain power, because when you look at a meme, you should get it.
Now, as far as roles go, since we're talking about it, what roles are going to be able to submit memes?
Right now, I think there's a problem with anyone with lower than voice verified, but we're going to see about everybody. People in the lobby, on lobby roll, if they communicate with someone and submit a meme, they can do that. They can just ask a mod or a gold, hey, I have a meme, can you submit it in my name? And we'll do that for now, but we might change something on that.
All right, so VC Verified will be able to submit memes in that room?
Everyone will. Everyone can submit a meme, no matter your role. If you're on the server, you can submit a meme.
Okay, cool. All right, sounds.
Do runner-ups get anything, lol? That's a good question. I'm not sure. Should they? There's no prize for second place.
I know, it's just like you want lobby members to come in and just freaking start spamming all kinds of crazy shit. No, I don't necessarily think that's a good idea.
Like, if you don't win, you lose. I mean, there's winner, chicken dinner.
Well, you might have to, if you give lobby role members the ability to put memes, then you're probably
they can
NSFW channel,
Yeah, they can. Maybe we can just make a permissions channel that allows everyone to post in there, but it's going to have to be heavily moderated because obviously. So that's why I think lobby should just have to submit through people. If they're serious, they'll submit a meme to somebody.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So
what about number of submissions?
Number of submissions?
Should be one.
If you make a bunch of memes and we say you've made all these memes, which one do you want to submit? That's how it'll work. So you can make a bunch if you want to, but only one of them can move forward.
Yeah, but the memes are supposed to be your original memes, right?
Yeah. But I mean, if you make 3 memes, 3 cool memes, and when we're looking at them and it's like, hey, this one person submitted 3 memes, we'll have you pick which meme you want to go. Which meme is your submission, basically.
That's interesting.
Okay, fair enough.
It's a challenge. It's a challenge, everyone.
So, and this is our first competition, so there's probably going to be some kinks. We'll get it all worked out, though.
Excellent. Yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah.
All right. Did we come to an end on Ladies' Night?
Nope. I'm giving it back over to y'all right now.
Yep.
Continue on.
All right. Okay, I wasn't
do
sure.
what you want to do.
All right.
Sorry, I just wasn't sure. We have someone new. If that's all, if you're done, meme, that is.
I guess I'm done, Bambi.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. No, I'm kidding.
Carry on. Oh, carry on, lass.
Oh, that's Irish. Right, go back to being quiet.
Yeah. It's just quite a fetching accent, though, if I don't say so myself. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Oh, God. All right, bye. All right, so, Cartrick.
Hey.
Hello, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, too.
Do you have any questions you'd like to ask? I know you said you were new to Discord and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm kind of new to the whole flat Earth thing as well. I was wondering if you guys could just give me a general explanation, because my friend told me a little bit about it, but I just want to learn about it from you guys.
Of course. Well, the Earth is measurably flat. We take their numbers, we put them to the test, and they come up extremely flawed, not just a little bit, but extremely. So we observe flat, we see flat, we feel no motion. There's no proof that we're living on anything but a stationary flat plane. So that's basically a quick rundown of it.
Thanks so much, because I hear a lot about this, but a lot of people joke about this. I was wondering, how do you deal with the people that detract it in public?
Sorry, what was that? Oh, sorry, I can't multitask. I was reading and listening.
No, a lot of people joke that you're just a flat earther or something. I'm just wondering, how do you respond to those type of people?
Well, those type of people, there's a lot of people try to make fun of flat Earth rather than questioning it, and I think that makes them
with arguments.
That should be embarrassing for them. if they're, making fun of it rather than questioning it, because I encourage everyone to question everything. So, if you're going to laugh at it or make fun of it or just saying, oh, you're just a flat earther, rather than looking into it, because once you look into it, you don't even have to have a PhD to realize that we see no motion, we see no curvature, we feel no motion. So yeah, you don't need to be big brain mathematician to figure this stuff out. It is really simple. So that's all I would say, is just question it to them,
Thank you so much for the explanation. I'm just going to listen for now, but you guys go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, no problem. Feel free. We tend to go off in tangents, or we try to get people to ask questions and stuff. So if you figure out something you want to ask, or if we've said something that you're not clear on, don't be afraid to tell us to explain it a little bit more, or if we could repeat it or whatever, or jump in with the question.
Thank you so much. This is so welcoming. I like this website a lot. I guess I'll be staying here for a while.
Yeah, I mean, this is Ladies' Night. We do this every Friday, where your questions get asked to a flat Earth woman rather than it being open to everyone. It's a much more welcoming environment. So if you do come back, maybe in a few hours or at another time,
hello there.
Just be warned. It might be a little bit. There'll be more men speaking, and testosterone kicks in because they've been quiet for so long. But it might get a little hostile. So
I guess I was really lucky.
Yeah, you came in at a great time.
So I have a quick question. What is this conversation about?
Sorry, I was just explaining. I was answering the questions that Cartwright, is that how I say that?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, Cartwright. I was just answering the question he had, which was he wanted me to give a quick little rundown on what flat Earth is. Is there anything you'd like to ask?
Yeah, can you just tell me what you told him? Because I'm
Of course. Of course. So yeah. So basically, the Earth is observably flat and stationary. We took their numbers that they say for what we're living on this ball, and we put it to the test, and they came up not just a little bit flawed, but extremely flawed. So through observations and stuff like that, we can prove that it's flat. So that's just the very basics about it. There's much more that goes into much more details about like us living next to a vacuum and stuff like that, which breaks the second law of thermodynamics, being that gas needs a container. So it can get a little bit more confusing. But yeah, that's the main rundown of it. We observe no motion. And now let me get this right, because I said it wrong yesterday and everyone laughed at me. We observe no, wait. We feel no motion. We observe no curvature. There we go. I always get that wrong. Does that
help? Watch the live stream. Make sure you said that right. Hold on, give me a second. I'll go back to the live stream and see if you said that right.
Yeah. I said it wrong yesterday. I said we see motion. We see no motion and feel no curvature. So I say it too many times. Plus, it's late. If anyone of the other ladies want to jump in and explain a little bit about the flat Earth, go ahead. No.
Yeah. So for all intents and purposes, what we see, is a flat plane, and what we feel is a stationary plane. So that's what Bambi was talking about, is the direct measurements. And there's so many people that have done these direct measurements now, and they're using lasers. They're looking for the 8 inches per mile squared over, I think it's a minimum or around 25 miles. So these are direct observations that we can look at. And what they do is they disprove the heliocentric model, because we're not finding that curvature that's expected. There seems to be an issue with the model, the heliocentric model.
Yeah. So we're just taking what they're saying and putting it to the test, and it's coming up flawed.
So you all believe that the Earth is flat?
Not all of us. I mean, there's people in here that don't, but a lot of us do. I do. I believe that the Earth is exactly what I experience.
Yeah, but...
And the other thing, guys, about Australia, right? We are the flattest inhabited continent in the world. You can go to places like Lake Eyre when it floods there, and it is it's just an expanse of flood water, and you just see, on a good day, mirror of the sky. So, I mean, it's very hard to convince me, living on such a flat plane, that I am underneath a ball that's spinning in space.
Yeah, this is bullshit. I'm out.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff that we get. I mean,
thanks for coming by. And you know what? It might seem like bullshit today, but at least you've got something to think about for the future. So thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Hey, Becky, that was a nice thing to say.
Hey, Jen. Yeah, that's not even that. I hang out over at Gems a lot, so I get a lot of slack from internet trolls. So people like that don't bother me. You know, like first time
Yeah.
he sounds really young, he's cruised in, and it sounds pretty way out, and he's out. Well, you know what? That's fine.
Yep.
At least he came to question
right
it.
now.
Exactly.
Well,
Babs.
that's where he is right now, and like you mentioned, someday it'll make sense.
I don't think it's real at all, but I'm just here because I'm interested in all of this, I guess. I'm not here to troll.
You know, you're fine.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions they'd like to ask or want us to explain something about what flat earthers observe or believe?
So I was looking at Becky's YouTube channel, and this looks really interesting. But what is this VIP Satanism in Victoria, Australia? Do you mind elaborating on that?
Oh, probably not at the moment because we're doing a flat Earth show. But in another channel, I would love to go into that later.
Perfect. Okay, I guess I have to wait for that.
Absolutely, we'll catch up and talk about a lot of stuff.
Perfect. There you go, Mary. Yeah, Mary. Sorry, I'm so used to saying Mary. There you go, Becky. You've got a after show.
I got a friend. I had a friend I can chat with later. That's awesome.
You've made her whole night.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
So are other planets out there real planets, and are they real? Or have they just fed all of this, like what other people believe? Have they just fed a solar system to us? Like, I didn't even know that we hadn't really gone to the moon. Like, this is all just mind-blowing.
It is very overwhelming, so please take your time with it. It is very overwhelming. But as for the other planets, I can only tell you what I observe, which for most of them is just little twinkly lights. But that's about it. I can't tell you much more, I'm afraid. It's I tend to talk about the Earth that we're living on because we all look up at the stars and we all say the same. And if you want to see like the rings of Jupiter or stuff like that, you have to go to like the NASA observatories. I think I always pronounce that wrong. To be able to view much more than what you can see with the naked eye. But yeah, if anyone else wants to add on that, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to bring up also the rovers, supposedly like the Mars rovers and stuff, sending us pictures of what it looks like on Mars, and we can find that terrain, and it looks exactly like a place here on Earth, you know. So and even tourists or people have seen, you know, the Mars rover out in the desert, and they're taking pictures, and those same pictures and saying they're from Mars. So if that's debunked, I mean, how can we go off of some of the other pictures? Like she was saying, you know, we have to go use their tools.
I don't think anyone double A's got a question. If the Earth is flat, then why does water move downstream and upstream? Surely that defies gravity. I don't think anyone's denying that there is a force of down. And when water's moving, running, it's seeking its level, or it's seeking, I would say, something maybe equilibrium. Water pulls in its lowest point. Thanks, Jedi. So as it pulls, it's running, it's moving to find that container.
Mm-hmm. I'd also like to correct myself that Jamesy very kindly pointed out I said rings of Jupiter when I meant rings of Saturn. I missed that. I knew as soon as I said it. I didn't expect anyone to notice.
I was going to point that out to you, baby, but
I didn't think anyone noticed. I noticed as soon as I said it, and I was like, I'll just shut up. But then Jamesy had to go and point it out in the text chat. But
I
I
hate
corrected
to
myself.
break everyone's bubble. Sorry, Jupiter has actually got rings. They're just very, 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 very small, and they can't be seen with the naked eye. Apparently, according to NASA priests. But yeah, Jupiter's got rings.
I knew that. I was trying to educate you all. Yes. So, question: if you consider, sorry, if you consider the other planets wandering stars, is Earth the only planet? Becky, was it Becky or Mary Mom that tends to talk about wandering stars?
Yeah, well, Earth in our position is not a star for a start, and that's where we get off course, because we're told that we are a planet, and what a planet is a wandering star. It's a star that's moving in its own course, which is different to the other majority of the stars. But we believe that the Earth is not a planet. It's not moving. It's got no physical attributes that would make us believe it was a star, only that we're told it is. I mean, when we look at stars, we see that they're glowing. We never go out and experience the Earth glowing under our feet and stuff like that. So I don't believe that Earth is a planet.
Wait, so could you clarify, like, what do you mean by star?
Well, a planet is a wandering star. Planet means wandering star in Greek, right? So the wandering stars are the planets that we see in the sky. They are stars. They're stars that are moving. And they want the general narrative is that planet Earth, they call it planet Earth, is another star in this system, but it's not. It's not a star. It's nothing like it. The planet Earth is non-existent. We live on a plane, and Earth is the floor of this system, if you want to call it that. I don't even know what to call it.
Do that now or later?
What's that?
Do you think the Greeks knew about this back then, if they call it a star?
Yeah, well, all ancient civilizations. What's that, mate?
Squarehead.
Anyway, all ancient civilizations believed that the Earth was stationary and that everything was moving above us. And I've had an argument with some Globers about this. I think it was the Mayans. They believed they were the ones that could predict the solar eclipses.
Yep.
And then I had an argument with the Globers about that, because they said, well, the Mayans believed that the sun went down into a physical place in the Earth, and that's why they could predict the solar eclipses. But I just don't believe that. I mean, I know that's what they thought, but if we look at how they've got a Glober has a completely different.
Yes, all right, can you not shout over her, please? You can wait until she's done and then ask your question. Okay.
You can go ahead. I was just rambling. Go ahead, Bird.
Bird, would you like to ask your question? You were so keen to interrupt her.
Yeah, ask the square-headed question.
Kept saying Squirtle, guys.
Square-head.
Practice. Ladies' night. Wished.
We can handle this, guys. Believe it or not.
Bird.
Okay.
I forgot. Sorry.
Okay, Bird's frozen in fright.
He says, "Oh crap, I was unmuted." Yes, you were. So please, you're still unmuted now. If you'd like to pop yourself on mute, and if you can't find that button, I'll be able to do it for you.
Mm-hmm.
My cousin was in an argument with me. Okay, that's no thing. That's no problem. But you're still unmuted. So if you can mute yourself, that would be grand. Yep.
Does anybody else have any more questions?
Thank you. There was one that I think was a kind of troll from AA, which was, do you think Scotland is flat enough to say the Earth is flat? I mean, I guess so. There's observations you can do in Scotland. There's even this amazing thing, right? Obviously it's about the heliocentric model, so it's a hill that defies gravity, right? So basically what it is an optical illusion. They say it's a hill that defies gravity. It's just an optical illusion. It's a hill in Scotland that you can drive up and stop your car, and you will look as if you're on a hill. You'll feel as if you're on a hill, but you will be rolling up the hill. You won't be rolling down the hill.
We've got one of those too near my house.
Yeah, there's one by me as well. So you can get out the car, set a bottle of water, and the bottle of water will roll up the hill. Correct. If you're going to use my memes, just at least tag me. Those are my cat memes. But yeah, sorry. Yeah. So in Scotland, yeah, there's a hill that breaks quote unquote gravity, even though it breaks itself.
Sorry for asking so many questions, but could you guys explain about the planets? So, like, we know that Earth is a star, but what about the other planets? What do we call, like, the Jupiter and Mercury and stuff like that?
They're called wandering stars. Planet means wandering star in Greek. So we're not a star. Earth isn't a star. So those stars, you know, look, I know you guys don't like this, but the Bible talks about some stars that go off their course, and that could possibly be these planets that we see doing all these things and on their own courses, because all the other stars are moving together from east to west, but these guys have got their own little path they're on.
Yeah, but all we excuse me, all we can do is observe twinkly little lights. There's not much more we can do.
Which I have observed, and believe it or not, they don't change their location. They show up in the same place at the same time of year every single year. How is that possible if Earth is spinning and spinning every 24 hours and flying through space? How is that happening?
Yeah, that's so crazy. And what's the probability that we see all these, shooting stars or whatever, and they just happen to always miss Earth, even though we're flying, and who knows what else is out there through this infinite vastness.
Exactly.
I think but also to add to your the planets and the stars, like Jupiter, Uranus, Saturn. If you look into mythology, I mean, these were worshipped, and some people actually believe they're deities or gods that people sacrifice to and whatnot. And so, I mean, that's more on the Bible stuff, but I just add to.
So just to clarify, I was wondering, like, whether the other planets are flat as well, or do we think that
No, because they're not other planets. Earth is not a planet. We are the floor. Okay, here's a good way to describe it. The planets are on the ceiling, right? Like, you know how you get glow stickers?
Yeah.
Stick them on you. Yeah, exactly. So we're down here on the floor. The floor is the Earth. So we are nothing like the planets in the sky, nothing like them. Absolutely nothing like them. They are stars. We are not. In a flat Earth reality. We're nothing like the planets. We're not moving, we're not glowing, we're not flying, we're stationary, we're the floor. And they're all doing this above our heads. They're the ones that are circuiting around above us.
Thank you so much for your explanation. Sorry for asking so many questions.
That's okay. It's lovely. It's refreshing to talk to you.
Absolutely.
It's
Thank you.
refreshing to talk to you as well.
Hello. That really helped me for you to explain it that way, that we're a flat plane on the ground, say, and then everything is above. That helped me really a lot, just so you know. I have brain problems too, so
yeah, it helped me too when I looked into it.
Can I ask, so with the sun setting and going around, what they told us is going around, or we're going around, I forget which way, we're going around the sun, or whatever they told us. What do you feel in relation to the sun then?
Yep. So the flat earthers, we will claim that the sun is small and localized. So like streetlights, for example, once you drive further enough away from that streetlight, you'll no longer see the light. It will become dark again. It's the same concept with the sun. So we claim that the sun and the moon are small and localized. So as they're moving towards us, that's when they're rising. And as they're moving away from us, it looks like they're setting. because they're getting too far out of our reach. So we become dark.
Pretty much. There's a little experiment that you can do. Light doesn't travel forever, and we know that. Like Becky's saying, you drive away from a street light, and eventually you'll no longer be able to see it. And the experiment that you can do is when it's dark in your room, you put a torch on and pretend the torch is the sun. If you want to pretend that the sun is as far away as they say, you hold the torch up really high. A lot of your room will be covered with light. Everywhere will be light. But if you say the sun is a localized source and you pull it closer to the ground, which is the earth, there will be parts of the room which are in darkness because light can't travel forever. And the light will dissipate. It will eventually it won't just be bright in one and then immediately dark. It'll sort of fade into darkness. Which, if you want to say that is the sun setting, obviously we don't think it sets, we just think it moves away. So yeah, we just believe it to be a local light source. And all it does is move away over your head to the point where you have your quote-unquote sunset, where the sky goes orange. And then it just moves away to another area.
So I put a little meme in Livestream voice text. It says, if the Earth is flat, why don't we see sunlight 24 hours a day? And then there's a picture of a light globe on a wall, and it says the same reason why this light bulb cannot illuminate this entire wall. So if the sun's a lot lower and a lot more localized, it's not going to shine and light up that much of the surface of the Earth. So because if you're just new to this topic, to flat Earth, it's going to sound pretty confusing at first. And it took me a while to get my head around how things worked on a flat Earth. It took me many, many months. And you just find yourself automatically thinking about it. You'll be driving along and then you'll notice the moon at a certain time of day, and then you'll start thinking, about stuff. And it's just a process because we've been in this other mindset for the majority of our lives now.
Mm-hmm. It's tough, but to the lad that was asking the questions, keep going. Ask as many as you want. I mean, there's no such thing as a stupid question. Well, I mean, there is, but ask it anyway. But ask as many questions. Like, we don't care. You could sit in here for hours just asking questions back to back. We would love that. So yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because I'm on a bay, at a place that's a bay, and I'm between two land masses, so 1.5 miles. So I was looking at their curvature calculation, and it should be about 37 feet to the other side going over the curvature. But I'm standing like 6 feet above the sea level. So how do you do that? Is there a calculation for that? For if you're standing above the sea level, how much more curvature you're supposed to see, quote unquote?
Yeah, there's a thing that I can put in. Hold on. It's taking the height of the observer, and then Jedi, do you know if you want to pop it in for me? The equation that you would do to figure out the curvature from the height of the observer to how much drop there should be. You would really need something like a point, like a boat out on the water that you could witness at a certain distance away that should be down a drop. So you would probably need something to look at. But if Jedi or someone else can find the thing. Sorry, were you going to say something?
Oh, yeah. Well, I because it's so clear here, I would be able to see actually the other side of the landmass, like the coastal line. So that's what I'm actually want to try to do. And I see the curve calculator thing they put up. Thank you for that.
All right. Okay. Well, perfect. You can see the other side. And you said it was about 7 miles?
Yeah, it's 7.5 miles.
All right. Well, that's amazing.
Do you know what the elevation? Sorry. Do you know what the elevation is on the other side?
I don't know that offhand. I just know I'm standing about 6 feet above sea level because it's on a little wall that they built to hold in the water.
Yeah, you need to know the elevation on the other side, otherwise there's not really a lot you can say. So there's two formulas you could go for, but the one I would go for if I were you is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You could do 8 inches per mile squared. It's entirely up to you, but you've always got to factor in both your height and the elevation of the thing you're looking at.
Mm-hmm. P.S. Crypto, it's ladies' night.
Okay.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, we've both done it now, so like we're just me and him are dicks.
Yeah, no, it's not you. There's been like 20 years.
It normally finishes at 1. That's why I thought I could just go ahead, but anyway.
Yeah, no, we're still going, so wished.
I stole 15 minutes of their time.
He did.
Wished.
As he was saying, you've got to know the height from the other side as well, because it could be elevated, and that would just defeat the point. So yeah, you're gonna want to maybe pick an object, figure out the height of it or whatever, so you can work it out. Otherwise, like Crypto said, it would kind of be null and void.
Okay, I understand. I know there's a dock over there that's just a few feet above the water, so.
Yeah, maybe take that as your target.
Okay, all right, I got it.
All right. We have another question from Double A, which is, why don't we see the sun even though we're not in the sunlight? And the phone light example,
You're
can still...
uneducated. You need to go study back to primary school, to be honest.
Do you want to speak to me, like, about Flat Earth or something? Because I was talking, you kind of, like, did my middle of my sentence interrupt the start of yours? No, he left. Okay. Sorry, the question was, why don't we see the sun even though we're not in the sunlight? In the phone example, you can even see the light in the corner of the room if it's dark. Again, Becky's example of moving away from streetlights, you will eventually, the room is just a miniature example to show travel forever. But again, I guess you could do it with a friend, lie out on a field of grass and just shine a light down. And eventually, the further you go away, you'll no longer be able to see the light. So that's just on a smaller scale. Again, I can't really give you a large scale on the small room that you've got, but that was just to show you about light and dispersing. I can't get the word out right for that. Does that answer you? You probably best to do it with a friend. If I'm going to fly from California to New Zealand, how do I go east to west if the Earth is flat? I'm sorry, what? How do you go east to west? I mean, north is in the center, you circumnavigate, you pull around north. Because Africa is 50 miles from America. Did someone ban the guy that came in here?
No, just muted him. That was Flamido.
Sorry, who?
Flamido. That was the guy who interrupted you, so I muted him. I don't know if you want to unmute him again. I think they've left.
Yeah, they've left. Okay, wait, let me see how many more ladies we've got in here, because Mary Mum had to drop out, and then I think so did Blaze. Becky, she's deafened. Jen, but she's a robot, bless her.
You've had an excellent show tonight, Bam. Honestly, I can't give you girls enough credit. That was an awesome show tonight. I don't know, obviously you seem to be winding down and stuff, but just definitely wanted to give you kudos. That was a brilliant show.
Yeah, it was good. I think we're gonna... Haley, are you there? I think we'll call it a night. We've got Lolica in chat. We have Percent.
I agree with Jed. I mean, this has been the best ladies' night so far.
Yeah. Is there any last minute questions that anyone wants to ask in chat? Any last minute to end the show? We'll take one more if there's...
Yeah, I just say thank you all very, very much. And this has been a really nice way to open for me to come to a ladies' night where I thank you.
No, you're welcome. Please do come to more. You're more than welcome here. You picked an amazing time because you came in as a lobby, didn't you? And we unmuted you. You picked an amazing time to join us. We do this every Friday. I'm not sure what time zone you're in, but it's 5 p.m. Is it Eastern Standard Time? I think 5 p.m.
Yep. That's it.
Yeah, 5 p.m. Eastern. Okay, perfect then. Well, yeah, no, please do come. We try to do it every Friday. You've got the lassies role, so you'll get a ping whenever we're getting ready to start and stuff. And sometimes we have meetings to talk about things that will main topics and stuff. So feel free to come along to those as well. You just get a ping out and you can join us. All right.
Sure.
And Bambi, you did awesome.
Yeah, no, everyone did. Mary Mum, Lilica, even Lilica was in the text chat just having a go at people. She's like a little pit bull.
I just want to mention to Gigi really quick. I mean, we do this 24 hours a day. We just give the ladies some room because there's so many. It's male dominated for the most part. So we give the ladies some room on Friday afternoons. For us, but it's nighttime for people in Europe and stuff. But you're welcome to come in here anytime, Gigi, and there's always people here.
Mm-hmm.
If I can say, I've actually looked in here so many times and been very intimidated, quite frankly, and just kind of hearing that it can get,
it can get heated.
I totally get it. That's why we do the ladies' night. I totally get it.
So I appreciated this especially as a first introduction. So I really, really appreciate it.
We've had a lot of positive feedback from Ladies' Night because it is very passionate for some people, and females, yourself being one, if you're a mother, we just have that friendly instinct, the mother instinct of just being really nice, and it's a welcoming environment for all people. I mean, even some of our ladies who, ever since we've been doing Ladies' Night, they've actually started speaking. A lot of them didn't talk because they couldn't get a word in sideways because there was a lot of men with high testosterone, fighting and arguing, and it was very difficult for a lady to get a word in. So we did this so that we can help boost females in the flat earth. And I mean, there was a small handful of us at the start, and now we've had to make a whole row for it because there's so many of us here. So I'm so glad you came in.
We've got loud voices, that's it.
Yeah, you guys can get it can get pretty heated. And Ladies' Night has
That's a lie.
A couple of times. Yeah, Ladies' Night has only been heated a couple times.
That's not true at all.
Yeah.
I have no aggression.
The men do this also.
Right now, what's your Come on.
I don't interrupt anybody. Shut up.
This is why we had a
like the
ladies'
men are
night.
chomping at the bit to get back in here.
Hold on, guys.
We're not loud. That's a lie.
I know you guys are joking, but this is another reason.
No, sure.
Because
Bambi.
a lot of women get talked over. A lot of women's voices get kind of silenced because they're not as confident. A lot of us aren't as loud spoken as a lot of the men. So it can be very difficult for us to get our word out. Some of us are more confident, like myself. I will just speak over them and tell the men to stuff it. But some other women are a bit more polite than me, and they don't do that. I didn't at the start. So yeah, Ladies' Night was just to encourage more women, and I'm so glad that you felt it was a good environment, confident enough for you to speak to us. And yeah, you have the VC verified role, you have a valued, so you'll be seen as a valued member, and you have a lassies role, so you get a ping when we start Ladies' Night. But you don't have to just come to Ladies' Night. You can come to the live stream. If you're not confident speaking, when it's a lot of people talking, you can ask it in the text chat, any questions or anything you want to add. But yeah, I'm so glad that you're here. We always love more women.
Yeah, and you can always listen on the live stream. You don't have to be inside here to listen to the live stream. You can actually listen to it on YouTube as well. So.
It streams over on YouTube live. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. It streams.
Yep. 24 hours.
Andy, sorry. There was that Flamingo guy wanted to ask a question, but he's since left again, so
that's fine.
I don't know if he wants to come back. Yeah,
I think those guys we'll ask it before we go. But yeah, it's live streamed on YouTube. If you genuinely just type 24/7 Flat Earth live stream, it'll come up. It's the first thing. And we try to be live 24/7. So if you don't want to come in here, or if you're on the go, you can listen to it through the YouTube if you would like.
Yeah, it's the only Flat Earth live stream that's actually live 24 hours a day. You know, like with real people from all over the world talking about Flat Earth. It's the only one.
Yeah.
Well, the
And
only other
we will
one.
make sure.
Wait,
The
besides
only
Biggie.
other one.
The only
There's
other
two
one.
now.
I'm sorry, Biggie, but I just mean, you know,
Yeah.
anything from this Discord. Yeah, sure. Yeah, you just type in Flat Earth Discord on YouTube and you'll find it. You'll find out
Well,
live stream or Miggie's stream.
Yeah, Gigi, we will actually like look after you though if you do come in when it's the guys and you want to speak. We will make sure your voice is heard.
Yeah,
we will.
Thanks, guys.
So,
And
guys,
I
are you gonna
can
answer
speak
my
up
question?
too.
Of course. Was it one more question we had for the ladies before we go?
Yeah. Wait. How did the Japanese bomb Pearl Harbor? How did they get there that fast?
I'm sorry. Do you have a flat Earth question?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah, just wait for like 5 minutes, Flame.
Yeah.
We'll get to
Do
it
you
in a
have
minute.
a question related about the shape of the Earth?
I think that was his flat Earth
Was
question.
that it?
Yeah, I think that was it, guys.
Don't
Okay,
cock this.
Do you have something a little bit better to ask? Maybe
I mean,
about
that is the flat Earth question. Like,
I know, but
Okay, just wait. We got ladies thinking we're not finished ladies' night just yet. Hold on. You're jumping the gun. The testosterone is kicking in. Calm down. We're not done yet.
I am Flame, King of the Andals and the First One, the Khaleesi of the Great Grossi, the Unbound, the Breaker of Chains. This is me. Come on.
I wasn't
the father of
speaking
dragons.
to you. Hey, the father of dragons, the breaker of chains. Oh my god. All right. Well, if you want to save that question for after, if you have anything, I don't know how that's a flat Earth question. How did they get there so fast? I'm sorry, I've never had that question
Yeah,
put to me
he's
before.
trying to say the way that they're explaining that they would travel would take too long to get there. But I think he's just having a little joke with us.
All right, no problem. That's all. I'd never heard that one. That stumped me. I genuinely thought he was trolling. I've never thought about that one before.
No, I think he is trolling. I think it's his trolling.
Explain that one to you.
Question.
I know where the
Very quickly.
came from, but
All right, well, you can explain it after.
we'll address that later.
But
Okay, no worries, man.
you can address it after, but we're going to end now. So, yeah, everyone on the YouTube, thank you for listening. All the ladies we had in here tonight, a lot of them had to go. Jen, I hope you get your bloody Wi-Fi sorted because we need you in.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
You ever said, can we hear you? Yes.
I've been listening, you guys.
Yeah, hopefully. You sound good just now. Touch wood. It stays like that.
Yeah, let's that it's over.
Oh, she's cutting out. Who didn't touch wood? Who? Oh, Jen. Yeah, get that sorted because we need you in here. But yeah, everyone on the YouTube and everyone in here. And I know it's difficult for the men to keep quiet. And I know a lot of people have jumped in multiple times throughout the whole ladies' night. But that's okay. Yeah, it's difficult to stay quiet, I guess.
I just want to thank everybody that came along tonight. It was really enjoyable. So thanks very much, guys.
Yeah, it was amazing. All the new people that came, all the lobby roles that we unmuted that were amazing people that have now obviously verified. And Cartrick as well, your questions were amazing. And Gigi, you guys we appreciate all of you. And Circle was here as well. We really do appreciate you all. And thank you for participating in Ladies Night. You gave us things to talk about. The last thing we want is sitting quiet. So yeah.
This has been awesome. I think it's been awesome. This is my favorite Ladies Night so far, man. I really, it's been awesome.
Yeah, this one's been really warm and fuzzy feeling. It's been really good. So yeah, we'll hope to see you same time next Friday. Please come back with more questions and we shall end it here.
Hello, family. Mic check.
Hola.
How are you?
Pretty good. How about you?
Yeah, having coffee before work.
Yep, same. Well,
Nice.
having coffee at work, which is at home.
Yeah. You work from home.
Yeah. That's why I'm on here so much. I work from my computer. So I
What do
play
you
around
do,
on
if you don't
Discord.
mind, I ask?
What's that?
What do you do, if you don't mind me asking?
Just some complete crap. It's
Programming or?
it's to do with marketing and stuff like that. Not very interesting.
I see.
Yeah.
Money making stuff.
Yeah, pretty much.
For others, and you get paid.
Yeah, yeah. That's about the arrangement, yeah.
That's always how it is.
Yeah. There are worse ways for me to sell my soul, I guess. I mean, it's
Yeah,
easy.
maybe make a website and access some military project funding.
Perfect.
Yeah, and you're in. Or CIA, yeah.
Yep, yeah. Funding's all right there, just got to know how to get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't live in the sticks, but I don't have the training. They didn't raise me to be able to do that.
Oh, measuring shadows, huh?
I heard it proves a globe. Or a flat earth, if that's what you want to prove instead. You can take your pick.
It's so funny when I hear them discussing about what measurements are, like what Crypto was saying yesterday about MC Tune. From what I understood, I think it's the most important thing. They were going into the detail of the measurement. Like, when you're cutting wood, your margin of error is 1 centimeter, 1 inch, you know. It doesn't make much difference. Like firewood, you know. But when you're cutting timber, like for making, also using it in constructions or making floors, furniture, whatever. Yeah, that's where you need to increase your precision grade uh, tolerance. So you will be cutting at millimeter length tolerance. When you
Well,
make metals,
they can't properly measure any earth curvature because there is none, so they always have to find a way to weasel around it.
well, that's not actually a measurement. It's an assumption they are making. They assume light works in these specific ways. On an eclipse, it's convergent. When you measure the Earth's curvature with sticks and shadows, then it's parallel. And when you actually see it outside, it has to be divergent.
Pretty silly assumptions being made there.
Yeah, it's 3 in 1.
After all these thousands of years, it seems to be the best thing they got, other than maybe neutrinos. That's the one they're going with now, neutrinos.
Oh, neutrinos. They have no fucking clue what that is, you know.
What a
I
cope,
read.
though. Imagine
I
having
read.
to measure the Earth's surface like that with neutrinos. So it's like, I guess, forget about all your prophets that supposedly measured this like thousands of years ago.
Well, we can't do shit with neutrinos. They prove nothing, and even this part of proving the neutrinos is debatable. You know, I've seen the experiment they did, like a very large tank of heavy water, buried very, very deep in the ground, in some sort of complete silence and darkness, you know. And they have these special sensors inside the tank for detecting light. And once in a while, they will see a tiny spark, microscopic spark, shine of light inside that volume of water. It's a light emitting phenomenon, but I would say there's no fucking way to tell what is actually going on, you know. We need to study the quantum stuff that takes place at molecular levels, atoms, interactions, and all this stuff. Because, yeah, a lot of chemical reactions and radioactivity does emit photons, light, you know.
Check, double check.
Hola.
Hey, Sonny, welcome. You're very
Welcome.
good.
I just thought I would check in with my family. The FE
Nice.
Millie.
Yeah. Family with capital FE from
Yeah,
Flat
that's
Earth.
right. So how's everybody doing?
Not bad. Enjoying the coffee before work, you know.
Good for you. Awesome. Isn't that, it's like a necessity, right? Yeah, I have to have it.
I'm having coffee with Red Bull together.
Yeah.
I'm having a
Yeah.
coffee at Big Gap right now.
I'm gonna have some more. I'm gonna have more coffee.
I'm supercharging.
Yeah, same. Still in the process of waking up, trying to work. And
Yeah, me too. It's 10:42 a.m. and I'm just barely waking up.
I know it's a poison, this stuff I drink, but hey, guess what? I don't believe I'm gonna live forever in this world, and I don't even want to. You know.
Well, so check it out. I was just I live in a pretty big building in a downtown area here. Anyway, I'm in the elevator and this lady's in there. This nice looking, nice black lady. You know, just one of the neighbors on a different floor, and she goes, "God, that thing on my face is starting to bother my throat and everything." And I did this. I went, "Fuck you, Monsanto, and no, I won't stop until these fake outbreaks go all the way down. Whoa, all the way down. Whoa." And she goes, "Where's that from?" I go, "Dang, it's from a bunch of my flat Earth groups I know. Make a bunch of rap music coming out of flat Earth." She goes, "Tell me." So I got her name, and I said, "I'll look it up." I couldn't remember what the name, so I'm going to give her the name of that person. She'll look it up, and she'll be flat smacked.
Nice.
It's cool.
Spreading the good word.
I am actually. You know what? I'm going out and meeting people. I got blessed. Like I don't know if anybody has anybody been like really lonely before. Just like you go, God, come on, what am I supposed to do here? Like I don't know. And then God sends me this angel, my neighbor, and what a beautiful person, what a beautiful human being. Or I hate to use. I don't even know what to call us. What should we call ourselves? I don't want to use those words. Anyway, a really nice individual, just a simple, like, decent person, you know, and I get to do better than I did before at thinking about someone else other than just myself. That I can do better and I can provide help for other people that aren't doing as well as me. So like I was like totally blessed. And it's just awesome, you know. And she's getting flat smacked. She's probably going to come to ladies' night. I flat smacked her here online live while she was having dinner with me, a dinner I made, you know. And had flat like a kitchen table conversation with the rest of you, and Jenny was there, and a bunch of people were there. It was awesome.
Yeah.
So
Bravo.
now,
Well done.
so now I helped her get her whole internet set up. It's on the way. Meanwhile, because she's my neighbor, I turned on my Wi-Fi so she can use my Wi-Fi in her apartment from my apartment.
Yeah.
And now she's getting all set up. So then she'll have her own account. I'll get her on Discord. You watch. You're going to have another lady flat smacker. I guarantee it.
Nice.
If she doesn't, you know, she's kind of soft spoken. So we'll see how that works. You know how people's personalities, how they come out. They either are more open and discussing things openly with people, or they're not. But she was here. She was open. She was very honest in answering the questions. Of course, she was totally distracted with the meal I made because it was like the best meal ever. And it was super
What
simple.
age category is she?
She's 40. She's in her 40s. It's like 42.
Well, she's mature, so that matters, you know. It's
Yeah. So it's cool. So I just thought I'd come and check in, and the weather went from 78 degrees to like literally like 55 in a matter of hours. Today I went outside. It feels like Chicago in the springtime here. It's going to rain, and so there's an ice storm coming here to San Diego. It's very unusual. So we have an ice age coming. It's on its way here. Here to report to you.
The global cooling. I hate it. It's March here. It's March and it's freezing cold. I'm not used to this. In Romania, it's springtime now. You know, it's 20 degrees.
And you're in Deutschland.
Yeah, in Germany, and it's
Deutschland.
only 1,000 kilometers away, Sonny. And
From
such
me,
a different climate.
1,000 kilometers away from where?
From my country, from my place. Yeah.
From your place to where, though, is 1,000 kilometers?
To Germany.
Where? Oh, you're not in Germany. I thought you lived in Germany. Oh, okay.
I'm in Germany, but I'm from Romania. Yeah.
Oh, I gotcha. Now I understand. Okay,
Yeah.
good. So from where you're from to where you live now, 1,000 kilometers. Awesome. I could ride my bicycle that far.
Yeah. It's like 10 hours drive.
I'd have to get a little better in shape. Did you see the people that did the bike tour from Lyon in France to Beijing? 11,500 kilometers, all electric and solar powered, independent bicycles from different means, but all only solar powered. And this dude made it in, I think 30 days or something. He was the first one. He rode 11,500 miles in 30 days. Something crazy, something really.
Something like these ships do, you know, from China to Europe.
Mm-hmm.
The cargo ships.
Yeah. But this is pedal and electric powered bikes only, so.
Yeah, I hope they finish building this Silk Road. Because it's gonna change a lot of this world.
I would love to go to Romania just to look at some of that old classic architecture that no doubt is still there, right?
Yeah, there
Yeah.
is a lot.
Ancient.
And yeah, if you visit the ancient ruins like Sarmisegetuza,
Mm-hmm.
it's this siege which was supposed to be like from the times of the pyramids, even before that, It was some sort of city, temple, and everything. We can see some stones now erect, something. They are much smaller and not the same way the Stonehenge are, you know. But it's very interesting. It's hard to
Very,
tell
very.
what it was there.
Yeah, very, very interesting. And I've also seen documentaries about people walking around somewhere in that area of Eastern Europe like that, where there's huge pyramid-looking hills that are very odd to be
Yeah,
that perfectly
yeah,
pyramid, and they are giant ones.
yeah, yeah. True. And when you look at those stones, for example, you can see that it was some sort of temple to observe the sky. You know,
Mm-hmm.
it had to be something like that.
So remember, all you flat earthers,
Yeah.
you're all just very archaic and stuff that you're using right triangles to measure
Exactly.
elevation angles
Yeah.
across oceans that have to be horizontal, or else you would have a floppy pancake elevation circle of equal altitude.
Yeah.
Oh boy, what a dilemma. Anyway, yeah, and apparently those people that are using these archaic methods that we're talking about, we're building things that we cannot duplicate today, and are lined up with illuminary bodies to this day, to like nth of like fractions of a degree that we can't duplicate, lining up building foundations to that degree of precision.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, okay. So welcome to the archaic. I guess we're just high tech, and they just call us archaic. We're the only ones using science, but we're archaic. Okay. If they're saying for using the actual natural scientific method that's archaic, then I'd be glad to take that yoke on. I'm happy to take it on.
In the interest of fairness, I'd like to give the Glober rebuttal to Sonny's several valid points there.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
You ready now?
Yep.
Okay, here it comes. Back to you, Sonny. I got nothing.
I sort of knew what you were doing there, and I'm like, that's what he's doing, and sure enough, it was like, that was perfect, man.
I was fair. I thought about it for at least a few seconds, so I'm sure there's something. I mean, there's smart scientists and stuff, but y'all know how it goes.
Yeah.
Continue.
It's always good to hear from both
Have
sides.
you ever seen a smart clown?
I just want to comment. It is good to hear from both sides. Anyway, what about a cloud? What cloud?
Smart clown.
Oh, a smart clown?
A smart cloud?
A smart cloud. It's
He's
like
renaming he's renaming the smart scientist to a smart clown, right? Yeah, be good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
a smart cloud with a clown writing on it. I don't know.
Those
Anyway.
NASA scientists.
Yeah, so anyway, I told my friend walking up the hill to her appointment today, I said, they might have taken enough of we know history has been all, it's not, we can't trust anything beyond about 100 years, basically. And I go, they could have taken 1,000 years or more off, and it's possible that the death of Christ happened in 1800. She goes, maybe. She's like very honest. She's like, it could be. She's like very, very open. So it's really interesting to meet someone like that. And probably the reason she is like that, my neighbor that is, I'm talking about, that she's been disconnected from TV and stuff like that for a number of years. So that's why.
The New Testament, which is a book.
What's that?
The New Testament is a book, a Bible book. And there has been a vote if this book is going to be in the Bible or not. But this book is about the birth of the Messiah. So his birth was by vote.
By vote?
Yeah. By the Nicene vote.
How was that?
Those priests gathered together and they voted to put this book in the Bible.
With the birth of Christ.
Yeah.
They put it in. I believe it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I believe that.
This is a fact, historical fact. It's not.
Here's what I think that is. I think it's obvious to most of us here that those were pagan designations for season changes based on the stars, sun, moon, and wandering stars. So those were changes that's part of the evidence of the Catholic Church incorporating the pagans in. They have the same religion. It's blended in. It's melded together. It's the same thing. Yep.
Yeah, and you see, those three mages who came to Mary and her husband,
right?
They fit the description of ancient Dacians.
You're fading out a little. I think it might be a connection problem, though.
Those three mages, they fit perfectly the description of the ancient Dacian people.
The which people?
Dacian people.
Dacian people. Dacian.
Yeah, yeah.
DACIN? IAN?
Yes.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Yeah, I've heard of Dacian before. That's a very ancient civilization, apparently, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's this Eastern European, Romania, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Moldavia,
right?
Even up to southern Ukraine, northern Romania. Actually, that land was Bessarabia, and it has been taken from us by the Russians in the Second World War. So yeah.
Well, they had to get over there. They had to get over there to destroy more ancient stuff that blows their cover. So they had to, like Second World War. That was partly the plan, and still continues to this day. Like people that, and the Gulf War. Why would special forces be the first place they go is to the museum in Baghdad? What? Really?
I tell you, Sonny. You see, the gypsies did for many centuries a lot of diggings in these lands and countries. They never accepted to establish and live in cities or villages. They preferred the nomadic life so that they can wander freely in the nature and dig the ground because they knew there is a lot of gold buried everywhere. And that's why a lot of them, they are very rich nowadays in Romania. they're filthy rich, not like what
Yeah,
you
resources.
imagine.
Yeah, tons of
Yeah,
gold and stuff, right? Gold
yeah.
resources. Yeah,
But it's ancient gold,
silver,
Dacian gold,
silver.
Corson coins. The coin of the Dacian Empire.
Yeah.
It was the Koson. Nowadays, one of that coin is worth $2,500.
Wow.
But
Yeah.
that's
That's
something
pretty
I
cool.
think it's above the minimum wage in USA.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Wow. Yeah, I love that, man. I sit there and listen. I'll actually doze off at night sometimes. First meditating or just listening to a documentary to just like listen to that so I focus on one thing and forget everything else and relax. And listen to history documentaries, while I fall asleep. And
Yeah.
I love that. I've learned so much. I watched this whole series about the Byzantine Empire, so and the Mongols invading and the Hans and the Rus, and Kiev being
Yeah.
sacked and all this stuff, right? Yeah, pretty amazing. Then you have just
The
like
gods, for example, the
the god
gods,
that's very
they
good.
they are I think they are Jetais, jets,
Hmm.
which actually fled from the land. Like they decided to move, go away, and make their own house, build it, and become their